This man clearly owns tens of thousands of acres of fertile land, and the rent he collects each month is enough for an ordinary family to save for 10 years without eating or drinking. But when it comes to paying his servants, he always finds fault with them, either complaining that they work too slowly or that they don't do a good enough job, and he'll deduct half of their wages at the drop of a hat. If anyone dares to utter a single complaint, they can forget about getting their salary next month. Logically speaking, a master like this should have been severely reprimanded. But strangely, these servants were not angry at all. Instead, they were all grateful to the man and even felt that it was a great blessing to be with him. What's even more outrageous is that when people from nearby villages heard about it, instead of avoiding it, they competed to sell their own land to the man and even desperately wanted to become his servants. And that person is me, Taidafu. I was originally just an ordinary white-collar worker in the 21st century, working overtime every day and living a miserable life as a corporate slave. That day, I worked overtime all night and went straight home to sleep. When I woke up, I found myself transported to an ancient dynasty. And right from the start, I was a landlord with thousands of acres of fertile land. It was a complete reversal of fortune. However, the original owner of this body was a notorious miser who not only withheld grain from tenants, but also kept raising rents, earning him an extremely bad reputation. Now, the exploited tenants have completely erupted and are blocking the door, ready to rush in and rob all my grain and money. You stingy rooster, you've finally shown yourself? You won't let us live, and today we won't let you live either. Kill the stingy rooster. Shouts rose and fell. I frowned, pushed aside the people blocking my way, and coldly surveyed the crowd. Most people dared not meet my gaze, but a few had greedy eyes that wouldn't waver. I secretly noted them down. I suppressed my emotions and slowly said, "We're all from the same village. Let's talk this out." As soon as I finished speaking, someone spat at me and said, "Stop pretending to be a good person. You raised the rent to 70%. Are you trying to drive us to our deaths?" Everyone echoed my words, and the complaints continued, making the scene increasingly out of control. Seeing the crowd getting closer and closer, I quickly raised my hand to calm them down. "Calm down. I'm planning to lower the rent back. We're all from the same village, and I can't bear to see you starve to death." As soon as I said this, the crowd immediately quieted down. "Really? And it's 60%? Someone asked tentatively. I nodded and assured them. "Of course Taidafu, keep my word." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces lit up with joy. Their chatter was filled with relief, as if they had grasped a glimmer of hope. Looking at these agitated tenants, I had other plans. In my eyes, they were still just laborers I could be used. But just as the atmosphere was easing, a sudden voice rang out. "Don't believe him. He's lying to you." Upon hearing this, the tenants' emotions flared up again, and they all accused me of being untrustworthy, convinced that I was setting a trap to trick them into going back and raising the rent. I gave a cold glance to the ringleaders, already making a mental note of this. I also knew that my reputation was too bad, and no one would believe me, so I had to resort to even more ruthless methods. I took a deep breath and spoke to everyone. "Quiet down. I, Taidafu, swear to God that I will not go back on my word this time. Words are not enough. I can write it down in black and white. If I go back on my word, you could go to the yamen and sue me." The room fell silent immediately upon hearing this. Some began to waver. He dared to put it in writing, so he probably wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. Many others nodded in agreement, feeling that having proof was more reassuring. But the troublemakers immediately retorted, saying that everyone was illiterate and the written agreement might be a trap, trying to continue causing trouble. I was furious and directly rebuked Tayurgu. "You don't even believe a written agreement? You're deliberately looking for trouble." I threatened with a cold laugh. "If you really push me too far, I won't rent the land to you, and see how you survive." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed instantly, and their gazes towards Tai Urgu and his companions turned hostile. They questioned him about his obstruction, suspecting he had ulterior motives. The conflict had been successfully diverted, and I secretly felt smug. Although I dared not actually terminate the rent, I maintained a tough exterior and stabilized the situation. Embarrassed by the comments, Tai Urgu hurriedly defended himself, explaining that he was acting in everyone's best interests and even mentioned his previous contribution in lowering the rent. The crowd calmed down slightly. Someone suggested asking the village head to witness, and everyone agreed. Soon, the village head, Tai Yutian, arrived, took the document, and examined it with a complicated expression. The villagers anxiously pressed for answers, and after weighing the options, the village head could only say, "No problem." Upon hearing this, the tenants breathed a sigh of relief, overjoyed that the rent had been restored and they finally had a way to make a living. Seeing that the matter was resolved, I was too lazy to argue any further and simply told everyone to go back to farming. I'll let this go this time, but if there's a next time, no one will be allowed to rent land. Everyone quickly agreed with smiles and dare not cause any more trouble. But I turned my attention to Tai Ergu, already having made up my mind. Tai Ergu, from now on, I won't rent you my land. These words struck like a thunderbolt. Tai Ergu's face changed drastically, and he angrily demanded to know why. I coldly replied, "Because you caused trouble and framed me." Tai Ergu was unconvinced and tried to drag everyone else into the mess, but they all rejected him and distanced themselves from him. Watching this scene, I sneered inwardly. Such was human nature. Tai Ergu, left with no other option, could only plead with the village head. The village head intervened to mediate, trying to let the matter drop, but I wouldn't budge, stating bluntly that this man was no longer to be used, my attitude unwavering. "Want to continue renting the land? Don't dream," I added after I finished speaking, "but the vacant land will be rented out again, and I'll make arrangements for who gets it." As soon as I said this, the eyes of the surrounding tenants instantly became fervent. Before me was the same scene of villagers fighting over land. Several people surrounded me, vying for the best price, each wanting to rent the land and offering all sorts of guarantees. But I remained unmoved. The village headman, standing to the side, looked displeased, clearly unhappy that I wouldn't give him any face. The village head was displeased, but he didn't show it on the spot. He just watched coldly, then looked at Tai Ergu, sighed helplessly, and said that he had done his best, but the land was his after all, and if I refused to give it up, there was nothing he could do. Tai Ergu's face darkened after hearing this. He stared at me intently and asked through gritted teeth, "You really won't rent it to me?" I sneered and retorted, "If you don't understand, go see a doctor. Don't even think about this land." One sentence immediately put an end to his idea. Enraged, Tai Ergu tossed out a "just you wait" and looked at the two men who had been causing trouble with him. The two men averted their gaze, avoiding his eyes. He instantly realized he had been abandoned and could only leave in a fit of rage. The two men then huddled together and whispered, deciding that the most important thing right now was to protect their land, and that the matter of Tai Ergu could be dealt with later. Their attitude towards me also became more wary. After all, I was the landlord, and my aura was completely different. On the other side, the village head quickly caught up with Tai Ergu, pretending to feel sorry for him, and subtly provoking him by saying that I was selfish and heartless, disregarding the bonds between fellow villagers. The more Tai Ergu listened, the angrier he became, his face filled with malice. He said coldly, "Since he won't give me a way out, don't blame me for being ruthless." The village head outwardly advised him not to act impulsively, saying he should consider the local customs, but in reality, he was adding fuel to the fire. Tai Ergu said nothing more and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, the village head revealed a meaningful smile, thinking to himself, "I'm going to be in trouble sooner or later." Clearly, he had subtly amplified this conflict. Meanwhile, back in my room, Uncle Fu couldn't help but remind me that Tai Ergu probably already held a grudge against me. I didn't care at all, saying that it was fine to offend such a person. Not renting the land was just the lightest punishment. I explained that this was to make an example of someone, otherwise everyone would think I was easy to bully. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't enough people in my family, I would have even suspended the other two people's land as well, but it's not a good time to offend too many people at the same time. Thinking about this, I felt somewhat helpless. In a respectable landlord's family, there were only the two of us, Uncle Fu and me. It was all because the original owner of this body was too stingy and couldn't even afford to hire servants, which led to this situation. The original owner of this body was called Tightwad because he was extremely stingy, not only to others but also to himself. All of this was caused by his father's deliberate poor upbringing, fearing that he would squander the family fortune. Even so, the family fortune continued to shrink from 150 mu in my ancestor generation to only 100 mu in my generation. Further setbacks only compounded the problem. I casually asked how much land was left, and Uncle Fu was so frightened that he knelt down on the spot and hurriedly advised me not to touch the land anymore. saying that there were only 50 acres left, and if there were any less, he would not even be able to keep his status as a landlord. I was stunned when I heard this, only then realizing that half of the original 100 acres had been ruined. Uncle Fu explained with a wry smile that this was all due to the original owner's desperate search for a child, seeking medical treatment everywhere, and even being tricked into donating money by monks in temples. The monks kept preaching that money talks, so the original owner donated more and more, eventually losing 50 acres of land, yet still gained nothing. Disheartened, he even drove all the women in his family away. Now, only Uncle Fu and I remain in the Iron Mansion. Thinking about this, I was speechless for a moment, but it also saved me a lot of trouble. At least I don't have to clean up the mess left by the original owner. I quickly realized that the situation in Great Xia seemed rather unstable, and I needed to prepare as soon as possible. With that thought, I turned my gaze to the water tap in the void that only I could see. That's my cheat code, infinite water. But so far, it doesn't seem to have shown its true potential, and I can't help but wonder if this water is hiding some kind of special ability. Seeing my stunned expression, Uncle Fu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up, suggesting that I adopt a child so that I would have an heir and be able to explain things to the old master. Upon hearing this, I immediately shook my head and refused, my attitude very firm. I waved my hand and said, "Don't mention this again. Even Dorgan couldn't handle it, so I certainly can't raise someone else's son." Uncle Fu looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask who Dorgan was. I casually made up a story. A great man who proved one thing: never raise someone else's son. Uncle Fu was speechless for a moment and could only sigh inwardly, understanding my strong aversion to this, so he didn't try to persuade me any further. He then asked me if I had any other instructions. I straightened my expression and said that the world was unstable and I was planning to hire 2 guards. Uncle Fu nodded immediately upon hearing this, as he had long felt that the Tai family should have guards, and even suggested finding people from Tai family village. I nodded and asked him to name his candidates. After thinking for a moment, Uncle Fu mentioned Inyo and Aaron Yo, saying the 2 brothers were honest, filial, and of good character. I recalled the 2 brothers in my mind, but the original owner of this body had always looked down on the villagers and had no dealings with them. So I asked Uncle Fu to explain the situation of the 2 families in detail. Uncle Fu explained that the 2 brothers' father had passed away, leaving only the mother and her 2 children to depend on each other. They had already spent all their savings on medical treatment, and now they were destitute, with even their elderly mother ill. Hearing this, a glint of cunning flashed in my eyes. I thought to myself, if I could get them to sign a contract of servitude, I would feel more at ease using them. So I asked Uncle Fu directly if there was any way to get the 2 brothers to sell themselves into servitude as bodyguards. Uncle Fu was taken aback, then shook his head, saying that they weren't at the point of starvation yet, and the other party would most likely not agree. I wasn't giving up, though, because I felt the other person's mother's illness presented an opportunity. I told Uncle Fu to keep a close eye on things and take in as many as we could. Uncle Fu nodded in agreement, adding that he would also keep an eye out for other suitable candidates. Then I asked about the family's grain and money. Uncle Fu answered truthfully that there were about 100 dan of grain and 100 taels of silver. Hearing this, I felt a little relieved. With grain in hand, life would not be so stressful. However, I frowned, feeling the amount of silver was too little. Uncle Fu smiled wryly and reminded me that I had already donated the money to the temple. I immediately felt annoyed, cursing those monks for ripping me off, but I dared not provoke them. After all, in this era, many powerful and wealthy people were Buddhists. I waved for Uncle Fu to leave and began studying the golden finger by myself. With a thought, I released some water and filled a cup to try. The water tasted sweet, but after waiting for a long time, nothing changed. I suspected I hadn't drunk enough, so I gulped it down in one go until my stomach was unbearably bloated. Several hours passed, and apart from constantly running to the toilet, I experienced no other problems. That's when I realized the water was just ordinary water. I sighed, feeling inevitably disappointed. Uncle Fu, watching me frequently go to the toilet, became worried about my health. When it was time for dinner, Uncle Fu came in to call me to eat. I had drunk my fill of water and didn't intend to eat, but Uncle Fu persuaded me a few times. He even offered some subtle comfort, saying that men all have their unspeakable difficulties. I was speechless for a moment, so I had no choice but to ask him to bring the food up. Soon, The food was placed on the table. There was only a plate of vegetables and a bowl of rice, which made me frown. I couldn't help but ask, "Is this all we're eating?" Uncle Fu, however, thought it was normal. This was already a good meal that only landlords could afford. I made a firm decision. From now on, I want meat with every meal. Uncle Fu was stunned, looking at me, speechless for a moment. "Of course, Master can afford it, but you said before that you wanted to be frugal and only eat meat once a year during festivals." Upon hearing this, I was speechless, thinking to myself, the original owner was too ruthless, not even willing to eat meat. What was the point of living? I didn't intend to continue to torture myself, so I immediately waved my hand and said, "That's all in the past. I have to be better to myself from now on." Uncle Fu nodded repeatedly after hearing this. "It's good that you've come to your senses. People should live a more comfortable life." That night, I had a dream in which I was surrounded by 4 hot women. Just as I was hesitating about which one to choose to serve me in bed, someone suddenly burst in. It turned out to be Tai Ergo's face, which startled me awake. I wiped away cold sweat, my face grim. "No, I have to find the guards quickly and take care of Tai Ergo. I can't sleep peacefully for another day that bastard lives." The thought that I, a dignified landlord, didn't even have a bed warmer made me even more determined to make up for it after this was resolved. That night, I slept intermittently, hardly getting any rest. The next morning, Uncle Fu noticed my dark circles and couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you sleep well last night, sir?" I waved my hand and said, "It's all right, let's eat." Uncle Fu quickly replied, "I haven't had time to buy meat this morning. Please make do with this for now. I'll go buy some later." I nodded and invited Uncle Fu to sit down and eat with me. Uncle Fu repeatedly refused, saying, "There's a difference between master and servant. How can we sit at the same table?" I disagreed. "It's just the 2 of us in the Iron Mansion. You've been here your whole life. You're not an outsider." Uncle Fu's eyes reddened slightly, but he eventually sat down, secretly resolving that once he had guards, the rules would still need to be established. The 2 ate and chatted about village matters, creating a rare relaxed atmosphere. After the meal, I got up and said, "I'm going to take a walk in the village." Uncle Fu quickly reminded me, "Sir, be careful and don't go into Dakingshan. Wild beasts roam those mountains, and even the old hunters don't dare to go deep into them." I nodded and went out alone. The village was even more dilapidated than I had imagined, almost entirely consisting of cracked mud brick houses, resembling a slum. It was mealtime, yet only a handful of households had lit fires to cook, clearly indicating that many only ate 1 meal a day. I saw this, but felt no urge to help them. In my view, these people were long past the 5th degree of kinship. There was no need to support them for nothing. As I wandered around the village, the villagers noticed me, but they only looked at me from a distance and dared not approach. In the past, when people tried to talk to me, they were met with ridicule and insults, so over time no one came near anymore. I was actually quite pleased with this, standing with my hands behind my back, looking like I was surveying my territory, thinking to myself, a landlord should act like a landlord. How can he mingle with these peasants? Not far away, the villagers were whispering among themselves. "What's that miser doing now? What else could it be? It can't be anything good. I heard the rent was raised yesterday, and people are making a scene." Once the topic was brought up, everyone immediately got excited and described yesterday's conflict in vivid detail, as if it had become the biggest commotion in the village in recent years. I thought he was so tough, but he'd chicken out too. Dare he not chicken out? If he were any tougher, he probably would have been beaten to death on the spot. But Ergo is not one to suffer a loss. This matter is not over yet. These words vaguely reached my ears, but I didn't care at all, just thinking that they were jealous. As I walked, I stopped in front of a brick house. This was the only brick house in the village besides the Iron Mansion, and the village head lived there. As I was looking around, the village head came out of the house, saw me, and smiled. "Dafu, where are you going?" Hearing the word Dafu, I narrowed my eyes, and I was immediately displeased. He didn't even call me Master Iron, so the village head clearly didn't take me seriously. I smiled, gave the village head a casual reply, and turned to leave. But as soon as I got away, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye that the smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a gloomy expression. I didn't bother with it and continued strolling around the village, soon drawn by commotion ahead. It was right in front of Tai Daniu's house, where a crowd had completely surrounded it. I went over to take a look and heard sobbing coming from inside. I asked, "What's going on?" The person next to me sighed and said that Danio's mother didn't want to be a burden on her two sons, so she hadn't eaten for 2 days and was planning to starve herself to death. Everyone started talking, and they also cursed me for being as stingy and heartless, which made me feel a little embarrassed. I coughed twice, wanted to say something in my defense, but was immediately shut up. When the person turned around and saw it was me, they immediately shut up. The surrounding people also instantly quieted down and made way for me. I felt a little smug and started walking toward Daniel's house. The people outside, however, immediately erupted in speculation, all guessing I was there to take advantage of the situation. As soon as I entered the house, a musty smell hit my nose. A pale-faced woman lay on the bed, while Daniel and Ernyo knelt on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Upon seeing me, the woman immediately became agitated. "What are you doing here? You're not welcome in our home." After saying this, she hurriedly instructed her two sons that under no circumstances should they sell the land. I then realized what she was worried about. So I said calmly, "Don't worry, I don't even want your 2 acres of land. I was just hoping to see if I could help out, but since you don't appreciate it, then forget it." After saying that, I turned to leave, but Daniel suddenly knelt down and stopped me, kowtowing 3 times and begging for the grain. Ernie knelt down as well, and the atmosphere in the room immediately became oppressive. Although Daniel's mother was still verbally objecting, she remained silent, clearly still harboring a glimmer of hope. Seeing this scene, I knew that my opportunity had arrived, so I spoke up. "Borrowing grain is possible, but there will be a price to pay." Daniel gritted his teeth and offered a higher interest rate, increasing it from 10% to 15%, but I still didn't agree. The woman couldn't help but curse me for being heartless, but Daniel wouldn't give up, only asking me what my conditions were. I glanced at the woman on the bed, thinking to myself, with her there, signing a contract of servitude probably wouldn't be so easy. So I said, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go somewhere else." Daniel's mother immediately objected, insisting on talking face to face, but Daniel still managed to appease her and led me outside. She tried to get up to stop me, but she was too weak to stand up, so she could only anxiously ask Ernyo to go and call someone, but Ernyo kept his head down and didn't say a word. As soon as we stepped out of the house, the commotion outside immediately erupted again, with almost everyone convinced I was there to seize the land. A cacophony of curses followed, with some even calling it retribution. Meanwhile, others rushed off to deliver the message. Meanwhile, news came from the village head's house. "Father, something bad has happened. Tai Dafu has gone to Nyo's house. He's probably going to take their land." Upon hearing Tai Erju's words, the village head's face changed instantly. Father and son exchanged a glance, a glint of greed flashing in each other's eyes. Daniel's mother was seriously ill and running out of food. This was the perfect opportunity to buy their land at a low price. Tai Erju lowered his voice and said, "Dad, now is the time to act. If we can take another 10 acres of land, our family will become the new landlords." The village head felt a surge of excitement. His years of planning were about to be realized, and he naturally didn't want me to ruin it. "Let's go to Nyo's house." The two of them immediately set off, heading straight there, afraid that if they were a step too late, I would beat them to it. Meanwhile, I had already followed Nyo into the house. The house reeked of mildew, was dilapidated and messy, and I couldn't help but frown. "This place is messier than a doghouse. You should tidy it up." Daniel looked a little embarrassed and went straight to the point. "Master Tai, how can I borrow some grain?" Right now, all he cared about was grain. I sized him up and slowly said, "With your physique, you're perfect as a guard. I'm willing to take you in. All you have to do is agree." Daniel immediately agreed. "I'm willing." But I waved my hand, my tone becoming serious. "Don't rush. My guards must sign a contract of servitude. Once you sign, you're mine. I'll make sure you get your share of the spoils." I said it very bluntly. Daniel's expression changed, and he decisively shook his head. "I'll be a guard, but I won't sell myself." His bottom line was very clear. I didn't back down either, and said coldly, "I'm not at ease without a contract. Your family is currently out of food, and if this drags on any longer, your mother and you brothers will starve to death." I continued, "If you sign, I'll give you 20 caddies of grain every month. With the food saved, your mother and brother can survive. These days, this is considered quite good." Hearing 20 caddies of grain, Daniel clearly wavered. Long-term hunger made the thought of being full incredibly tempting, and he couldn't help but confirm it again. I nodded. "I wouldn't stoop so low as to lie to you." Then I pressed on, constantly coaxing him, until Dinyo finally gritted his teeth and prepared a nod. Just then, the village head's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Dinyo, are you home? Being interrupted at this crucial moment, my face immediately turned ugly. Dinyo went out to greet them, and I had no choice but to follow. The village headman saw me, his eyes narrowing slightly, clearly becoming wary. He didn't directly mention the fields, but instead asked with concern, I heard your mother is on a hunger strike? Dinyo quickly begged him to help persuade his mother to eat. The village headman readily agreed, and even invited the surrounding villagers to come inside and try to persuade her. With so many people, the scene immediately became lively. Inside the house, when Dinyo's mother saw the village head, her tone became noticeably more respectful. After being persuaded a few times, she couldn't help but shed tears, saying that since the family had run out of food, it would be better to die to save food. Her words caused a stir among the crowd, but no one could offer any food. Some people glanced at me furtively, but I remained unmoved. The village headman was calculating in his mind. He actually had grain, but he valued those few acres of land more. If he didn't lend it to them, I might snatch it away. After thinking for a while, he sighed and said, All right, I still have some grain. I'll lend it to you first. As soon as he said that, Dinyo's family was immediately moved to tears and kowtowed on the spot. The village headman quickly helped the man up, saying things like, Villagers help each other, and the surrounding people praised him, calling him a great man. At the same time, many people secretly accused me of being cold-blooded and heartless, and the atmosphere was clearly unfavorable to me. I also realized the situation was turning against me, so I didn't pursue it any further. Before leaving, I looked at Dinyo and said, Think about what I'm about to say. You only get one chance. My tone was a final test. Dinyo hesitated and nodded, while the village head secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sneered inwardly. The deal hasn't been made yet, so I still have a chance with this land. As I walked away, the crowd couldn't help but complain. Some even spat, saying I was stingy and wouldn't lend them any grain. Their emotions escalated, and some even threatened that they would never help me again if I ever needed anything. The crowd quickly turned their anger towards me, while simultaneously praising the village head, saying he was the truly good person. The village head listened with a smile, but feigned concern, waving his hand to dissuade them, which only fueled the crowd's anger. The mention of Dinyo's family in particular drew even more indignation. They said, I clearly have grain, but I won't lend it to them. I'm even eyeing their land. It's utterly heartless. The village headman, hearing these words, was secretly pleased, but outwardly maintained a facade of impartiality. At this moment, Dinyo couldn't help but say something nice for me. Master Tai is actually not bad. As soon as he said that, he was refuted by everyone, who advised him not to be deceived and emphasized that the land was his lifeline and should not be sold easily. Upon hearing this, the village head's eyes flashed with a shadow of gloom. He, too, was thinking about the Dinyo family's land, but naturally he couldn't voice it. Just then, his youngest son brought in a sack of grain. Upon seeing the grain, Dinyo's family was overjoyed and immediately kowtowed in gratitude. The village head quickly helped them up, then specifically mentioned that this grain was something they had managed to scrape together, and they had no more left. This was very clear, both demonstrating his benevolence and dissuading others from asking for more grain. Many who had originally intended to ask could only show expressions of disappointment. The village head then dismissed everyone. Once most of them had left, he called Dinyo aside into the courtyard. His tone became unusually gentle as he said that he had watched Dinyo grow up and that there were some things he needed to remind him of. He first emphasized that food supplies were limited, then changed the subject, saying that if they ever couldn't survive and had to sell land, they should absolutely not sell it to him, adding that everyone could see what kind of person he was. He added at the end, If you want to sell, come find me. I'll give you a fair price. It sounded like he was helping, but he was actually paving the way. Dinyo was somewhat touched, but still said he wouldn't sell the land. The village head wasn't angry. He simply patted him on the shoulder and told him to go back and take care of his mother. Dinyo saw him to the door before returning home. The family gathered around the grain, their feelings a complex mix of emotions, gratitude, and joy. The scene shifts, and the village head is walking back with his son, Montsong. Montsong can't help but ask why they need to borrow grain, but the village head stops him, telling him to go back and talk about it later. Just then, A villager named Da Mao stops them and begs for grain. Monsong immediately rebuked the other party, telling him to get lost. The village head continued to play the good guy, being polite but resolutely refusing to lend money. Even when Da Mao lowered his demands repeatedly, he simply frowned and sent the man away. Along the way, several more groups of people came to borrow grain, but the village head refused them all. Back home, Monsong couldn't help but complain about how these people were being delusional, and at the same time, he couldn't understand why his father had lent the grain to the Nyo. The village head then revealed the truth. That little bit of grain won't last long, and Nyo will have to sell the land sooner or later. He had calculated it very clearly. He would use a little grain to gain favor first, making it easier to acquire the land later. Monsong suddenly realized what was going on, but then worried that the Nyo would sell the land to him. The village head, however, was very confident, saying that with this favor owed to him, the Nyo would definitely give them priority. He also told his son to visit them more often, but not to say anything out of line. In the end, the father and son even started to imagine the future. Once they acquired the land and became landlords, they could marry into other landlord families, and their lives would naturally get better and better. Meanwhile, I had reached the foot of the mountain outside the village. Instead of rushing into the mountains, I turned and went to the village's stream, standing on the bank to carefully observe the water level. Seeing the noticeably lower water level, I couldn't help but frown. According to my memory, the water level should be higher at this time of year, but now it was significantly lower, and it hadn't rained for a month. A vague unease crept in my mind. This year, a drought was likely to strike. Although I had a continuous supply of water, I didn't want a drought. Once the environment was out of balance, chaos would inevitably ensue, and that was not the situation I wanted to see. Just as I was about to leave the riverbank, I suddenly saw a woman walking step by step into the water. I was stunned. Was she going to drown herself? How thrilling. I didn't stop her, but instead shouted from a distance, "Hey, if you're going to jump into the river, can't you wait until I'm gone? I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to see someone die in front of me." The woman stopped, clearly furious but feigning weakness. Wiping away her tears, she said, "My family has run out of food. We can't survive. I have no choice but to drown myself to save food for my children." She was none other than Widow Wong from the village, raising her 2 children alone after her husband died of illness. Now, her family was struggling to make ends meet, and having met me, she naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to cling to me as her lifeline. She was calculating in her mind. As long as she could hook up with me, the 3 of them would have no worries about food and drink. But I just replied with a curt "oh." The atmosphere immediately became awkward, and she could only continue her act. "Mr. Tai is kind-hearted. Please don't stop me. Let me die," she said, choking back tears. I said in a serious tone, "Fine, go ahead and jump. I heard that if you drown, you become a water ghost and need a substitute to be reincarnated. It's pretty awful." These words scared her so much that her face turned pale, and she subconsciously backed out of the water. But she still insisted, "Becoming a ghost is better than starving to death." "I'll go," I added. "Since you're going to die, do you have anything valuable? Leave me some so I can offer you a sacrifice during Qingming festival." She was completely speechless and gritted her teeth as she said, "I'm starving to death. Where would I get money?" I curled my lip in disdain. "So you're a poor wretch. It doesn't matter whether you die or not." She suppressed her anger and forced a smile, saying, "Master Tai, could you lend me some grain?" I flatly refused. "No, I'm afraid you won't be able to pay it back." She gritted her teeth and lowered her posture. "If you can't pay it back, then take people as collateral. You can do whatever you want." As she spoke, she pretended to be shy and lowered her head, secretly giving me a flirtatious wink. I felt nauseous at the sight and immediately snapped. "What do you take me for? I won't do this kind of thing." Seeing that her gentle approach wasn't working, she became completely desperate. "You really won't lend it?" I sneered. "I'm a real tightwad. If I say I won't lend it, I mean it." Before I could finish speaking, she suddenly charged at me. Startled, I backed away, shouting, "What are you doing?" Trying to abduct a man in broad daylight. But I was weak, and she caught up with me after only a few steps. She grabbed me and immediately yelled, "Indecent assault! You cheapskate trying to rape me." Before I could finish speaking, Tai Ergus suddenly jumped out, pointing at me and cursing. "You, Tai Da Fu, how dare you harass a widow? You're finished now." I retorted angrily. Are you blind? She's the one who's bothering me. Tai Ergu sneered. She's a woman. How could she do such a thing? Widow Wong then wailed. My innocence is gone. I don't want to live anymore. She threatened to jump into the river, but her hands clung tightly to me. Tai Ergu, with a righteous air, said, Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll make him pay. Then, with a cold laugh, he asked, So, shall we settle this privately or through official channels? I finally understood and sneered. So you're all in cahoots. Tai Ergu's face stiffened, and he immediately denied it, even threatening to call the village head. I didn't bother with any more words and kicked Widow Wong to the ground. She screamed, and Tai Ergu turned pale with fright. This vile woman, I, your lord, will punish her on behalf of heaven, I said coldly. Widow Wong lay on the ground, weeping bitterly. This time, the pain was genuine. Soon, the surrounding crowd was drawn by the commotion and gathered to watch. Whispers arose as everyone speculated about what had happened. Taking advantage of the situation, Tai Ergu shouted, Folks, this iron rooster tried to force himself on Widow Wong, and when she refused, he even hit her. These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. What? He actually did such a thing. He's a bully who preys on women. Tai Ergu continued to incite the crowd. If you dare to mess with a widow today, you'll dare to mess with your family tomorrow. The crowd's emotions were completely ignited, and they all echoed his sentiments. We can't let him get away with this. Go find the village head. My face darkened, and I cursed my bad luck inwardly. I felt even more strongly that I had to summon the guards as soon as possible, otherwise I would always run into trouble when I went out. Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd. The village head arrived, and everyone immediately made way for him. Seeing her protector had arrived, Widow Wong burst into tears, wailing, Village head, you must help. Tai Dafu tried to force himself on me, and when I refused, he beat me. A hint of excitement flashed in the village head's eyes, but his face remained serious. Tai Dafu, is this true? I sneered. She's talking nonsense. She clearly wanted to take advantage of me. I just kicked her away. As soon as I said this, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Some people jeering, Do you even believe it yourself? Others chimed in, If you did it, admit it. I shouted angrily, silencing everyone, and the scene instantly quieted down. At this moment, Tai Ergu stepped forward to testify. Village head, I saw him grope Widow Wong and even hit her. The village head pressed him for details, but I countered by asking for more. Tai Ergu stammered, unable to explain clearly, and could only offer vague answers, immediately appearing guilty. I seized the opportunity to retort. I think you've conspired to frame me and extort money from me. Then, pointing to Widow Wong's feet, I said, Look, everyone, her shoes are all wet. I saw her try to commit suicide by the river and helped her, only to be framed. I sneered again. With her looks, would I even look at her? The word ugly woman infuriated Widow Wong. Widow Wong retorted angrily, even wiggling her hips in public and shouting, My figure is one of the best in the village. You only like me because I can give you a son. The crowd burst into laughter, and many men couldn't help but take a few more glances. This scene immediately enraged the women nearby, who began to hurl insults. Shameless. Slut. Some even pointed out that her shoes were wet, suspecting she was lying. The situation began to turn around. Widow Wong hurriedly tried to explain, but the more she tried, the worse it got. I seized the opportunity and said coldly, A woman like this, who dares to seduce me today, will dare to seduce someone else tomorrow. She's a scourge on the village. These words immediately resonated with the women, who echoed her criticism, fearing their own men would be seduced. The situation instantly swayed entirely in my favor. The village head inwardly cursed her incompetence and could only look to Tai Ergu again for confirmation. Tai Ergu gritted his teeth and insisted he had seen it with his own eyes, but his conviction was clearly weak. I narrowed my eyes and unleashed my ultimate move. Since that's the case, then let's go to the yamen and ask the magistrate to give a fair judgment. Upon hearing that I was going to report to the authorities, Tai Ergu immediately cowered, and Widow Wong's face turned pale. She quickly changed her tune. Give me a load of grain and 10 taels of silver, and this matter will be settled. I sneered and refused. You're framing me and you want money? Dream on. Go straight to the magistrate. Tai Ergu hurriedly asked the village head to mediate, But the village head also saw that the argument was untenable, so he had to step in to smooth things over. We're all from the same village. There's no need to alarm the county magistrate. I persisted. This is no small matter. It concerns my reputation. I then set my terms. They must apologize publicly and compensate me 10 taels of silver for emotional distress. Widow Wong and Tai Ergu immediately exploded. Impossible! Why don't you just rob us? I sneered. Robbing is illegal, and I don't do such things. Pay up now, or this isn't over. Tai Ergu's face immediately turned ugly. He had originally wanted to extort money from me, but I had turned the tables on him, so he could only stubbornly say, I have no money, but you can take my life. Seeing that things were not going well, Widow Wong quickly said that we were even and turned to run away. Tai Ergu tried to run after me, but I stopped him. Before I could finish speaking, I raised my hand and slapped him hard across the face. You dare hit me! He was about to retaliate, but my harsh words silenced him, leaving him frozen in place. The next moment, I grabbed his collar and slapped him repeatedly, left and right. Serves you right for being so foul-mouthed and for framing me. The crisp sound of slaps echoed repeatedly. Tai Ergu, his face covered in blood, was completely coward and begged for mercy. Only then did I release him, coldly warning, if you dare provoke me again, I'll kill you. Tai Ergu fled in a disheveled state, his eyes filled with resentment. The village head watched coldly from the sidelines, secretly pleased. Now, the feud between me and Tai Ergu was truly over. I swaggered away, the surrounding people making way, whispering amongst themselves about my methods. Some marveled at my current aura, while others cursed Tai Ergu, saying he deserved it. The discussions raged on. The village headman's face darkened upon hearing the praise, and he immediately dispersed the crowd. He knew, however, that the news would soon spread throughout the entire village. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I returned to my residence. My hands were numb from typing, but I had at least achieved my goal of establishing my authority. However, I also know in my heart that Tai Ergu is the most troublesome kind of person. Now that we have a blood feud, I must find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. In comparison, what troubles me more is that I don't have enough subordinates. I lack a few truly loyal guards, otherwise the village head wouldn't have had to get involved and ruin my chance to win over to Nyo. Just then, Uncle Fu rushed back, first asking if I was hurt, then angrily saying he was going to find someone to demand an explanation. I waved my hand. I've already dealt with the person. Uncle Fu nodded, then suggested hiring some guards. I made it clear that I had to sign a contract of servitude, otherwise I wouldn't feel at ease. Uncle Fu was somewhat hesitant, so he suggested going to the county town to find a slave trader to buy someone. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up, and I immediately agreed. Okay, let's go tomorrow. After the master and servant finished their discussion, they each went to make preparations. Meanwhile, Tai Ergu had already returned home in a sorry state. His wife had barely uttered a word of concern when he slapped her to the ground. Tai Ergu unleashed his pin-up rage on her, punching and kicking her relentlessly until she could only cry and beg for mercy. Just then, two of his companions arrived, and he stopped, pretending nothing had happened, and ushered them inside. Once inside, Tai Ergu embellished the story, portraying himself as someone who had acted bravely and righteously, only to be humiliated by me in the end, and even cursing me through gritted teeth. The two men advised him not to provoke the landlord, but he was full of indignation. Why do they eat and drink well while we have to starve? As he spoke, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he lowered his voice, saying, Tai Fu only has him and an old servant at home. He's a perfect target. As long as we get our hands on his grain and silver, we won't have to worry about anything for the rest of our lives. After he finished speaking, he stared intently at the two men, waiting for their response. Upon hearing Tai Ergu's words, the other two's expressions changed drastically. After all, if this kind of thing were exposed, they would not only be punished, but might also go to jail. For a moment, both of them hesitated. But Tai Ergu didn't care at all and continued to entice. What's there to be afraid of? Tai Fu has no guards. This is our chance. After we do this, we'll never have to worry about food and drink, and we can take a few concubines. Wouldn't life be more comfortable than it is now? These words immediately tempted the two men, and they finally gritted their teeth and said, Let's do it. I also want to turn my life around and become a rich man. Seeing that the two men had taken the bait, Tai Ergu finally showed a satisfied smile. The three of them then huddled together and whispered to each other about the specific plan. The next morning, I prepared to head to the county town. Looking at my ox cart, I felt somewhat disgruntled, thinking it was too shabby for a landlord to ride in one, and secretly plotted to switch to a horse-drawn carriage someday. As soon as the ox cart left the village, it attracted a flurry of envy and teasing from the villagers. Some marveled at the value of the ox, while others wryly laughed at themselves, saying they couldn't even afford enough to eat, let alone buy an ox. Tai Ergu and his two companions mingled in the crowd and made a boastful statement, saying that they would each buy a cow in the future, which immediately drew laughter from the surrounding crowd. Everyone thought they were daydreaming. The three men were laughed at and their faces turned ugly, but Tai Ergu didn't care at all. Instead, he sneered, "Once we've done that, we'll each get a cow. Let's see how envious they are then." As I left the village, their resolve to carry out their plan grew stronger. Some suggested acting immediately, but Tai Ergu quickly rejected the idea, saying it would be too conspicuous during the day, and they hadn't yet figured out exactly where the silver was hidden. They had to stick to the original plan. Meanwhile, I had already entered the county town. I went to a steamed bun shop to buy breakfast and ordered 6 meat buns in one go. Uncle Fu quickly waved his hand to decline, saying that he wasn't hungry and would just eat a vegetarian bun, but I interrupted him directly. "Just eat what I'm told to eat. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Left with no other choice, Uncle Fu could only accept the meat buns, his heart overflowing with gratitude. I then drank 2 bowls of porridge, finally feeling full. Afterward, Uncle Fu and I went to the human trafficker. As soon as the trafficker saw a buyer arrive, he immediately came out with a beaming smile, and when he heard that I wanted to buy a guard, his eyes lit up. In those days, guards were mostly recruited through connections. Few people would directly pay for them. The slave trader was naturally exceptionally enthusiastic, quickly leading us to see the people. A group of people lay in the courtyard, all emaciated and with vacant eyes. The slave trader shouted, urging them all to wake up and show them to us. I glanced around and immediately became dissatisfied. "You call these young and strong?" These people were as thin as sticks, not at all like someone who could be a guard. The slave trader quickly smiled ingratiatingly and explained that the world was in bad shape these days, and it was good enough to be alive. As long as they had enough to eat, they would grow strong quickly. I didn't say anything more, but continued to select people while asking a crucial question. "Among these people, are there any whose family members are also in your hands?" The slave trader paused for a moment, then shook his head, saying no, and even advised me that buying single people would be more cost-effective. But I had my own thoughts. Compared to them, I valued those people with ties more. Just as I was about to give up and leave, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Sir, I have a younger sister." I was about to turn around when I suddenly heard someone call my name. I turned around and saw a thin boy looking at me expectantly. The slave trader next to me immediately perked up and said, "This child has a younger sister. You can buy her too." I frowned and sized him up a few times, feeling that the boy was too young and didn't meet my requirements for a bodyguard, so I refused him outright. To my surprise, the boy panicked and quickly argued, "I'm already 16, not a child anymore." His tone was full of anxiety, but I still didn't like it and was about to leave when the boy suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to me desperately, pleading, "Sir, please buy me. I'm very strong, and I would never lie to you." His actions piqued my interest. I stopped and asked him how he planned to prove it. The boy immediately stood up, found an adult man, and, in front of everyone, actually lifted him up. Everyone around was stunned, and a glint of light flashed in my eyes. I already had a plan in mind, but I didn't rush to show it. Seeing this, the slave trader immediately made an outrageous demand, asking for 50 taels. Uncle Fu frowned and objected, feeling that the price was completely unjustified. I wasn't in a hurry and turned to leave. The slave trader, sensing trouble, quickly stopped me and lowered the price to 40 taels. I still wouldn't budge, countering with 5 taels, and we soon began to haggle back and forth. After some bargaining, we finally settled on 15 taels. I took the opportunity to ask to see the boy's sister, and the slave trader quickly brought her out. The little girl looked to be only 10 years old. As soon as she saw her brother, she tried to run over, but was stopped by the thugs beside her. It was obvious that she had been beaten before, and she could only stand obediently in place, but her eyes remained fixed on her brother. I briefly asked her age, and the little girl timidly said she was 13. I knew in my heart that she looked thin and small because she had been starving for a long time, so I asked her the price directly. The slave trader asked for 10 taels of silver, but I immediately bargained down to 3 taels, and we finally settled on 5 taels. The brother and sister spent a total of 20 taels of silver from me, and then signed a contract of servitude, officially becoming my property. The slave trader wanted to continue trying to sell me maids. Although I was indeed tempted, I held back and decided to wait until I had more money. Seeing that the brother and sister were barely clothed and didn't even have shoes, I instructed Uncle Fu to buy them some things. Uncle Fu felt that buying ready-made clothes was too expensive and suggested buying fabric to make them himself, which would save money. I thought about it and agreed. After buying everything, the group drove the ox cart back to the village. Before leaving, I asked the brother and sister to get in the car, but they refused, saying they could walk back by themselves. I immediately reprimanded them with a stern face, telling them not to be stubborn, and only then did I get them into the car. Sitting on the ox cart, the brother and sister were both nervous and excited, gripping the cart floor tightly, afraid to let go. I casually asked them their names and learned that the brother was called Mao and the sister Xiao Chao. I was too lazy to change their names. Along the way, I learned more about their background from Mao. It turned out that their family had suffered the ravages of war, losing both their parents. To bury their loved ones, they had no choice but to sell themselves for a living. After hearing this, I felt even more satisfied. These people, free from all ties, were much easier to manage than those burdened with a bunch of troublesome relatives. As soon as the ox cart entered the village, the news spread quickly, and the villagers were abuzz with gossip, saying that I had brought back 2 children from outside. Some laughed at me for having no descendants, while others speculated that I planned to adopt them. Many people were dissatisfied, feeling that with so many children in the village, they had to bring 2 outsiders back, showing no regard for the community. The discussions continued one after another. Ultimately, these villagers were all resentful, especially those with children. They had all originally planned to adopt their children into the Iron Manor so that they could inherit the family business. Now that their hopes had been dashed, naturally no one could accept it. Soon someone suggested going to the village head to seek justice, and everyone agreed. They said they were thinking of me, but in reality, they were just unwilling to let an outsider take advantage of them. Meanwhile, I had already returned to the manor. I instructed Uncle Fu to settle the Mao and Xiao Chao first, while I planned to rest for a while. However, Uncle Fu couldn't help but advise me, saying that spending 20 taels to buy 2 children was really not worth it. I waved my hand to interrupt him. The people have already been bought. There's no point in saying anything now. I have my own plans. After Uncle Fu left, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that this deal wasn't a bad one. Especially to Mao. If he's trained from a young age, he'll not only be able to do things for me in the future, but it will also be easier to cultivate his loyalty. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, Uncle Fu woke me up. It turned out a large crowd had gathered outside. Even the village head had come. I felt a surge of annoyance and went out, coldly asking, "What are you doing blocking my doorway?" Someone asked me directly if I had brought back 2 children. After I confirmed, the villagers immediately went into an uproar. They all advised me that if I were to adopt someone, I should choose from within the village, and they started desperately trying to sell their own children. My son is the most filial. Mine is the most sensible. Some even exclaimed exaggeratedly, "My son doesn't even eat the eggshells when he eats eggs. He saves them for me." I almost burst out laughing when I heard that. So I just bluntly said, "You guys are trying to take advantage of someone who has no descendants, aren't you?" Everyone looked embarrassed, but they still refused to admit it and stubbornly tried to explain. I was too lazy to waste words with them, so I just started yelling, "Get out of here! With your kind of behavior, do you even deserve to be my sons?" After saying that, I told Uncle Fu to close the door, keeping them outside. The group was turned away and became quite angry, cursing me for not recognizing their kindness. The village head, too lazy to intervene, simply said, "Let each of you do what you can," and turned to leave. Back at the manor, Uncle Fu comforted me, telling me not to get angry. But I didn't care at all and instead started arranging dinner. I told Uncle Fu not to cook himself anymore and to teach Xiao Chao how to cook first. I also specifically instructed him to put plenty of meat in the first meal so that the 2 children could have a good meal. Before long, the food was served, but Xiao Chao stood to the side, too afraid to move. She said she was there to serve the master his meal, but I simply sent her off to eat. Xiao Qiao returned to her room and sat down with Damao. Looking at the white rice and stir-fried vegetables with meat on the table, the two of them hesitated to even touch their chopsticks. Uncle Fu, standing beside them, smiled and explained that this was specially ordered by the master and that they should eat without worry. Hearing this, the two men's eyes lit up and they nodded repeatedly. Once Damao picked up his chopsticks, he couldn't stop, shoveling bowl after bowl into his mouth. Uncle Fu, watching from the side, broke out in a cold sweat, fearing that this kid would eat up the family fortune in one meal. When Damao finally stopped eating, Uncle Fu breathed a sigh of relief. But Damao was somewhat apprehensive, afraid that he had eaten too much and would be kicked out. Uncle Fu forced a smile and comforted him, saying that he was just too hungry to eat like that. Then, Uncle Fu told me about it. I listened without a second thought. Since they've become my people, they can't go hungry. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu was taken aback, realizing that I, the master, had indeed changed. I simply replied, "People always change." Uncle Fu nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Meanwhile, Damao and Xiao Qiao chatted quietly as they tidied up. Xiao Qiao exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, I actually got to eat meat." Damao couldn't help but sigh. "We've met a good master." The siblings secretly vowed to do their jobs well from now on. Little Grass asked softly, "Will he still be able to eat meat in the future?" Big Hair hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Probably not." A hint of disappointment flashed in Little Grass's eyes. She would be satisfied if she could eat meat once a year. But when she looked at the food on the table the next morning, she was stunned. Little Grass looked at her incredulously and asked cautiously, "Uncle Fu, is this really for us?" She felt like she was dreaming yesterday that she could eat meat, and she never expected to see meat again this morning. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded, saying, "You're lucky. The master has spoken, so you'll have meat with every meal from now on. We servants are also benefiting from this. You must remember the master's kindness." The brother and sister's eyes lit up, and they nodded repeatedly. Uncle Fu added, "Other families don't get this kind of treatment. Some families don't even have enough to eat." After hearing this, Xiao Qiao and Damao felt even more grateful to me. After the meal, Uncle Fu brought them to see me. As soon as they entered, the two knelt down and said excitedly, "Master, we will definitely work hard from now on." I waved my hand and told them to get up. "As long as you are obedient and work hard, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. Damao, you can eat as much as you want and get stronger, so you can be my guards in the future." Damao immediately patted his chest and assured me, "Don't worry, sir. My life is yours." He then solemnly declared that he would definitely beat the sandbag until it shits. I was speechless and had to explain that the sandbag was for practicing martial arts, not for him to beat until it shits. Seeing how simple-minded he was, I was even more pleased. I smiled and said, "Work hard, and you might become the #1 lackey in the world someday." Damao's eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded excitedly. "Master, I will definitely do it." I turned to Xiao Qiao and said, "You too, do your job well. When there are more maids in the manor, you might even become the head maid." Xiao Qiao was thrilled and quickly promised to work hard. Damao, standing beside her, was so moved that he shed tears, feeling that the two siblings had finally made it through. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, I announced, "From now on, each of you will receive 30 copper coins per month, and if you do well, you can get a raise." The two men were stunned. They never expected that selling themselves into slavery would actually earn them wages, and they were so excited that they couldn't speak. Long live the master! The two had barely uttered the words when I quickly waved my hand to stop them. "You can't just shout like that. From now on, we'll all shout loyalty." The three of them immediately shouted loyalty in unison, which made me feel very comfortable and secretly pleased. If they keep shouting like this every day, sooner or later it will be ingrained in their bones. Then I asked about the clothes. Uncle Fu was about to find someone to make them, but Xiao Qiao offered to do the needlework herself. I waved my hand and said, "That's too slow. Let's find someone to make them." Then I instructed Uncle Fu to spread the word and find 2 women to make the clothes, paying each of them 8 coins. Uncle Fu was stunned when he heard this, thinking that the price was too high. I sneered, "I just want to take this opportunity to make those who talk badly about me behind my back suffer a loss." At this point, my smile became somewhat sinister, and Damao and Xiao Qiao involuntarily shrank back, their fear of me growing even stronger. "Uncle Fu, however, simply nodded in agreement and quickly spread the word. In an instant, the news that I needed to hire someone to make clothes spread like wildfire throughout Tieja village. Chapter 16, The Women's War. Have you heard? The miser wants to find 2 women in our village to help him make clothes. Really? Someone as stingy as him would actually ask someone for help. But could it be fake? This should be true. It was said by Uncle Fu in his household himself. Wow. Do you guys think this miser is possessed by a ghost? He's so stingy, yet he's actually willing to hire someone. Who knows, but this is a good thing for us. If this miser continues like this, we might be able to get something from him. I heard that this miser only gives each person 8 coins. Everyone gasped in shock. That's the same as the men. This isn't like him at all. Has he taken the wrong medicine? Let's go take a look. Yes, let's go take a look. These old women walked together toward the Iron Mansion at a very fast pace. Of course, it wasn't just women. Idle men also joined in the fun. Uncle Fu rushed into the room in a panic. Sir, all the old women from the village have arrived and are standing at the door. What should we do next? Now that we're here, I'll go and meet them. As the gate was opened, chaos erupted outside. He's out. The miser is out. Taidafu was speechless. These old women have no manners whatsoever. They don't even know how to address the Iron Man. Taidafu also knew that he shouldn't have too high hopes for women. Ahem, quiet. The crowd immediately fell silent, and one of the women couldn't help but speak first. Master Tai, I heard you're looking to hire 2 people to help make clothes, and you'll pay them 8 coins a day. Is that true? Everyone turned to look at Taidafu, fearing he might be lying. Yes, it's true. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wow, it's actually true. 8 copper coins. If we eat this grain sparingly, it will last us for several days. Master Tai, what do you think of me? My skills are among the best in our Thai family village. Bullshit. With your skills, don't embarrass yourself in public. Mr. Iron, choose me. I can make clothes quickly and well. Master Tai, choose me. My craftsmanship is the best in Thai family village. Bullshit. I'm the best cook in Tieja village. You're the one who's talking nonsense. You shameless slut with your pants down. You dare to compare yourself to me. How dare you insult me? I'll fight you to the death. Seeing the chaotic scene, Taidafu was in a great mood. You dare speak ill of me? I'll make you regret it. The men who were watching the spectacle also joined in the commotion. Go, tear her clothes off. Tear them hard. Pants, take her pants off. Yes, that's it, take her pants off. One of the women actually took off the man's pants without thinking, and the man stared wide-eyed at the sight of the big, white buttocks. Everyone exclaimed that it was worth the trip. Damn, this trip was definitely worth it. That ass is so white. The village head also came over, and his face darkened instantly when he saw the scene before him. Stop. What are you all standing there for? Pull them apart. The village head still held some prestige, and although the people were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. The separation of the people was a great pity to everyone. It's a pity we were just a little short of seeing the crack. Yes, it would have been better if the village head had come a little later. The village head, his face dark, reprimanded. Look at you all. What kind of behavior is this? Aren't you afraid of exposing yourselves in broad daylight? Village head, you have to stand up for me. This bitch started it. You're talking nonsense. You were the one who insulted me first. Village head, that bitch just pulled down my pants. You're still grabbing my breasts. You've squeezed them all flat. Seeing that the two were going too far, the village head could no longer hold back. Shut up, all of you. The village head was also annoyed by these old women. He didn't want to deal with them. They were too much trouble. Dafu, I heard you're looking for someone. Is that true? That's right, it's true. Even the village head is interested. Since we have a good relationship, we can let your sister-in-law come over. Count her in. The village head's wife's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she was about to step forward when the village head grabbed her arm. Then there's no need. There are people in the village who need it more. Let's give this opportunity to someone else. Upon hearing this, everyone began to speak. The village head is truly righteous. It has to be the village head, someone who cares about us all. Mr. Iron, who will you choose? All eyes turned to Tai Dafu once again. Tai Dafu stroked his chin. I'm in a difficult position too. There are only 2 people doing this job, but there are so many of you. It's a difficult decision for me to decide who to give it to and who not to give it to. What's so difficult about this? Why don't you just recruit us all? More people means more power, and we can get things done faster. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, Mr. Tai. More people means faster work, and you'll be able to wear your new clothes sooner. Tai Dafu smirked. Do you really think I'm a fool? You've confessed everything. How can you even bring yourself to say that? Some people felt embarrassed, while others didn't take it seriously. Tai Dafu took in everyone's gazes, looked around, and made a decision. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the two young women. You too, it's just the two of you. The chosen people looked incredulous. They never expected such a stroke of luck to fall from the sky and happen to land on them. After realizing what had happened, the two quickly thanked him. Thank you very much, Mr. Tai. Don't worry, we will do our best. The other women were unhappy. Mr. Iron, we refuse to accept this. Yes, we disagree. Those two are so young, their skills are nowhere near as good as ours. The mothers-in-law. Exactly, we should be chosen. The two young women looked at Tai Dafu nervously, afraid that he would not let them work. The families of the two young women were immediately displeased. You're talking nonsense. My daughter-in-law's cooking is amazing. Anyone who spouts this nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. My daughter-in-law's cooking skills are top-notch. Tai Dafu looked at these women and said in a calm tone, I don't need your approval to do things, but for the sake of being from the same village, I can tell you why I chose those two. Many of you have spoken ill of me, but I have never heard either of them say anything bad about me. That's why I chose them. Do you understand now? Mr. Tai, we haven't said anything bad about you. Yes, Mr. Tai, we really didn't say anything bad about you. Some people did not say anything bad about Tai Dafu, but these women were too ugly. Since we're hiring, we should definitely hire two people we find agreeable. Since they're all women anyway, and the clothes they make are for servants, they don't need to be made particularly nice. All right, we found Master and Ben. You can all disperse now. As for whether they spoke ill of me, I know the truth in my heart. The two women exchanged a glance and followed Tai Dafu into the Tai residence. Looking at the closed gate, many women showed expressions of regret. I should have known better than to speak ill of Tai Dafu in the first place. Chapter 17, Training Big Hair. Yeah, who knew that this miser would actually turn out to be a good person? Some people disagreed, even believing they were not wrong. We didn't say anything wrong. It's all his own fault for being such a tightwad. Exactly. In my opinion, with so many capable people to choose from, why pick those two women? He must have ulterior motives. Yes, it must be because those two young wives are pretty. Hey sister, you'd better watch out for your daughter-in-law. If something really happens to her, you'll regret it. Get out. My daughter-in-law is the most virtuous and sensible woman in the family. She would never do anything wrong. If you dare to spout nonsense again, believe me, I'll tear your mouth apart. Hey, really? Well, just wait and see. Then everyone started to leave, but the families of the two daughters-in-law did not leave. Mother, I'll go call my wife back. We can't let her do chores for that miser. You're not allowed to go. But that's my wife. If this tightwad really does something, it'll be too late. Our family is about to run out of food, and that's 8 coins. If you call her back, you'll have to pay me. But there's no but about it. It's not like she's alone. Don't worry, everything will be fine. And so the man was pulled back by his mother. The other shop was in a similar situation. After all, 8 coins was still very tempting. The two women followed Tai Dafu into the mansion, somewhat nervous. Master Tai, when shall we begin making the clothes? We need to take your measurements first. Tai Dafu pointed to Mao and Xiao Chao. It's not for me to make clothes, it's for each of these two little ones, and I also need to make them a pair of shoes. The two were taken aback, then suddenly understood. It seems the rumors are true. Master Tai really did adopt a son and a daughter. The two of them didn't dare to delay, and quickly took the measurements. Tai Dafu didn't have time to watch the woman make clothes, so he waited until Mao had taken the measurements before speaking to him. Mao grabbed the bag. Let's go to the river and get some sand to make a sandbag. Mao had long wanted to see what a sandbag was, so he nodded quickly. Uncle Fu, you stay at home, and Xiao Chao can help look after things too. Yes, sir. Tai Dafu led Mao through the village, and everyone was taken aback, then began to whisper among themselves. Is that the son that Tai Dafu found? It seems so. What's so great about that kid? He's not even as good as one of my grandson's fingers. This Tai Dafu must be out of his mind. He actually didn't go looking for someone he knew well. When he gets old and can't move around anymore, this person definitely won't take care of him in his old age. That's right, Tai Dafu is really blind. He'll get what's coming to him. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. Forget what just happened. It's just 8 copper coins for work. Who cares? His words were laced with sourness, and his eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Moreover, he lowered his voice, clearly afraid that Tai Dafu would hear him. Day's wife was one of the women who made clothes for Tai Dafu. Day was initially quite depressed, but he was stunned when he saw Tai Dafu. Why is Tai Dafu out? Doesn't that mean my wife really did go in just to make clothes? Thinking of this, my originally sad mood instantly improved. Thinking of this, he quickly ran to Tai Dafu's side. Greetings, Mr. Tai. My wife just went to the manor to make clothes for you. Where are you going? Tai Dafu glanced at him. Go to the river and get some sand, then make a sandbag. Sandbag? Mr. Tai, I'll go with you. Maybe I can help. Whatever, come along if you want. Day's face lit up with joy. All right, thank you, Mr. Iron. Tai Dafu is now a celebrity in the village, and his every move naturally attracts a lot of attention. Some bored people follow behind him, wanting to see what Tai Dafu was up to. Tai Dafu also noticed the people behind him, but he didn't care. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the riverbank. See this sand? First, put it in a bag, then put it in the river to wash away the mud, leaving all the sand behind. Following Tai Dafu's instructions, the 2 quickly obtained a bag of sand. That's enough, that's all. The river immediately began to flow. I will escort you back to your residence. Okowo. Free labor is free, so why not use it? With the help of Demao and He, the items were quickly returned to the mansion. Seeing that the other party had not left, Tai Dafu couldn't help but frown. Is there anything else? Master Tai, my wife is having her clothes made here. Can I wait for her to go back together? Don't worry, I won't want her off. I'll just stay in the yard and wait. Although the other party had helped him, Tai Dafu didn't want the other party to stay there uncomfortably. Don't worry, your wife and another person are in that room, helping to make clothes and teaching Xiao Qiao, by the way. They will go back before dark. As for you, you should go back. Day nodded helplessly. All right, then I won't bother Mr. Tai any longer. Seeing that the other party did not seem to be harassing his wife, Day was finally relieved. He left the Iron Mansion but did not return. Instead, he waited at the gate. Villagers saw it and immediately gathered around. Day, what were you doing following that miser just now? Yes, tell us about it. Day looked smug. This is a secret between me and Master Tai. How could I tell you? Hearing the secret, everyone became even more excited. Day, I once caught a field mouse and roasted it for dinner, and I shared a mouse leg with you. You mustn't forget this immense kindness. Me too. I gave you a little something before. You can't be ungrateful. All right, I'll tell you, but this favor is off, and no one is allowed to bring it up again. Good. Day cleared his throat. Ahem, listen up everyone. Master Tai asked me to get some sand, put it in a bag, and tie it to a tree. Huh, you're gonna tie it to a tree and let it dry. That's a good question. I don't know either. What? You don't know? Then you still want to offset my rat leg. That's right, Day. You're such a jerk. I didn't force you. You chose to do it yourselves. Although I don't know for sure, I already have a vague guess in my mind. This made everyone even more curious. What guess? Use your brains to think about what you're going to do by hanging sand on a tree. You're probably just trying to test how sturdy the tree is. If anyone dares to mess with him in the future, he'll hang them from tree. Those around gasped in shock. Wow, really? Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would it be hanging from a tree? My God, this miser is too ruthless. He actually wants to hang us from a tree. We shouldn't offend him in the future. He's too scary. Landlords are indeed ruthless. Not far away, 3 people were watching all of this. Brother Dog, shall we still make a move? Chapter 18, The Smell of Meat Makes Meat Appetizing. Keep your voice down. We'll talk when we get back. The 3 of them soon arrived at a secluded place. Brother Dog, maybe we should just let this go. That tightwad is too ruthless. Yeah, Dog Bro, we might not be able to afford to mess with him. What are you afraid of? Tai Dafu and an old man. How could they possibly be a match for the 3 of us? Brother Dog, now, they're not just 2 people, they're 4. They've adopted 2 new kids. You said it yourself. They're just 2 kids. There's no need to worry about them. Considering his wealth, don't you want to buy the cattle? In rural areas, no one could resist the temptation of buying cattle, which was equivalent to buying a Ferrari in modern society at that time. Greed rekindled in their eyes. Of course we want to, but there are too many people from the Iron Mansion right now, so it might be difficult to make a move. It's all right. an old man, two teenagers, and a little girl. These old, weak, sick, and disabled people can't stop the three of us brothers. Since Brother Dog has said so, we have to do it. When do we make our move? We can't wait any longer. Let's make our move at midnight tonight. Isn't this a bit too fast? What do you know? We need to hurry, lest things get complicated. Let's make some preparations. Manhwa and the other two were somewhat conflicted, so Urgu quickly continued to persuade them. At this point, what's there to hesitate about? Besides, we're only after money, not murder, so nothing will happen to us. I'm thinking about buying a cow, building a new house, and eating meat every day. The two were once again fed up with the empty promises Ergo made. Damn it, let's do it. I did it too. Ergo smiled and patted the two of them on the shoulders. This is my good brother, Ergo. Let's take a good rest now. We'll make our move tonight. Tonight is the night the three of U.S. brothers will rise to the top. The three children nodded emphatically, their eyes filled with longing, yet also tinged with cruelty. Over here, Tai Dafu pointed to the prepared sandbags and said to Damao, Damao, this is the sandbag. From now on, your task is to hit it 1,000 times every day. Ah, master, isn't this just a waste of effort? Wasting effort is wasting food. Damao couldn't understand why this was the case. After all, doing this would mean consuming a lot more food, so it was better to lie down and save food. You only dare to do what I ask. You'll have plenty of food. Eat as much as you want. This is also to improve your combat power, make you stronger, and enable you to better protect me in the future. Sir, does pounding this really help? Of course it's useful. What you need to do now is to exercise properly. If anyone messes with me in the future, you'll beat them up for me. If I bully someone, you'll beat them up for me too. In short, I'll tell you who to punch, and you'll punch whoever I tell you to. From now on, you're the punch king of our Iron Manor. Upon hearing King of Hammers, Damao nodded excitedly. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely practice hard. Not bad. I'll give you a demonstration first. Watch carefully. Hey, huh. Tai Dafu threw a left hook and a right hook while shaking his head repeatedly. Did you see that clearly? That's it. While you're attacking, be careful to dodge the enemy's attacks. Try it. Damao nodded and began to strike a few times as Tai Dafu had taught him. That's right. You need to use the power of your waist to punch. You can feel it. That way you can punch harder and faster. Damao looked at Tai Dafu with admiration. Yes, sir, you know so much. That's right. When I was young, I was very hot-tempered. I was known as the boss of Tieja village. I could cut down anyone from one end of the village to the other. Damao's eyes sparkled as he looked at Tai Dafu, while Uncle Fu beside him couldn't help but shake his head. He knew his master very well. He never even fought, let alone stabbed anyone, but he didn't expose him. Sir, is this thing really useful? I've heard that other people practice dancing by wielding spears and sticks. It will definitely be useful, but you've reminded me that I can't just practice boxing. I also need to practice with weapons. Just get him a wooden stick. Let him practice properly first. Yes, sir. Lunchtime arrived quickly. At the entrance, they sniffed hard. This smells like meat? No wonder they're landlords. They're so extravagant. He had just finished his remark when he saw many people carrying wild vegetable porridge walking over. They looked at these people with surprise. What are you doing? Didn't you smell the miser preparing meat to eat? I can smell it. That settles it then, Day. Today your grandpa will teach you a trick. Watch closely. The old man first sniffed the aroma of the meat a few times, then took a big gulp of the wild vegetable porridge. He looked completely satisfied and blissful. This meat congee smells so good. Grandpa, what you're drinking is clearly wild vegetable porridge. Where's the meat? Imagine. Do you understand? You can already smell the aroma of meat. Is it so hard to imagine the wild vegetables in your bowl as meat? Day looked enlightened and gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. By the way, Day, it's almost lunchtime. Hasn't your wife come out yet? Not yet. TSK. This miser is really stingy. He won't even let us eat. Don't talk nonsense. Maybe my wife is eating meat in there. Come on. Someone as stingy as you eating meat? You really dare to dream. Day instantly lost confidence. After all, it was meat, and even he wouldn't be willing to give it to outsiders. Even if I can't eat meat, I still have 8 coins. When I have money, I can go and buy 2 ounces of meat. Upon hearing this, everyone looked on with envy. Dave proudly raised his head, though of course he wouldn't spend that money on meat. One of them said sourly, "Don't be too happy yet. Who knows if that miser will go back on his word? Probably not. He's a landlord after all. The landlord next door, originally said he'd pay 5 coins a day, but your Aunt Sawa worked hard all day and only got 3 coins. They find all sorts of excuses to deduct money from your pay. Those damn landlords. Day's expression immediately darkened. He knew it was true. Hopefully, this tightwad will be generous this once. I don't know what's wrong with this miser lately. I've never seen him eat meat every day before, but these past few days he's been eating meat every day. He's still the same old miser. We're all from the same village, and he won't even give us a little bit. Exactly. Aren't you afraid of getting a stomach ulcer from eating all by yourself? Inside the Iron Mansion, just as Tai Dafu was about to eat, Uncle Fu walked in. Sir, should we send those 2 women back now? It's lunchtime. Why send them back? Get them some food and let them eat here. Sir, you're truly kind-hearted. I will take care of it right away. Tai Dafu is quite generous to those who work for him, so that they can work better. Besides, he's a landlord. If he's frugal with even this little bit of stuff, wouldn't that be beneath his status as a landlord? In another room, 2 young women were sewing clothes, but their noses kept twitching. It smells so good. This old man is living a good life. Yes, otherwise why would he be a landlord? Sister Chunhwa, do you think old Master Tai might get us some meat too? Stop dreaming. Even if there's no meat, it would be nice to have some porridge. All right, look around. Which local landlord is in charge of meals? They all cut back on their meals. Eating their food is like taking their lives. Let's just get back to work. Sigh, it's really boring to work on an empty stomach. Even if it's exhausting, we have to keep going. We have to endure it for those 8 coins. How about we go back and get something to eat? Absolutely not. What if he uses this? Oh, okay. Just then, Uncle Fu walked in. Chapter 19, The 2 Women's Shock. Follow me. Are they trying to send us back? The 2 exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with worry. Butler, is there something we've done wrong? Uncle Fu was a little confused. No. Seeing the 2 of them trembling with fear, he seemed to understand something and immediately slapped his forehead. It's my fault for not explaining clearly. The master is kind-hearted and doesn't want you to work hungry. That's why I sent this old man to invite you all to dinner. The 2 women immediately gaped open. The stingy guy really does provide meals. The woman regretted her words as soon as she finished speaking and immediately covered her mouth. Chunhwa glared at her and gave Uncle Fu an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. She was a bit careless with her words. She didn't mean anything by it. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to the housekeeper. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately bowed in respect. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I was being rude. Please don't send me away. He then slapped his own mouth a few times as he spoke. Uncle Fu waved his hand. All right, watch your step from now on. The master is the best person in the world. Yes. Master Tai is a truly great philanthropist. Uncle Fu then led the 2 towards the dining area. The 2 whispered to each other behind him. Sister Chunhwa, what do you think Master Tai will give us to eat? We'll eat whatever they give us. You can't expect to be picky when it's free. No way, I was just curious. You should think before you speak from now on. Remember, always call me Master Tai, and don't use any other titles. The woman stuck out her tongue. Understood, Sister Chunhwa. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the dining area, where Mao and Xiao Chao were already seated. However, the 2 did not eat, but waited for Uncle Fu to come back so they could eat together. Didn't I say you guys eat first? Uncle Fu, how can we eat before you arrive? We must all eat together. This child, there's no need for that. Despite saying that, Uncle Fu's face was full of smiles as he turned to look at Chunhwa and the other person. Don't just stand there, sit down and eat with us. Xiao Chao was very perceptive and served the 2 of them more rice. Looking at the white rice, the 2 swallowed hard. Is this really for us to eat? Of course it's for you to eat. Don't be shy, eat up. The 2 women sat down, looking at the white rice in front of them, hesitant to take a bite. Uncle Fu couldn't help but frown. Eat up. Do you expect me to keep talking? No need, we'll eat now. The 2 women then picked up their chopsticks and immediately began to eat. Savoring the delicate fragrance of the white rice in their mouths, the 2 women couldn't help but close their eyes and savor the taste. Uncle Fu couldn't help but shake his head as he watched. He knew that the common people were having a hard time, and he was grateful to have become the steward of the Iron Mansion and be able to live such a good life. That's why he was so loyal to Tai Dafu's family, even at the cost of his own life. After chewing the rice in their mouths, the 2 women couldn't wait to take another bite. This time, their eating speed was significantly faster. Their hunger instinct forced them to eat more quickly. Seeing the two frantically shoveling rice into their mouths, the kind-hearted Xiao Qiao felt a pang of pity. I specially put some vegetables and 2 pieces of meat in their bowls. Xuanhua's expression changed as she looked at the meat in the bowl. I can't eat this meat. Here, take it back. As she was about to put the meat back into Xiao Cao's bowl, Xiao Qiao grabbed her own bowl and dodged away. Sister Chunhua, you eat. I eat meat every day because I'm with a master. We eat meat every day. The 2 women were stunned by Xiao Cao's words. They simply couldn't imagine what it would be like to eat meat every day. If I could eat meat every day, I'd live for another year, and it would be worth it. You can also pick up and eat these dishes. Seeing that Uncle Fu had spoken, the 2 women stopped refusing. Chunhua looked at the 2 pieces of meat in the bowl and couldn't help but swallow several times. To be honest, she was a little reluctant to eat those 2 pieces of meat. She wanted to take them back for her child. But the thought that this was on someone else's turf meant they definitely wouldn't let them take it back. Only then did he carefully pick up a piece and put it in his mouth. She didn't even dare to bite with her teeth and held it in her mouth for 2 minutes before finally using her teeth. The moment you bite into it, the aroma of meat fills your entire mouth. Is this meat? It tastes so good. Mom, your daughter is eating meat. Wah. Her mother told her this when she got married. If you can eat meat at your husband's family home, then you've married the right man. Now she has finally fulfilled what her mother had said. Mother, I married the right person. I'm eating meat in Tiejia village now. The other woman wasn't much better off. She also ate until she cried. Seeing them like this, Xiao Qiao thought of herself in the past. She also can't afford meat, and thinking about her current life, she feels like she's living in a dream. So she couldn't help but put more food on the 2 women's plates. Thanks. Uncle Fu did not say anything when he saw this. During this time, Chunhua and the other 2 girls were quite tactful. Apart from the dishes that Xiao Qiao served them, they didn't take a single bite themselves. After dinner, the 2 women returned to the room where they were making clothes. Sister Chunhua, I actually ate meat today. Can you pinch me so I can see if this is a dream? Chunhua pinched his arm as instructed. Ouch, that really hurts. It's real, not a dream. My goodness, I never imagined I'd eat so much meat during a holiday. No, even during holidays like Chinese New Year, we don't get to eat meat. Even if you eat meat at your husband's family home, it's almost never the daughter-in-law's turn. The men always eat first, then the mother-in-law, then the children, and finally the women. This is the exact opposite of my previous life, in which I was definitely the man who ended up last. All right, calm down. Now that we've eaten meat, we should work hard. I'll try to finish the clothes as soon as possible. I can't let the family down. The woman nodded emphatically. Understand, Sister Chunhua. Do you think that since Master Tai is feeding us meat, he might not pay us our wages? This it shouldn't be. But what if we don't get paid? The meals we ate were just as good as wages. The woman nodded, mentally prepared herself not to be paid. Not long after, Xiao Qiao also came in. Upon seeing the grass, the 2 immediately greeted it warmly. After being served food, the 2 were filled with gratitude toward Xiao Qiao. Miss Grass, thank you for earlier. Don't call me Mississippi. I'm not a Mississippi. I'm just a maid that the master bought. Ah, a maid? Yes, I am the master's maid, and my brother is a guard. Chunhua and Xiao Qiao looked at each other in confusion. They and the people of Taijaikan all thought that Xiao Qiao and Xiao Qiao were Tai Dafu's adopted children. Unexpectedly, they were just maids and guards. The 3 quickly became friends, chatting as they worked. Little Grass, what kind of person is Master Tai? Chapter 20. Everyone was shocked to learn they could eat meat. Master is the best person in the world. He is very generous and treats us servants very well. Following the master, I get to eat white rice and meat every day. As she spoke, the little Grass licked her lips, a happy smile spreading across her face. Seeing her like this, Chunhua and the other girl both looked on with envy. For the first time, they felt that being a servant was not bad. Because they ate meat, both women worked exceptionally well. Sure enough, the 2 finished making their clothes as soon as the sun went down. After glancing at the clothes, and then at Xiao Qiao and the other girl who looked so eager, Tai Dafu smiled at them. Try it on to see if it fits. Sir, these are new clothes. Why don't you wear them for the new year? Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu's face darkened. Forget about wearing it for the new year. Wear it now. Seeing Tai Dafu's firm attitude, the 2 little ones happily accepted the clothes. Before long, the 2 of them had finished dressing. Spin around and show this master. The two obediently did as instructed, and Tai Dafu nodded in satisfaction. The craftsmanship is quite good. Chunhua and the other woman breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as they were afraid that Tai Dafu would be dissatisfied. It's worth noting that they had worked for other landlords before, and they would inspect the work each time. The other party kept finding fault and trying to lower the wages. Uncle Fu, here's the money. Uncle Fu immediately took out 16 copper coins from his pocket and gave each person 8 coins. The two women were somewhat dazed as they looked at the 8 coins in their hands. They were prepared for their wages to be withheld. After all, they had eaten meat and white rice. Seeing that their wages hadn't been reduced at all, the two women were so excited they wanted to shout. Thank you, sir. All right, come again tomorrow. I'm planning to make them 2 sets of clothes to alternate wearing. Upon hearing this, the little grass immediately shook its head. No need, sir. We can still wear the same outfit we had before. What are you going to wear? They're all full of holes. You're my men now, and if you dress poorly, you're disgracing me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao and the other person immediately fell silent. Chunhua and the other girl looked at Xiao Xiao and Damao with envy. Old Master Tai is so good to those two. Thinking that they would receive money again tomorrow, the two were so excited that they quickly bowed. Thank you very much, Mr. Tai. We will definitely come early tomorrow. Tai Dafu nodded. Chunhua and the other two women walked outside, still seemingly in a dream. Sister Chunhua, old Master Tai didn't deduct a single penny from us. Yes, Mr. Tai is a really nice man. I also think Mr. Tai is a very good person, but I don't know who spread the rumor that Mr. Tai is a miser. Those people must be jealous of Master Tai. That's why they're talking badly about him. We must never speak ill of Mr. Iron again. Yes, Master Tai is a very good person. I will only speak well of him from now on. The two women excitedly hurried away, just as they opened the gates of the Iron Mansion. I saw my family waiting at the door. Upon seeing their wives, the two men breathed a sigh of relief. Wife, how did it go? Did you pay? Chunhua carefully took out the 8 coins. The onlookers stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Wow, I can't believe they actually gave me 8 coins. My goodness, this miser is incredibly generous. Why wasn't my wife made the clothes? Everyone was incredibly jealous at that moment, wishing they could snatch the money back and hold it in their hands. Dae listened to the surrounding people's discussions, his face full of pride, and grabbed Chunhua's hand. Wife, we shouldn't flaunt our wealth. Let's go home quickly. Although he is a man, his mother manages all the money in the family. In ancient times, women were in charge of external affairs while men were in charge of internal affairs, with women generally holding the reins of finances. Of course, when a man needs money, a woman will also take out her own money. Back home, the whole family immediately surrounded him, especially his mother-in-law, who asked with concern, Chunhua, have you paid? Chunhua nodded and took out a copper coin. When the mother-in-law saw it, her eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. I never expected that someone as stingy as a miser could be so generous. Chunhua immediately retorted, Mom, Master Tai is a very nice person. He's not stingy at all. Chunhua, you are still too young. I have been married into Tiejia village for more than 20 years. Do you think I don't know what kind of person Tai Dafu is? Mom, Mr. Tai is really generous. He even provided us with lunch today, and we even had meat. Upon hearing this, those around him gasped in shock. Chunhua, you really got to eat meat. Yes, at that time. Chunhua immediately recounted everything that had happened that day. Everyone listened and secretly clicked their tongues in amazement. Goodness, has this miser really changed his ways? Chunhua's daughter tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mom, is the meat delicious? Looking into her daughter's longing eyes, Chunhua felt a pang of sadness. Delicious. Meat is the most delicious thing in the world. Everyone around swallowed hard, imagining how delicious the meat would be. At this moment, Dae couldn't help but say, Mother, why don't we buy some meat? I haven't eaten meat for a year. Eat, all you know is eating. You want to eat meat too? Why don't you just fly to the moon? In these times of year, if you have money, you'll definitely buy grain. As for meat, forget about it. Dae was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but he did not refute it. After all, in this era, fate is paramount, and its importance is self-evident. Oh, right. Mother, Master Tai, said he'll be going over tomorrow to make some clothes for Xiao Xiao and the others. The mother-in-law's face lit up with joy. Real. Chunhua nodded. All right, is it still 8 coins? Well, Master Tai didn't say, so it must be true. Chunhua, you must do a good job. Who knows, that iron-fisted old man might ask you for work in the future. Mother, don't worry, your daughter-in-law knows what to do. However, let's not speak ill of Master Tai anymore, and especially not call him by his nickname. After listening, the mother-in-law nodded in deep agreement. Listen to me, all of you. From now on, no one in our family is allowed to speak ill of Master Tai. Not even the Iron Rooster is allowed to crow. If my mother finds out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Okay, Mom/Grandma. The old woman nodded in satisfaction. A similar thing happened at another company, and they were all very grateful to Tai Dafu. Tai Dafu truthfully gave 8 coins, and the news quickly spread throughout the village. Some idle old women even came to both families to verify this. Big River Girl, did the miser really give 8 coins? Yes. How come this stingy miser is suddenly so generous? Dae-Nyang immediately nodded. It was indeed given exactly 8 coins, not a single coin more or less. Mr. Iron is not some miser. Everyone should be more careful with their words in the future. To be honest, Mr. Tai is a really nice guy. He even provided lunch for us. Do you know what? That was pure white rice, and meat too. This immediately caused an uproar among the women. Chapter 21, There Are Thieves. What? Rice and meat? Goodness gracious, Mother River, are you talking nonsense? Exactly. That miserly guy is so stingy, he won't even eat meat himself. How could he give it to you? I also think it's unlikely. Could it be that they got 8 coins and are just saying nice things to him on purpose? Upon hearing this, Dae-Nyang immediately became displeased. What do you take me for? How could I lie for a mere 8 coins? Anyway, it's true. Believe it or not, it's up to you. As she spoke, Dae-Nyang began to drive people away, and a group of women were driven out of the courtyard. Judging from Dae-Nyang's expression, it's probably true. Good heavens, the sun must have risen in the west. This miser has actually stopped being so stingy. If you ask me, this is a good thing. Maybe we can benefit from it too. That's right. Why don't we go ask him now? Maybe he'll be in a good mood and give us meat too. Well, we didn't help him with any work. Even if he's stupid, he probably won't give us any meat to eat. That makes sense. Let's go ask him and see if he still has any work for us to do. Even if I don't get paid, I'd be happy to have rice and meat to eat. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Let's go together. Then a large group of women walked towards Tai Dafu's house. Sir, a group of village women have come to visit. Tai Dafu couldn't help but frown. What are they doing here? They said they had something they wanted to ask you. Then let's go take a look, just to help digest our food. Upon seeing Tai Dafu emerge, the women all spoke up. Mr. Tai, I heard that working at your house not only pays wages, but also provides meals. Is that true? I heard that the meals consist of fluffy white rice and fragrant meat. Is that true? Tai Dafu didn't hide anything and nodded. Wow, I didn't expect it to be true. The Iron Lord is so generous. Mr. Iron, are you still hiring? I could do any kind of work. And me, I could do any kind of job. Tai Dafu revealed a playful smile. Not just anyone can do my job. We'll see how you perform in the future. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. After saying that, he turned around and went back without giving anyone a chance to speak. Uncle Fu cleverly closed the door, leaving everyone somewhat bewildered. What do you mean by saying that the stingy person will ultimately be judged by their behavior? They're probably observing us to see if we'll still speak ill of him. I remember when we were recruiting Dae's wife and her husband, we told them not to say anything bad about him. That makes sense. The group then dispersed while chatting. Tai Dafu did this for his own purposes, which was to throw out a bait. He wanted these troublemakers to fawn over him so that they could bring him more benefits. This is an open strategy of mine. Those unruly commoners certainly won't understand it. As night deepened, the entire village fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the gate of Tai Dafu. Brother Dog, are we really going to make a move? We've come this far. There's no turning back. Don't worry. The Tai family is full of old and young people, and they're all asleep. We'll definitely succeed. Damn it, let's do it. That's it. If we pull this off, we'll be rich. Then we can go to Kwahonglu and have some fun. Upon hearing the name Kwahonglu, their eyes lit up immediately. Okay, I'll order 2 girls then. I want 2 girls too. Don't even mention 2. We can order 3. Sanwa, Come and squat down, seize you, and I will go up first. Soon, the three of them jumped over the wall into the Iron Mansion. Be careful, don't make any noise, and proceed according to plan. On the other side, Taidafu tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He was under the covers, and his hands moved very quickly. After much fuss, it finally stopped. It's ruined. It really shows no sign of getting better. Miracle doctor. I need a miracle doctor. After taking several deep breaths, Taidafu finally recovered. Sigh. Ancient times are so boring. There are no cell phones or computers, and it seems there's nothing else to do besides playing with women. The problem is, I'm physically unable to do it now. No, I need to get treatment for my illness. There are no good doctors in the county, but there must be miracle doctors somewhere else to save me. But I still need to find a chance to get two pretty girls to warm my bed. Just then, Taidafu suddenly frowned. By the moonlight, he could vaguely see shadowy figures outside the window. This made Taidafu's heart tighten. Holy crap, did someone break in a house? Thinking of this, Taidafu panicked. At this moment, you must remain calm. If you shout loudly now and scare the thief away, that would be good. But there is another possibility, that you might provoke the thief, in which case you would be in danger. No, I finally transmigrated into the body of a landlord, and I haven't even had a chance to enjoy it yet. I can't die. After thinking it over, Taidafu decided to hold back for now and see if the other party was after him or his money. Soon, there was a noise coming from the door, and Taidafu knew that the thief had opened the door. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the door was slowly opened. By the moonlight, Taidafu peeked his eyes out a tiny bit. Upon seeing that there were three people, Taidafu was immediately startled. Holy crap, there were three of them. This is a huge problem. God help me. These three are after money and not try to kill me. When the three of them came in, they saw that Taidafu was sleeping. One of them waved to the other two, and the three of them began to carefully search the room. Seeing this, Taidafu felt somewhat relieved. It seems the other party is after money, but I don't have much money in this room. No, even if I had the money, I couldn't give it to them. That's my livelihood, the foundation of my family. We need to find a way to get these people out of here. We can't let them stay in my room forever. After a moment, Taidafu had an idea. Taidafu deliberately rolled over, startling the three of them into immediately stopping. Taidafu smacked his lips and mumbled in his sleep. Delicious, braised pork knuckle, roast chicken, roast lamb. Hearing the sound, the three of them jumped in fright. One of them tried to run, but Ergo grabbed him instantly and whispered in his ear. Don't be afraid, he's just talking in his sleep. Upon hearing that it was true, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. That damn tightwad, he's dreaming about delicious food. The sound then reached the three people's ears again. I'm rich, I can buy whatever I want to eat, he. Uncle Fu, the key is in your hands. I trust the master completely. You must keep a close eye on the key. We can't lose it, or all the silver in our treasury will be gone. Upon hearing this, the three of them brightened up and exchanged glances. Ergo waved to the two men, signaling them to leave. The three of them slowly withdrew and thoughtfully closed the door behind them for Taidafu. Brother dog, shall we go find that old bastard now? Chapter 22, Midnight Horror. We have to go. Money is beckoning us. Let's go. Hearing the footsteps recede into the distance, Taidafu immediately sat up. Uncle Fu wasn't the only one there. Demao was too. Taidafu said that to lure the three of them there, so that in a 3-on-3 situation, they might have a chance. Taidafu carefully got out of bed, watched the three people leave, and sneaked towards the kitchen. Upon arriving in the kitchen, he didn't hesitate at all, grabbed 2 kitchen knives, and ran towards Uncle Fu's room. As soon as they arrived at the place, they heard Uncle Fu shouting, "Thief! Catch the thief!" 2 figures rushed out, and seeing that they were unarmed, Taidafu breathed a sigh of relief. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He picked up 2 kitchen knives and charged forward. Die, you little thief! The 2 men, Taidafu and Taidafu, were terrified when they saw him charging at them with a kitchen knife. Their legs went weak. Taidafu wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass by, and immediately slashed at the man with his knife. The man instinctively dodged, but was still slashed in the arm. Immediately afterwards, a shrill scream echoed throughout the Iron Mansion, carrying far into the quiet night. Many villagers were awakened. Damn it, which idiot is yelling like that instead of sleeping at night? Honey, could it be the neighbors over there doing that? Bullshit. Have you ever seen a man moan during sex? If anyone moans, it's a woman. Maybe they play it differently. Get out of here. All you ever think about is that. I can't even afford to eat right now. I'm starving every day. How could I have time to deal with you? Honey, you can't say that. Doing that is good. It helps us forget our hunger. Bullshit. I'll be even hungrier after I finish. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going out to check. After saying that, the man quickly got up, afraid that his wife would force him. There's no way around it. Women who are as fierce as wolves are not to be trifled with, and men are so hungry they've become limp. Soon, many people gathered together. Do you know who's been howling and staying up all night? The sound seems to be coming from the miser. Could something have happened to the miserly guy? Let's go take a look. Many people began to walk towards Taidafu's house. Inside the Iron Mansion, Taidafu, having gained the upper hand, kicked the man to the ground. Then he looked at another person, who was obviously terrified, and ran away, with Taidafu chasing after him. Unfortunately, he was a bit overweight, and he started to pant after running for a while. Watching the fleeing thieves, Taidafu plopped down on the ground. Damn it, you ran fast. Your body is really weak. You need to exercise more in the future. Just then, Xiao Xiao ran over, looking pale, with a feather duster in her hand. Seeing Taidafu sitting on the ground, she was immediately terrified and burst into tears. Master, please don't die, wah. The little grass cried so sadly, as if its father had died. Don't cry, your grandpa is fine. Little grass then wiped away her tears. Sir, are you really all right? Help me up. I'm exhausted from chasing that guy. Xiao Xiao quickly helped Taidafu up, a smile spreading across her face. She was genuinely afraid that if something happened to Taidafu, she wouldn't have the idyllic life she had now. How was Uncle Fu doing? Xiao Xiao's expression changed. I don't know either. I just saw you chasing the thief, so I rushed over after you. Taidafu looked at the feather duster in Xiao Xiao's hand and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, feeling deeply moved. A little girl like you is just causing trouble. Don't do this again next time. Also, if you're going to bring a weapon, at least bring a decent one. What's with this feather duster? Are you planning to use it to brush dust off their clothes? The little grass felt a bit embarrassed by what was said. But sir, what else can we use if not a feather duster? Use metal tools like scissors. Those are the real weapons, understand? The little grass nodded emphatically. I understand, sir. Let's go take a look. The two walked quickly, and when they arrived at their destination, they found two people lying on the ground. Upon seeing Taidafu, Uncle Fu immediately rushed over. Sir, are you all right? I'm Fine. Uncle Fu was still worried, so he circled around Taidafu. Only when he saw that everything was really all right did he breathe a sigh of relief. It's all right, it's all right. He then glared fiercely at the two people on the ground. Damn thief. How dare you steal from my Iron Manor? You've got some nerve. Still not satisfied, he kicked the two men on the ground hard. Ouch, stop hitting us. We know we were wrong. Taking out a torch, Taidafu could clearly see the two men. They were Sanhwa and Siju. Uncle Fu didn't stop and continued to curse. Sanhwa and Siju, you two heartless dogs, the master has rented the land to you. That was an immense favor, and instead of being grateful, you dare to be ungrateful. You have no conscience at all. Master Tai, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us this time, since we are from the same village. Mr. Tai, I'm in so much pain my arm is still bleeding. Could you please find me a doctor? Upon hearing this, Taidafu burst into laughter and anger. Let's find a doctor. Should I stew a chicken for you to nourish you? Really? Fake. Uncle Fu, tie these two bastards up and send them to the county government. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Uncle Fu also came to Taidafu's side and whispered, Sir, is this really the way to go? Or should we leave this matter to the village head? No, send it to the county government. But if that's the case, then the village might be in trouble. Let them do whatever they want. We're in the right. What are we afraid of? I want everyone to know just how terrible the consequences of offending me are. Entering his own residence this time truly touched Taidafu's sore spot. He understood that once the incident occurred, it had to be stopped with swift and decisive action. Otherwise, there might be a second or third time. At that time, it won't just be about money. It could also be deadly, so it must not be handled lightly. In this cutthroat world, you can only live a better life if you let others know that you are not someone to be bullied. Seeing that Taidafu insisted, Uncle Fu nodded. Yes, sir. Taidafu turned his gaze to the four pillars. How was he caught? Master, We are so grateful to Mao this time. I never expected that the kid to be so strong. One person actually took down that bastard Siju. Without him, this old man wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, Uncle Fu was truly impressed by Tai Dafu for finding such a young man. Although you can eat it, it can be really useful in a critical moment. Tai Dafu looked at Demao with a satisfied expression. Well done, Demao. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You have the makings of the world's #1 lackey. Demao was so impressed by what he said that he stood tall and proud. It's all thanks to the master's good teaching. If the master hadn't made sure I was well fed every day, I wouldn't have had the strength to beat him. You little rascal, when did you become so good at talking? Not bad, not bad. Tai Dafu was becoming more and more satisfied. A qualified lackey not only had to be loyal and good at fighting, but also knew how to flatter. Clearly, Demao has already shown himself to be quite the sycophant. At this time, a large number of people had gathered outside the Iron Mansion. Chapter 23, Interrogation. I think I heard crying coming from inside. I hope nothing really has happened. This miser is the only landlord in our village. Could it be that a thief has broken in? I think it's possible, since his family has meat to eat. Let's knock on the door and see what's going on inside. I think we should forget about it. That miser didn't even give us any meat, so why should we help him? I'm telling you, Goshing, that's not right. You're from the same village, after all. Exactly, if a thief breaks into your house one day, are we just going to stand by and do nothing? At this moment, someone saw the village head and immediately spoke up. Village head, what do you think we should do? The village head was hoping that Tai Dafu would get into trouble, but now that people were asking him about it, he naturally couldn't say he didn't care. Otherwise, his image in the village will plummet, and who will respect him then? We're all from the same village, so we can't just ignore it. Chunhua quickly nudged her husband. Master, go knock on the door. Day nodded and immediately stepped forward to knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking startled Tai Dafu and the others. Master, could it be that thieves have come again? It shouldn't be, but we should still bring our gear and go check it out together. Uncle Fu and the others also found suitable weapons. Xiao Chao remembered what Tai Dafu had said before. He rushed into the kitchen and grabbed an iron spoon. The spoon is longer than the scissors. I'm definitely the smartest one. The little grass felt a surge of pride and followed behind with its head held high. The group quickly arrived at the main gate, and Uncle Fu cautiously peered out through the crack in the door. Upon discovering that it was the villagers, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, the villagers have arrived. Tai Dafu breathed a sigh of relief, and Xiao Chao and the other person also visibly let out a long sigh of relief. Open the door. Uncle Fu immediately opened the door, and all the people at the door turned to look at him. When they saw Tai Dafu holding a weapon, everyone was stunned for a moment. When a village head saw that Tai Dafu was all right, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Mr. Tai, what's going on here? It's nothing, we just caught 2 thieves. Those around gasped in shock. My God, there really are thieves. Who's so bold as to steal from the Iron family? I wonder if they managed to steal any silver. Why steal silver? You should steal grain. Bullshit. Stealing meat is the real crime. Tai Dafu listened to the murmurs of the crowd with a dark expression on his face. When he heard that the people's discussion had shifted to what they were stealing, he could no longer hold back. Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, you may go back. Master Tai, have the thief been caught yet? Of course, I'm not one to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to come to my Iron Mansion should be prepared to be arrested. This piqued everyone's curiosity even more. Mr. Tai, who is the thief? Is he from our village? Everyone turned to look at Tai Dafu, but Tai Dafu did not say anything. You'll find out tomorrow. Uncle Fu is closing down. Tai Dafu just wants to rest now and doesn't want to deal with this matter. Seeing the tightly closed door, everyone's gossip instincts were aroused. Do you think this thief is from our village? It shouldn't be. We're all from the same village. Who would do something like that? Yes, it's very likely from another village. Yes, if they're from other villages, we absolutely can't let them off easily. Otherwise, they'll dare to come and steal again next time. Exactly. They need to be beaten up. I don't think so. Maybe it was someone from our village who did it. They must be jealous of others. That can't be right. Who could it be from our village? Whoever didn't come. That's who it is. Upon hearing this, many people were immediately displeased because many of their relatives had not come. What nonsense are you talking about? It's perfectly normal for him not to come so late at night. He's probably sleeping at home. Exactly. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The village head spoke up. All right, everyone, you can all leave now. Upon hearing the village head's words, the crowd dispersed. The village head took a deep look at the gate of the Iron Mansion and then left. Inside the Iron Mansion, Tai Dafu came to Sanwa's side and squatted down. Tell me, who was the one who ran away? Sanwa didn't say anything, but Tai Dafu smiled. I must say, you're quite loyal. I admire people like you. Uncle Fu, go and get some salt and pour it on his wound. The wound was incredibly painful due to the salt. Don't be afraid, sweetie. Once you faint from the pain, I'll pee on you to wake you up, and then we'll continue. The third child was so scared he peed his pants. I'll tell you everything. It's ergo. It was all his idea. He said that if we stole you, we could buy cows and wives. Yes, it was all Ergo's idea. Please let us go. Thinking of Tai Ergu, a murderous glint flashed in Tai Dafu's eyes. Master, what should we do with these two bastards? Tie them up like dumplings. Let's go to sleep first, and take them to the authorities tomorrow. That third kid is injured. Should we treat him? Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu was immediately displeased. Treating what? Don't worry, the wound isn't deep. Given time, the platelets will clot, and he won't die. Platelets? What are those? It's nothing, okay. Everyone go to sleep. Tai Dafu was too lazy to explain. Even if he did, others might not understand or believe him. After returning home, the village head was still thinking about what had just happened. Honey, why aren't you asleep yet? I'm thinking about the burglary at Tai Dafu's house. I wonder who it was. Whoever he is, what does it have to do with us? What do women know? Go sleep with me. Yes, you know a lot. After saying that, she turned her head and went to sleep, ignoring him completely. Old woman, wake me up early tomorrow. I want to go and see who the thief is. Seeing no response, the village head nudged his wife. I'm talking to you. Don't you hear me? I understand, my lord. You're smart to know what's good for you. The next day, Tai Dafu slept until he naturally woke up. Seeing that he was awake, Xiao Xiao immediately ran in. Master, this servant will help you get dressed. I can get dressed myself, but you can do my hair for me. Yes, sir. Tai Dafu really wanted to shave his head and get a buzz cut. But if that's the case, he'd be considered a freak, and his appearance would definitely attract attention. He didn't want to be treated like a monkey, but it was too much trouble for him to comb his own hair. Luckily, he had a maidservant. After eating, Tai Dafu led his men to the woodshed, where they found two guys fast asleep. You've got quite a big heart. Tai Dafu looked at Sanwa's arm, and the bleeding had actually stopped. He kicked both of them. Still sleeping? I'm here to bring you in. When the two woke up and saw Tai Dafu, they immediately began to beg for mercy. Mr. Tai, we really know we were wrong. Please, have mercy on us and let us go. Lord Tai, if you let us go, we'll do whatever you ask. Hee, I wouldn't even look at someone like you. Uncle Fu, gag them and then take them away. Chapter 24 County Government Office. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu immediately grabbed two dirty rags from the side and stuffed them directly into the mouths of the two men. Little Grass, you stay home and watch the house. If those two come to make clothes, you watch over them. Here are 16 copper coins. If I come back late, you give them their wages. Tai Dafu wouldn't stoop to deducting such a small amount of wages. Looking at the 16 coins, Xiao Xiao was at a loss. She had never held so much money before. Sir, this is too much money. I am scared. Maybe we should wait until you come back to give it to them. What's there to be afraid of? It's just 16 coins. Don't forget that you aspire to be the top maid in the Iron Mansion. If you're afraid of this little bit of money, what will happen if you have to give 16 taels in the future? You'll be scared to death. 16 taels. Don't say that. This is a task I've given you, so you must complete it properly. Yes, I understand. Uncle Fu, Damao, let's go. The Oxcar had just left the Iron Mansion when it was spotted by sharp-eyed villagers. They immediately surrounded him, and when they saw who the thief was, they all gasped in shock. It's actually the third brother and the fourth pillar. I never expected it to be the two of them. I never imagined that such a thief would come from our village. Sanwa and Siju lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the crowd. Mr. Tai, where are you going? Naturally, we should send these two burglars to the government office and hand them over to the county magistrate. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that Tai Dafu would actually hand him over to the authorities. In this day and age, catching a thief usually means getting a beating and paying some money in compensation. People like Tai Dafu are not uncommon, but they are extremely rare. Some villagers couldn't bear it and spoke up. Master Tai, there's no need to go to the authorities. Why not just beat them up and then make them pay compensation? Yes, if you go to the authorities, you'll get a beating. The common people have an innate fear of officials. If there's nothing wrong, nobody dares to go to the government office. Even if there is something wrong, people will avoid going to the government office if they can avoid it. Just then, the village head arrived. After seeing the faces of the two people clearly, his eyes darted around. Dafu, we're from the same village. Why don't you hand these two over to me? According to village rules, they will punish you. And, of course, they will also make you some compensation. How about that? Not good. Tai Dafu wanted to establish his authority. So how could he possibly hand it over to the village head? Upon hearing this, the village head's face instantly turned ugly. He hadn't expected Tai Dafu to refuse. In the past, whenever something happened in the village, it was always him, the village head, who would solve it. The village headman grew even more displeased with Tai Dafu, who ignored him. Dafu, you need to think this through. We're all from the same village. There's no need to go to such extremes. Other villagers also joined in the persuasion. Yes, Master Tai, Sanhwa and Siju are still renting your land. Exactly. Just beat them up and pay them some money. Tai Dafu knew that one cannot stand firm without being ruthless, and besides, he also wanted to establish his authority, so naturally he wouldn't let these two bastards get away with it. All right, it's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. We didn't rob your house, so of course you're fine. This lord is not someone to be bullied. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. Tai Dafu, is this really not negotiable? Cannot. All right, Ben is giving you one last chance. Think it over carefully. If we do that, our village's reputation will be ruined. Then what woman would want to marry into our village? Upon hearing this, the families who hadn't yet married their children immediately became anxious. Mr. Tai, you can't go. My son hasn't found a wife yet. Yes, Mr. Tai, my brother hasn't gotten married yet either. I'm not married yet. Tai Dafu sneered. In my opinion, this is not a bad thing. In this year's harvest, more people mean more food consumption. Having fewer people means we can save on food rations, and I can eat more myself. The crowd's faces darkened. They could see that Tai Dafu was determined to report them to the authorities. Uncle Fu, let's go. As Uncle Fu was about to leave in his ox cart, the villagers blocked his way. What? You're trying to stop me? Are you in cahoots with these two? And suddenly he shouted, Get out of my way. The people in front were startled by his loud shout and immediately made way. Uncle Fu hurriedly drove the ox cart away. Watching them leave, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Village head, what do we do now? This miser doesn't even give you face. You should really teach him a lesson. Exactly. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the village head. The village head's face darkened even more upon hearing this. Shut up, all of you. Iron Hammer and the others, come with me to take a look. Sanhwa, Siju, and Ergu don't have any family members. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't have gotten along so well. The thing that Ergo had over them was that his father arranged a marriage for him when he died. Only Ergo has a wife. The other two are both bachelors. Village head, let's go take a look too. Yes, let's see how the magistrate rules. All right, do as you please. This time, we went to almost every place that was accessible by foot. This kind of excitement that concerns one's own village might only happen once in a lifetime. Who wouldn't want to go and see it? Tai Dafu and his party finally arrived at the county government office. Uncle Fu immediately stepped forward and bowed to the yamen runner at the door. Sir, a thief broke into my house last night. I have apprehended him. Please go in and inform him. He then slipped a few copper coins over, and the constable immediately smiled. You all wait here. Yes. After a while, the yamen runners came out. The county magistrate wants you to come in. Thank you, sir. Court is now in session. Mighty. Tai Dafu wisely knelt down. He wasn't stupid, nor would he talk about democracy. The county magistrate is not someone to be trifled with. If you dare to show the slightest disrespect, you'll likely be punished. As for the novels I read in my previous life, they didn't even kneel before the emperor, and they even lectured the emperor with grand principles. He could only say that only a brainless person would believe such a thing exists. Greetings, your honor. Who is this person in the hall, and what is the matter you are reporting? Your honor, I am a small landlord from Taijaikan village. Last night, 3 thieves entered my residence. Fortunately, an old servant guarding the manor risked his life to save him, thus escaping a calamity. 2 thieves were captured, but 1 escaped. I implore your honor to grant this humble citizen justice. Tai Dafu addressed the county magistrate as upright and just magistrate repeatedly, which pleased the magistrate greatly. But simply enjoying it wasn't enough. He slammed his gavel down. What he said is true. The 2 children were so frightened that they quickly tried to make excuses. Your Excellency, that's not how it is. We just wanted to steal some grain. We didn't intend to kill anyone. Yes, sir, you mustn't listen to this miser. The magistrate was displeased upon hearing this and slammed his gavel down. How dare you? How could I, the master, listen to the words of a mere landlord? Guards, give those 2 men 20 lashes each. Spare us, your honor. We know we were wrong. However, the magistrate remained unmoved, and soon the bailiffs dragged the 2 away and began to beat them with a board. The screams echoed in everyone's ears, and just then, Tai Dafu continued to speak. My lord, I have some testimonies here that you would like to review. Oh, bring it here. Tai Dafu got up, went to the magistrate's side, and secretly handed him 2 ingots of silver. Chapter 25 Money really can buy anything. Looking at the silver, the county magistrate smiled, his gaze towards Tai Dafu filled with goodwill. Although he was just a small landlord, he was a good person, much better than these peasants. A landlord who's willing to give me, the county magistrate, can't be all that bad, right? A law-abiding citizen, an exceptionally law-abiding citizen. Tai Dafu was unaware that he had already been labeled a law-abiding citizen. The magistrate calmly put away the 20 taels of silver. This kind of extra income is also the fundamental driving force supporting the county magistrate in solving cases. If he can't make money, even a dog can't solve a case. Ahem, not bad. The evidence is indeed conclusive. Seeing that the county magistrate had accepted the money, Tai Dafu felt a pang of heartache. But the silver had to be given. As a landlord, he knew all too well that collusion between officials and gentry was the key to success. Tai Dafu retreated with a forced smile, and at that moment the screams stopped. Manhwa and his companion were dragged up like dead dogs. Tai Dafu couldn't help but swallow hard. Goodness, were beatings in ancient times this brutal? Too bad they didn't kill him. Tai Dafu bowed to the county magistrate. Your honor, besides those 2, there's also Tai Ergu, who's their accomplice. I implore your honor to grant justice to this humble subject. Tai Dafu gave the money just now, and that was his main purpose. Let's use the power of the government to take down that guy Tai Ergu. The county magistrate turned his gaze to Manhwa and his companion. Is what he said true? Manhwa had already injured his arm, and now he's been beaten up again and has passed out. As long as the 4 pillars of his body could barely hold on, he said weakly. Reporting to the county magistrate, it's all true. Tai Ergu is the mastermind. The magistrate nodded in satisfaction and gave a wink to the clerk beside him. Guards, make them sign. 2 bailiffs immediately produced a confession and made him sign it. Although Manhwa was dizzy, it didn't matter. The bailiff grabbed his hand and pressed it against his head. Upon receiving the confession, the county magistrate slammed his gavel. Guards, these 2 thieves have broken into an innocent family, intending to steal their money and kill them. Their crimes are heinous. I hereby pronounce the sentence. These 2 men are sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. They are now in custody. Upon hearing that he had been sentenced to 7 years, Siju was so terrified he wet himself. You know, once you're in jail, it's really hard to say whether you'll ever get out. My lord, spare us. We only wanted the money. We didn't mean to kill. It's already signed and sealed in black and white, and you still want to deny it? You're truly stubborn. Now, I'll take it down. Immediately, Yamen runners dragged the 2 away. Siju was still shouting desperately. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I didn't mean to kill anyone. Still claiming innocence? I've seen plenty of troublemakers like you. Sentencing you to 7 years is already a generous gesture considering it's your first offense. It's more than enough. Tai Dafu was overjoyed. The magistrate is wise, but that Tai Ergu has most likely already escaped. No problem. I will issue a warrant for his arrest. He will not escape my grasp. However, a reward must be offered to bring him to justice as soon as possible. The government is currently facing a tight budget regarding the reward money. Tai Dafu's smile remained unchanged, but he immediately pulled out another 10 taels of silver with a pained expression. My lord, how can I let you pay this reward? I'll take care of it. The magistrate smiled as he looked at the 10 taels of silver. You're very good. I'll send someone to let you know if there's any news. Thank you, sir. Tai Dafu bowed and then turned to leave. Upon seeing Tai Dafu emerge, the villagers of Taijikan immediately parted to make way for him, their gazes filled with awe. Uncle Fu looked at Tai Dafu with a nervous expression, but his eyes were filled with relief. Sir, are you all right? It's all right, let's go back. Okay. Demao looked at Tai Dafu with admiration and followed behind him with his head held high. Once Tai Dafu was out of sight, everyone came to their senses and started walking home, discussing the matter as they went. That Tai Dafu is too ruthless. He was actually sentenced to 10 years. 10 years. It's still uncertain whether Manhwa and the others will come out alive. It seems that from now on, I can't afford to offend anyone but the stingy one. Bah, look at my mouth. I should be called the Iron Lord. Judging from the county magistrate's words, he still wants to issue an arrest warrant for Tai Ergu. Does that mean Tai Ergu will become a wanted criminal? Is this important? It seems like there's money to be made. I heard that too. 10 taels. Goodness gracious. Whoever catches Tai Ergu will be rich. Upon hearing that it was 10 taels of silver, greed filled everyone's eyes. Well, I have something to do, so I'll be going now. I have things to do too. Some men quickened their pace toward the village, their intentions obvious. The village head opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. At this moment, he shouldn't have spoken up for Tai Ergu. That would offend everyone, and now that Ergo is a wanted criminal, we can't speak up for him. Tai Dafu also saw the group of villagers who had surpassed him. Demao asked curiously, Sir, why do you think they ran so fast? Perhaps it's for exercise. Isn't that crazy? In Demao's view, every bit of strength should be saved, since every bit of strength comes from the food one eats. Tai Dafu smiled but didn't explain. Uncle Fu, who was driving the carriage, seemed to understand what was going on. Uncle Fu, when you have time later, teach Demao how to drive an ox cart. Uncle Fu's expression changed. Sir, this old man can still do things for you. Uncle Fu, don't overthink it. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. You are a precious gem in our Tai family. The reason I asked you to teach Demao is so that he can drive when we go out in the future. As for you, you'll naturally be in charge of the house. I can only feel at ease if you're home. That's our foundation. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu's brows immediately relaxed. Don't worry, sir. I'll definitely teach this lad a good lesson when I have time. Uncle Fu was in a good mood. People are most afraid of being disliked for being useless once they get older. Iron Mansion. Inside the gate, Xiao Xiao was squatting on a small wooden stool, holding a rice scoop. She originally wanted to take the scissors, which Chunhua and the other girl were using while making clothes. With no other option, she could only use her most familiar tool, a cooking spoon. She seemed to be lost in thought, muttering something to herself. If you get closer, you can hear it. May the Lord bless you. May Buddha protect the master and keep him safe. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chapter 26: The Return to the Village Turmoil. The little grass was startled and dropped the rice spoon in its hand. She quickly picked up the rice spoon from her hand, her body trembling slightly. Who is it? The person at the door didn't speak, but continued to knock silently. Now little grass was really scared and cried, her voice trembling with tears. Who is it? The master is not home. I have something to attend to. Please come again tomorrow. Hearing that Xiao Cao's voice sounded off, Tai Dafu quickly spoke up. Little grass, open the door. It's me, your master, back home. Upon hearing Tai Dafu's voice, Xiao Cao was startled, then overjoyed. They quickly opened the gate and saw that Tai Dafu had returned safely. Overjoyed, they burst into tears. He rushed out excitedly. Master, you're finally back. That's wonderful. Tai Dafu patted her little head. All right, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll have your brother beat the crap out of him. The little grass quickly shook its head. No, I'm just too happy. Stop crying. Why are you always holding a spoon? The little grass blushed. I'm just scared, so I'm taking a spoon. If another bad guy comes, I'll hit him on the head and give him a bump on his head. Tai Dafu found it somewhat amusing. Didn't I tell you before? This spoon isn't very powerful. It's not as strong as scissors. Scissors are being used by Sister Chunhua and the others. A kitchen knife will do. Yes, and a kitchen knife too. Master is very clever. Forget it. You should stick to using a spoon from now on. A kitchen knife isn't suitable for you. I'm afraid you'll cut yourself instead of the enemy. The little grass blushed bright red after being told off. This servant is not that useless. Taidafu smiled. In her opinion, this little girl was really likely to accidentally hurt herself while playing with a knife. Yes, my little grass is the best. Let's go home. The little grass nodded and hopped ahead, leading the way. Uncle Fu gave Demao a tap on the head, and Demao covered his head, looking at Uncle Fu with a wronged expression. Uncle Fu, why did you hit me? Why did I hit you? Why didn't you open the door? You made the master open it himself. You have no sense at all. Demao scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else and forgot. Remember this. As servants, we must think in a master's mind and not let the master do everything. Otherwise, what's the point of having us servants? I'll remember that. Go and move the ox cart to the cow sheet. Okay. After getting the ox cart ready, Demao couldn't wait to go find his sister. There's no way around it. Everyone has a desire to express themselves, especially after witnessing how formidable his master was. He was even more eager to share this story. The only person in the family she can share with is her younger sister, since she doesn't know yet. The room where clothes are made. When Chunhwa saw Xiao Chao return, she quickly spoke up. Little Grass, we heard people talking outside. Is someone coming to our house? Little Grass smiled and said, It's the master returning. Upon hearing this, Chunhwa and the other person breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was doing the work himself and was still counting on Taidafu to pay him. A moment later, Mao's loud voice came in. Little sister, let me tell you, master is amazing. Upon seeing the other two, Mao's eyes lit up. He now had two more people to brag to. Brother, tell me quickly what happened. Let me tell you, the master is really something else. In his words, he's incredibly awesome. Facing the county magistrate, our master remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. If it were me, I'd probably be so scared I'd wet myself and wouldn't even be able to speak properly. Also, those two bad guys were given 20 lashes and will serve 10 years in prison. Let me tell you the details of the process. Demao recounted everything that had happened, including some exaggerations. The three girls, Xiao Chao, were stunned. Chunhwa, who was making clothes, was pricked by the needle and quickly put it in her mouth. The little grass cried out in surprise. Wow, I knew the master was the most powerful master in the world. Of course, you didn't see it. The county magistrate was especially polite to our master and even smiled at him. If you ask me, our master is even more powerful than the county magistrate. Hearing Demao's words, Xiao Chao had no doubts and nodded frantically, clearly thinking the same thing. If Taidafu were to do this, he would feel embarrassed. How could he possibly be more powerful than the county magistrate? Both Chunhwa and the other girl were equally excited. I never imagined that Master Tai was so powerful. He's absolutely unique in our Tai family village. Goodness gracious, this is going to be amazing. At this moment, they all had one thought. They couldn't afford to offend Taidafu, no matter who else they offended. Being beaten and imprisoned at the same time really terrified these women. At the same time, they felt a little proud because they were now helping Taidafu with his work. Taidafu was lying in bed, reflecting on the day's events. Those two bastards are finished. They'd probably be dead inside by now, 10 years later. It seems that after this incident, Tiejia village's reputation will spread far and wide, and no one will dare to offend them. That village head is a bit of a nuisance, though. I hope he'll be sensible, or he won't hold back. Taidafu understood the principle that two tigers cannot share one mountain. There could only be one person in charge in Tiejia village, and that person was Taidafu. Taidafu had absolutely no interest in the position of village head. But his inaction doesn't mean he has no ideas. He wants to replace the village head with one of his own. In this way, he could truly rule the village with absolute power. That runaway Tai Ergu is a bit of a problem. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring. I have no idea where that bastard is hiding. Once I find him, I'll definitely kill him. The thought of spending 30 taels of silver on this trip made Taidafu feel a pang of heartache. This money goes too quickly. I'm a landlord, after all. How can I live without money? We need to find a way to make money. Only with money can we better expand our capabilities. Then I'll buy more land and grow from small landowner to a large landowner. First, set a goal for yourself. To become a small landowner with 100 acres of land. Then I'll hire a whole bunch of guards, and I'll be the star of the show, the center of attention wherever I go. People should live life to the fullest. Otherwise, their lives will not have been in vain. With a goal in mind, Tai Dafu felt full of motivation. Let's go check on Tai Ergu's house first. Tai Dafu was a little worried. Although he knew Tai Ergu was definitely not there, he still wanted to go and see for himself. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to take Mao to have a look. Sure enough, as soon as I got to the room, I heard Mao bragging about his achievements. Tai Dafu stopped and listened, and after a moment he felt his face turn red. This Mao is such a braggart, claiming even the county magistrate listens to him. It makes me think I'm the emperor. Unable to bear it any longer, Tai Dafu walked into the room and coughed. Cough, cough. The cough interrupted Tai Dao's speech. Dao, who was initially somewhat dissatisfied, immediately put on a servile expression when he saw that it was his master. Master, what brings you here? Is there something you need me to do? I'm going out for a walk. You want to come with me? Okay. When Manhwa and the other two women saw Tai Dafu, they immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed to him. Greetings, Master Tai. Seeing the two girls looking at him with such admiration, Tai Dafu felt a little embarrassed. No need to be so polite. You can continue with your work. Dao, let's set off now. Watching the two men leave, Manhwa and her companion remained in a daze for a long time. Seeing this, the little grass felt a little smug. How about it? Isn't the master majestic and imposing? Manhwa and the other two girls did not refute, but nodded in agreement. They were so nervous when they saw Tai Dafu, as if they were seeing a very important person. If only we men had that ability too. Women admire strength, and in their eyes, Tai Dafu is a real man. On the other side, as soon as Tai Dafu arrived at Tai Ergu's house, he saw several young men walking out of it, cursing and swearing. Chapter 27, Heir Goes Wife. Where did that damn heir go run off to? That's 10 taels of silver. That could buy so much grain. You could buy not only grain, but 2 wives. Come on, your wife still needs to eat. You might as well keep the food for yourself. All right, stop talking about things that aren't true. Let's figure out where that bastard is. Just then, everyone saw Tai Dafu, and their cursing expressions immediately turned into fawning smiles. Greetings, Master Tai. They are now extremely afraid of Tai Dafu. What are you doing here? No one dared to hide anything, and they quickly replied. That bastard Tai Ergu actually dared to offend Master Tai. That's why we're thinking of taking him down and handing him over to the government. It'll be a way to vent your anger. Tai Dafu understood perfectly well that these people were after the reward money, but he didn't expose them. He was eager for everyone to search for that bastard so that this threat could be eliminated as soon as possible. So, have you found any trace of Tai Ergu? No, that bastard has disappeared without a trace. I can't find a trace of him anywhere. Tai Dafu's eyes lit up, and he immediately came up with an idea. This Tai Ergu is likely hiding in some nook and cranny of the village, such as some dilapidated houses that no one has entered for many years, or even in haystacks. These places could all be where he's hiding. You can search carefully. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Old Master Tai is right. That bastard might really be hiding in these places. We'll turn the whole village upside down to find him. If he wasn't in the village, he would most likely have gone into the mountains. With his guts, he dares to go into the mountains. Yes, there are wolves in the mountains. Tai Dafu sneered. That Tai Ergu is quite bold. Don't forget, he even dared to break into my house. That's true. Tai Ergu wouldn't have really gone into the mountains, would he? But there are so many wild animals in the mountains, including bears. Wouldn't it be very dangerous for us to go there? The reward money is tempting, but life is more important. After all, you only have one. You guys are overthinking it. Tai Ergu isn't stupid either. How could he possibly go deep into the mountains? At most, he'd find a place to hide on the outskirts. That's right. Then let's search the village first, and then go for a stroll around the outskirts. Tai Dafu smiled. That's right. I wish you all the best, and may all your wishes come true. The crowd was somewhat flattered. Thank you, Master Tai. After saying a few more words, Tai Dafu parted ways with the others. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go into Tai Ergu's house to take a look. Even as they watched Tai Dafu's departing figure, everyone remained very excited. Did you see that? Just now, Master Tai was smiling at me. He smiled at me too. I never expected that someone as powerful as Master Tai would speak to us so kindly. That's right. Compared to Master Tai, Zhou the skinflint from the next village is nothing. That Zhou Boppy dares to compare himself to Master Tai? He always looks down on people. He's disgusting. Of all the landlords in the area, our Lord Tai is the most amiable. What do you think Master Tai went to Ergo's house for? Did he intend to use Ergo's wife to pay off his debts? Possibly, but thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, it's only natural for a woman to pay off a man's debts. If she were to marry Master Tai, that would be a blessing for Ergo's wife. Who can argue with that? Everyone in the village knows that Master Tai's family has meat at every meal. Now, around mealtimes, many people go to the vicinity of the Iron Mansion to smell the meat and eat wild vegetables. Stop talking about it. It's making my mouth water. Let's hurry up and find that Tai Ergo, lest the money we've got slip away. Yes, we found Ergo. Let's buy some meat and satisfy our cravings. Following the instructions given by Tai Dafu, the group began a thorough search of the village. Some families even sent their women and children out, all for those 10 taels of silver. Meanwhile, Tai Dafu had already entered Tai Ergo's house. Looking at the drafty house, Tai Dafu couldn't help but shake his head. Luckily, I transmigrated into the body of a landlord. If I were penniless, how would I survive? This is truly a disastrous start. Upon seeing Tai Dafu approach, Ergo's wife turned pale and knelt down in front of him with a thud. Master Tai, please be magnanimous and spare me. I really don't know where my husband went. Wah! Tai Dafu stared at the woman on the ground with a dark expression. Get up. You're making it seem like I'm bullying men and women. Tai Dafu is a man of principle. He absolutely refuses to date women who are not beautiful or do not meet his aesthetic standards. Although Ergo's wife looks passable, she doesn't meet his aesthetic standards. Ergo's wife dared not disobey Tai Dafu's orders and slowly got up. Just then, a pair of scissors fell from the woman's sleeve. Tai Dafu quickly took 2 steps back, looking at the woman with a wary expression. What do you want to do? The woman quickly picked up the scissors, just as Tai Dafu thought that another troublemaker was trying to harm him. The woman then pointed the scissors directly at her own neck. Don't even think about doing anything to me, or I'll die right in front of you. Tai Dafu. Tai Dafu was really angry, making him look like a lecherous demon. Damn it, can't you understand human language? I told you, I just came to see if Tai Ergo is here. As for you, haha, this old man has no interest. Real. I am a landlord. Do you think I would deceive a mere woman like you? Seeing that Tai Dafu did not seem to be lying, the woman then removed the scissors from her neck. After thinking about it for a while, she felt as if she had made a decision that went against the wishes of her ancestors. She walked into the kitchen and took out a small bag of grain. Mr. Tai, this is the only food we have in the house. You take it. With a resolute expression, she handed the grain to Tai Dafu, as if she were giving away not grain, but her chastity. To call it chastity is too small a word. It should be called life, since food is life. Tai Dafu stared at the small bag of brown rice, speechless. He wouldn't eat this even if it were given to him. He's a landlord, someone who needs to eat the finest rice. Take this grain, I don't need it. But you, woman, do have some sense of responsibility, much better than that Ergo fellow. You really don't want my food? I said I don't want it, and that's it. If you keep nagging, I'll have someone take it away. Ergo's wife burst into tears of joy and knelt down on the ground. Thank you so much, Mr. Tai. You're a good person. Good deeds are rewarded, and the Bodhisattva will bless you. Tai Dafu didn't want to stay any longer, and he certainly wasn't going to accept free food from a saint. Anyway, she's not my woman, so I don't care if she lives or dies. Watching Tai Dafu's departing figure, Ergo's wife looked at the scissors in her hand again, lost in thought. After this incident, Tai Dafu lost all interest in continuing his stroll and returned directly to his residence. Just then, Xiao Qiao came in carrying the food. Chapter 28 Egu Apius. Master, this servant will serve you your meal. No need, just come and clean up after you finish eating. Little Grass nodded and ran off happily. Tai Dafu couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. On the other side, Uncle Fu frowned when he saw Xiao Qiao return. Little Grass, why are you back? Didn't I tell you to serve the master his meals? It was the master who sent me back. All right, since that's the case, come and eat quickly. Good. 2 women, Manhwa and another woman, were standing nearby, their mouths watering as they looked at the food. You all sit down too, and hurry up and finish your meal so you can get back to work. The 2 women exchanged a glance, and then took their seats. Just like yesterday, the two women only ate their rice and didn't dare to pick up any vegetables. As a woman herself, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but put some food on their plates. Eat. Thanks. Manhwa shoveled several mouthfuls of rice in her mouth, and just as she was about to pick up some meat, she accidentally dropped it on the ground. Feeling sorry for her, she quickly picked it up and was about to put it in her mouth. Seeing this, Uncle Fu couldn't help but remind him. The floor is dirty, it's better to wash it. This put Manhwa in a dilemma. She couldn't eat it, nor could she not eat it. Could I wash it later before eating it? Okowo. And so, Manhwa carefully took out a handkerchief and wrapped up the fallen flesh. She certainly wouldn't want to throw away such a big piece of meat. The two women ate their meal with great satisfaction and worked extra hard when they were doing their jobs. Evening soon arrived, and the two women finished their work early as usual. Sir, my brother and I tried on the clothes, and they fit perfectly. In that case, let's give them the money. Xiao Xiao immediately took out a handkerchief, opened it, and found that it was another handkerchief. He opened 4 handkerchiefs in a row before revealing the 16 coins. Qian Dafu was speechless for a moment, his lips twitching. It seems this girl really hasn't seen much money before. She's being far too cautious. Xiao Xiao counted out the money she had warmed and handed it to the two women. Looking at the empty handkerchief, Xiao Xiao felt a sense of loss. After receiving the money, Manhwa and her 2 daughters happily bowed to Tai Dafu. Thank you, sir. All right, you did a good job. This is what you deserve. At this moment, Manhwa mustered her courage and said, Sir, do you still have clothes to make? That's all for now. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the two women. The 2 days they worked for Tai Dafu were the most comfortable 2 days of their lives. All you need to do is do needlework, and you can not only eat your fill and have meat, but you also get paid. You should know that whether you're at your parents' home or your husband's home, you'll be doing much more work and still not getting enough to eat. They even fantasized about working for Tai Dafu for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. Life will eventually come to an end. Seemingly noticing the two women's disappointment, Tai Dafu continued. Your skills are excellent. I'll definitely come back to you if I need anything in the future. The two then smiled. Yes, just let us know and we'll be there. The two then said goodbye and left. Walking back with the 8 coins clutched in their hands, the two felt extremely satisfied. Sister Manhwa, these past 2 days feel like a dream. How about I hit you and see if it hurts? No, I'm afraid it's just a dream. What if I wake up? Let me keep sleeping. Manhwa fell silent upon hearing this. If this was truly a dream, she wanted to keep dreaming forever. Upon returning home, Grandma Manhwa immediately greeted him with a smile. Manhwa, have you paid? Manhwa reluctantly handed over the 8 coins. Upon seeing the money, Grandma Manhwa's old face beamed with joy. Good. I didn't expect Master Tai to be so trustworthy. He actually gave me another 8 coins. The old woman counted the few coins 7 times before finally putting them away, satisfied. Manhwa, are we going again tomorrow? Manhwa shook her head. I won't go tomorrow. The work is already done. Upon hearing this, a look of disappointment appeared on everyone's faces. Oh, what a great job. I wish I could keep doing this forever. Manhwa wanted to continue doing it, but the master had to agree. At this moment, her husband, Day, shamelessly said to his mother, Mother, look, my wife has earned another 8 coins. Why don't we buy some meat so our family can have some meat too? Go away. You're still buying an ounce of meat? Do you know how much an ounce of meat costs? Besides, what family lets you eat meat outside of holidays and festivals? But mother, I haven't eaten meat in a long time. My son, listen to me. Here's what I'll do. When it's New Year, I promise you, our family will cut off half an ounce of meat so we can all eat together. Only half an ounce of meat? We have to wait until the New Year. Half an ounce of meat is quite a lot. At least it can provide some meat. Seeing that his mother was unyielding, Day could only nod helplessly. After her mother-in-law went back to her room to hide the money, Manhwa pulled her child into the room as well. Day, curious, followed her. Seeing her acting suspiciously, he couldn't help but say, Wife, what are you doing? Sure, keep your voice down. Are you trying to attract Mommy's attention? Manhwa then turned her gaze to her daughter. Mom brought you something delicious. When I take it out, you can't make a sound, okay? Otherwise, if Grandma finds out, you won't get any of the good food. The little girl nodded frantically as soon as she heard it was delicious. Day also showed interest. Chunhwa carefully took out a handkerchief, inside which was a slice of meat. When they saw the slices of meat, Dae and the child stared wide-eyed. The little girl was about to shout it out, but then she remembered her mother's words and quickly covered her mouth. This piece of meat was the same one that had fallen on the ground earlier. Chunhwa washed it but didn't eat it. Instead, she brought it back. Chunhwa originally planned to divide the meat into a large piece and a small piece. After thinking about it, I decided to divide the meat into 2 equal portions. Give each of you a piece, eat it quickly before Mom finds out. The little girl kept swallowing as she looked at the meat being handed to her. Mother, you eat. Mother has already eaten. This was specially brought for Daya. Upon hearing this, Daya carefully took the meat, put it in her mouth, and immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. Daya looked at Chunhwa with a similarly moved expression. Wife, you're so good to me. I'm so happy to have married you in this life. Chunhwa rolled her eyes at him. All right, hurry up and eat. Daya didn't stand on ceremony and ate the meat, looking equally satisfied. Seeing the blissful expressions on her husband's and daughter's faces, Chunhwa smiled. At that moment, she felt happiness. Soon it was evening. Tae gazed at the sky, his eyes filled with conflict. Just then, he heard his mother coughing from inside the room. Cough, cough, cough. Dae glanced at his mother's room, his eyes hardening. He quietly left home and headed towards the Iron Mansion. He suddenly stopped as he passed by Ergo's house. A furtive figure suddenly entered Ergo's house. Is this Tai Ergu? There was no way around it. Tai Ergu's walking posture was too distinctive, and he recognized him at a glance. After thinking for a moment, Dae immediately headed towards the Iron Mansion. Chapter 29, Gathering Manpower. At this moment, Tai Dafu was lying in bed, and just as he was counting sheep, he heard Uncle Fu's voice coming from the doorway. Master, Tai Dafu is here. He says he has important business to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu immediately opened his eyes. Could it be that this guy has come to his senses and is willing to sell himself to me? Thinking of this, he said as he put on his clothes. Call them the future. Yes. Before long, Tai Dafu was brought in by Uncle Fu. Dae, what brings you here so late? Master Tai, I found Tai Ergu's trail. Tai Dafu was taken aback when he heard this. He hadn't expected that the other party hadn't come to ask him to sell himself. However, this news was equally important to him. Without bringing Tai Ergu to justice, Tai Dafu couldn't even sleep peacefully. That's 10 taels of silver. Why didn't you take it? To be honest, Mr. Tai, the reason I came here this time is to tell you about Tai Ergu. I also wish to enter the Iron Manor and serve as your guard. Tai Dafu smiled. As I said before, you have to sign a contract of servitude to enter my Iron Mansion. Dae nodded. I know. I'm willing to sign a contract of servitude. Tai Dafu patted Dae on the shoulder. Big Bull, you'll be glad you made this decision today. In the future, if you do a good job, maybe one day the master will restore your freedom. Of course, it all depends on your performance. I'm not such a heartless person. The bigger the pancake, the better, so that the subordinates can eat their fill. Dae was deeply moved upon hearing this. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely do my job well from now on. All right, let's deal with Tai Ergu's matter first. You said you found his trail. Where is he? On my way here, I spotted a suspicious figure. His gait clearly identified him as Tai Ergu. He had now returned home. Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu's eyes lit up, and he quickly searched for a solution in his mind. It's already dark, so going to the yamen is definitely out of the question. Even if Tai Ergu is sleeping at home, he's not stupid. He'll definitely leave before dawn. Right now, we can only rely on ourselves. We need to capture them first. Thinking of this, Tai Dafu immediately said to Uncle Fu, Go wake up Mao, grab your weapons. Let's go catch that bastard. Good. Before long, everyone had gathered. Even Xiao Chao stood up, holding a pair of scissors in her hand. Looking at the scissors in Xiao Cao's hand, Tai Dafu showed a gratified expression. Little grass, not bad. You finally know to use scissors instead of that broken spoon. Xiao Chao felt a little embarrassed by Tai Dafu's words. But you're just a little girl, so you don't need to go. Stay home and look after the house. Someone like Xiao Chao wouldn't be able to help and might even get taken hostage, becoming a hindrance. Such things must be prevented, so Tai Dafu would not allow her to follow him. The little grass became anxious when it heard that it was not allowed to go. Sir, let me go with you. I have scissors. They might be of help. Stop causing trouble and stay home. Sir, I promise I won't cause any trouble. Besides, I can even protect you from danger. Tai Dafu was somewhat moved upon hearing this. Well done, Xiao Xiao. Our Tai family needs a loyal girl like you. You should all learn from Little Grass what loyalty is. This is loyalty. Damao immediately followed suit and spoke up. Sir, I'll take the knife for you too. You're all great. But Little Grass, you still can't go. You're too young now. Wait until you grow up before you help me take the fall. But, there are no buts. Why aren't you even listening to your master anymore? In the end, Xiao Xiao stayed behind to guard the house, while Tai Dafu originally didn't want Uncle Fu to go with him. But he insisted on going, and, since he was a man, he thought he might be of some use. So, Tai Dafu agreed. It would be good to have more people around to bolster one's courage. Everyone took their preferred weapon and then set off. Before long, Tai Dafu, Tai Deniu, Damao, and Uncle Fu each carried a weapon. Tai Dafu carried a kitchen knife, Deniu carried a hoe, Damao carried a stick, and Uncle Fu carried an iron pot on his back. Tai Dafu didn't want to say much about the other people's weapons. But when he saw Uncle Fu's pot, he couldn't hold back any longer. Uncle Fu, we're going to fight, not to participate in some food show. What's the meaning of bringing a pot? Are you trying to use cooking and delicious food to make it give up its resistance? Sir, I'm getting old, so I probably won't be able to help much if I rush in. This pot is perfect. If anything goes wrong, we can place it in front to protect you. Unable to refute the argument, Tai Dafu agreed to take the advanced weapon. All right, that makes sense. Let's go. The group stormed out, while Xiao Xiao clasped her hands together and murmured, May the Bodhisattva bless the master and his family, so they may return safely. Wait, no shooting. Sneak into the village quietly. Sir, we haven't received any guns yet. Yes, there isn't even a sword in the manor, let alone a spear. What I mean is don't make a fuss, lest that Tai Ergo guy gets away. Oh, I understand. Taking advantage of the moonlight, the group quickly made their way to Tai Ergo's house. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I heard a woman crying coming from inside the room. Inside the room, a woman was kneeling on the ground, her hands tightly gripping Tai Ergo's thigh. My husband, please, that's my last remaining food ration. You can't take it away. Let go of my hand. I'm your man. It's only right that I take your food. My husband, if you take it away, I will starve to death. Wah, shut up, or I'll beat you to death if you attract other people here. I'm saying it one last time, let go of my hand. No, please, have pity on me. Leave me some food. This is all I've saved up little by working myself to the bone for others. That damn bitch, she's asking for it. Tai Ergu kicked her away, and the woman fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Now you know how powerful I am. Huh? You really deserve to be taught a lesson. I'm your man, and you won't even give me this food? You're asking for a beating. If I weren't in a hurry, I would have beaten you to death today, Ba. I'll be back next time, and if you don't have 10 caddies of grain, I'll beat you to death. Still not satisfied, he kicked the woman on the ground twice more before finally stopping. Content. Outside the room, Tai Dafu and the others were itching to go in and kill the man right then and there. Tai Dafu waved his hand, signaling everyone not to act impulsively. He knew now was not the time to make a move. If he did, a scumbag like Tai Ergu might use his wife as a hostage. Whether to take action or not, it will be a troublesome matter. So Tai Dafu was waiting for him to come out. That would be the perfect opportunity to make his move. The moment Tai Ergu opened the door, Tai Dafu roared. Now's the time. Make your move. Chapter 30 Battle. Damao took the lead and charged directly to the front line. While Tai Ergu was still in a daze, he kicked him. I'll beat you to death, you scum. This kick landed hard on Tai Ergu's chest, sending him flying from the doorway into the house. Tai Dafu thought to himself, not good. Ouch. Tai Ergu, who had been kicked into the house, finally realized what was happening, just as the group continued to move forward. He scattered the grain among the crowd. Everyone quickly covered their eyes with their hands. By the time the grain hit the ground, Tai Ergu had already pointed a dagger at his woman. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. The thing Tai Dafu least wanted to see still happened. He couldn't help but glare at Damao, who was completely bewildered. However, Tai Dafu's most important task right now is to solve the immediate problem. Tai Dafu looked at Tai Ergu with a mocking expression. Tai Ergu, are you even a man? How could you use your own wife as a hostage? Calling you a beast is an insult to that word. Upon seeing Tai Dafu, Tai Ergu's eyes were filled with resentment and venom. He gritted his teeth, and said, Tai Dafu, it's all your fault. It's because of you that we've ended up like this. You'll die a horrible death. Tai Dafu sneered. It's clearly your own fault, yet you have the nerve to blame others. You're truly a beast. You're talking nonsense. I was just going to steal some grain, and you actually reported me to the authorities. You've made me a wanted man now. I should have killed you that night. It seems I was right to report you to the authorities. A scumbag like you should go to jail and reflect on your actions. Tai Dafu, how could you be so heartless? We're from the same village. Why can't you let me go? Letting you off the hook? That's not out of the question. Hearing this, Demao and the others became anxious, and now they looked down on Tai Ergo. Master, you mustn't. Tai Dafu waved his hand. It's none of your business how I do things. Tai Ergo laughed. That's right. We're all from the same village. There's no grudge that can't be resolved. Damn, Tai Dafu, you just wait. Once I get out of here, I'll see how I get my revenge. Tai Dafu laughed along with him. Yes, a village should be united. Put down the dagger, and you can leave. Tai Ergo's smile froze on his face. You dare to play me for a fool. Believe me or not, I'll kill my own wife right now. Ha ha. Seeing Tai Dafu laughing wildly, Tai Ergo was furious. What are you laughing at? Stop laughing. Tai Ergo, you know this is your woman. Since she's your woman, what does it have to do with me? Go ahead and kill me, but think it through. Originally, you were only charged with theft, and at most you would have been in prison for a few years. But killing someone is a different story. That carries a penalty of beheading. You decide which is more serious. Now it was Tai Ergo's turn to panic. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Seeing his reaction, Tai Dafu's lips curled into a smile. The woman with the dagger pressed against her eyes was filled with despair. The moment her man threatened her with a dagger, she completely lost hope. Perhaps death is a relief. Then I won't have to suffer anymore. I don't want to be a human in my next life. Tai Ergo, if you have the guts, kill me. Hearing his wife's words, Tai Ergo became furious. You bitch, shut up. If you dare say another word, I'll kill you. Kill me. Kill me all you want. You can't escape even if you kill me. The magistrate will chop off your head to avenge me. Hearing this, Tai Dafu was speechless. That corrupt magistrate is no good official who stands up for the people. Expecting him to take revenge is a pipe dream. This woman is so stupid. She's just provoking Tai Ergo. Sure enough, Tai Ergo's eyes turned bloodshot. Fine, fine, you damned woman. How dare you talk to me like that? I'll beat you to death. Go ahead and hit me. If you have the guts, kill me. If you can't kill me, you, Tai Ergo, are a spineless man. Just then, Tai Dafu shouted. Enough. Don't think you can fool me with these tricks. It's just a charade to get me to let Tai Ergo go. How ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Tai Ergo, who had been furious, gradually calmed down. It seems this woman is still on my side. Next time she comes back, if she doesn't have 10 caddies of grain, I'll beat her less. The woman's expression changed, and she opened her mouth as if to say something. But Tai Dafu wouldn't give her a chance, and spoke first. Tai Ergo, if we keep dragging this out, the other villagers will probably come soon. If you want to leave then, you won't be able to. After all, that's 10 taels of silver. Do you think people will give up this reward? Upon hearing this, Tai Ergo indeed became anxious. Tai Dafu, get out of the way. You can move aside, but since you've offended me, you'll have to give your woman to me as compensation. How about that? Tai Ergo nodded almost without hesitation. Fine, as long as you let me leave, this woman is yours. You can hit her as much as you want. She can take it. Hearing this, Tai Dafu didn't want to say anything more to such a beast and simply wave his hand. Get out, everyone. Demao and the others slowly retreated into the courtyard, and Tai Ergo breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He held his woman hostage and slowly moved her away. The moment Tai Ergo stepped out of the room, it suddenly got dark. It turned out that Uncle Fu's big pot had been placed directly on his forehead. What are you waiting for? Go for it. Tai Dafu took the lead and slashed Tai Ergo's arm, which was holding the dagger. Tai Ergo cried out in pain, and the dagger fell to the ground. Tai Dafu picked up the dagger, and Demao and Nyo reacted and started punching and kicking Tai Ergo. Hey, stop hitting me. I surrender. The crowd ignored him and continued to beat him. Tai Dafu also kept kicking him with his feet. You scum, I'll beat you to death. Soon, Tai Ergo was beaten until he was making less and less noise. All right, stop it, everyone. Tai Dafu didn't want Tai Ergo to die at his hands. If that happened, he would face legal trouble. Of course, he could also secretly kill and bury the person, but the truth will eventually come out. If something were to come to light someday, it would be a considerable problem. He no longer has the strength or resources to challenge the government. Everyone stopped fighting. At this point, Tai Ergu had been beaten so badly that he couldn't even stand up. No one present sympathized with him. They all felt he deserved it. Tie him up. It's too late now. Take him back to the Iron Mansion first, and we'll send him to the authorities tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Demao immediately took action. Tai Dafu looked at the woman. That beast probably won't get out so easily. You should make plans soon. All Tai Dafu can do is offer a reminder. As for anything more, sorry, he has no obligation to do so. Since Tai Dafu dared to send Tai Ergu to the government, he naturally wouldn't let him come out alive. Just then, the villagers who had heard the commotion ran in. Chapter 31 The Village Head's Constable's Son. When they saw Tai Dafu and Tai Ergu tied up, they were immediately stunned. My God, Ergo actually got arrested. Wow, that's 10 taels of silver. Why is Dinyo with Master Tai? Could it be that he's helping him too? Looks like it is. Dinyo is about to make a fortune. Yes, we couldn't even afford to eat before, but now that we have money, we're going to take off. Don't be envious. Who knows how much Tai Dafu will give him? Even a small amount would be good. It could buy a lot of grain. Exactly. I'd be ecstatic if I had a tael or two of silver. Tisich, with Tai Dafu's stinginess, I'd be lucky if he gave us a few copper coins. Or even nothing at all. This can't be right. What's impossible? Just wait and see. Some people in the crowd envied Tai Dinyo, while others were jealous and wished they could replace him. At this point, some of the bolder people quickly spoke up. Master Tai, how about we help you take this Tai Ergu to the county government office? Yes, there is strength in numbers. Tai Dafu didn't want so many people following him, and besides, what's the point of going out so late at night? I appreciate the kindness of my fellow villagers, but it's too late now. I plan to send it to the county government tomorrow, so please don't trouble yourselves. The group was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, as they had been hoping to take the opportunity to share some of the reward money. Now that the other party is unwilling, it seems things will fall through. Just then, a person stepped out from the crowd. Tai Dafu, hand the man over to me. I'll take him back to the county government tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu narrowed his eyes. The visitor was none other than Tai Manliang, the eldest son of the village head. This person also had another identity, a yamen runner in the county government. Tai Yutian was able to maintain his position as village head thanks in large part to his eldest son. I'm afraid Tai Manliang isn't so kind-hearted if we give him the man. If he secretly releases the person, he will have gained another mortal enemy. This Tai Ergu has become a mortal enemy. He must die. We cannot give him the man. After weighing the pros and cons, Tai Dafu smiled. Oh, it's a full ration. You don't need to trouble yourself with this person. I'll take him over myself tomorrow. Tai Manliang's expression was not very good. Tai Dafu, are you perhaps afraid that I will embezzle your 10 taels of reward money? Nephew, you've misunderstood. I have complete confidence in you. I just happen to be going to the county government office tomorrow, so I'll give him a ride along the way. Tai Manliang snorted coldly, said nothing, and turned to leave. Seeing his son leave, the village head also gave Tai Dafu a deep look before leaving as well. Seeing that they couldn't gain anything, the other villagers went back to sleep. Soon, Tai Ergu's house returned to silence, with only a woman picking up the coarse rice that Tai Ergu had scattered earlier by the moonlight. Back at the Tai residence, after throwing Tai Ergu into the woodshed, Tai Dafu turned his gaze to Dinyo. Dinyo did a good job tonight. You can go back now. I'll give you one more night to think it over. If you still want to come with me tomorrow, then come over. He patted him on the shoulder as he spoke. Dinyo nodded and then left. As Uncle Fu watched Dinyo's departing figure, he couldn't help but say, Master, why are you giving him one night? You might as well have him stay in a manor today. Haven't you heard that forced love is never sweet? If you don't sincerely submit, in a moment of crisis, you won't even be able to shield me from harm. You'll probably run away faster than anyone else. After hearing Tai Dafu's words, Uncle Fu suddenly understood and looked at him with a hint of admiration. As expected of the master, he knows a lot. The little grass next to it also chimed in with flattery. Master, you are invincible. Tai Dafu couldn't help but pat the little girl's head. Invincible under heaven? Why don't you say I have the bearing of an emperor? Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu's face turned pale. Your Excellency, you mustn't say this. This is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family. Tai Dafu then remembered that this was a feudal society, and only the emperor could be called the Great Emperor. Uncle Fu, don't be nervous. I was just saying it offhand. Master, you must never say such things again. If someone with ulterior motives hears this, our Tai family will be finished. Okay, I understand. Uncle Fu then looked at Mao and Xiao Qiao with a serious expression. Forget everything the master just said. Now your indentures are in the master's hands. If anything happens to the master, you will surely die as well. Therefore, no one can reveal a single word of what was said before, understand? The 2 little ones nodded, their faces pale. After giving the 2 little ones a few more instructions, Uncle Fu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was more worry in his eyes when he looked at Tai Dafu. Oh dear, how could the master have such thoughts of becoming emperor? Could it be that he intends to rebel? With the current team, it seems unlikely that anything significant will be accomplished. No, I need to find a chance to properly persuade the master to give up this dangerous idea. Little grass. I never expected that master would want to be the emperor. If master becomes the emperor, wouldn't I be the emperor's maid? Wow, the emperor's maid. That must be the most powerful maid in the world. Damao, peace. Good heavens, the master actually wants to become emperor. As his #1 lackey, doesn't that mean I could become a great general? The thought of becoming a great general made Damao tremble with excitement. Ignoring the 3 men, Tai Dafu returned to his room. Lying in bed, thinking about the day's events, I drifted off to sleep without realizing it. The village head's house. Tai Manliang slammed his fist on the table. Dad, that Tai Dafu is really annoying. He doesn't even give me any face. It's annoying. Your dad has disliked him for a long time, but I don't know what's wrong with him lately. He seems different from before. Father, has his land still not been settled? This guy doesn't lack food or drink now. He's far from needing to sell his land. And he's not stupid. He knows that if he loses even 1 acre, he'll lose his landlord status. What can we do then? Are we just going to let him continue to swagger around in Tiejia village? Don't worry, my son. He won't be able to keep this up for long. Father, do you perhaps have a good idea? Have you forgotten how he lost all that money in grain before? Father, you mean the temple? That's right. I've already thought of a way to deal with him. This time, I'll make sure he loses his landlord status. He immediately told his eldest son about his plan, and Tai Manliang's eyes lit up after hearing it. Dad, that's a great idea. Do you need my help? No need. Go back to the county government and do your job well. He's just a rich man named Tai Dafu. He can't cause any trouble. Okay, if anything happens, have the second brother notify me. The 2 continued to discuss the details of dealing with Tai Dafu. The next day, Uncle Fu came early to wake Tai Dafu up, as Tai Dafu had requested the night before. After grabbing a quick bite, the group headed to the county government office with Tai Ergu. However, on the way there, he happened to run into someone he didn't want to see. Chapter 32, Hiring a Killer. He's getting up so early, all for the reward money. Looking at the sarcastic Tai Manliang, Tai Dafu smiled as well. My dear nephew followed us specifically to protect us. His selfless dedication truly moves me. It's a pity I'm not your father. Otherwise, it would have been a beautiful scene of fatherly love and filial piety. Tai Manliang's face darkened instantly. Tai Dafu, what do you mean by taking advantage of me like this? Tai Dafu looked at him with surprise. Why do I say that? I'm just remarking that I have quite the face to have a full complement of guards. Tai Manliang was immediately displeased. Dad, let's hurry and overtake them. The village head nodded, raised his whip, and made the old ox run even faster. Before long, they overtook Tai Dafu and his group. Seeing this, Uncle Fu couldn't help but say, Master, should we chase after them? Need not. Tai Monsong was still angry about what had just happened. Dad, Tai Dafu has really changed. His words are so sharp now. All you can do is talk. You're not up to any real skill. Dad, please get on with what we discussed last night as soon as possible. I don't want him to continue being so arrogant. Don't worry. Your father knows what he's doing. Tai Dafu and his group finally arrived in the county town and went straight to the county government office. When he arrived at the county government office, he found that Tai Manliang was on duty, which made him frown. After thinking for a moment, he whispered to Uncle Fu beside him, Go and find another constable to help you later. Uncle Fu nodded upon hearing this, then walked over and said with a smile, Excuse me, officer, could you please inform them that we have captured the wanted criminal Tai Ergu? He handed over a few copper coins, but the constable did not take them. Instead, he said expressionlessly, "The county magistrate is busy right now. Please come back later." Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu couldn't help but look at Tai Manliang, and sure enough, he saw Tai Manliang with a smug expression. Looks like Tai Manliang was behind this. That guy is definitely no good. Uncle Fu continued to ask, "Are the other adults present?" "I'm too busy. When are you free?" How should I know? I told you to come later, so I'll come later." "Stop with the nonsense." Uncle Fu quickly walked away and returned to Tai Dafu's side. "Master, what do we do now?" Tai Dafu sneered. I don't believe it. Tai Manliang, a mere constable, can't possibly control everything." Uncle Fu was startled. "You mean he's up to no good?" "Otherwise, it's just a matter of reporting it. Who would turn down money?" Uncle Fu thought about it and realized that it made sense. Under normal circumstances, those bailiffs who had taken the money would have already reported it. Tai Dafu quickly searched for a solution in his mind. Beating the grievance drum is definitely not an option. He's not here to file a complaint. If he does, it will only displease the people and the county government. This was not the outcome he wanted. He couldn't afford to offend the authorities now. Just as he was thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up. Just then, a man walked over from a distance, and Tai Manliang immediately went up to him in a fawning manner, smiling and saying something. Tai Dafu recognized the man. He was Lei Hung, the head constable of the county government. So that's their boss. No wonder he acts like a lapdog. Seeing that Tai Manliang was pointing at himself, Tai Dafu knew in his heart that something was wrong. That bastard Tai Manliang is definitely talking bad about me. No, I have to do something. The constable, being a landlord, wasn't afraid, but the head constable was a different story. Offending the head constable will really have dire consequences. At this moment, a plan formed in his mind, and Tai Dafu walked towards Lei Hung with a smile. "Officer Lei, it's been a while since I last saw you, and you're even more impressive than before." Lei Hung naturally knew Tai Dafu, that miser. He smiled too. "Who do we have here?" "It's Master Tai. May I ask what brings you to the county office, Master Tai?" Tai Manliang, who was standing nearby, immediately reprimanded. "Tai Dafu, our chief Lei is very busy, so speak quickly." Tai Dafu ignored him completely and instead looked directly at Lei Hung. "Officer Lei, there are some things I want to say to you privately. What do you think?" Tai Manliang's face darkened. He was furious that Tai Dafu ignored him, even more so than when they had argued. "That damn Tai Dafu! How dare he ignore me? Just wait until you fall into my hands. Then I'll show you what I'm made of." He was about to speak when he heard Lei Hung say, "Manliang, you go and guard the gate." Even though Tai Manliang was unwilling, he could only bow and pay his respects. "Yes, Officer Lei." Soon only Tai Dafu and his companion remained around. "Speak." "To be honest, I came here because I caught Tai Ergu, a wanted criminal. Now that I've encountered Officer Lei, I intend to hand the person over to you. As for the reward money, consider it a reward for Officer Lei's hard work." Lei Hung looked at Tai Dafu with surprise. Strange, is this really the same stingy person I know? He's surprisingly generous. Seeing Lei Hung looking at him like that, Tai Dafu couldn't help but cough lightly. Cough. Lei Hung snapped out of his daze, pondered for a moment, and looked at Tai Dafu. "That's 10 taels of silver. Are you really willing to part with it?" "Of course I'm willing to part with it. I'll just give it to my friend." Lei Ing laughed. It would be a fool not to make money when it's available, especially since it's 10 taels. "All right, in that case, thank you very much, Brother Tai." Hearing himself called Brother Tai, Tai Dafu smiled. "In that case, I will take the liberty of calling you Brother Lei. That's only right. If you ever need anything in the future, you can come to me. I'll definitely help if I can." "Brother, there really is something I need to discuss." Lei Hang's smile froze. Damn, I knew this tightwad wouldn't have such a hard time getting his money. The smile on his face vanished. "I don't know what it is. Tai Ergu is a heinous criminal, a complete scumbag." Tai Dafu then recounted how Tai Ergu treated his woman. "That Tai Ergu is such a beast. When he gets out, I'm afraid his wife will have no way to survive. I heard the conditions in prison aren't good. Inmates often get sick and die." At this point, Tai Dafu stopped abruptly, realizing that some things shouldn't be said in their entirety and that it was best to stop there. He believed Lei Hung would understand what he meant. After all, Lei Hung was no fool for rising to the rank of head constable. Lei Hung was truly shocked. He understood what Tai Dafu meant. That Tai Dafu is a ruthless man. What kind of woman is she? He's just afraid of being retaliated against. TSK, TSK, TSK. They actually want to kill Tai Ergu. They're truly ruthless. At this moment, Lei Heng's regard for Tai Dafu increased significantly. Such a ruthless person deserved his serious attention. He didn't reply, but instead pondered the pros and cons of the matter. Tai Dafu wasn't in a hurry and just waited quietly. After a while, Lei Heng spoke. That Tai Ergu does look frail, but I, Lei Heng, am a law-abiding and good constable. If you want special treatment, that's not out of the question, but you'll have to pay extra. Chapter 33, Taking Down the Big Bull. Tai Dafu was speechless, but still spoke up. How many? 10 taels of silver. Tai Dafu remained silent, and Lei Heng, thinking that Tai Dafu thought it was too expensive, quickly spoke up. Brother Tai, it's not that I'm trying to trick you. It's just that this matter is too big and the risk is too high. If anything unexpected happens, we will both be held responsible. I'm gambling with my life and fortune, so 10 taels of silver is really not expensive. In my past life, even rich kids who killed someone in a car accident would have to pay 300,000 or 400,000 yuan in compensation. In feudal dynasties, killing someone would only cost 10 taels of silver, which was acceptable. Make a deal. 10 taels of silver to solve a major problem seems like a great deal. Lei Heng smiled. Great. Go back and wait for my news, brother. I'll send someone to let you know once it's done. Fine, but I want to see your body if you die. Brother, you're very cautious. No problem. Lei Heng looked at Tai Dafu with even greater respect for him because of his cautiousness. After paying the money, Tai Dafu took his leave. Tai Manliang immediately smiled and walked over again. Lei Tu really knows how to handle things. How could a small landlord like you dare to disrespect him? Tai Manliang was very happy. He thought that Tai Dafu had been driven away by Lei Heng and didn't even dare to accept the reward money. Lei Heng glanced at him but offered no explanation. Put this Tai Ergu in jail. I'll go report to the county magistrate. Yes. Damao was furious when he saw that Tai Dafu hadn't even entered the door. Sir, those people are despicable. They actually stole our reward money. Before Tai Dafu could say anything, Uncle Fu sighed. Damao, there are some things that cannot be said. You must remember that since ancient times, the people have never fought against the officials. Damao was somewhat unconvinced. But the magistrate clearly said before that whoever catches Tai Ergu will receive a reward of 10 taels of silver. All right, Damao, let's leave it at that. Don't bring it up again. Damao nodded reluctantly. Yes, sir. On the way back, Tai Dafu felt much lighter. At the entrance of the Iron Mansion, Daniel, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was squatting there, looking somewhat lost in thought. He didn't sleep a wink last night. He thought about a lot of things. In the end, he decided to sell himself to Tai Dafu as a bodyguard. But when he arrived at the Tai Mansion, he found that Tai Dafu was not there. Little Grass naturally didn't dare let the ox go in, so the ox waited at the door. A passerby, seeing this, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Daniel, what are you doing here? Fine. Who are you kidding? Why are you squatting in front of the Iron Mansion? I know. You must be waiting for your share of the reward money. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's 10 taels of silver. I wonder how much Master Tai will give you. By the way, Daniel, did Master Tai say how much he'd give you? It was all thanks to Master Tai and his gang that Ergo was caught. I didn't help much. Whether I get the money or not, it doesn't matter to me. Daniel, are you stupid? That's 10 taels of silver. That's right. Even a small amount could buy a lot of grain. Daniel didn't say anything, and the other villagers laughed at him for being foolish. All right, why are you talking about that big shot? Everyone knows what kind of person Master Tai is. If you ask me, that big shot of his is just self-aware. Exactly, that guy is really smart. He claims to be clever, but his words and tone suggest he's just watching the show. Tai Dainyu remained silent. To be honest, he really didn't want the money. After all, he hadn't really put in much effort, and he would be embarrassed to accept money from him. Now, all he feels is anxiety about what the future holds after he sells himself. Seeing that Daniel didn't speak, the teasing lost its meaning, and the crowd gradually left. Some people stayed behind, wanting to see how much silver Tai Dafu would ultimately give Daniel. Finally, Tai Dafu and his group returned to the Tai residence. Tai Dafu was somewhat surprised to see the people at the door. Make way, what are you all doing here? Upon seeing Tai Dafu, the villagers who had been watching immediately greeted him with a hint of obsequiousness. Greetings, Mr. Iron. Master Tai, are you coming back from the county government office? Old Man Iron is really amazing. Master Tai, how much silver do you plan to give Inyo? Tai Dafu finally realized that these people were just there to watch the show, so he ignored them. Instead, he turned his gaze to Dinyo in the crowd and smiled. In the morning, he didn't see Dinyo come over, so he assumed that the guy didn't want to sell himself anymore. Seeing Tai Dainyu now, I naturally felt relieved. Dinyo, you're here. Come on, let's go back to the manor. Yes, Master Tai. As the group entered the mansion, the gate was slammed shut by Mao. The crowd looked at each other, wanting to go in and see what was going on, but not daring to. Why not distribute the money outside? What else can we do? If we give them a few coins, they'll just make us laugh at us. I think so too. If we really give Dinyo a lot of money, Tai Dafu will definitely show it off in front of everyone. TSK, TSK, TSK. Dinyo is honest too. I'm afraid he's going to get bullied badly. Why don't we go and put in a good word for Dinyo? After all, we're from the same village. That's right. Go ahead. We'll support you. No. Imakuwart. I'm even scared of Tai Dafu now. You guys go instead. I'm also a coward. Nobody's a fool. They certainly wouldn't do something so thankless and exhausting. Inside the Iron Mansion. Dinyo, what's your decision? Master Tai, I've made up my mind. I'm willing to sell myself into the Tai family. This time he really thought it through. He has a younger brother at home who can't even afford to eat. Rather than that, she might as well sell herself. Maybe her younger brother could get married in the future and their family line wouldn't end. Okay, as I said before, your future self will be glad you made this decision. In that case, let Uncle Fu take you to the county government office to file a report. Good. Once the indenture is signed, it needs to be stamped by the county government for filing before it becomes effective. As for why he didn't go himself, it's because Tai Dafu is lazy. He had just returned from the county government office and didn't want to make another trip. Uncle Fu, I'm sorry to trouble you to make this trip again. What are you saying, sir? Please just give me your orders. Tai Dafu was quite at ease with Uncle Fu's work. The main reason is that the Mao is still too young and doesn't know some things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Uncle Fu to make the trip. In that case, the Mao, you can come along too. You can broaden your horizons, and maybe we can get you to handle things in the future. The Mao nodded emphatically. Yes, sir. At this moment, Tai Dafu got a chair, lay down on it, and pondered the future. I only have 50 taels left in my hands, so I need to find a way to get some more silver quickly. Otherwise, the money will run out sooner or later, and then I, your master, will have to live a hard life. Tai Dafu began to think about the knowledge he had in his previous life. Brewing wine. How do you brew it again? I don't think I know how. Besides, there's not enough food to eat right now, so how can we use it to brew wine? Salt production doesn't seem feasible either. The government has very strict controls, and if you're caught, you'll die. Even if I were to develop it now, I wouldn't be able to protect it. Making glass seems to involve firing sand, but it appears to require high temperatures, so ordinary furnaces won't work, and we'll have to pass on that for now. I don't know how to make paper myself, and besides, we already have paper now. After thinking it over, Tai Dafu admitted that he was a terrible student and knew nothing. Sigh, it seems I'm just a good-for-nothing. I should just be a good landlord and farm the land. As long as I have plenty of land, I'll never be short of money. Chapter 34, Taking Down the Big Shot 2. Fertilizer is essential for a good harvest. You definitely can't make chemical fertilizers yourself, but farmyard manure is good too, and even better. Tai Dafu thought about it more and more and felt it was a good idea. After Uncle Fu returned, he handed the indenture to Tai Dafu. After glancing at it, Tai Dafu put it in his pocket. Dinyo, from now on you are my man. I wonder if Uncle Fu has told you about Air Go's reward money. Danyu nodded. Master, Uncle Fu has already said that although there is no reward money, please don't be too sad. What a kind person, they even know how to care about me. Although the reward money is gone, I must still pay you for selling yourself. As agreed before, I'll give you 10 taels of silver. Do you want money or grain? Tai Dafu knew he couldn't skimp on this silver, otherwise Dinyo would probably have a thorn in his side. Besides, even if you buy it from a human trafficker, you still need to pay money. Sir, I want 8 taels of silver, and the remaining 2 taels for grain. Is that all right? All right, you go with Uncle Fu to get it. Once you have a grain, go back first and come back early tomorrow morning. From now on, you can stay at the Tai residence. Thank you, sir. Dinyo followed Uncle Fu, took the grain, and left. He was spotted by the waiting villagers as soon as he stepped out the door. When they saw the grain, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Dinyo, did Master Tai give you all of this? Dinyo hadn't expected there to be so many people outside, so he could only nod reluctantly. My God, so much grain. How much silver is that worth? Big Nyo, you're about to strike it rich. Master Tai is so generous. I wish I could go with him to catch ergo. With so much food, no one could resist being envious. Some people rolled their eyes. Dinyo, my family is so poor that we can't even afford to eat. Could you lend me some grain? Yes, Dinyo, we're all from the same village. You can't just watch us starve to death. Dinyo, we're best buddies. Dinyo, you used to come to my house for wild vegetable porridge. Dinyo, I gave you half a wild vegetable pancake before. The crowd chattered incessantly. All wanted to get some food from him. Dinyo had never seen anything like this before, but he also knew that this grain was earned by selling himself into servitude and that he wouldn't give it to anyone else. Just as he was at a loss, the door opened and Tai Dafu walked out. What are you all yelling about? Go make a scene somewhere else, not in front of my door. Upon hearing Tai Dafu's words, everyone fell silent. Tai Dafu is currently riding high, and they dare not offend him. Dinyo, this grain is your lifeline. Think of your starving mother. Tai Danyu's eyes hardened. Thank you, sir, I understand. After saying that, Tai Danyu immediately ran towards his home, completely ignoring those people. When those people saw that Tai Danyu had run away, they refused to lend him any grain and started talking badly about him. Huh, what a bunch of scoundrels. They're from the same village, and they won't even lend us a little grain. They're so stingy. Exactly. I think they all learned it from Tai Dafu. I will never again invite Tai Danyu and wild vegetable porridge. Exactly. Let's all ignore him. The group left, grumbling and cursing. Dinyo finally breathed a sigh of relief when he got home. He was glad he hadn't exchanged all his money for grain. Otherwise, the villagers would have been green with envy. Ernie was stunned when he saw how much grain his brother had brought back. Brother, where did you get all this food? Big Cow's mother also sat up in bed, her face turning pale as she looked at the grain. Dinyo, tell your mother the truth. Did you sell the land at home? Mother, the land is the root of us farmers. I will not sell the land. Then where did you get this food from? This was given to me by Master Tai. A miser? How could he be so kind? Dinyo, tell your mother the truth. What really happened? Dinyo is going to stay at Tai Dafu's house tomorrow, and he knows he can't keep this a secret any longer, so he just grits his teeth and tells him directly. Mother, I sold myself to Tai Dafu as a servant. What? Both Dinyo's mother and Ernyo were stunned. You unfilial son. Who told you to go? Do you know the consequences of selling yourself? You're going to make your mother die of anger. No, come with me. Let's go find Tai Dafu. Brother, did that bastard Tai Dafu force you to do this? I'm going to beat him up right now. Mother, second brother, no, it was my own choice. Upon hearing this, Iron Mother was nearly driven mad with anger and slapped a large slingshot across his face. How could I have given birth to such an unfilial son? How can I face your father after I die like this? Mother, we can't even afford to eat. If this continues, the whole family will starve to death. Rather than that, I'd rather follow Tai Dafu. At least I can make a living. As he spoke, he took out another 8 taels of silver from his pocket. Mother, besides this grain, there are also 8 taels of silver, which is the money I earned from selling myself. Take this money. With it, we can find a wife for my second brother, and our family line won't end. Seeing the silver, Tai Mu stood there stunned, then hugged Dinyo and broke down in tears. Dinyo, my good son, I'm so sorry. Wah. Mother, don't cry. You should be happy for your son. I heard the Iron family eats meat at every meal. Their son is going off to live a life of luxury. Hearing this, Tai's mother cried even harder. It took a long time for Dinyo to persuade his mother to stop. Iron Mother touched the spot where she had just been hit and said with heartache, Does it still hurt? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hit you. Da Niu smiled han-ho-li. Mom, I'm thick-skinned. It'll be fine. Taimu turned her gaze to Ernyo. Ernyo, come here and kneel down before your brother. Ernyo knelt down in front of Dinyo with a thud. Dinyo was anxious and quickly tried to pull him up. Second brother, get up quickly. Dinyo, don't pull him. Ernyo, remember what happened today. Our family depends on your eldest brother. When you have children in the future, you must take care of your elder brother when he gets old, or your mother will never forgive you. In his view, working as a servant for Tai Dafu meant that finding a wife was out of the question, and even getting enough to eat would be difficult. As for what he just said about eating meat every day, she didn't believe it at all, taking it as her son's way of comforting her. Mother, don't worry, I've remembered it. Kneel 3 times to your elder brother. Ernyu immediately kowtowed 3 times. That noon, Denyo's mother asked Ernyo to get some meat and made a sumptuous lunch for Denyo. During this time, she kept putting meat on Ernyo's plate, while Ernyo silently picked at the wild vegetables, not daring to put meat on his plate. Mother, Ernyu, you should eat meat too. If your mother doesn't eat it, you can have all the meat. Brother, you eat it, I don't like meat. Denyo immediately put a few pieces of meat on Taimu's and Ernyo's plates. After finishing his meal, Taidanyu said to Taimu, Mother, I want to return the grain I borrowed from the village head. Okay, I'll do as you say. Denyo took the grain and went to the village head's house. The village head was surprised to see Denyo. Could they be here to sell their land? Thinking of this, he immediately greeted them with a smile. Chapter 35, Arranging for Big Bull. Denyo, what do you want? Uncle Village Head, I've come to return the grain. As he spoke, he took out the grain behind him. The village head's smile froze. Denyo, do you have grain at home? Yes, Master Tai gave us some grain, so I was thinking of repaying the grain I owed you before. Could it be the reward for helping to capture Tai Ergu? Don't blame me for being nosy, but how much grain could someone like Tai Dafu possibly give you? After thinking for a moment, Tai Danyu decided to reveal that he had become a guard, since he would eventually be a member of the Tai family and couldn't hide it from them. Uncle Village Head, this isn't a reward. It's that from now on I will be a guard for the Iron Manor. What? The village head was truly shocked. He hadn't expected Tai Danyu to become a guard at the Tai residence. Denyo, why would Tai Dafu, who is such a good man, let you be his bodyguard? Let me give you a friendly reminder. Tai Dafu is not someone to be trifled with. You should be careful. Could it be that he has ulterior motives towards you? Uncle, Master Tai is a decent man, and I'm willing to be his bodyguard. Why are you so stubborn, kid? I'm just trying to be helpful. Take my advice, stay away from him. It'll be good for you. Uncle, I'll leave the grain here. I have something to do, so I'll head back now. Big Nyo, think carefully about what I just told you. I understand, Uncle. After saying that, Denyo turned and left. At this moment, the village head's wife walked in. What's Denyo doing here? Is he going to borrow grain again? Let me tell you, we can't lend our grain to outsiders. He came to return the grain. It's good to have grain back. What a load of bull. The village head kicked the grain to the ground. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? This is food. The village head ignored him and went back to his room, his face gloomy. Damn Tai Dafu, you've ruined my plans again. The second son, Tai Monsong, also came in. Father, what has made you so angry? Tai Danyo came to return the grain. It was given to him by Tai Dafu. Tai Monsong's expression changed. Dad, if Danyo's family has grain, he probably won't sell the land to us. That Tai Dafu has ruined my plans time and time again. He deserves to die. You just wait at home. I'm going out today, and this time I'll make sure Tai Dafu pays the price. The following day, Tai Danyu began to say goodbye to his mother and younger brother. Mother, I'm going to the Tai residence today, and we'll be living there from now on. Please take good care of yourself. Second brother, take good care of mother while I'm away. If I find out you're not treating her well, I'll beat you to death. Brother, don't worry. I'd rather go hungry myself than let mother go hungry. Iron Mother wiped away her tears. Denyo, Mom will go with you. This? Mother, no need. I can go by myself. What? Is your mother unwilling to even see you off on your final journey? That's not what my son meant. In the end, not only Tai Mu, but Ernyo also went along. As Ernyu entered the Iron Mansion, he looked at the things inside with envy. This was his first time entering the Iron Mansion. This Iron Mansion is huge. If I could have a house like that, I'd die happy. Sir, my mother and brother have come to see me off. Don't worry, they'll leave soon. Tai Dafu nodded and looked at Tai's mother. Your health is recovering well, that's good. Eat and drink as you please. The best days are yet to come. Mr. Tai, may I have a word with you in private? Okay, come with me. The two entered a room, and Tai Mu immediately knelt down on the ground with a thud. Upon seeing this, Tai Dafu quickly stepped forward to try and pull him up. What are you doing? Get up. However, no matter how hard he tried, Iron Mother was determined not to get up. Master Tai, my son Inyo is a good boy. Please, considering we're all from the same village, don't mistreat him anymore. I'll kowtow to you. Bang bang bang. Iron Mother kowtowed with great care. Perhaps this was the only thing she could do for her son. Stop kowtowing, get up. Okay, I promise you. Tai Dafu was looking for a bodyguard, so naturally he would treat him well. Otherwise, how could the bodyguard protect him from harm? So even if Tai Mu didn't say anything, Tai Dafu wouldn't torment Dinyo. Thank you, Mr. Tai. You're a good person. May the Bodhisattva bless you with a long and healthy life. I will pray for you in the future. After helping her up, Tai Dafu took her back to the courtyard. Ernie was furious when he saw that his mother seemed to be crying and that there were red marks on her head. Mom, what's wrong? Did this miser bully you? Iron Mother's expression changed, and she immediately began to scold. What nonsense are you talking about? This is your mother asking Master Tai to take good care of your elder brother in the future. Quickly kneel down and apologize to Master Tai. Ernie immediately knelt down on the ground. I'm sorry, Mr. Tai. I misunderstood you. Considering that you are also trying to protect your mother, I will let you off the hook. Get out of here. Tai's mother breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely afraid that this matter would displease Tai Dafu and cause him to make things difficult for her eldest son. Dinyo, see your mother off. Yes, sir. No need. From now on, Dinyo, you're Master Tai's man. Just do your job well, and don't worry about your mother. With Erniu's help, Tai's mother walked out of the Tai residence, turning back every few steps. When she reached the door, she took a deep look at her eldest son, as if trying to etch him into her heart. The moment she turned around, it seemed that she had a few more gray hairs on her head, and her face had more wrinkles. Dinyo, tears streaming down his face, kept kowtowing to Tai Mu's retreating figure until she was out of sight. Tai Dafu couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he watched. What a loving mother and filial son. I made the right choice in selecting this guard. How bad could someone who is so filial be? If someone is not even filial to their parents, who can trust them to be a bodyguard? Tai Dafu absolutely does not want people like that. Get up. Your mother has already gone far away. Upon hearing this, Dinyo stood up and wiped away his tears. I'm sorry to have made you a laughingstock, sir. It's only human nature, and a master won't laugh at you. You'll understand once you've spent more time in the Iron Mansion. Let me first tell you about the general situation in the mansion. The steward in the mansion is Uncle Fu. Treat him with respect. You and Mao are both guards. Besides doing the things the master, are responsible for protecting my safety at other times. If I stay in a manor, then you and Mao will have to undergo training. As for what kind of training they'll do, I'll take you there to see it first. Tai Dafu led Dinyo into a separate courtyard, where they saw Mao pounding sandbags. Mao, komeiya. You should know Dinyo too, so I won't introduce him further. He will also be a guard in our Tai family from now on. You two should get along well. Yes, sir. From now on, in addition to training with sandbags, you will also practice stick techniques and weighted running. Sir, what is weighted running? It's about running with weights strapped to your legs. What's the use of this? Of course it's useful. Right now it's weighted running. But in the future, if we encounter danger, it'll be carrying me on your back while running. So we have to train. And that stick technique, from now on, everyone should carry a stick when they go out. Whoever bullies me, you'll beat them up. Whoever I bully, you'll beat them up too. Did you all remember that? Got it. Great. Also tell Dinyo the slogan, and you guys can practice slowly. After Tai Dafu left, Dinyo asked curiously, what slogan? Master likes to hear about loyalty. After Master finishes his lectures, we should shout slogans together. Come on, Brother Dinyo, let's rehearse first. I'll count to 3, then we'll all shout it together. Good. 1, 2, 3. Loyalty. Chapter 36. The villagers learned that Dinyo has become a guard. It was noon soon, and because of Dinyo's arrival, Tai Dafu specially asked Uncle Fu to buy some extra meat. As for rice, of course, a lot of it was steamed. A guard needs to be in good health. Otherwise, how could he protect him? At this moment, Dinyo was looking at the food on the table with a nervous expression, constantly swallowing his saliva. He knew Tai Dafu ate well, but he didn't expect it to be this good. The aroma of the white rice and meat wafted into his nose, making him want to pounce on it right then and there. But reason told him he couldn't do that. Big Nyo, eat up, don't be shy. Yes, Brother Nyo, the master is wonderful. No, he's the best master in the world. Eat as much as you can, as long as you don't waste any. In this day and age, there's no such thing as waste. After all, people are so hungry they eat wild vegetables. Really? Is it okay to eat whatever we want? After saying that, she looked at Uncle Fu, hoping to get a positive answer from him. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded. What Mao said is true. The master is kind-hearted, and we servants cannot let him down. so we must be loyal to him. Whatever the master asks us to do, we must do it. We must put the master and the Iron Manor first. Uncle Fu said this to give Denyo a warning, to make him understand that the current time mansion is his real home, and his original home should be secondary. Denyo nodded emphatically, then picked up his rice and began to eat voraciously. Seeing that he wasn't eating the vegetables, Demao couldn't help but say, "Brother Nyo, eat some vegetables. This meat is delicious." "I'm fine with rice. Rice is delicious too." "That won't do. The master said that we guards must eat our fill, so we have the strength to fight." As he spoke, he piled a lot of food onto Denyo's plate, and they ate rice with the dishes. Denyo's previously anxious heart began to calm down, and at this moment he remembered what Tai Dafu had said before. "Your future self will thank you for the decision you made now. Perhaps following Master Iron really was the best decision of my life." He then began to eat voraciously. The next day, Tai Dainyu and Mao started running with weights. Since it was not convenient to run in the Time Mansion, the two started running in the village. This amazing scene left the villagers completely stunned. "Denyo, how'd you end up hanging out with this kid?" "Yes, isn't he Tai Dafu's stepson?" "Don't talk nonsense. We are all the master's guards." "All of them?" "Denyo, you become Tai Dafu's bodyguard." Everyone gathered around. "Is this for real, Denyo?" "Big brother, tell us about it." Denyo knew that if he didn't say something, these people would probably keep bothering him. So he immediately spoke up. "That's right. I'm now serving as Master Tai's bodyguard, and I'll be a member of the Tai family from now on." Whoosh! The crowd erupted in uproar, their eyes filled with disbelief. "What? You've actually become Tai Dafu's bodyguard? My God, Denyo has done something amazing." "Denyo, tell us quickly, how did you become Tai Dafu's bodyguard?" "It's because the master thought I was a good person and honest, so he made me a guard." No one believed it. "So how much do you earn per month?" This question struck a chord with everyone, and they all looked at him intently. 30 coins per month. "What? Are you sure it's 30 coins a month?" Danyu nodded. "My God, that's incredibly stingy. Take my advice, Denyo, this job isn't for you." "Exactly, even a live dog wouldn't do that. 30 coins a month, only 1 coin a day. Even a woman working a day can earn 5 coins. This miser is still as stingy as ever." "That's not right. A few days ago, Day's wife went to work and was paid 8 coins a day. I heard she also got hot white rice and meat." "Denyo, you're not afraid we'll steal your job, so you're deliberately saying you get 30 coins a month, are you?" Believe it or not, Denyo had no intention of revealing that he had sold himself into servitude. It was simply too embarrassing to talk about. The clever person immediately looked at Mao beside him. "Young man, you and Nyo are both guards. How much do you earn a month?" 30 coins, how about that? Isn't that a lot?" Everyone was speechless when they saw Mao's smug face. Poor child. He's probably never seen money before. 30 coins a month is nothing. They were absolutely right. Mao really had never seen much money. Besides, they were all sold into servitude to Tai Dafu. He had heard about it from slave traders before. Many women who sell themselves into servitude not only don't get paid, but they also go hungry every day and can only eat leftovers. Living like this in the Iron Mansion was like living the life of a god. He was happy even without wages. That wicked landlord. He really only gave us 1 penny. How despicable. What a heartless person. Only a fool like Denyo would be willing to do that. Those who had ideas earlier have now lost their minds. After all, only 1 coin a day is just bullying people. Denyo was immediately displeased after hearing this. "You're the idiot. Your whole family are idiots. Demao, let's go." "Yes, ignore them." The two continued their arduous journey, while onlookers pointed and whispered at their retreating figures. "What do you think these 2 idiots, one big and one small, are doing? What else can they do? They're just bored and have nothing better to do." TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems the food at the Iron Mansion is really good. Could it be that Inyo only followed Tai Dafu because of the good food? Don't forget, his family used to be so poor they couldn't even afford to eat. If it were still the same food, I would suspect that the two of them had reached some secret agreement. Otherwise, how could that stingy guy, Tai Dafu, possibly give him so much food? Then everyone remembered the grain that Inyo had given them a couple of days ago. Now that you mention it, it's actually quite possible. Even if Inyo is stupid, he wouldn't be willing to spend a single penny a day. Now, many of those people started to have their own ideas again. "No, I need to have the head of the household inquire about it. If it's suitable, I'll have him serve as a guard at the Iron Manor." I'll go back and air out the blankets. Yes, I'm going to air out my blankets too. I'll go too. The dark group of people was quickly reduced to just a few. Judging from their wise eyes, the remaining few were all extraordinary individuals. Shaju, it's a really cloudy day. There's not even any sun. Why are you all going back to air out your blankets? You don't understand, do you? They must have wet the bed and wanted to wash it off with rain so that no one would find out they wet the bed. Wow, you're so smart. Absolutely. These people always say we're stupid, but in my opinion, they're the stupid ones. If Nuanyuan wets the bed, she just dries it. Exactly. A bunch of idiots. Let's go. We're not playing with idiots. Okay, let's have a contest to see who can pee the farthest. That's so boring. I recently learned a great trick. Pee into the sky and then catch it with my mouth. Really? Of course it's true. I'll show you later. The remaining old men, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but shake their heads. This child is beyond saving. At the entrance of the Iron Mansion, didn't you go back to air out the blankets? Didn't you go to air out your blankets too? All right, everyone knows what we're up to. Let's just ask directly. Yes, just ask. Then, the gates of the Iron Mansion were knocked on. Chapter 37 Iron Mansion Guards. Not even dogs would be served. When Uncle Fu opened the door, he was surprised to see so many villagers, and he couldn't help but frown. Is there something you need? We heard that Dinyo became a guard at the Tai residence, so we came to ask if Master Tai is still hiring. Uncle Fu thought for a moment. You wait here, I'll go ask the master. Not long after, Uncle Fu arrived at Tai Dafu's place. Sir, a lot of villagers have come to the gate. They all heard about Dinyo's situation and came to ask if we're still hiring guards. Tai Dafu thought for a moment and then got up. I'll go take a look. 2 guards were certainly not enough. He wanted to recruit 4 guards so that he could feel a little safer. Upon seeing Tai Dafu, the crowd immediately became excited. Master Tai, are you still hiring guards? Master Tai, how much do you pay your guards? Master Tai, if I work as a guard at your house, will I be provided with meals? Will I get to eat meat? Stop. So many questions. Which one do you want me to answer? One by one. First of all, our Iron Mansion is recruiting guards. However, I have requirements for recruiting guards. They must sell themselves into service to my Iron Manor. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in uproar. What? You want to sell yourself? If you sell yourself into servitude, wouldn't you be able to be beaten and scolded by your master at will? More than that, they're practically like cattle and horses. My once passionate heart cooled down instantly. Master Tai, how did Inyo become your bodyguard? Did he also sign a contract of servitude? Good. Wow. Dinyo is so stupid. I don't know what she was thinking, that she actually sold herself into the Iron Manor as a slave. Tai Daimyu, is it possible to not sell yourself? I wouldn't dare take you if you don't sell yourself. Once you're in my Iron Mansion, you're one of my own. I treat my people very well. They can eat rice to their heart's content every day. We could eat meat every now and then, and not only that, we also received 30 coins a month. I'm sure you're not stupid. These foods alone are quite valuable. I've said everything I needed to say. Whether you come or not is up to you. My goodness, they can actually eat all you can eat rice. Meat. We can even eat meat. This is such a great treat. Master Tai, if you don't sign the indenture, we'll go. Yes, Mr. Tai. We're all from the same village. Don't you trust our character? Exactly. Everyone here is a genuine person. I, this old man, believe more in written words. Besides, I don't accept just anyone. First, there has to be a political vetting process, which means no one can have any shady or dishonest behavior. Secondly, one must be physically strong and not too old. Most importantly, one must obey orders and follow commands. Be as loyal to me as a dog. Everyone, think it over carefully before you come. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to back out once you've signed a contract. After saying that, Tai Dafu turned and left. Seeing the tightly closed door, everyone finally came to their senses. My God, they even have this ridiculous political vetting process. Do they think they're recruiting officials? Didn't you hear me? What's even more outrageous is that they want people to be loyal like dogs. They're not even pretending. They're just openly saying they're looking for someone to be their dog. But he said there would be plenty of rice and meat too. Just listen to his nonsense. He might give you food at first, but after a few days you won't even have leftovers to eat. By then, you'll have already signed a contract of servitude. What can they do even if they don't feed you? Exactly, they're treating us like fools. Only an idiot like Dinyo would believe that. Just wait, Denyo will have a hard time later. Now, I finally understand why the Denyo family has grain. They must have sold themselves into servitude to get it. I knew it. No miser would be so kind as to give him food. TSK, TSK, TSK. Other families sell their daughters, but the Denyo family is different. They actually sell their son. I don't know what Denyo's mother was thinking. What else can we think? Don't forget that his family doesn't have any daughters. How can he sell them? He can only sell his sons. But she was foolish. That was her son. How could she sell him? He was there to carry on the family line. Come on, they can't even afford to eat. Who would marry into his family? How foolish, how foolish. The conditions for Tai Dafu to recruit guards and the news of Denyo selling himself into servitude spread like wildfire throughout Tiejia village. Whether there's something to talk about or not, everyone's discussing this. After all, in this day and age, such a big juicy story is something you can't miss. Have you heard? Denyo signed a contract to become a guard at the Iron Mansion. What guard? He's just a servant. There's no good thing about signing a contract of servitude. Just look at Uncle Fu in Tai Dafu's mansion. He's been a slave his whole life and doesn't even have a wife. Denyo's life is ruined. His mother is really heartless to let her eldest son sell himself. That's right. We should let Ernie go instead of the eldest brother. After all, we'll be relying on him to support us in our old age. Some villagers even went to Denyo's house. Sister, what were you thinking? That Denyo is your son. How could you sell him? Yeah, girl, you'll get talked about behind your back if you do that. After you die, how will you face Denyo's father? Look at Uncle Fu in the Tai family. He's worked like a slave his whole life and has no children. How pitiful. Besides, Denyo's life is completely ruined. Hearing these heartbreaking words, Denyo's mother kept wiping away her tears. Ernie, who was standing nearby, couldn't listen anymore and roared angrily. Get out of here, all of you. If you dare say another word, believe me, I'll beat you up. Tai Ernie drove everyone out. Pa, what's with the attitude? Even if my family is poor, we've never sold our son. Exactly, what an ungrateful family. Suddenly, Ernie brought out a basin of water and splashed it directly at everyone. Let you gossip. You bastard Ernie, you actually splashed water on us. You'll be sold out sooner or later. Stop arguing. I'll beat you up. Everyone was so frightened that they fled in panic. Denyo also sensed something was wrong. Listening to the people's discussions, he finally understood what was going on. Demao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but offer words of comfort. Brother Denyo, don't pay attention to these people. They're the real fools. Following the master not only ensures we have enough to eat, but also allows us to eat meat every day. The master treats us better than his own sons. We are not servants, but masters. I've heard that even some landlords don't live as well as we do. Danulogid. Demao, you're right, they're the fools. Tai Dafu had heard the rumors circulating outside, but he couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. But there was one thing he heard that resonated with him, so he went to find Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, why didn't you get married and have children back then? In Tai Dafu's memory, his adoptive father treated Uncle Fu very well. They arranged several marriages for him, but Uncle Fu refused to agree to any of them. Uncle Fu was taken aback when he heard this, then smiled. Master, I'm already very satisfied with being able to enter the Iron Mansion and eat and drink well in this life. As for women, I don't need them. Tai Dafu couldn't help but frown. Does Uncle Fu, like me, have some unspeakable secret? With this in mind, Tai Dafu felt as if he had found his people, and he patted Uncle Fu on the shoulder. Uncle Fu, men all have their unspeakable difficulties. I understand. Chapter 38, the fat monk comes to the door. Uncle Fu. Forget it, the master definitely has a problem in this area. I'd better not argue with him, lest I hurt his feelings. Tai Dafu. Uncle Fu didn't refute me, so there was definitely a problem. I finally found a kindred spirit. What Tai Dafu didn't know was that Uncle Fu didn't marry or have children simply because he didn't want to. In his mind, he was already living off the Iron family, so why would he ask them to help him get married? He didn't want the whole family to eat and drink at the Tai Mansion. He just wanted to stay there alone forever. Everyone has their own principles, and it's hard to say whether they are right or wrong. The village head's house. Dad, have you heard the rumors outside? That son of a bitch, Tai Dafu, actually made Denyo sign a contract to sell himself into servitude. I always thought my son and I were scoundrels, but now I realize that Tai Dafu is an even bigger beast. The village head's face darkened instantly, and he slapped his second son on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? Village head Ben is an upright and kind-hearted man who wholeheartedly cares for Tiejia village. Upon hearing this, Tai Song curled his lip. Father, there are no outsiders here, so please stop pretending. You. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move again, Tai Song finally chickened out. Dad, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. You are a good person, a really good person. Remember, loose lips sink ships. Don't say such things carelessly in the future. If any villager hears us, it will damage our reputation. I understand, Dad. Now that Denyo is with Tai Dafu, can we still buy their land? Damn Tai Dafu. He's always going against us. How despicable. We have to put the land issue on hold for now and deal with it later. The first thing we need to do is find a way to bring down Tai Dafu. Without Tai Dafu, Tiejia village isn't a place where your father can rule alone. Tai Song smiled. Father, how did things go? Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. I expect to go see Tai Dafu in the next few days. That's good. I hope we can really screw over Tai Dafu this time. This time there will definitely be no problem. Monk's words are deceitful, and these people are the best at fooling people. Tai Song nodded in deep agreement. 3 days passed in a row. These past few days, Denyo's previously anxious heart has finally been completely put at ease. He ate well at the Tai residence, and his master, Tai Dafu, treated him very well. Uncle Fu, Demao, and others treated him well, and he was able to fully integrate into the family. He took his daily exercise very seriously, afraid of wasting the food provided by Tai Dafu. That day, Uncle Fu walked in with a bad expression. Uncle Fu, what's wrong? You look so pale. Master, the abbot of Hongguang Temple has arrived. What's he doing here? Sir, how about I tell him you're not here, and ask him to come another day? All right, since you're here, let's meet them. Bring them over here. Uncle Fu sighed, but in the end he obeyed and did as he was told. The main gate, a monk with a large belly, as if he were 10 months pregnant, stood there smiling, surrounded by a crowd of people. Master, what brings you to the Tai residence? I know, the master must have come to enlighten Tai Dafu. It seems even the master couldn't stand it anymore. Master, do you think I have any chance of getting rich recently? Master, please take a look at me too. Why am I still so poor even though I pray to Buddha so often? Me too, I always bum my head and get a cut, but I still can't afford to eat. The fat monk put his hands together in prayer. Amitabha Buddha, dear benefactors, please do not be anxious. The Buddha is all-powerful and will naturally know your wishes. But there are too many people making wishes, so we have to do it one by one. Of course, if one shows sufficient sincerity, the Buddha, in his compassion, will sense it beforehand and may be able to grant one's wishes. Master, how exactly does one show sincerity? I pray to Buddha every day. Our whole family worships Buddha, but we still can't get enough to eat. Please tell us what we should do, Master. Amitabha Buddha, worshipping Buddha requires sincerity, so you must give your most important thing to Buddha in order to fulfill your wishes. If I had to pick the most important thing, I'd say it's money. If you donate money, goods, and food to Hongguang Temple, Buddha will bless you and grant your wishes. The more you donate, the more sincere your heart. Do you understand? Master, we also want to donate money, but our family is so poor that we dig for wild vegetables every day. We don't have any money to donate. Yes, Master, what we need most right now is money. Where do we get the money to donate to the temple? Why don't we ask Buddha to make a wish for us and give us some money and food, and then we can donate a portion of it? Yes, that's a great idea. Looking at these poor villagers, a hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the originally kind master. At that moment, he didn't want to talk to these villagers, fearing that their poverty and illness would be passed on to him. It seems these people aren't worth much. We still have to rely on Tai Dafu. With that money, this old monk can live a life of luxury. As for women, monks never lack them. Those women will come to them willingly, waiting for them to bless them. The monk gave a few perfunctory words, then closed his eyes and pretended to chant sutras. The truth is, I just don't want to deal with these poor people and waste my time and energy. The door was quickly opened, and Uncle Fu came out. Master, my master requests your presence. The monk nodded, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. That Tai Dafu didn't even come to greet us personally. Humph! Such a person doesn't deserve Buddha's protection. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, the monk followed Uncle Fu to Tai Dafu's place. Buddha, this humble monk greets you. Looking at the fat, big-eared monk, some unpleasant memories instantly surfaced in Tai Dafu's mind. The original owner of this body was swindled out of a lot of money by this guy. Damn, in this age where everyone's skinny, this monk is so fat. He must be eating meat and fish every day, probably living a more comfortable life than I am. The thought that his predecessor had contributed to this made him feel nauseous. However, one cannot directly offend this monk, since many wealthy businessmen are Buddhists. Tai Dafu forced a smile, suppressing his disgust. So, it's the unscrupulous master. I wonder what brings you here today. The monk's lips twitched. Benefactor Tai, my Buddhist name is Wuyong. I know, you unscrupulous monk. Remembering the purpose of his visit, Monk Wuyong suppressed his anger. He looked at Tai Dafu, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Tai Dafu seemed not to see it. This made the monk Wuyong somewhat anxious. What's wrong with Tai Dafu? Shouldn't he be anxiously asking himself what's wrong at a time like this? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and silence fell. Tai Dafu was uncooperative, and Wuyong monk cursed inwardly that Tai Dafu was not playing by the rules. Alas, I shouldn't have said this, but fate is hard to defy. However, since the benefactor Tai has a connection with my Han temple, this humble monk cannot stand idly by. Iron-faced benefactor, your forehead is stained with darkness. Chapter 39, Deceiving the Monk. Tai Dafu. Damn it, you're the one who will suffer a bloody disaster. Your entire temple will suffer a bloody disaster. Such a classic opening. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Coincidentally, I have feelings for her too. Tai Dafu immediately pretended to be scared. Master, really? You absolutely have to help me resolve this. Seeing Tai Dafu's appearance, the monk laughed. That's more like it. This one's in the bag. The fat monk frowned and shook his head. This is difficult. I observe that your calamity is unlike that of ordinary people, and I fear your life may be in danger. Master, you must save me. I don't want to die. Well, saving him isn't impossible, but it would come at a huge cost. I'm willing to pay any price to avert this bloodshed. The fat monk's lips curled upwards. Very well. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. Since I have encountered this matter, I cannot ignore it. To resolve this matter, it will likely require some expense. As the saying goes, spending money to avoid disaster, which illustrates this point. Money is just an external thing. I've long since cast it aside. Master, please speak freely. What a fine external thing. I never expected that Benefactor Tai would be so insightful. Therefore, if you give this humble monk 500 taels, I will risk my life to help you avert this great calamity. Damn it, that damn monk, he's got a black heart. He actually dared to ask the master for 500 taels. Tai Dafu looked distressed. To be honest, master, my iron manor doesn't have that much silver right now. The fat monk frowned upon hearing this. Then 400 taels. Tai Dafu had already shaken his head. You must have at least 300 taels, right? 200 taels? You can't possibly not even afford 100 taels? Tai Dafu nodded with a wry smile. Master, you're absolutely right. My iron manor is truly broke right now. Just a few days ago, we were robbed. If you don't have money, grain will do. Tai Dafu didn't reply, but instead asked, Master, the grain hasn't arrived yet, but I have a question for you. Are you a Buddhist? Of course I won't. Use a letter of doubt. Tai Dafu sneered inwardly, feeling a wave of irony. However, that's just human nature. Having seen so many worshippers praying to gods and Buddhas to no avail, it's no wonder they'd be so easily convinced of Buddhism. The reality is so ironic. Monks are the least Buddhists. Master knows that I am a devout Buddhist. To be honest, I also have a Buddhist statue enshrined in my home. Moreover, my Buddha statue is unique and unlike anything else. Tai Dafu wasn't lying. He really did have a Buddha statue enshrined in his home. That was his previous life. After he came to this world, he never offered incense, even once. A hint of disdain flashed in the fat monk's eyes. Really? Could be a golden Buddha statue. In his view, the golden Buddha is the best and most attractive Buddha in the world. It's not a golden Buddha, but it's even more precious than a golden Buddha. Upon hearing this, the fat monk immediately became interested. Oh, why don't you show this humble monk what kind of Buddha statue deserves such high praise from you, benefactor? Please, master. Tai Dafu led the fat monk to a private room, where a Buddha statue was prominently displayed. The Buddha statue is not large. You can hold it in your arms. Looking at the Buddha statue, the fat monk's eyes were filled with disappointment. Is this the Buddha statue you mentioned? It looks somewhat familiar. Nonsense, of course it looks familiar. This book was brought here by that big idiot from my past life, who spent 20 taels to get it from your dilapidated temple. The thought of spending 20 taels of silver on this broken Buddha statue made Tai Dafu want to slap himself, of course, at the original body. In his opinion, this thing wasn't worth even 1 tael of silver, let alone 20 taels. Masters face the Buddha every day, so it's normal for the Buddha's statue to look familiar to them. Upon hearing this, the fat monk smiled. That makes sense, but how is he different that I haven't noticed? Master, do you believe that sincerity can move mountains? I believe you. Don't believe me. The idea that sincerity brings results is just something this monk uses to fool those stupid worshippers. What's wrong with Tai Dafu? Now, he's even trying to fool the monk. The master is indeed a sincere person, just like me. Benefactor Tai, what exactly do you want to say? If there is nothing else, this humble monk will return first, but I must mention your impending bloodshed. Master, please don't be impatient. Look carefully at the Buddha statue. Tai Dafu knelt down, clasped his hands together, and muttered incantations. Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skins, but don't eat grapes and spit out the grape skins. Because his voice was very soft, the fat monk didn't hear what he said clearly. Just then, the fat monk froze on the spot, rubbing his eyes and looking at the Buddha's statue in disbelief. He saw tears streaming from the Buddha statue's eyes, which made him tremble all over. He then collapsed to the ground, muttering, "How is that possible? How could there be a Buddha?" Hearing the noise, Tai Dafu turned around. Looking at the dejected fat monk, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Those tears were naturally caused by Tai Dafu. As for why the tears were shed, it's very simple. It relies on a cheat code, unlimited water resources. Master, are you all right? The fat monk came to his senses and scrambled to the Buddha statue, pressing his head directly to the ground. He kept muttering something under his breath. "I'm guilty. Buddha, please forgive me." Tai Dafu was very satisfied with this scene. The fat monk kowtowed more than a dozen times. Tai Dafu had a sudden thought and turned off the tap. The Buddha statue stopped weeping. "Master, it's all right. The tears of Buddha have disappeared." The fat monk looked up and found that it was really gone. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Buddha, you are so kind to me. You have indeed forgiven me. From this day forward, this humble monk will wholeheartedly devote himself to Buddhism." He immediately became excited. This humble monk has actually seen the Buddha in his lifetime. I have no regrets even in death. Master, now you believe that my Buddha statue is extraordinary. Sincerity will move even Buddha. I believe it now. I believe it completely. No, we must get our hands on this Buddha statue. With it, Hanzon Temple will surely flourish. Perhaps one day, I too can attain Buddhahood. The more the fat monk thought about it, the more excited he became, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at the Buddha statue. His eyes darted around, and suddenly his voice choked up. It is a great misfortune in life that such a Buddha statue cannot be worshipped every day. Tai Dafu seemed not to understand, and quickly tried to comfort him. Master, there's no need for that. Whenever you miss Buddha, you can come to my Iron Mansion to kneel and worship. The gates of the Iron Mansion will always be open for you. The fat monk was speechless. Who wants to come here every day? I, the monk, want you to donate this Buddha statue. Seeing that Tai Dafu wasn't interested, the fat monk decided to get straight to the point. Benefactor Tai, this Buddha statue is so efficacious. Why don't you let this humble monk take it back to Hanzon Temple? This way, more people can admire the glory of Buddha. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Chapter 40 Huge Sum. Tai Dafu shook his head. Impossible. I paid a high price for this Buddha statue. How could I give it away so easily? I'll buy it no matter the price. Tai Dafu smiled. These were the words he had been waiting for. I spent a full 200 taels to buy this, and then I prayed to Buddha day and night before I finally moved him. 200 taels, is that right? I'll pay that. To prevent Tai Dafu from going back on his word, the fat monk took out 2 silver notes directly from his pocket. Here are 200 taels. Damn, are all monks this rich? I was careless. I should have said more. Tai Dafu thought that if he spent 20 taels and asked for 200 taels, which was 10 times the original price, it would already be considered a high price. Unexpectedly, the monk didn't even haggle over the price and just asked for it directly. Looking at the 2 silver notes, Tai Dafu swallowed hard. I'd better not. If I sell it, I'm afraid Buddha will be angry. Upon hearing this, the fat monk became anxious. Iron benefactor is mistaken. If you sell this Buddha statue to me, Buddha will not only not blame you, but will also bless you. Think about it. In the Iron Palace, only one person can kneel and worship, but it's different in my Han temple, where there is endless incense offerings. Therefore, the Iron Benefactor is doing a great act of kindness, and even Buddha will remember your good deed. Really? Will Buddha really remember my good deeds? Of course it's true. Monks don't lie. Well, alright, it's just that my household is a bit short of funds lately. The fat monk's lips twitched, but thinking of the Buddha statue's magic, he took out a silver note from his pocket. 300 taels should be enough, right? This is the Buddha statue I worship day and night. I've developed feelings for it. The fat monk, looking pained, pulled out another silver note from his pocket. 400 taels, that's all I have, not a single coin more. Tai Dafu laughed and snatched the silver note away. Master, look at you, you just wanted and asked for it. We're like family. Why would you give me money? Isn't that being too formal? The fat monk's lips twitched. He really wanted to give Tai Dafu a big pat on the back. Master, this Buddha statue is yours from now on. I'll take it down for you. The fat monk's face lit up with joy. Then he roared angrily. Stop! The loud shout startled Tai Dafu, who looked at the fat monk with a wary expression. Master, once the payment is settled, there are no refunds. The fat monk pushed him aside, took out a clean handkerchief, and carefully wiped the Buddha statue. Benefactor Tai, this is a divine object. How can you touch it so casually? Tai Dafu remained silent. He had already achieved his goal, and naturally didn't want to pay any attention to the monk. The master's right. Then hurry up and take your divine object back. The fat monk nodded in deep agreement. You're right, that makes sense. After thinking for a moment, the fat monk actually took off his robe and bowed to the Buddha statue. Buddha, please forgive me. This humble monk will now ask you to return to the temple. Amitabha. He then wrapped the Buddha statue in his robe and left with a silly grin on his face. Uncle Fu was pacing anxiously at the door, genuinely worried that his master was donating money and goods. When Fu Bo saw the fat monk holding something, his heart sank to the bottom. He rushed straight into the room. Ouch! Uncle Fu, what are you doing? You almost killed me. Master, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Are you alright? It's alright. Just be more careful next time. You're not young anymore. Don't hurt yourself. Master, what exactly did that monk take from our mansion? This old servant begs you. Please stop donating to the temples. They're all scams. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I want to do a deal that loses money. Look what this is. He then took out the 4 silver notes. Uncle Fu immediately gaped open. As the steward, he naturally knew exactly how much money was in the mansion. Sir, where did this banknote come from? Of course it was given by the monk. Well, it wasn't really a gift. I sold the Buddha statue to him for 400 taels. Sir, you must be joking. What? You don't believe in my abilities at all? Let me tell you, it took me a lot of effort and my silver tongue to finally convince the fat monk to buy the Buddha statue. Uncle Fu stared blankly at Tai Dafu. It seems the master has really changed. He no longer calls me master, but fat monk. Upon thinking that Tai Dafu relied on deception, Uncle Fu immediately showed a worried expression. Sir, isn't this a bad idea? What if that monk realizes what's going on and causes you trouble? The money and goods are settled. He bought it voluntarily. I didn't force him, but I really didn't expect that this monk was so rich. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If this person donates a little and that person donates a little, the money ends up in his hands and he becomes a tycoon. To be honest, even I'm tempted to become a monk. I don't have to do anything, and a bunch of people are eager to give me money so I can live a carefree life. Uncle Fu's expression changed. Master, you mustn't. Our iron mansion can't do without you. He then knelt down. All right, get up. I was just saying. Uncle Fu breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that he wasn't lying. He's a real master who went to become a damn monk. Meanwhile, the fat monk had already left the iron mansion. As soon as the gate was opened, it attracted the attention of the people outside. Many people hadn't left yet, wanting to continue watching the show, so they waited at the entrance. Upon seeing the fat monk, who wasn't even wearing a cassock and was carrying a large object in his arms, they were immediately stunned. The fat monk hadn't expected there to be so many people outside, and quickly chanted a prayer. Ba, this humble monk has other matters to attend to, so I will return to the temple first. After he finished speaking, he was about to leave when the villagers finally realized what was happening and surrounded him. The crowd surrounded him, whispering amongst themselves. Master, what are you holding in your arms? Master, please open it and let us take a look. Yes, master, please broaden our horizons. At this moment, the fat monk was extremely anxious. He didn't want these people to see his treasure. I haven't even had a chance to properly appreciate it yet. Esteemed benefactors, please make way for me. This humble monk truly has urgent business to attend to. Master, please let us see what this is, and we'll move aside. Yes, we'll just take a look and move aside. Gentlemen, you should think carefully. What I hold in my arms is no ordinary thing. If you insist on looking at it, at best you will lose all your wealth. At worst you will be separated from your wife and children, and your family will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, everyone was so frightened that they took a step back. Master, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? A monk does not lie. Please allow this humble monk to leave. The crowd looked at each other, and no one dared to stop them. Seeing the fat monk off, everyone's interest soared even higher. What do you think is in the master's arms? If you ask me, it's definitely silver. But according to the master, it doesn't look like silver. I feel it looks more like something bad. No, the master is holding it so tightly. It must be something good. It must be silver. Impossible. The master's Buddhist teachings are profound. He wouldn't lie. Yes, Buddha is merciful and will not lie. The fat monk left the village, feeling a sense of relief. Baby, from now on you belong to me. I'm going to be rich. Just then, someone blocked his way. Chapter 41. The Master, Who Cannot Shed Tears. The fat monk instinctively stepped back, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon recognizing the newcomer. He then said with some displeasure, Hey village head, what are you doing appearing and disappearing like this? You scared this humble monk half to death. The village head didn't dare offend the fat monk, so he immediately put on a slightly apologetic smile. Master, I'm sorry. I just came to ask how Tai Dafu is doing. He's doing very well. Very good? Master, that can't be right. Have you forgotten your original purpose? This humble monk does not understand what you mean, but out of consideration for the past, I would like to offer you some advice. Some things, though done by people, are seen by Buddha. Good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. People should still strive to be kind. Village head, what's wrong with this bald monk? He was so excited when he heard we were going to scam Tai Dafu, but now he's pretending to be a good guy. The master is right, but that Tai Dafu is no good person. Big Nyo from the same village. This guy actually forced someone to sign a contract of servitude. Such beastly behavior is utterly despicable. We are acting on behalf of heaven to uphold justice. The fat monk immediately recalled the incident of Tai Dafu kneeling and Buddha shedding tears and shook his head. That's not how it works. The wealthy benefactor has donated money and goods many times, and his devotion to Buddhism is unwavering. How bad can a person who is devoted to Buddhism really be? Master, it's Tai Dafu. All right, that's enough. I've said what I needed to say. Take care of yourself, benefactor. After saying that, he hugged the Buddha statue and left quickly, ignoring the village head. Watching the fat monk's departing figure, the village head's face turned extremely ugly, and he spat fiercely at the ground. Pah, what a bunch of idiots. They really think they're living Buddhas. This bald monk has taken the wrong medicine. He actually spoke up for Tai Dafu today. Something's not right. Something's very wrong. Could it be that Tai Dafu gave him something to bribe him? That must be it. Damn Tai Dafu, I underestimated you after all. We'll see. Just then, Tai Monsong walked over. Father, how did things go? It failed. How could this be? Aren't all monks greedy and insatiable? Oof. That bald monk has gone mad today, actually siding with Tai Dafu. Dad, I see he's carrying something in his arms. Has he been bribed by Tai Dafu? That's probably true most of the time. So what do we do now? Dad, this Tai Dafu has prevented us from buying Dinyo's land and becoming landlords. We absolutely cannot let him get away with this. We'll talk about it when we get back. The father and son walked back together. On the other side, the fat monk was still thinking about what had just happened. This Iron King is blessed by Buddha. He's probably no match for him there. He'll get what's coming to him later. Should I remind Tai Dafu? Forget it. With Buddha's blessing, why would he need my reminder? The fat monk, who usually had to stop and rest every few steps, actually returned to Hanzhan Temple in one go this time. Back at the temple, the young monks were shocked to see their abbot completely soaked. Abbot, you've fallen into water? No, get out of the way. The abbot was exhausted and didn't want to say anything more. A quick-witted monk stepped forward to help the abbot take the things from his arms. But the abbot scolded him. Get out of here, you piece of trash. You've also been impaled on the idol. The young monk froze on the spot, then immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Abbot, I'm sorry. I just wanted to help lighten your burden. Oof. Get lost. The little monk immediately rolled on the ground before leaving. Seeing this, the other monks dared not step forward for fear of angering the abbot. After all, temples are places where interpersonal relationships matter, and a higher-ranking official can easily suppress a monk. The fat monk finally returned to his room, placed the Buddha statue on the table, and then plopped down on the floor. Phew, I'm exhausted. After resting for a while, he immediately got up and looked at the Buddha statue with a burning desire. From now on this treasure belongs to Buddha. Later, when some Dharma assemblies are held and some miracles are performed, wouldn't I become a living Buddha of our time? In the future, Hanzhan Temple will surely become the leading temple in Buddhism. At that time, the people will be sending incense money like crazy, and I'm going to be rich. From now on, I'll replace this bed and even the brick floor with gold ones. He picked up the Buddha statue again and went to the place where it was placed. Without the slightest hesitation, they threw the original Buddha statue on the ground like trash. He then carefully placed the idol he had bought on it. He then took a few steps back and knelt down with a thud. May Buddha bless Hanzhan Temple and make it a sacred Buddhist site. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times, but when he looked up, he found that the Buddha statue had not changed at all. The fat monk didn't believe in superstitions and kowtowed a few more times. Before he knew it, he had kowtowed dozens of times. The Buddha statue remained unchanged, which made him look very unpleasant. What's going on? Why isn't the Buddha statue shedding tears? I understand now. It must be because I'm in a sorry state and haven't properly cleansed myself. Buddha, please don't be offended. This humble monk will go to purify himself now and will come back to worship you later. He then shouted loudly outside. Someone, go and get some hot water. This abbot wants to take a bath. And find 2 more women. No, now that I have seen the true Buddha, I cannot let women serve me anymore. Otherwise, even Buddha might be displeased. Oh well, I'll bear with it for now. Once Hanzhan Temple becomes a sacred site, even a princess will have to serve me, the Buddha, during my bath. Find 2 young monks to serve this abbot during his bath. The little monk at the door turned pale instantly. Oh no, the abbot doesn't want women. He wants a young monk instead. Is he going to make a move against us? Why don't we leave Hanzhan Temple? Sai, where can you go if you leave here? Besides, being a monk is so great. You don't have to work in the fields, and there are female benefactors throwing themselves at you. Are you really willing to give that up? I can't bear to part with it. That's settled then. Let's just stay put and hope the abbot will have mercy on us later. Oh, Amipa. After preparing the water, the fat monk had just taken off his clothes and was about to take a relaxing bath when he saw the 2 little monks also taking off their clothes. This left him completely stunned. What are you doing? This is the abbot taking a bath, not you. Didn't you want us to serve you? The abbot instantly understood their meaning. Although the young monk had delicate skin, he didn't like him. What nonsense are you spouting? Get out. The 2 young monks left immediately, breathing a sigh of relief as they exited the room. Thank goodness, my chastity has finally been saved. You're still too young. Don't be too happy. This isn't that simple. Based on my understanding of the abbot, he might be playing hard to get, trying to manipulate us in various ways. My virginity. Chapter 42, Tiejia Village Night Soil Cleaning Team. Keep your voice down, or your chastity will be ruined if the abbot hears you. Upon hearing this, the young monk immediately covered his mouth. After taking a bath, the abbot returned to his room. He knelt down devoutly and kowtowed to the Buddha, but the Buddha statue remained unchanged. What's going on? Is my heart not sincere enough? This made him look very unpleasant. He knew himself best. Right now, I can't satisfy Buddha. I'll have to let someone else try. Thinking of this, he let the other monks in and began to worship Buddha. Remember, your heart must be sincere. 1, 2, 3, 4. The result was the same. The Buddha statue remained unchanged. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. They're not sincere at all. It's infuriating. The monks were so frightened that they all knelt down on the ground. Abbot, our hearts are already very sincere. Yes, my head is swollen from all the banging. You all know that my Buddha statue has a spirit. If you're truly sincere, it will shed tears. Now there's not a single person who can make him shed tears, yet he dares to claim sincerity. How despicable. Abbot, could you have encountered a swindler? Nonsense. This abbot is the wisest of all. How could I possibly be fooled? But how could a Buddha statue shed tears? Why don't you trust this abbot? I wouldn't dare. From today onwards, no one except this abbot is allowed to eat meat. Furthermore, you're not allowed to flirt with other female worshippers. If the abbot discovers this, you will be expelled from Han's Han Temple. Don't even think about going to other temples. If I give a word, no temple will dare take you. Upon hearing this, everyone looked dejected. Not being allowed to eat meat was worse than being killed. But he dared not disobey the abbot's words and could only reluctantly agree. We will remember this. Furthermore, starting today, whoever can make the Buddha statue weep will be promoted to abbot. Upon hearing this, the monks were in an uproar, their eyes gleaming with fervent admiration. Monks are human too. Who doesn't want to become an official and get rich? Get out of here. As everyone left, the abbot muttered to himself, I hope that my Hanzon temple can produce a true monk, but I, the abbot, cannot endure such hardship. I can only ask you to make do. The monks came out of the room and began to discuss the matter in small groups. Do you think Buddha statues can really shed tears? How could that be, when not new monks? Oh, that's the abbot's residence. If only I could make the Buddha statue weep. You? Give me a break. Didn't you go to a guest room with a female pilgrim yesterday and not come out for half an hour? You've been following me. Who was following you? I just happened to see it. We were just discussing Buddhism, and she even praised me for my profound understanding of Buddhism. All right, it's just a discussion about Buddhism with a female pilgrim. Don't make a fuss. I think the abbot has definitely been deceived. I wonder who has such great ability to deceive the abbot. It's just that this is so hard on us. I don't know when this miserable life without meat or women will end. Damn it, if I find out who lied to the abbot, I'll curse him before Buddha every day. At the Thai residence, Tai Dafu suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking about me? Sure enough, I'm still the center of attention even at home. Tai Dafu was unaware that by selling a Buddha statue, he had actually put a monk under restraint and enabled him to live the life of a real monk. Of course, even if he knew, he would only applaud. I got 400 from that bald monk, and now I have 440 in savings. I no longer have to worry about not having money. However, banknotes are ultimately not as tangible as real gold and silver. After thinking it over, the first mate decided to exchange the banknotes for silver. After returning the silver, Tai Dafu smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the several hundred taels of silver. Now it is more like the life of a wealthy landlord. One day, I'll fill the entire treasury with gold and silver treasures. Uncle Fu, standing nearby, immediately flattered him and said, This old servant believes that master can definitely accomplish this. Now he greatly admires Tai Dafu. You see, it's always been monks who deceive people, but now his own master can deceive monks. Doesn't that mean he's even more capable than monks? Uncle Fu, what do you think about me building a public toilet in the village? What's a public toilet? It's a public outhouse that villagers can use for free, so we can get the excrement for free and compost it. Uncle Fu shook his head directly. Sir, it's no use. As the saying goes, don't let the good stuff go to outsiders. Even if you build public toilets, they won't use them. They'll definitely run back to their own fields. Tai Dafu was somewhat disappointed. He had underestimated the appeal of the rice cakes to farmers of this era. If it's not possible in the village, what about the county town? How do people in the county town clean up their excrement? Well, I don't know, but many people in the county don't own land, so I suppose they don't need it. Tai Dafu smiled. I think we can give it a try. If we can really collect them, the crops in the field will definitely grow very well. Uncle Fu was somewhat embarrassed. Master, if we all go to shovel latrines, what will happen to the Iron Manor? Who said you were allowed to plunder? I meant, could we let those who rented the land plunder it? After all, with high grain yields, they can keep more. Uncle Fu was at a loss for words. Tai Da Fu became more and more excited as he thought about it, as if he could see silver waving at him. I've decided this is how it will be done. Go and summon all the tenant farmers. Uncle Fu did not approve of Tai Da Fu's idea. Well, the master is bored anyway. It's always good to have something to do. Yes, sir. Upon being summoned by Tai Da Fu, the tenant farmers immediately rushed towards the Tai residence. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered in the courtyard of the Iron Mansion. Tell me, what does Master Tai want us to do here? They wouldn't be trying to take back the land and stop us from farming, would they? Oh, if that's the case, how will our family survive? Everyone looked distressed as they waited for Tai Da Fu to arrive. Looking at these people, he couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with them? They all look like they've lost their fathers. Ahem, what's wrong with you all? Everyone knelt down on the ground. Lord Tai, please don't take back the land. Yes, our whole family depends on that grain. Mr. Tai, you are a good man. Please have some compassion. Tai Da Fu finally understood why these people looked so grim. Get up, everyone. Who said I was going to take back the land? You're not taking back the land. Don't take them. Get up, all of you. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately smiled, stood up, and began to flatter him. I knew that Master Tai was the best person in our Tai family village. What Tiejia village? They should be the best people in the entire county. Old Master Tai will surely live to be 100. All right, I called you all here today for something else, and it's good news, of course. I know that farming is hard work for everyone, and everyone is counting on the crops grown in the fields. After much thought, I've finally come up with a great idea. I've decided to form the Tiejia Village Night Soil Collection Team, and I'll take you all to the county town to collect night soil. Upon hearing this, everyone gaped, staring at Tai Da Fu in disbelief. Chapter 43 Attempt. Mr. Iron, are you taking us to shovel manure? This cake is a real delicacy. Would city people be willing to give it to us? Yes, I've heard that people in the city are very stingy. Don't worry, city people don't eat poop. In their eyes, poop is useless garbage, and they definitely won't keep it. Everyone was speechless. Sir, you're joking. Even the village folks like Sha Zhu and Sha Chong know that you can't eat this kind of cake, so city people definitely wouldn't eat it. Yes, if they're not going to eat it, what's the point of keeping it? So they definitely need to get rid of it, otherwise the house will smell bad. That's our chance. I don't need to say much about poop. I'm sure everyone knows that it can make crops grow better. Just think about it. From now on, all my land will be fertilized with organic manure, so you'll all get a bigger share of the crops. Isn't that wonderful? The crowd was captivated by the scene described by Tai Da Fu, and many couldn't help but swallow hard. Sir, are we really going to be able to scoop out the latrine? We'll only know if we try. I plan to personally lead the team and take some people over to check it out first. If it's feasible, then we'll arrange for everyone to officially begin our grand undertaking of cleaning up the latrines. The crowd began to discuss it. What Mr. Tai said makes a lot of sense, and I think it's feasible. I think it's fine too. If we can really find some latrines, we'll definitely be able to eat our fill in the future. Yes, even if we can't find it, there's no loss. We can definitely give it a try. After discussion, everyone agreed. Mr. Tai, we're willing to give it a try. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's go back and wait for news. If it succeeds, I will arrange for people to start cleaning up the latrines. However, before that, this matter cannot be known to anyone else, understand? Don't worry, Mr. Tai. I won't even tell my wife. Me too. Afterwards, the crowd dispersed, and once they left the Iron Mansion, many villagers gathered around them. Dajiang, what does Master Tai want with you? Nothing, just asking about the land. Is he going to ask for a higher rent? That's quite possible. Dajiang, you can't agree to this. We have to make a scene like last time. Yes, let Tai Da Fu know that you are not easy to bully. That's not about raising the rent. What is that? Anyway, it's nothing. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Seeing this, the other tenants also ran away. The onlookers didn't leave. They clearly hadn't had enough of the drama. Why do you think Tai Da Fu gathered these people? Who knows? If I'm sure, it's never a good thing. They're really something, not saying anything at all. It's infuriating. Exactly, it would be great if we could come up with some ideas if we just said so. They're just stupid. Don't they understand this basic principle? They deserve to be exploited by Tai Dafu. Despite all this, I felt quite envious. If only Tai Dafu would rent our land. With so many people in the family, everyone wanted to rent land from Tai Dafu, but unfortunately, they had no opportunity. Tai Dafu was also quick to act. This time, he took Dinyo and Mao with him, while Uncle Fu and Xiao Chao stayed behind to look after the house. Uncle Fu is getting old, and Tai Dafu doesn't want him to travel around. Besides, he doesn't need any more people now. With Mao and Dinyo following Tai Dafu, Uncle Fu felt at ease and did not ask to join them. However, he still gave Mao some instructions. Mao, drive carefully later. If the master gets hurt, I won't let you off the hook. Mao immediately patted his chest. Don't worry, Uncle Fu. My driving skills are exactly what you taught me. There won't be any problems. Uncle Fu nodded and said nothing more. Mao was very excited. This was his first time driving alone. To be honest, Tai Dafu was also a little worried about this kid. But having already said it, he felt embarrassed to ask Uncle Fu to follow along. All right, fledglings have to fly independently sooner or later. So let's give this kid a chance to learn. Mao, my life is in your hands. Drive slowly, there's no rush. Hearing Tai Dafu say that, Mao actually became nervous. Master, perhaps we should let Uncle Fu do it? I'm a little nervous. It's all right, everyone has a first time. Don't be nervous, the master believes in you. Mao was touched by what he heard, so he got into the driver's seat. He was indeed a little nervous at first, but after driving for a while, Mao's nervousness disappeared, leaving only excitement. Tai Dafu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Mao, you've learned well. It's clear you've put your heart into it. Thank you, sir. It's all thanks to Uncle Fu's excellent teaching. The big ox next to him looked at Mao with envy, knowing that this was an ox cart. It's like a Ferrari in your past life. Which man wouldn't want to drive one? Tai Dafu noticed the envy in Dinyo's eyes. Dinyo, don't worry. When we get back this time, Uncle Fu will teach you too. From now on, everyone in our Iron Manor must learn to drive, so that if we encounter danger, we can escape with you, Master. Dinyo stared at Tai Dafu with shining eyes. Sir, can I really learn this too? Of course it's true. You're one of us now. Tai Dafu was deeply moved to find someone who was one of his own. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely study hard. The group finally arrived in the county town. Dinyo and Mao turned their gazes toward Tai Dafu. Master, what should we do now? Tai Dafu pondered for a moment. Okay, let's try contacting a few companies to see what they think. So he led the two of them to two nearby shops. Dinyo, go knock on the door. Dinyo immediately went over and knocked on the door, which was soon opened. An elderly man came out. Who are you looking for? Me. Dinyo mumbled something, but no one knew what he was saying. This made Tai Dafu very anxious. It seems I'll have to handle this personally. Sir, we would like to ask how your household handles night soil, as we would like to collect it. We usually hire someone to clean up our night soil, so we don't need to for the time being. Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu was not angry at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. For what the old lady is saying, you all pay people to clean your night soil, but we don't want any money. We'll clean it for you for free. The old man was taken aback upon hearing this, and then kept looking at Tai Dafu. Are you kidding me? Absolutely true. Then what are you after? As you probably know, this night-blooming jasmine can fertilize the soil, so I was thinking of bringing it back to increase grain production. You really don't want any money? Don't worry, sir/madam. I said it's free. Absolutely no money needed. Okay, if it's free, that's fine. You can come once a week. Tai Dafu smiled and nodded. Good. After making the agreement with Tai Dafu, the old man closed the door again. At this moment, Mao and Dinyo were looking at Tai Dafu with admiration. Sir, you are truly amazing. Chapter 44, Buy Another Cow. You should have already seen what I said. The two of you will take turns going up. Dinyo will start first. Although they were a little scared, the two nodded. Soon it was Dinyo's turn, and he briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing that it was free, the other party thought it was a good thing and immediately agreed. Seeing that things were going so smoothly, Dinyo gained confidence, and things were also going very well for Mao. Sir, I didn't expect these people to be so easy to talk to. You don't even look at the area we've come to. It's full of ordinary residents. Such families are willing to save every penny they can. If you went to a wealthy family, they wouldn't be so accommodating. The two nodded in realization. After successfully asking a few more companies, Daniel and Mao were bursting with confidence. Just as I was asking at the next place, the person who opened the door had a dark expression on their face. What's up? We can help you collect night soil for free. Do you need any? Need not. We don't want money. Roll. After saying that, he slammed the door shut, leaving Daniel standing there with an embarrassed look on his face. Come back, Daniel. Remember, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Since this place isn't willing, let's try the next one. There's no need to waste time with people like this. Master, I understand. After asking a few more places, Tai Dafu told him to stop. All right, that's enough for today. We just came to scout out the situation. Let's go back. The two nodded, and then the group returned. Upon returning to the Iron Mansion, Uncle Fu immediately came to greet him. Sir, it's all right if things didn't go as planned. We can think of other ways. At this moment, Demao, who was standing next to him, excitedly said, Uncle Fu, we succeeded. He immediately recounted what had happened, and Uncle Fu listened in stunned silence, before finally breaking into a smile. Master is really amazing. I didn't expect it to actually succeed. Now that we have the source of the excrement, the next step is to find the right tools. We can't let them carry it back bucket by bucket. That would be too slow and exhausting. Does the master mean to use an ox cart? That's right. I plan to have them use an ox cart to haul it. But, sir, if they use it, how will you travel in the future? Sir, I plan to buy another cow. Oh, sir, why don't you not buy it? It'll just cost you more money. Don't worry about saving this little bit of money. I've got plenty. The price of a cow is about the same as that of a person, ranging from 8 to 15 taels. As for horses, they're definitely more expensive. Several people are not worth as much as a horse. Seeing Tai Dafu's reaction, Uncle Fu didn't say anything more. All right, sir. It will be as you say. By the way, Uncle Fu, do you know how to herd cattle? Uncle Fu's mild. I've driven ox carts in the Iron Mansion my whole life, dealing with oxen for decades. I can still tell the difference between a good ox and a bad one. In that case, buying the cattle is up to you. Don't worry, sir. This old servant will definitely buy you a fine ox. I wonder if you'd like to buy a large or a small calf, sir? Tai Dafu pondered for a moment. Buy a top-of-the-line engine. It can start working right away when it comes back. Good. Daniel and Mao, who were standing nearby, were very excited. Master, won't our family have 2 cows in the future? Yes, so even a big ox needs to learn how to drive an ox cart. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely study hard. Uncle Fu, does anyone in the village know carpentry? Now that we bought an ox, we definitely need to get a cart. Before Uncle Fu could speak, Daniel, who was standing next to him, spoke up. Sir, I know who is the best carpenter in the village. Boo, Iron Cripple. His carpentry skills are the best in our village. Since that's the case, then let's call Iron Cripple over. Fine, since he's disabled, you come with me. Daniel nodded frantically upon hearing this. All right, I thank you on behalf of Iron Cripple, sir. Tai Dafu gave him a meaningful look. What's your relationship with this cripple? I have a feeling you're deliberately soliciting customers for him. Daniel's expression changed, and he immediately knelt down. Sir, Tai Keizi's skills are truly the best in the village. If Daniel is lying even a little bit, may he be struck by lightning. People in ancient times believed in oaths and didn't usually make them. Unlike in modern times, where men make oaths to women every day. Get up. As long as you have good skills, it doesn't matter who you hire. I'm just curious why you recommended him. I dare not deceive you, sir. I have a very good relationship with Iron Cripple. When he was a child, his leg wasn't lame. It was only when they went up the mountain together that he broke his leg. It was around that time that he developed this problem. He also has an elderly mother and 3 children to support, which is why I wanted to help him. You're kind-hearted, but let me make this clear from the start. I need people who can get things done. If anyone recommends someone who isn't capable, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's go take a look now. Iron Cripple's house. A woman walked out of the kitchen with a distressed expression. Husband, we have no food left. Iron Cripple's hands, which were weaving something, suddenly stopped. How about we go up the mountain and dig up some wild vegetables? The woman gave a bitter smile. Eating only wild vegetables won't work. Mother's body can't handle it. There are 3 other children, each one smaller than the last. I'll go back to my parents' house later to see if I can borrow some grain. Hey, don't go. Your family isn't well off either, and besides, your 2 sisters-in-law would never let you bring back any grain. Then what can we do? We can't just let the whole family die, can we? The 3 children next to them also shouted. Dad, Dia is so hungry. Dad, we're so hungry too. This immense pressure caused Iron Cripple to break down. He desperately pounded on his lame leg. It's all my fault for being useless. I can't earn money or food. I'm a good for nothing. A good for nothing. The woman immediately threw herself on him. Honey, don't do this. The three children were so frightened that they burst into tears. Wife, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If my leg were better, our family wouldn't be in this situation. I'm a damn cripple. At this moment, Tai Lizi's mother also walked out of the room, trembling. My son, send your mother into the mountains. I don't want to be a burden to you. Mother, it's all because your son is incompetent and unfilial. Wah. The old woman was also in tears, murmuring, why is it so hard to live in this world? Tai Dafu and Dinyo had already arrived outside the courtyard. Hearing the crying inside, Dinyo's expression changed, and a bad thought appeared in his mind. Could someone in the family have already starved to death? With that thought in mind, he rushed inside. When he saw the whole family all together, he stood there stunned. The people in the courtyard were also awakened by the loud sound of the door opening and turned around to look at Dinyo and Tai Dafu. Chapter 45, The Hope of Survival. Tai Dainio breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the whole family was alive. Hey bro, what's wrong with you guys? Tai Lizi wiped away his tears and gave a bitter laugh. Brother Dinyo, what brings you here? I've come to tell you some good news. Our master is planning to make an ox cart and wants to see if you can make it. Upon hearing this, Tai Lizi was first stunned, then overjoyed. I can do it. Don't worry, Mr. Tai. I'll definitely do it well for you. Tai Dafu observed the family and knew, without even looking, that they were all poor, downtrodden people. It was Dinyo who said your skills were good. That's why he recommended you. Let me make this clear from the start. If you're not satisfied, don't blame me for not paying. Don't worry, Mr. Tai. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. How much? Are you providing the timber yourself, or are you contracting the entire project? I'll cover everything for you. All you have to do is give me a complete car. So how much? As one of his major clients, Tai KZ began to think seriously. Master Tai, the wood, including the craftsmanship, is 900 coins in total. Seeing that Tai Dafu remained silent, Tai the cripple assumed that the other party was dissatisfied and quickly said, Master Tai, I'm not lying to you. The ox cart really is worth this price. The craftsmanship is different, so the price is naturally higher. Some of the cheaper ones might fall apart after a short time. But if there are any problems with my cripple car within 5 years, you can come find me. I'll fix it for you for free. Upon hearing that there would be after-sale service, Tai Dafu showed a satisfied expression. Now he's a landlord, he's rich, so of course he wants to use the best things. All right, 900 coins it is. Remember what you just said. I'll come to you if there are any problems. Okay, thank you, Mr. Iron. Just as Tai Dafu was about to leave, Tai the cripple called him back. Mr. Tai, please wait a moment. Seeing Tai the cripple's hesitant manner, Tai Dafu couldn't help but frown. Speak your mind directly, sir. I'm a straightforward person. Iron Cripple gritted his teeth and lowered his head, saying, Mr. Tai, could you please give me some food as a deposit? I'm too hungry to work. Okay, I'll have Nyo bring it to you later. Tai the cripple was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Tai Dafu to be so easy to talk to. Thank you, Mr. Tai. You will be our family's great benefactor from now on. He then knelt down before Tai Dafu. Dinyo, quickly pull him up. Upon hearing this, Dinyo immediately began to recruit people. At this moment, Tai Dafu noticed some small baskets nearby. He looked down, picked one up, and examined it. Mr. Iron, take whatever you like. You did all of this? Yes, I made it all up. The craftsmanship is indeed excellent. It seems we've found the right person this time. I'd like you to help me make some fish traps. Fish traps? I've never made them. I can tell you what it is and see if you can make it up. If you can, I'll buy it with money. Since Master Tai thinks highly of me, then I'll give it a try. Don't rush the fish trap. Get the ox cart ready first, and we can work on the fish trap later when we have time. All right, we'll do whatever Master Tai says. Then Tai Dafu left with Dinyo. Only Tai KZ's family remained in the courtyard, staring at each other, still as if in a dream. Master, was Master Tai here just now? He asked you to help make a carriage frame. Wife, you didn't see wrong. It's Master Tai. Our family is saved. Upon hearing this, his wife and mother could no longer hold back and burst into tears again. Tai Lizi also shed tears of emotion. Tai Dafu hadn't gone far when he heard crying behind him again, and he couldn't help but frown. Luckily, I transmigrated into the body of a landlord. Otherwise, I'd be the one crying now. At this moment, Tai Dafu was extremely satisfied with his status as a landlord. Why are you crying now? Are you afraid? I'll change my mind. Denyo, bring extra food with you later. It'll be deducted from your wages. Yes, sir. Back at the Tai residence, Tai Dainyu took the grain and prepared to head to Tai, the cripple's house. Upon seeing this, Tai Dafu called out to him. Denyo, are you just going to go like this? Why not drive the ox cart? It'll save you some effort. No need, sir. Let the ox rest first. I'm more useful than the ox. Tai Dafu. Since that's what they said, Tai Dafu stopped talking. Oh well, let him be. It's good exercise. Seeing Denyo carrying the grain as if nothing had happened, Tai Dafu felt a little envious. It's so good to be young. He saw his lost youth in Denyo. At this moment, Tai Keizi's family was waiting in the yard, while the three little ones were at the door. Master, will Master Tai go back on his word? Probably not. After all, he's a landlord, a big shot in our Tieja village. His wife nodded in agreement, as if she were speaking to herself. Yes, important people never lie. If he says he'll give us food, he will definitely give us food. Just then, the little guys at the door spotted the big cow walking towards them from a distance. Dad, Mom, Uncle Denyo is here. Upon hearing this, Tai Lizzie ran quickly toward the door, his movements no less swift than those of a normal person. Seeing Denyo carrying something on his back, he knew without a doubt that it was grain, and his eyes lit up. Denyo also saw Tai Keizi and the others, and breathed a sigh of relief. His pressure mainly came from the villagers behind him. He never expected that he would be followed by so many people just for delivering grain. When everyone saw that Tai Dainyu was delivering grain to Tai the cripple, they were immediately shocked. Denyo, how should we give this grain to the cripple's family? Yes, my family is also struggling financially. Go away, go away. That cripple is relying on his own skills. Our master asked him to help build an ox cart, and this is the deposit he paid in advance. Everyone then realized what was going on. Some of the villagers immediately looked at Tai Lizzie. Brother Cripple, there's so much grain, your family won't be able to finish it all in a short time. How about lending me some money? I'll definitely pay you back once my family gets through this difficult time. That's right, my family is so poor we can't even afford to eat. I won't ask for much, just a few pounds will do. Tai Lizzie looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. His wife is also gentle, but she understands that the grain cannot be lent out. Just then, his mother spoke up. Gentlemen, it's not that we don't want to lend, it's just that my family doesn't have enough to eat either. Moreover, their in-laws owed them a lot of grain. After paying off the debt, they still had to supplement their diet with wild vegetables to barely survive. Denyo also spoke up in support. This grain was given to the crippled brothers by our master. If you're capable, go earn it yourselves. Stop thinking about taking advantage of others all day long. Denyo, what do you mean by this? Exactly. They really think they can bully others just because they're lackeys. I'm going to take advantage of my master's power today, so what? For a moment, no one dared to do anything to him. Brother Lame, come on, let's talk inside. Denyo carried the grain into the house, and the villagers dared not go in, so they could only stay outside. Brother Denyo, thank you so much. I'll kowtow to you. Chapter 46, Everything is ready. Denyo quickly helped the person up. No, you mustn't. We're good brothers. Tai Lizzie was deeply moved and wiped away his tears. Yes, we're good brothers. You must do what the master asks for with care, so that if there is any more work to be done, the master will definitely come back to you. Iron Cripple nodded emphatically. Don't worry, Brother Denyo. I will do my best to meet whatever Master Tai asks for. Denyo gave a few words of advice and then took his leave. As Denyo stepped out of Tai Lizzie's house, he was still a little flustered. No, I'm a servant of the Iron Manor now. I can't disgrace my master. Thinking of this, Tai Dainyu raised his head and puffed out his chest, even letting out a cold snort in front of everyone, displaying a rather sycophantic air. For a moment, he really fooled everyone, but after he walked away, they started talking about it. What a piece of trash. He's just a servant of the Iron Manor. Exactly. Once you become a dog, you don't even know your own name anymore. That Tai Dafu is so stingy, he can't be any better to his servants. Denyo will have a hard time in the future. That's right, you snobbish guy. Lame woman, open the door. We need to talk to you. Go back, everyone. My family won't lend us any grain. When the crowd realized they couldn't borrow any food, they could only leave, cursing and swearing. As for looting grain, no one dared to do so. The incident involving Tai Ergu and his two companions still sends shivers down everyone's spines. Stealing things will get you locked up in jail. And who isn't afraid of jail? So, the group left, grumbling and cursing. The little guy peered through the crack in the door, observing the outside world. Grandma, everyone outside has left. Okay, daughter-in-law, go cook. Make it thick. Let's splurge a little today. Okay, I'll do it right now. The three little ones danced and gesticulated with joy. Oh, finally I can have a full meal. Looking at the scene before him, Tai Keizi's eyes were filled with hope. I, Tai Lizzie, am not useless. I can support this family. Time flies, and 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, Tai, the cripple, finished making the car frame that Tai Dafu wanted. Tai Dafu had Dinyo lead the ox directly to Tai the cripple's house. He walked around the frame and touched it with his hand. There are no burrs at all, and the polishing is so smooth that you can tell that it was done with care. Dinyo, try putting the ox on. Dinyo immediately did as instructed, and then had the ox pull the cart a few times. Sir, this car is better than the one we have at home, and it's not as bumpy. Tai Dafu looked at Tai the cripple. The craftsmanship is good. The grain you gave me before was worth 300 coins. This is 610 documents, you count them. There are many masters. The extra 10 coins are a reward for you. I am very satisfied with what you have done. Thank you for the reward, sir. Do you remember the fish trap I told you about before? Sir, please tell me, and I will do my best. Tai Dafu recalled the cage he had used in his previous life, and asked us to pick up a twig and draw it on the ground. I want to make one that is big in the middle and narrow at both ends, so that fish can go in from one end but can't get out. Leave a hole at the other end, which can be plugged with grass or something to make it easier to take out the fish. So, is it possible to do it? There shouldn't be any problem. I'll give it a try first. Okay, make one first. After you finish, bring it to the Iron Mansion and let me see it. If there are no problems, make a few more. I'll pay you 10 coins each for your fish traps. No need. You've already given me so much money for the ox cart ride. Consider this a gift for me. No, one thing at a time. I, Tai Dafu, am very particular about what I do. After agreeing on the terms, Tai Dafu left with Dinyo. Tai Keizi and the others were still counting the copper coins over and over again. They hadn't seen so much money in a long time, especially the lame woman, who had never seen so much money in her entire life. The three little ones would also touch the money from time to time. Dad, will our family be rich in the future? Sister, you must calculate it. With so much money, how much grain can you buy? Great. I can eat my fill every day now. The lame mother couldn't help but laugh and scold. You think you can fill your stomach every day? Dream on. This money looks like a lot, but we can't spend it recklessly. We need to save it for a crucial moment. Grandma, what is a critical moment? Exactly. You're just a little kid. You wouldn't understand anyway. The family was having a lively time, and their faces were full of smiles. Dinyo has been learning to drive with Uncle Fu these past few days, and he can now drive on the road. The villagers all looked on with envy when they saw Dinyo driving the ox cart. Men, in particular, felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. If only I were the driver, I'd be irresistible to countless women. Tai Dainyu felt extremely proud at this moment, a feeling he had never experienced before. Wait, something's not right. What's wrong? Have you noticed that something seems off about this cow? What's wrong with the cow? I remember it very clearly. Tai Dafu's cow wasn't like this before. Yes, I remember that cow's horns were curved. You see this cow, its horns aren't very curved. Everyone looked, and it was indeed true. Do you think Tai Dafu bought another cow? Upon hearing this, those around him gasped in shock. There's no way. I think it's probably true. Otherwise, how do you explain the different cows? Someone mustered up the courage to ask. Mr. Tai, did you buy another cow? This one is a little different from your previous one. That's right, we bought another one. Upon receiving Tai Dafu's affirmation, everyone was completely stunned. Wow, it's actually true. My God, Tai Dafu is so rich. Heavens, my Qian family has been poor farmers for 7 generations. We've been poor for 6 generations, and we've never been able to afford a single cow. How could Tai Dafu possibly buy 2? Heaven is so unfair. Hey, who can argue with that? My dad said that even on his deathbed, if we ever buy a cow in the future, we must go to his grave and tell him. The thought of Tai Dafu owning 2 cows filled everyone with envy. Back at the Tai residence, Tai Dafu once again summoned the tenant farmers. I've called you all here today because I have some good news to tell you. I had already been to the county town and spoken to many families, and they all basically agreed to give us the night soil. I've thought about it, and I suggest you form a team of 3 and take turns collecting night soil. After all, sending too many people wouldn't make a difference. 3 people are just right. He then pointed to the ox cart. This ox cart is for you to use. You can use it to pull it back, which will save you from getting too tired. Everyone was overjoyed. Thank you very much, Mr. Tai. Mr. Tai, with your kind heart, you will surely live to be 100. Don't worry, Mr. Tai. We will definitely bring the poop back to you. This time, I will personally lead the team to set an example for you. After that, you can go on your own. Of course, I would have Nyo or Mao drive the cart, but they would only be responsible for driving. As for tasks like collecting night-blooming jasmine, those are tasks you'll need to do. Nyo and Mao are true comrades, and Taidafu would never let them do such dirty and tiring work. Nyo and Mao were deeply moved upon hearing this. The master is so kind to us. All right, everyone go back first and get some rest. We'll set off first thing tomorrow morning. Yes. The next day. Chapter 47, The Night Fragrance Scandal, 1. The tenants all came to the gate of the Tai mansion to wait, while Taidafu naturally didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. Being a landlord is great. I don't have to work like a cow or a horse anymore, getting up at 7 a.m. every day. Hearing the noise, Xiao Xiao came in and helped Taidafu tidy up. After breakfast, I opened the gates of the Iron Mansion and found that the tenant farmers had already arrived. Why are you here so early? The crowd was speechless, but one of the honest men laughed. Master, it's very late now. We've been here for several hours. Taidafu smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. I didn't expect everyone to arrive so early. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time and go to the county town together. This time, Taidafu dispatched 2 ox carts, heading towards the county town in a grand procession. Such a commotion naturally couldn't be kept secret from the villagers, and everyone came out to see what was going on. Everyone looked on with envy at Taidafu's 2 oxen. What do you think all these people are going there for? Who knows? Why don't we go and take a look? Let's go. Let's follow them and see. Nyo looked behind him. Sir, those villagers are all following us. What should we do? Taidafu glanced at them. Never mind them. Let them go along to digest their food. Danyu. Still trying to digest? You probably haven't even eaten. Soon, the ox cart arrived at the village entrance, and everyone stopped. Should we continue? It looks like they're heading to the county town. Why should we follow them? Exactly, it takes so much effort to go back and forth like this. Let's save our energy. I wonder what these tenant farmers were doing in the past. Why don't you go and ask? I asked them yesterday, but they wouldn't tell me. I really don't know what they have to hide. Could it be something good that they don't want us to know? Well, let's take a look first. Seeing that the villagers did not chase after them, the tenants breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they didn't want others to know, in case someone tried to steal their manure. The group soon arrived in the county town, and Taidafu led everyone to the residential area. Nyo, go up and ask. Danyu nodded. He had done it before, so he wasn't particularly nervous. Upon hearing the purpose of the visit, the man glanced at Nyo with surprise. Are you sure it's now? Yes, we'll take it as long as we have it. Then come in. Taidafu immediately waved his hand, signaling the 2 tenants to follow him inside. As for him, he didn't go in, and neither did anyone else. The other party couldn't allow so many people into their house, so, including Nyo, only 3 people were allowed in the end. After a while, Nyo led 2 people out from inside, both carrying wooden buckets. A strange fragrance wafted from the wooden barrel, and Taidafu couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. After pouring the night-blooming jasmine into the large wooden bucket that had been prepared in advance, he returned the smaller wooden buckets. This smell is way too strong. He turned away in disgust, while the tenants were all very excited. Oh my God, I really received the poop. Now we'll definitely be able to harvest a lot more grain. We've struck it rich. We're going to strike it rich. Taidafu didn't want to keep smelling the odor. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Taidafu brought everyone over, mainly to show them the procedures. After filling the car, Taidafu prepared to lead everyone back home. As for the other ox cart, he wouldn't use it to carry night soil. Otherwise, how would he ride it in the future? People made way for the ox cart as it passed. Can you smell something? We smell bad. Look over there, that looks like a cart carrying night soil. Damn, Where did this idiot come from, collecting night soil in broad daylight? This is really bad luck. Let's stay away from it so we don't get any stench. Listening to the discussions around him and seeing their disdainful looks, Tai Dafu finally realized that he had chosen the wrong time. It seems we need to make an appointment next time. It would be best to collect the night soil in the evening or early morning. Soon, the ox guard arrived at the entrance to the county town. Upon seeing this, the soldiers guarding the city couldn't help but wave their hands dismissively. You people who collect night soil, you have no sense of propriety at all. Who gave you permission to collect night soil at this time of day? With Uncle Fu absent, Tai Dafu had no choice but to step in himself. Sorry, buddy, I won't do it again. As he spoke, he took out a small piece of silver and secretly handed it over. Let's have some tea, brothers. Upon seeing the silver, the gatekeeper's expression instantly improved considerably. Okay, next time it's best to choose the evening or early morning, when there are fewer people. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it next time. Let's go. Everyone was excited to get out safely, and they continued to talk about the night-blooming jasmine and the bright future. This time, Tai Dafu did not enter the village but stopped halfway. The manure trucks won't be coming into the village anymore. You can just take the manure directly to the fields. You've all seen the process just now. From now on, Denyo and Demao will take turns. You will take turns, and the time will be set for the early morning. The reason is that you can still see the road, even when you leave the city in the early morning. It's not safe to walk at night. You might accidentally overturn your vehicle. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had no objections. As for getting up too early, the idea that hard work leads to wealth is ingrained in one's very being. Upon reaching the village entrance, everyone parted ways. The manure cart went directly into the field, and the other tenants also went back home, including Tai Dafu. Master, how did things go? It went very smoothly. From now on, they can handle things themselves without me having to get involved personally. In the following days, Denyo or Demao led the team to collect night soil. Although it was hard work, the tenants enjoyed it. They are willing to endure any hardship as long as they can produce more food. During the day, Tai Dafu looked after Denyo and Demao. You worked hard these past few days. Once we've hired more people, things will be fine. Sir, we're not tired at all. We can drive an ox cart, and countless people would love to do that. Yes, we don't have to do any work, so we're not tired at all. In that case, the daytime training cannot be stopped. Yes, sir. The two of them didn't have much of an opinion. After all, they could eat their fill and even have meat, so they had to train even if it killed them. As the days went by, the villagers finally learned the secret of Tai Dafu and the others. Do you know why Tai Dafu bought a second cow? Why? That's because the second cow is used to haul manure. Dung, where's the dung? Of course, it's the night soil from the county town. I saw them hauling a whole cart full of it with my own eyes. How did you know? Nonsense. Who can't smell the night soil? If you don't believe me, go and see Tai Dafu's fields. They've all been smeared with manure. Are city folk stupid? They'd give such a good thing to someone else. Exactly. City people are too stupid. They don't even understand the principle of keeping the wealth within the family. Chapter 48, The Night Fragrance Scandal, 2. Luckily I live in the village, otherwise I would have become an idiot too. That's right, the village is still the best. With all that night-scented soil collected by Tai Dafu, the land must be incredibly fertile. In my opinion, the grain yield should be at least 30% higher. 30% is too little, at least 50%. Goodness, such a great thing shouldn't be allowed to go to Tai Dafu. That Tai Dafu is really cunning. He kept such a good thing a secret from everyone. He's probably afraid we'll steal his poop. We don't have an ox cart, and the county town is so far away, we can't carry it back. Upon hearing the ox cart, everyone immediately gave up. Sigh, such a great opportunity to make money, but I can only watch. God is so unfair. Don't forget, everyone, our village isn't just home to Tai Dafu, who has an ox cart. The village head's family has one too. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, let's go find the village head. He'll definitely be willing to lend us the car. Yes, go find the village head. The group soon arrived at the village head's house. The village headman frowned as he looked at the villagers. Did something happen to you? Village head, there's a golden opportunity to make a fortune. Yes, village head, we must seize this opportunity. Village head, you have to help us. Stop, speak one at a time. Village head, Tai Dafu brought back a lot of night soil from the county town. Everyone chimed in with their own stories, and only then did the village head understand what had happened. Village head, besides Tai Dafu, you're the only one in our village who has an ox cart. You must be borrowing it from us. Yes, you are the village head. You can't let us down. Village head, we're all from the same village. You wouldn't want to see us go hungry, would you? This act of moral blackmail by the crowd put the village head in a very difficult position. He didn't want to lend it to anyone, but everyone else had already said it. If he doesn't lend it, his prestige will definitely suffer a great loss. Now that he has Tai Dafu as a formidable rival, he dares not tarnish his reputation. However, he was reluctant to lend out his precious ox cart. His eyes darted around, and an idea immediately came to him. I understand why you've come. We're all from the same village, and I'm the village head, so I'll naturally help you. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. The village head is much more dignified, unlike someone else. Village head, we knew we hadn't misjudged you. This is the kind of good village head we have in Tiejia village. The village head waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Gentlemen, I can lend you the ox cart, but can you really get any night soil? Has anyone actually gone to ask? Otherwise, we might just be disappointed. For a moment, they looked at each other, realizing they had only seen Tai Dafu's men bring it back, but they certainly hadn't asked any questions themselves. Seeing that no one spoke, the village head's lips curled up slightly, barely suppressing the joy in his heart. It seems that everyone hasn't understood this clearly yet. In that case, I suggest that you prepare in advance. Once we've confirmed we can get some night-blooming jasmine, I'll lend the ox cart to everyone. Of course, there's one thing I need to mention beforehand. I can borrow the ox, but I need the cart frame to haul other things, not night soil. If you want to use it, you'll have to pay for your own frame. Oh, I have to pay more. Village head, you're a good person. Why don't you just lend the ox along with it? Yes, village head, we will always remember your kindness. The village head's face was rather grim, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Damn it, they're all pushing their luck. If it weren't for Tai Dafu, my archenemy, I would have dealt with you all long ago. The village head's wife stepped forward, looking at everyone with an angry expression. Pa, listen to yourselves. Are you even speaking human language? We even lent you our cow, and you still want to use our cart frame for free? How can you be so shameless? Now I'm not lending you my cow, so get the hell out of here. The village head gave his wife an approving look, almost saying she deserved the scolding. That's enough. We're all from the same village. Say less. You're the village head, not their father. Why are you spoiling them? I've said enough. You. His wife snorted and went into the house. The village head looked at everyone apologetically. I'm sorry. Everyone must have seen this. As you can see, we definitely won't lend out the cart, but we can lend out the ox. However, we need to clarify what we just discussed before borrowing it. After saying that, he stopped talking, and the crowd began to chatter amongst themselves. What do we do? Who's going to find the source of the poop? Well, I'm not very good at talking, so let's find someone who is eloquent. No one wanted to go, and no one responded. After a heated discussion, they finally found 3 people. Okay, the 3 of you can go together. When you get the night soil, each of you can get a few extra spoonfuls. Upon hearing that they could get a few more spoonfuls, the 3 of them licked their lips, thinking it was some kind of unparalleled delicacy. Okay, let's do it this way. The people issue is resolved, but what about this cart? Isn't Iron Cripple good at it? We're from the same village. If we ask him to help build a cart, we can't charge him, can we? Yeah, at worst we'll just give him a few spoonfuls of manure. Let's go find Iron Cripple. Watching the departing figures, a hint of resentment flashed across the village head's face. At this moment, Taimon Song looked furious. Father, these people have gone too far. You should have told them to get out of here. You're being foolish. Your father is the village head. If I did that, wouldn't I lose the people's hearts? Father, which village head in any other village is as frustrated as you are? Our village is different. If it weren't for Tai Dafu, Dad would naturally be too lazy to pretend and could do whatever he wanted. But with this guy around, we can't act recklessly, otherwise everyone will side with him. And what prestige will we have left? Damn Tai Dafu, it's him again. All right, let's be patient for now. These villagers won't amount to anything. As for Tai Dafu, let's let it be arrogant for a few days. Taimon Song's eyes lit up immediately. Father, do you have a new idea? It cannot be spoken. It cannot be spoken. The villagers all came to Tai the cripple's house, and as soon as they entered, they saw Tai Dafu there as well, which surprised them. "Greetings, Master Tai." Tai Dafu nodded, but did not speak. As for the landlord, he shouldn't talk too much. Maintaining an air of mystery will only make the villagers more respectful. Tai Kezi looked at these people and couldn't help but frown. Are these people here to borrow grain again? "Gentlemen, my family has already paid off the debt with grain, and we really don't have any extra grain to lend you. Brother Cripple, we're not here to borrow food." Iron Cripple looked at them with a surprised expression. "And who are you? We'd like you to help us make a card." Yes, everyone in the village knows that the Crippled brothers have the best skills. Iron Cripple's face lit up with joy. This was a big deal, and he immediately smiled. "Thank you all for thinking so highly of me, brothers. I'll take the job. Don't worry, we're all from the same village. I won't overcharge you. It will only cost 900 coins. Chapter 49. Exploding the Cage. Everyone's expression froze upon hearing this. "Hey, you Cripple, we're from the same village. How can you take money from me?" "Exactly, we're all on the same side. It's not fair to take money from each other." "Hey, you Cripple, don't take the money. We're getting the cart frame to collect night soil in the county town. Here's what we'll do. We'll give you 2 extra spoonfuls, no 3. Some villagers were unhappy when they heard that they would be given 3 spoonfuls. Why should he get 3 spoonfuls? It's just for making a car frame. 2 spoonfuls is more than enough. Yes, judging from his appearance, he definitely can't help. At most, we can only give him 2 spoonfuls. Tai Dafu listened from the side, speechless, but he didn't say anything, instead watching with great interest. Iron Cripple's face had turned completely black, and his body was trembling slightly. He was furious. "Impossible. You can keep those 2 spoonfuls of manure for yourselves. How dare you speak like that?" "Exactly. Can't they speak human language?" "That's how I say it. 900 coins, not a penny less." 900 coins? Why don't you just rob someone? What idiot would come after you? Give us back 900 coins? You really think we're innocent victims? With this money, we could just buy grain directly. Why would we need you to do this?" "Exactly. I think you're obsessed with money." Tai Dafu was speechless. He never expected that he would get caught up in the gossip himself. "Excuse me, I am the big fool and the bastard you all were talking about." Everyone stared blankly at Tai Dafu before they finally reacted. "My God, Mr. Iron, did you really spend 900 coins to make the carriage frame?" "Yes, I'm not sure of money. Besides, his skills are worth the price." Everyone looked at Tai Dafu, opened their mouths, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Upon hearing this, Tai Lizzy puffed out his chest. Nothing makes one happier than recognition. "You heard it too. If you want to do it, it's the same price as the Iron Lord, not a penny less." Seeing his resolute attitude, the crowd spat and left. After everyone left, Tai Dafu gave Tai, the Cripple, a thumbs up. "Well done." Tai Lizzy scratched his head sheepishly. "Mr. Iron, what do you think of the cage I made?" "Okay, like this, make me 10. Iron Cripple nodded happily. 10 pieces cost 10 coins. The Iron Lord is truly generous. Indeed, following the Iron Lord guarantees food. Tai Dafu talked with Tai Kezi for a while longer before taking his leave. Iron Cripple's side also acted quickly, finishing weaving all the remaining cages in just 3 days. Tai Dafu had all the cages moved to the Tai residence. The little grass was very curious as it looked at the cages. "Sir, what is this for?" "Fish catcher." Can this thing catch fish?" "Of course you can. Just you wait and see." Tai Dafu sent Nyo and Mao to dig up some earthworms. "Master, when shall we put the cages out?" "Wait until it gets dark, when everyone is cooking. Then we'll get started. Remember to bring the cage back early tomorrow morning, in case someone steals it." "Don't worry, sir. We will protect the cage well." They knew that Tai Dafu had bought the cage for 10 coins. "Let's go take a look around now and find a good place to put the cages." Tai Dafu led Nyo and Mao to the river. Seeing that the water level in the river had dropped again, Tai Dafu couldn't help but squint his eyes. "It's only been a short time since I last came, and the water flow has already decreased again. Could there really be a drought? No, I have to find a way myself to stockpile food in advance. Having food on hand will give me peace of mind." Tai Dafu had already decided to exchange most of his family's silver for grain. Neither Nyo nor Mao ever stepped out of the cage. They simply followed behind Tai Dafu. Tai Dafu led the two to a reed bed near a river. Tai Dafu took a liking to this place at first sight. "Great place. There must be eels here." Sir, eels are the hardest creatures to catch. Are these cages really okay? Don't worry, this little eel can't escape my grasp. As he spoke, he pointed to a spot. Look here, this place is surrounded by aquatic plants. It's the perfect spot to put a cage. The cages should be placed in this type of spot, and also, don't put them too close together. Tai Dafu explained to the two how to choose a location and what to pay attention to when setting up the cage. Both of them listened very attentively, and their admiration for Tai Dafu grew even stronger. Sir, you know so much. That's right, otherwise how could I be your master? The two nodded in agreement, and were even more confident about their future prospects. Night fell quickly, and Tai Dafu threw in the earthworms he had prepared beforehand, along with some leftover bones. He then personally led the two to the cage. All right, come check it out tomorrow morning. Tai Dafu was also very excited about putting the cage in the cage for the first time. Uncle Fu, remember to wake me up early tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Uncle Fu is old and sleeps less, so he is the earliest riser in the Iron Mansion every day. The next morning arrived quickly. Just as dawn was breaking, Uncle Fu knocked on the door. Master, it's dawn. Tai Dafu, who was still half asleep, immediately perked up when he heard that it was dawn. After quickly tidying up and getting dressed, I set off with Demao and Uncle Fu. As for Dinyo, he had already driven his ox cart to collect night soil. Soon, the three arrived at the place where the cages were placed. Demao immediately took action, stepping forward to drag a cage out of the water. At this moment, Demao was very excited, not knowing whether there would be any fish inside. It's a bit heavy. As soon as it was pulled out of the water, I heard something splashing inside the cage. Demao couldn't wait to peek inside and saw not only eels, but also several crucian carp. This made him gasp in surprise. Sir, there really are fish. Tai Dafu laughed along with him. Keep your voice down, or do you want to attract everyone else's attention? Demao immediately covered his mouth and then began to take the other cages out of the water. Take the cage back first, and we'll talk about the catch when we get home. Tai Dafu originally wanted to take another one, but the two refused. So he walked ahead empty-handed, followed by Uncle Fu and Demao. Uncle Fu and Demao were both very excited, looking at Tai Dafu walking in front with eyes full of admiration. Upon arriving home, Xiao Xiao immediately came to greet us. Master, how is it? Go and get the wooden basin quickly. They quickly brought over a wooden basin and emptied the catch from the first cage. This sudden spillage stunned everyone. There was almost half a basin of it. Wow, were resources this good in ancient times? Wow, so many fish and even eels. Soon a wooden basin was filled. The wooden basin is too small. Bring another wooden bucket. Once all the fish from the 10 cages were taken out, they filled a wooden basin and more than half a wooden bucket. Chapter 50, Digging a Pond. They were all stunned and gaped when they saw their harvest. Even Tai Dafu was somewhat shocked and couldn't help but marvel once again at the abundance of resources in ancient times. Demao said excitedly, Master, we've struck it rich. This is all meat. Keep a low profile. Put these eels in the tank to keep them alive for now. As for the crucian carp, we'll eat them first. Yes, sir. After all the eels were put into the large tank, Xiao Qiao glanced at it and couldn't help but take several steps back. The sight of so many eels tangled together terrified her. Demao, on the other hand, showed no fear whatsoever. His eyes were filled with excitement. Tai Dafu frowned as he looked at the crowded vat. This big tank is still a bit small. We'll definitely catch more eels later. Tai Dafu pondered for a moment, glanced at his own yard, and made a decision. Uncle Fu, I'm planning to have someone dig a pond in my yard. Uncle Fu was taken aback, then nodded. Sir, do you wish to be like those wealthy families and raise koi fish or something? Why raise koi? They don't taste good. I plan to raise eels and other fish that I get later. Is it really necessary to dig a pond specifically for this? It's absolutely necessary. After all, I'm a landlord. If my family doesn't even have a pond, wouldn't we be inferior to other landlords? All right, whatever you say, sir. I'll go recruit people right away. But how much are you planning to pay, sir? According to the county town policy, we'll give you 8 copper coins plus lunch. How many people does the master want to hire? We need to hire 8 people. More people means we can get the work done faster. Uncle Fu wasn't in a hurry to find someone, since at this time, many people hadn't even gotten up yet. By morning, Dinyo had returned from the county town. Upon learning that Tai Dafu was hiring, an idea immediately came to mind. He hesitated for a moment, but still went to Tai Dafu's side. Sir, may I bring my younger brother Ernie along? Don't worry, he's strong and doesn't slack off. Sure, 8 coins a day, with lunch provided. But since he's a younger brother, I'll give him 10 coins a day. These 2 documents aren't given away for nothing. Have him go and find 7 more people, the kind who are reliable and hardworking. Upon hearing this, Tai Dainyu immediately knelt down with a thud. Thank you, sir. Don't worry, I'll go tell him right now and make sure it's taken care of for you. Tai Dafu waved his hand, and Dainyu ran frantically towards him. Villagers along the way saw it, and all looked on with curiosity. Why is that big ox running so fast? Who knows, but it's definitely not going to be anything good. If I knew it, what good could be coming from being Tai Dafu's servant? Dainyu hurriedly ran home, and when Tai Mu saw him, she was stunned. Dainyu, what brings you back? Where is Ernie? He went out. He'll probably be back soon. You still haven't told me what's wrong with you. But did the Iron Lord hit you? Mother, no. Master Tai is very good to me. He is the best master in the world. Look at me, haven't I gained weight? As he spoke, he circled around in front of his mother, who carefully examined her son. When she realized she had indeed gained weight, a smile appeared on her face. All right, Master Tai is kind-hearted. From now on, you should work hard for him and not come home too often. Otherwise, he will definitely be unhappy if he finds out. Tai's mother was also afraid that Tai Dafu would make things difficult for her son if he found out. Mother, I know. I came here for good news. Good news? Iron Mother looked at her son with a puzzled expression. Mother, Master Tai is planning to have someone dig a pond at the Tai residence. He'll pay 8 coins a day plus lunch. I recommended Ernie, and the master agreed. He even said that Ernie should find 7 more people, and Ernie could earn 10 coins a day. Iron Mother was taken aback, then overjoyed. My son, is this true? Of course it's true. Master Tai said it himself. Great news. This is wonderful news. Just as the 2 were talking, Ernie walked in from outside. Upon seeing Dainyu, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Brother, why are you back? I've come to tell you some good news. He immediately repeated what he had just said to Iron Mother. Ernie was overjoyed after hearing this. Brother, is it true? You really give me 10 coins and a meal included? That's certainly true. Great. I never thought I could earn 10 coins without leaving the village. Iron Mother looked at her 2 sons with a happy expression. All right, since this is something Master Tai arranged, we must do it well. Be careful when hiring. Don't hire cunning and deceitful people. Dainyu nodded in agreement. Mother is right. We must find someone reliable and hardworking. The family of 3 then began planning who to contact, and after intense discussion, they finally made a decision. Dainyu, all of them are trustworthy. Go secretly and ask them if they're willing, but don't let the villagers know yet, or it'll cause trouble later. The 2 brothers nodded and then walked outside. Dainyu stopped in front of a dilapidated courtyard. Is anyone home? Soon, a man came out and saw Dainyu with a joyful expression. Brother Dainyu, what brings you here? Shaju, is your mother home? Brother Dainyu, are you here to visit my mother? My mother isn't feeling well and can't play with you. So why don't we go play together? Dainyu's lips twitched when he heard this. He knew that Shaju wasn't very bright, so he didn't take it too seriously. I need to see my aunt. Take me there. At this moment, an old woman came out, accompanied by 2 maids. This person was none other than Shaju's mother, and the girl was Shaju's sister. Oh, it's Dainyu. Come in quickly. Dainyu walked into the yard and smiled at the old woman. Auntie, I need to talk to you. Why don't we go inside and talk? Okay, go and pour your brother Dainyu a bowl of water. No need for that. Soon the group entered the house. Looking at the house, which was even more dilapidated than their own, Dainyu did not look down on it at all. Auntie, you probably know that I am from the Tai family. Our master wants to dig a pond. We're planning to hire a few people, paying them 8 coins a day and providing lunch. I saw that Shaju was all right, so I planned to have him go help out. Upon hearing this, the old woman looked on incredulously. Dainyu, are you really going to send my silly Zhu? Yes, I plan to send Brother Shaju over. Brother Shaju is a reliable worker. Zhu Zi, quickly kowtow to your brother Dainyu. Upon hearing this, Shaju knelt down with a thud, and Dainyu quickly got up to help him up. Silly Zhu, what are you doing? Get up. Shaju is as his name suggests. Although he is simple-minded, he has a lot of strength. Dainyu pulled several times but couldn't lift it up. Helpless, Dainyu could only turn his gaze to Shaju Nyang. Auntie, please help Brother Shaju get up. Big Nyo, let Sha Zhu kowtow to you. Auntie, we're all family here. There's no need for this. The old woman wiped her wet eyes. Dinyo, thank you, Aunt. Everyone else is bullying my Zhuzi. It's kind of you to still think about him. Dinyo scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond. He was an honest man, so naturally he wouldn't bully others, even if Sha Zhu wasn't very bright. Sha Zhu looked at Dinyo with excitement. Brother Dinyo, could you call Sha Chong along too? Chapter 51, Give Them a Good Meal 1. Silly Pillar's mother's expression changed, and she immediately scolded. Don't talk nonsense, Pillar. Sha Zhu looked at his mother with a wronged expression. Mother, I'm not lying. Silly Pillar's mother glared at him fiercely. Shut up. Sha Zhu then obediently shut his mouth. Don't worry. I'll be going to Sha Chong's house later too. Sha Zhu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Oh great. Silly Chong can come and work too. Auntie, I still need to ask around at other places, so I'll be going now. Okay. Thank you, Auntie Dinyo. It's okay. Sha Zhu and I are good brothers too. Upon hearing this, Sha Zhu's mother wiped away her tears. Mother, I heard that Master Tai's family can afford to eat white rice. When I get there, I'm going to eat him out of house and home. Silly Pillar's mother's expression changed, and she slapped him on the head. Oh, Mom, why are you hitting me? Didn't you say that when we're out and about, we should eat everything we can, except for poop? This time it's different. I'm telling you, Pillar. When you get to Master Tai's house, you're not allowed to eat as much as you want. If you offend him, you're finished. Oh, then I'll just eat until I'm half full. Silly Zhu's mother had a clear understanding of her son's appetite and gritted her teeth. Even being half full is not allowed. You can only eat until you're 3/10 full at most. Sha Zhu nodded dejectedly. Silly Zhu's mother patted her son's head. My son, don't blame your mother for being heartless. We're going to work. If you eat so freely the first time, who will dare to come to you again? Mother, I understand. Good boy. When you get to Master Tai's house, remember to work hard and don't try to slack off. Sha Zhu nodded upon hearing this. The two younger sisters beside him looked at their older brother with envy. They also wanted to help with the work, even if they weren't paid or provided with meals. Dinyo and Ernyo finally visited all the other companies without any surprises. Everyone agreed and was very grateful to Dinyo's family. On the way back, Ernyo was very excited. Brother, this feels so good. Because of their poverty, Ernyo's family had little presence in the village. But today, Ernyo has finally stood up, and this feeling makes him very excited. Whether it was Ernyo or Dainyu, their hearts were equally stirred. Second brother, remember everything your older brother told you, and be sure to work hard. Brother, don't worry, I've got it. Having done all this, Dinyo returned to the Iron Mansion. Sir, it's all taken care of. The person will be here tomorrow morning. Okay, well done. The next morning, these people arrived early at the gate of the Iron Mansion to wait. Tai Dafu didn't put the cage down today, partly because there was nowhere to put it. Secondly, he was afraid of being seen by the workers, as he wanted to catch more eels to raise. As the gates of the Iron Mansion opened, those people saw Uncle Fu and quickly bowed. I've met Uncle Fu. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu immediately puffed out his chest. He hadn't been respected like this in a long time. Come in, everyone. Led by Uncle Fu, these people entered the Iron Mansion. This scene was also witnessed by several villagers. What's going on? How did they get into the Iron Mansion? Could it be that you've received some kind of job offer? Why don't you go to the Iron Mansion and ask? I'm not going. You go by yourself. Soon, these people spread the news. Inside the Iron Mansion, Tai Dafu arrived at the place where the pond was to be dug and glanced at the crowd. No one dared to meet Tai Dafu's gaze. They all lowered their heads, except for Sha Zhu and the other two. Greetings, Master Tai. No need for formalities, everyone. I've called you here to dig a pond. Do your jobs well, and I'm sure Dinyo has already told you about your wages. 8 coins a day, settled directly at the end of the workday. Lunch is also provided. Although they already knew, hearing it from Tai Dafu made everyone even more excited. In their view, a big shot like Tai Dafu wouldn't lie to them. After Tai Dafu told them the location, everyone started working. Tai Dafu's gaze lingered on Sha Zhu and Sha Chong for a while. Dinyo, the person you found this time is good. Those two guys in particular gave me a strange feeling. To think he could withstand my domineering aura. Not bad, he's got talent. Following Tai Dafu's gaze, I saw that he was talking about Sha Zhu and Sha Chong. I was speechless for a moment. Are they talented? Dinyo's lips twitched, and he said cautiously, Sir, Could you be mistaken? Impossible. Your master is the best judge of character. Those two had clear eyes and no fear. They truly had extraordinary bearing. Daniel. Master, those two are named Taiju and Tietjian, but what? However, because they weren't very bright, everyone called them Silly Zhu and Silly Chan. Tai Dafu. Holy crap, no wonder his eyes were so clear like a college student's. He's actually an idiot. Tai Dafu coughed awkwardly twice. Ahem, I knew it. These two were different from others, and there must be something wrong with them. Sure enough, I was right. Daniel. Tai Dafu felt embarrassed to stay there, so he made up an excuse and left. Daniel, can you keep an eye on this area for me? Yes, sir. Before long, news of their entry into the Iron Mansion spread throughout the village, and finally someone couldn't contain himself any longer and knocked on the Iron Mansion's gate. Who is it? Uncle Fu opened the door and frowned when he saw it was a villager. Is there something you need? We wanted to ask if the Iron Manor is hiring. No. As he spoke, Uncle Fu closed the door. Uncle Fu felt a surge of relief. It seems the master is right. I, the butler, must act with the authority of a butler. The crowd at the door couldn't help but spit. Pah, what a piece of trash. Just a lousy steward from the Iron Manor. What do we do now? Just wait, those people will definitely come out, and we'll find out by asking them. I have something to do at home, so please wait here. Remember to call me when you come out. Immediately, many people left, leaving only some elderly people with nothing to do. Time flies, and it's almost noon already. Tai Dafu had already visited once during this period. Seeing everyone sweating profusely and not slacking off at all, Tai Dafu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, that's a truly good employee. To Tai Dafu's greatest surprise, the two most hardworking people were Sha Zhu and Sha Chan. These two look a bit dim-witted, but they really are. They work incredibly hard. But I like it, ho ho ho. After thinking for a while, Tai Dafu went to find Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, these people are willing to put in a lot of effort, so our Tai family can't be stingy with them. In this way, render the lard from the fatty meat, and then fry the Crucian carp caught yesterday. For lunch, let's make stewed Crucian carp with some greens and steam extra rice. Those who do the physical labor will definitely eat more. As for the eel, sorry, Tai Dafu plans to eat it himself. This stuff is incredibly nutritious. We can't let others have it for free. Uncle Fu was startled upon hearing this. Sir, isn't it too extravagant to deep fry it? Why not just boil it in water? Chapter 52, give them a good meal too. Our Iron Manor isn't short of meat. Besides, you can't do such hard work without some meat. The master is truly kind-hearted. They are blessed. Uncle Fu, Xiao Xiao, and Damao started processing the fish together and then deep-fried it. The fragrance slowly began to spread throughout the yard, drifting little by little towards the work area. At this moment, Sha Zhu and the others' clothes had never been dry since they started working, and they were constantly sweating. Sha Zhu, who was gritting his teeth and working hard, suddenly started sniffing hard. It smells so good. Can you smell it? Silly Zhu, I think you're starving. It's not even mealtime yet. At this moment, Sha Chan also spoke up. It smells so good, I can smell it too. The others also sniffed hard and couldn't help but swallow. Wow, I smell pork. I think I can smell it too. It even smells like fish. Everyone swallowed hard, constantly inhaling the aroma in the air. If only we could have some meat. All right, stop dreaming. It's good enough that we can eat our fill, let alone want meat. That's ridiculous. This must be what the landlord, Tai, is eating. I never thought that landlords could eat so well. Is this what life is like for landlords and rich people? How enviable. What do you think Master Tai will feed us later? I don't know, but I've worked for other landlords before. They ate mostly wild vegetable dumplings or leftovers. Oh, haven't you ever had anything good to eat? Want to eat well? You're dreaming. But I actually did encounter that once. Once, when they were serving me rice, they found a chicken bone in it. I heard from the waiter serving the food that the bones had been gnawed on by the landlord, so we got a good deal. You wouldn't believe how delicious it is. Everyone looked at me with envy. As he described it, everyone swallowed hard in unison. If only Mr. Iron could give me a bone that I've already gnawed on. Forget bones, if I could just have a sip of soup, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. All right, enough with the nonsense, let's get to work. We can't let old man Tai find fault with us. Upon hearing this, everyone continued working diligently, though their breathing seemed to have become heavier. As the fish stewing process began, the aroma became even more enticing. Sha Zhu and the other workers all had rumbling stomachs. Tai Dafu felt that the food was almost ready, so he asked Mao to call everyone. Don't take the food over there, let them come and eat here. Upon hearing this, Mao immediately went to fetch someone. Dinner's ready. Come with me. Everyone immediately put down their tools and obediently followed behind Mao. Soon, everyone arrived at the courtyard where the kitchen was located. Greetings, Master Tai. Tai Dafu nodded, then frowned as he looked at the mud-covered hands of the group. Mao, get them some water so they can wash their hands and faces clean. That way it will be more hygienic to eat. When the crowd heard that it was for their own good, they were all moved and thanked Tai Dafu repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Iron. All right, hurry up and go. The food will be ready soon. Everyone immediately lined up to wash their hands and faces, and by the time they finished, the food was ready. Tai Dafu was naturally the first one, and Xiao Xiao served him a full bowl of fish. Xiao Xiao, don't just serve fish, add some green vegetables too. We need a balanced diet. The little grass doesn't understand the concept of a balanced diet, nor does it understand the importance of a mix of meat and vegetables. She thought that Tai Dafu was just being considerate of his servants, and she was deeply moved. Master must want us servants to eat more. He truly is the best master in the world. Tai Dafu got his food, and soon Uncle Fu and the others also got their food, leaving only those who were working. They kept swallowing their saliva as they looked at the stewed fish, their stomachs rumbling like thunder. What shall we eat? Tai Dafu looked at them with surprise. What are you all standing there for? Go get your rice. Looking at the glistening white rice, everyone kept swallowing their saliva. Mr. Tai, can we really eat white rice? Of course you can eat it. I know you can eat a lot, so I had extra made. Eat as much as you like, just don't waste any. No, we absolutely will not waste it. What a joke. Forget about wasting food. Even if a single grain of rice falls on the poop, as long as it doesn't sink in, they'll scoop it out and eat it. Seeing that everyone was only ordering rice and not vegetables, Tai Dafu had no choice but to speak up again. Don't just get rice. Those dishes are also prepared for you. Everyone was completely stunned. They hadn't expected that they would get a share of the fish in the pot. What? If you've eaten my food, you should work hard. Don't worry, Mr. Tai. We'll definitely work hard. Everyone lined up to get their food. Looking at the food in their hands, they felt like they were dreaming. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and eat. Tai Dafu's words immediately brought everyone back to reality. One by one, they began to eat, but each person was very careful with their first bite. The rice entered their mouths, and the aroma of fish fried in lard instantly filled their mouths. They were all stunned, and one by one they instinctively closed their eyes. What is this? It's so delicious. I've never eaten anything so good in my life. After swallowing the food in their mouths, everyone greedily looked at the food in their bowls. This was like a river bursting its banks. It was unstoppable, and they ate like crazy. Tai Dafu did not leave, but stood by and watched these people eat together. TSK, TSK, TSK. They're eating like crazy. If this were my past life, I'd definitely be a top-tier mukbang streamer, kicking Anka and punching Ryoko. Tai Dafu also got hungry from looking at it, and couldn't help but start eating quickly. This Crucian carp is good, very flavorful. It tastes just like I know and love. Tai Dafu doesn't have a large appetite, perhaps because he doesn't lack food or drink. He ate a bowl of fish and a bowl of rice and was full. Then he saw the workers carrying empty bowls. What's even more outrageous is that guy named Shaju was actually licking the bowl. They were so meticulous and clean that Tai Dafu's mouth twitched as he watched. If those women from my past life saw this, they'd all rush up to chat me up. Tai Dafu couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up directly. Hey you, yes. I'm talking to you. Stop staring. Master Tai, my name is Shaju. Silly Zhu, stop licking. If you keep licking, the bowl will break. There's plenty of rice today. Go get some more if you're still hungry. Shaju's eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. No, I'm full. Tai Dafu would never believe that. All right. Do you think I can't tell if you're full or not? Go get another bowl. No. My mother said I can't eat too much, otherwise the master will kick me out and won't ask me to do any more work. Chapter 53, Give Them a Good Meal 3. The hearts of parents are truly selfless. It's all right. Your mother isn't here, so she doesn't have the final say. This is the Time Mansion, and I, the master, am the most powerful person here. So, you must listen to me. Shaju pondered for a moment, then raised his head and gave Tai Dafu a bright smile. Master is right. My mother said I should listen to Master Tai. Are you really going to let me eat my fill? Eat. Then I'll really eat it. I might eat it, but don't blame me if I eat you out of house and home. Tai Dafu smiled. Don't worry. I'm the richest man in our Thai family village. I won't go broke from eating. Shaju nodded and immediately got up to serve the rice. Tai Dafu then turned his attention to other things. You're the same. Since you're working for me, there's no reason for you to go hungry. Eat as much as you can, just don't overeat. Seeing Tai Dafu say this, and with Shaju as a cautionary tale, the others also took action. After you finish eating, rest for half an hour before continuing your work. Yes, Master Tai. After Tai Dafu left, the group ate much faster and became more relaxed without him. They ate bowl after bowl, completely enjoying themselves. The little grass, serving the food, was completely shocked. The 2 large buckets of rice had been completely eaten. These people can eat way too much. Luckily, they're not the master's servants, or the master might really be eaten out of house and home. The little grass felt extremely fortunate. Shaju and the others lay lazily on the ground. Is this what it feels like to have a full meal? It feels so good. If only I could eat my fill like this every day, that would be wonderful. This white rice is so delicious. This is the most rice I've ever eaten in my life. If you ask me, the best thing was the fish. Goodness, it was obviously deep fried. Old Iron is so good to us. Yes, after we ate, they even let us rest for half an hour. This is the first time I've ever met such a kind host. There were rumors in the village before that old man Tai was stingy, but now it seems they were all just rumors. It must be a rumor. If someone as generous as Master Tai is stingy, then there are no generous people in our great Xia. I wonder which bastard spread this rumor. Otherwise, I would have given him a good beating. We must get to work hard this afternoon. We can't just eat this meal for nothing. Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. This meal is delicious. Even the emperor himself might not eat as well as this. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all the poorest people at the bottom of society, people who couldn't even afford to eat and stay warm. Therefore, it is truly unimaginable what the upper class eats and uses. Daniel overheard their conversation and couldn't help but chime in. To tell you the truth, I eat this rice every day, and I often have meat with it. The 8 workers gasped in shock. Brother Nyo, is it true? You're just bragging. How could you possibly eat that well every day? Daniel panicked when he heard this. Who's bragging? I Daniel never lie. If you don't believe me, ask the Mao. Everyone's eyes turned to the Mao, who immediately nodded. What Brother Nyo said is true. We ate really well. This truly shocked everyone, and their gazes towards Daniel were filled with complex emotions. They also knew about Daniel's sale of himself to the Iron Mansion. I thought my life was over, that I had fallen into a pit of fire, but now it seems that this is not a pit of fire at all, but a paradise. Daniel, you found a great home. At this moment, everyone looked at Daniel with envy, and some even had the urge to sell themselves. Seeing the envious looks on everyone's faces, Daniel smiled. The master is indeed very good. The group rested for less than half an hour before continuing their work. In their words, after eating such a good meal, they felt they would be letting Tai Dafu down if they didn't work. It was soon evening when Tai Dafu came over to check on the progress. Looking at the pond, which was already half dug, Tai Dafu nodded in satisfaction. Everyone stop. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at Tai Dafu. Everyone has worked hard today, and it's getting late, so let's call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow. If someone can't come, please let me know in advance so I can find someone else. Mr. Tai, we'll definitely come tomorrow. Yes, I'll definitely come. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of such a good opportunity. Okay, Xiao Xiao, settle today's wages. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately took out her money bag and began distributing money. There weren't many people, so Xiao Xiao gave money to each of them individually. Staring at the money in their hands, everyone was somewhat lost in thought. All right, the money's been distributed, go home now. Everyone came to their senses and took their leave. Clutching the 8 coins tightly in their hands, everyone was filled with excitement, especially Sha Zhu and Sha Chong, who were shouting with joy. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but tease him. Silly Zhu, why are you so happy? What do you need the money for? Give it to my mother, so she can help me find a wife. Get married? Do you even know what a wife does? Do you really think I'm stupid? Of course, a wife is for cooking. If you marry a wife, you won't go hungry. Upon hearing this, Sha Chong immediately echoed his sentiments. Silly Zhu, save up to get married. Everyone laughed, then shook their heads. You're really stupid. A wife isn't just for cooking. Her biggest role is at night. What is it? Tell me. Haha. You'll understand when you have a wife. Shaju pursed his lips. No matter how he asked, the others wouldn't say anything. Soon, the group arrived at the main gate of the Iron Mansion. As soon as I stepped outside, I noticed a lot of villagers. They're out. They're out. My God, even Shaju and Shachong are here. Judging from their appearance, they must have been working. Tell us quickly, what did you do at the Iron Mansion today? The workers aren't stupid. If they say it, and their jobs are taken away, they'll regret it later. I'm in a hurry to get home. We can talk later. Don't go. Tell me, we're from the same village. Yeah, what kind of work is it? How much are you paid? Seeing that the others remained silent, he immediately turned his gaze to Shaju. Silly Zhu, tell us quickly, did you go to the Iron Mansion to work? Why should I tell you? Silly Zhu, tell me, and I'll take you with me when we play in the mud from now on. Upon hearing this, Shaju hesitated for a moment before nodding. You must take me with you. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you with me. Tell me quickly. Let me tell you, we are indeed working at the Iron Mansion, digging pits. Digging a hole? Why would you dig a hole out of the blue? You guys don't think it'll be used to bury people, do you? Oh no, could it really be like that? As things got increasingly outrageous, the others had no choice but to speak up. You've misunderstood. Shaju didn't explain clearly. Master Tai asked us to dig a pond for him, presumably to raise some koi. Many people patted their chests in confidence. That scared me to death. I thought the Iron Lord was going to bury someone alive. How much are you paid? Chapter 54, The Shock of Fish Meat. Shaju said smugly. 8 coins. A full 8 coins. Only 8 coins? That's not much. Yes, you can earn 8 coins for doing heavy work in the county town. I thought Tai Dafu would give me 20 coins. If Tai Dafu heard this, he would definitely give them a piece of his mind, saying they were treating him like a sucker. Some more rational villagers, however, expressed some envy. 8 copper coins is a lot of money. You might not be able to find work in a county town. Moreover, earning 8 coins without leaving the village is quite a good amount. Yeah, I used to work for the landlord next door, and I only got 5 coins a day. Even then, you'd get robbed if you didn't work for long. After hearing this, everyone felt that the work provided by Tai Dafu was quite good. Next, Shaju dropped a bombshell. Let me tell you, not only does the Iron Lord give us money, but he also makes sure we're well fed, saying that only when we're well fed do we have the energy to work. Then he said mysteriously, do you know what we ate for lunch? What? I ate 5 whole bowls of white rice. Those around gasped in shock. Really? He's really willing to give you guys plain white rice. Yes, that's plain white rice, and it's all you can eat. How could that be? Shaju never lie. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Seeing that the others nodded, everyone finally believed it. My goodness, Tai Dafu is really generous. I remember that when Day's wife and her husband went to help with the work before, they were given plenty of rice, and it seems they even ate meat. How can this be the same? They are women. How can their appetites be compared to men's? Besides, there are 8 grown men this time. How much food will they need to eat? Wow, that's incredibly generous. Shaju snorted coldly. We're getting to eat meat too, delicious fish, and it's even fried in lard. It smelled amazing. It was the best meal I've ever had in my life. Those around gasped again. OMG. What kind of family is this, feeding them fish and meat? Good heavens, lots of meat and fish. Is this really something a working person can eat? Everyone's eyes lit up with envy. This was a job they never dared to dream of. It was the best job in the world. Silly Zhu, does Master Tai still need people? Yeah, Shaju, why don't you go and talk to Master Tai on his behalf? We can do it too. Yes, we'll definitely do a better job than you, you idiot. You're the idiot. All right, you're not stupid. Help us talk to Master Tai. Yes, Shaju, if Master Tai agrees, we can take you with us when we go into the mountains to raid bird nests in the future. I'm not going, you guys go by yourselves. Silly Zhu, do you still want to play with us? That's right, if you don't go, we won't take you with us. Shaju didn't say anything, which clearly meant he wasn't going. If you're smart, change your tactics immediately. Silly Zhu, forget about it. Tell us, how did you get into the Iron Manor to work? I was sent there by Brother Dinyo. So was Dinyo. I never knew he was this amazing. Taking advantage of the crowd's discussion, the workers grabbed Shaju and immediately slipped out of the crowd. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Sha Zhu and the others had already run far away. Why are you running so fast? You're not going to eat them. If you ask me, they're probably afraid we'll steal their jobs. Old Iron's job is too good. I wish I could do it too. That's right. I'm at least better than those two idiots, Sha Zhu and Sha Chong. Those with sharp minds have already started thinking about how to get a job at the Iron Mansion. Even without hiring, I'm sure I can squeeze one of Sha Zhu and Sha Chong out. At that time, I'll be the only one who can eat as much rice as I want, even with only 8 coins a day. Someone realized something and began to leave quietly. Why did all these people leave? Wait a minute. I remember Go Sheng's house isn't in this direction. It seems they went to the Nyo's house. Wow, it's true. These people are too cunning. I have to go too. So everyone immediately rushed to the Nyo's house. The people in front panicked when they saw everyone behind them running towards the Nyo's house. No, there's too much work and too few people. I have to speed things up. Seeing the people in front start running, the people behind also became uneasy. One by one, they started running, and you'd think there was a marathon being held in Tieja village. This amazing scene left those who were unaware of it completely baffled. Why are these people running? Who knows? Could something have happened? Could it be that bandits have invaded the village? Good heavens, this is a big deal. Go find the village headman right away. Sha Zhu was rushing home when he saw his younger sister, Dia, just as he reached the door. Upon seeing Sha Zhu, Dia let out a loud shout. Mother, my eldest brother is back. After saying that, he quickly ran towards Sha Zhu. Big brother, you're back. Sha Zhu proudly spread his hands, revealing the 8 coins in his hand. Upon seeing those 8 large coins, Dia's pupils contracted, and she abruptly covered her mouth. Realizing what had happened, he immediately grabbed Sha Zhu and ran home. After entering the courtyard, she peeked out and looked at the entrance. Seeing that no one was following, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately closed the door. At this moment, Silly Pillar's mother had already come out of the house. My son, you're finally back. How are you? Are you tired today? Mom, I'm not tired, look. He then handed over the 8 coins in his hand. Seeing the 8 coins in Sha Zhu's hand, his mother was stunned at first, and then tears streamed down her face. She hugged her son tightly and cried her heart out. Wah, my darling is finally successful. She can earn money now. No one can understand the old woman's hardships, because she suffered too many scornful looks because of this son. Having suffered so much, she even thought she would suffer for the rest of her life. But the moment Sha Zhu took out the money, the old woman felt that all the suffering she had endured was worthwhile. The 2 little girls next to them also hugged it and started crying. Actually, Sha Zhu had gone to the county town to look for work before, but people didn't want him because they thought he was stupid. Some people with ill intentions used it, paid 3 coins, and then had it stolen by others. Sha Zhu was naturally unwilling, and, as a result, he was beaten up. From then on, Sha Zhu's mother never let him go to the county town again. Sometimes, Silly Zhu's mother would wonder what would happen to her son if she died. Without his mother, would everyone bully him? There wasn't a single person who cared about him or loved him. Whenever she thinks about these things, Silly Pillar's mother feels as if her heart is being torn apart. Sha Zhu looked at his mother and sister, who were wailing loudly, and was somewhat at a loss. He scratched his head and said anxiously, Mother, sister, please don't cry. I'm dirty, don't hug me. At this moment, Sha Zhu's neighbor, a woman, couldn't help but mutter to herself. What happened? Did someone die next door? Chapter 55 Silly Pillar has made a name for him. With that thought in mind, the woman went to the door of Sha Zhu's house. She was somewhat bewildered as she looked at the group of people crying in the courtyard. Auntie, what's going on here? Hearing the voices of outsiders, Silly Pillar's mother finally came to her senses. He let go of Sha Zhu, wiped away his tears, and quickly took the copper coin from Sha Zhu's hand. Although she moved quickly, she was still spotted by a sharp-eyed woman. My God, copper coins. Looks like at least 5. Could it be that this big idiot, Sha Zhu, earned them? She carefully examined Sha Zhu. Sha Zhu blushed a little under the woman's gaze and chuckled foolishly. Still the same silly look, seems unchanged. Auntie, is Zhuzi off to work? Before Sha Zhu's mother could speak, Sha Zhu immediately spoke first. Sister Qin, that's right, I'm working for Master Tai, and I earned 8 coins today. Upon hearing the price of 8 coins, Widow Qin's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, I never expected Zhuzi to be so successful now. Auntie, your good days are coming. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Silly Pillar's face. Yes, my silly Zhu has made something of himself. Widow Chin's eyes darted around. I just heard Zhu say he's working at Tai Lao's place. What's going on? Upon hearing this, Zhu immediately began to excitedly recount his story. Originally, Silly Pillar's mother wanted to stop her, but after listening for a while, she herself became engrossed in it. Zhu told Tai Dafu about everything that happened at his house, focusing on that lunch. You wouldn't believe it. Mr. Tai is such a nice guy. He didn't hit us, and he even fed us well. It was pure white rice, and we ate 5 bowls of it. These words caused the girls to gasp in surprise. They swallowed hard. Big brother, did you really get to eat some white rice? Of course it's true, I never lie. They knew what kind of person Zhu was, and when they heard him say that, they knew it was true. Only Silly Pillar's mother looked a little unwell. Zhu, didn't I tell you not to eat so much? The Iron Master will be angry. What if he doesn't let you do any work in the future? Mom, it's not what I want to eat. I was being very obedient and didn't want to eat it. It was Old Man Tai who said that I needed to be well fed to have the energy to work, so he made me eat. Not only did I eat it, but Sha Chong and the others also ate several bowls each. Hearing this, Silly Pillar's mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Widow Chin was also constantly swallowing her saliva. Zhu continued. Mother, Sister Chin, I not only ate white rice at the Thai residence, but I also ate meat. It's Crucian carp, fried in lard, then stewed in a pot. It's absolutely delicious. We even got to eat fish. My goodness, this food is amazing. Brother, did you really get to eat meat? Can you tell us what fish fried in lard tastes like? It smells so good, it's so delicious, I almost swallowed my tongue. Especially when the soup is poured over white rice. The taste is simply divine. The image flashed through everyone's minds, and they kept swallowing their saliva. Even Zhu kept swallowing and smacking his lips, as if he was reminiscing about the taste. Just then, a gurgling sound interrupted everyone's reverie. Turning her head, she saw Widow Chin smiling sheepishly. Excuse me. What Zhu said was too tempting. The others didn't laugh at her. They were also told they were very hungry. Mother, Master Tai said that we can go there again tomorrow, and he will still give us 8 copper coins and provide us with lunch. Upon hearing this, Silly Pillar's mother was overjoyed and immediately clasped her hands together in prayer. Amitabha Buddha, God bless us. My son Zhu has truly made something of himself. He has brought honor to our ancestors. When Widow Chin heard that even the phrase, bringing glory to one's ancestors had been used, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Seeing that the other party was so excited that she was incoherent, she could understand. After all, what mother doesn't want her son to be successful? At this moment, Silly Pillar's mother continued. Old Master Tai is a good man. Good people are rewarded. The Bodhisattva will protect him. Zhu nodded in deep agreement. Mom, Master Tai is a good man. He doesn't bully me and gives me good food. All right. Then when you go to the Tai residence, you must listen to Master Tai's words and work diligently. Mother, I understand. Widow Chin, standing nearby, watched as Zhu's eyes darted around. I never expected that Zhu could actually make money. That's already better than many men. Thinking of this, Widow Chin was somewhat tempted. Women, especially widows in ancient times, had a hard time surviving without a man to rely on. Forget it that Zhu is an idiot. I don't know how long he'll stay at the Tai family's place. He's not good enough for me. Auntie Zhu, I have something to do, so I'll head back now. After saying that, he turned and left without a trace of regret. Zhu stared blankly at Widow Chin's large buttocks, seemingly lost in thought. Pillar. She called him twice, but found that her son was ignoring her. Silly Pillar's mother glanced at him suspiciously and instantly noticed the strangeness in her son. Seeing her son staring at Widow Chin's large buttocks, Silly Zhu's mother was not angry, but rather pleased. Thank God. My son is no longer that fool who only knew how to compete with others to see who could pee the farthest. He finally realized he wanted women. Double happiness indeed. My son, stop looking. You should work hard and save money. When our family is rich, we will be able to make a living. I'll find you a wife. Once I have a grandson, I can die in peace. Zhu nodded. Mom, save up money to get a wife. Yes, that's it. My son is indeed intelligent. He understands things immediately. Dia, Arya, quickly go and boil some water for him so he can have a good wash. Okay, Mom. Others who worked at Tai Dafu's house also received the highest level of hospitality from his family after returning home. Every family was beaming with happiness, especially Sha Chong, whose situation is similar to Sha Zhu's. Seeing the money he brought back, his family members were also moved to tears. On the other side, those who wanted to work at the Iron Mansion had already arrived at Denyo's house. At this moment, they were no longer arrogant as before, and each of them wore a fawning smile. Annie, I heard that Denyo can get people to work in the Iron Mansion. Do you think I can do that? Sister, we're neighbors. Even idiots like Sha Zhu and Sha Chong can work in the Tai family. My son is no better than them. You must help him out. Yes, a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative, and we are all very close neighbors. Big Cow's mother was surprised by the large number of people who came, and she was a little overwhelmed. I don't know anything about this either. It was all done by the big shots. Then why don't you call Denyo over, and we can ask him directly? Yes, call Denyo over. Denyo's mother had previously told Denyo not to come home unless necessary, lest Tai Dafu be displeased. Therefore, they would naturally not do such a foolish thing. I'm sorry, Denyo is very busy, and he's now a member of the Tai family, so it's not appropriate for us to go looking for him again. Seeing that Denyo Nyang was not easily fooled, everyone turned their attention to Ernyo again. Ernyo, we're good brothers. Why don't you go and talk to your brother, and let me work at the Iron Mansion too. Chapter 56, the status of Denyo's family rises. And me too. Ernyo shook his head. I can't make that decision. You should go find my brother yourselves. Seeing that the mother and son were unmoved by either soft or hard tactics, the group could only leave in disappointment. Ernyo, if Danny needs someone to do work in the future, remember to contact me. Yeah, Ernyo, we're the best of brothers. I don't know if there will be another opportunity like this in the future. If there is, I will tell my older brother. As for what he does, that's not my business. Ernyo, thank you in advance. The group left last, with Ernyo looking excited. Mother, did you see that? They're actually saying nice things about us. Dia mupatet ayer nu is head. Yes, all of this was brought about by your eldest brother. You must remember your eldest brother's kindness. Mother, I know. Iron Mother looked out the door, her thoughts racing. She felt like it was all a dream. In her previous home, no one had bothered to even glance at it. But now that people are starting to fawn over her and say nice things, this change feels unreal to her. But she knew for certain that it was true, and that all these changes stemmed from Tai Dafu. May heaven protect the Tai family and ensure my eldest son's safety. Those who went back happened to run into the village head. What's going on with so many of you gathered together? Village head, it's nothing. We just went to Nyo's house to ask about the work. Get to work. The group immediately began to recount how Sha Zhu and the others have been working at the Tai residence. The more the village head listened, the darker his face became. That damn Tai Dafu, he actually has the nerve to dig a pond and raise koi. All right, everyone disperse. After saying that, he turned around and left immediately, not wanting to stay a moment longer. What's wrong with the village head? He looks unhappy. He must have thought something serious had happened, but it turned out to be nothing serious, so he was unhappy. That makes sense. I wonder when the Iron Manor will recruit workers again. Yes, I really want to go to the Iron Mansion to take on some work right now. If only the Iron Manor had started recruiting workers back then, our lives might be much better. Come on, don't forget that Tai Dafu used to be a miser. He wouldn't be looking for other jobs. That's true. As the crowd gradually dispersed and returned home, they continued to discuss the matter. Dahijia, the head of the household, is back. Is dinner ready? It's ready. I'll serve it to you now. Looking at the wild vegetable porridge on the table, the dark clumps of wild vegetables instantly killed my appetite. Why? The others looked at Dea with puzzled expressions. Honey, what's wrong? The man immediately told Sha Zhu and the others about working at Tai Dafu's house. Even Sha Zhu can work at the Iron Mansion, so you certainly can too. So, did you go to the Iron Mansion to ask? Dave shook his head. No, there are too many people. But if we go to Nyo's house, it's probably too late this time. What are we going to Nyo's house for? This recruitment was done by a top talent. Why would you want to work for him? I didn't expect that Nyo and the Iron Mansion, who were sold into servitude, seemed to be doing better. Yes, who would have thought that not only were they not mistreated, but they were also treated to good food and drink. At this moment, the old man next to him spoke up. Now, even important matters like recruiting are handled by Nyo, which shows how much Tai Dafu trusts him. You should try to get along well with Denyo in the future. Father, Denyo is currently staying at the Thai residence, so there's no time to pull strings. Are you stupid? Denyo is at the Thai residence, but Ernyo isn't. Can't you get on good terms with Ernyo? Day's eyes lit up. Father is so smart. How come I didn't think of that? Here's what we'll do. When there's something good later, I'll call Ernyo along. That's right. Now that Denyo has entered the Thai family, I think Ernyo's family is going to rise. It's definitely the right thing to do to build good relations with him. The old woman next to her asked in confusion. Denyo is just a servant. Is it really necessary to do this? What a woman's view. Although Denyo is now a servant of the Iron Mansion, don't forget that Uncle Fu is already old. Who knows? He might become the steward of the Iron Mansion in the future. Even if he can't become the housekeeper, like what happened today, if the Iron Mansion hires someone else later. If he had given a heads up, he might have been able to work at the Iron Mansion. In short, making good friends is always beneficial and never harmful. Hearing the old man's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Similar incidents have occurred in many families. The topic of their discussion was all about recruiting top talent. Many young people received advice from their elders to cultivate a good relationship with Ernyu. Denyo's family was unaware that because of this incident, their status in Tieja village had risen dramatically. At this moment, Denyo was carrying a cage on his back, following behind Tai Dafu. I originally planned to wait 2 days before going fishing, but all the fish I caught last time were eaten today. Tai Dafu didn't want to go out of his way to buy meat just for these workers. Therefore, fish becomes the best choice since it's free. As for eels, he couldn't bear to share them with others. He always kept the good stuff for himself. So he brought Denyo and Mao back to the reed marshes to set fish traps. Similarly, fearing that the two would forget, Tai Dafu explained the trick to setting the cage down to them again. After setting the cages, the three returned to the Iron Mansion. The next day, Tai Dafu woke up. Little grass, what time is it now? Reporting to Master, it is already Chinshur, 7 to 9 a.m. Chinshur is from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Oh, why didn't you call me? Hurry up and get it ready for me. I need to go get the cage. It was Uncle Fu who wouldn't allow it, saying that you should get some rest. Don't worry about the cage. Uncle Fu and the others have already retrieved it. Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu immediately slowed down his dressing and was no longer in such a hurry. After getting ready and going outside, I found that the sun had already risen. Tai Dafu estimated that it was already past 8 o'clock. I wonder if those people have started working yet. Just then, Butler Fu walked over with a grim expression and knelt down on the ground with a thud. Master, this old servant is so sorry. What happened? When we came back with the cages today, we met these people working at the door. They saw the cage. They must know our secret about catching fish. I thought it was something serious. We'd find out sooner or later. We couldn't hide it. Get up. Sir, should we give them a warning? Tai Dafu thought for a moment, then shook his head. No need. Even if they wanted to catch them, they wouldn't have cages. Besides, even if they had cages, they wouldn't have our technology. They probably don't even know how to put earthworms or bones in there, so don't bother with them. Uncle Fu was relieved. Noon arrived quickly, and by then, Sha Zhu and the other workers' minds were already elsewhere. Do you think Mr. Iron will still serve us white rice and fish today? Probably not, since we already ate it yesterday. Sha Zhu and Sha Chong were somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Just then, they smelled that enticing aroma again. Can you smell it? It's that tempting aroma of fish and lard again. Does this mean Mr. Iron is going to feed us the same meal as yesterday? This is very likely Mr. Tai's food. We should eat something else. If I could eat one more meal from yesterday, I'd die happy. Soon, Demao ran over. Dinner's ready. Chapter 57 Pork Cracklings shock everyone. Sha Zhu and the others immediately put down their shovels and hoes and followed Demao. After the first time, everyone knew to wash their hands this time. I just saw it, just like last time, 2 whole buckets of rice. There's so much. There must be some for us. Not only that, I also saw fish just like last time. Do you think we'll get to eat this fish? Even if they don't give us any, it's worth it to be able to eat some white rice. That's right. Soon everyone took turns getting their food, and seeing that no one was getting fish, Tai Dafu spoke up. We can't eat all these fish, you guys go and catch some too. The crowd was overjoyed and shouted their approval. Thank you, Mr. Iron. Everyone was enjoying their meal when a gasp of surprise rang out. Wait, there's meat in this. A man was seen holding a small piece of fatty meat between his chopsticks. Everyone else stared in shock. My God, it really is meat. The Iron Lord is actually willing to give us meat to eat. The others immediately searched their own bowls for food and soon found small pieces of meat. Looking at the slices of meat in their chopsticks, they kept swallowing their saliva. For a moment, no one dared to eat, and all turned their gazes toward Tai Dafu. Tai Dafu smiled. Eat up, those are pork cracklings used for frying oil. I had Xiao Xiao put them in the vegetables. With Tai Dafu's permission, everyone carefully put the pork cracklings into their mouths. As is well known, fried pork cracklings have a special aroma. Even when added to dishes, its aroma remains rich, far surpassing that of meat. Each of them closed their eyes tightly, a satisfied smile on their face. Tai Dafu was stunned. Is it really that delicious? He looked into his bowl, where there was the most pork scraps. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. Not bad, it definitely tastes better than meat, but eating too much of it can easily lead to weight gain. I need to be health conscious. After thinking for a moment, Tai Dafu looked around and noticed that Xiao Xiao was the thinnest. So he picked up his bowl and went to Xiao Xiao's side, pouring some of the pork cracklings from his bowl into Xiao Xiao's bowl. Xiao Xiao was stunned by this sudden scene and stood there dumbfounded. When she saw the pork cracklings in the bowl, her face immediately turned panicked. Master, how can I eat such good food? I'll pour it back for you. When Tai Dafu saw the bowl that Xiao Xiao was offering him, he quickly dodged it. No need, this stuff is too oily. The master doesn't really like it. You're the thinnest person in our Iron Manor. Eat this and nourish yourself. The grass shook its head. No, this good stuff should be eaten by the master. Are you being disobedient? I am the most powerful man in this manor. I say you eat, so you eat. The little grass then obediently nodded. She carefully picked up a piece of pork crackling and put it in her mouth. The unique aroma made her almost cry from delight. The master is so good to me. I must serve him well from now on. At this moment, the little grass's loyalty soared. Those who were working looked at the grass with envy and deep emotion. Master Tai is so kind to his servants. He truly is a great philanthropist. Tai Dafu seemed much taller in their eyes. After they finished eating, Tai Dafu also let them rest for half an hour. During their break, the group continued to excitedly discuss lunch. This meal was so satisfying. I've never had such a delicious meal in my life. Yes, that fish smelled so good. If I wasn't so full, I could have drunk another bowl with the soup on top. If you ask me, the pork cracklings are still the best. Yes, I also think pork cracklings are the best. I could eat 3 pounds of them, even if they were eaten with dirt. Just then, Shaju couldn't help but sigh. The food at the Iron Mansion is really good. I wish I could stay here forever. Someone couldn't help but make a joke. This is not simple. You, like Daniel, have sold yourself into the Iron Mansion, and you'll be able to eat such delicious food in the future. Yes, Shaju, once he entered the Tai family, he ate white rice every day. People said that, but they didn't really believe it. In their view, Tai Dafu would definitely not want a fool like Shaju. However, Shaju suddenly stood up. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? Silly Chong, why don't you come to the Iron Mansion with me? We can eat delicious food every day. Sha Chong nodded frantically in agreement. Okay, let's eat white rice every day. Everyone was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Haha, don't even dream about it. Old Man Iron wouldn't even look at you. Yes, you guys should just focus on your work. Shaju was somewhat unconvinced and looked at Denyo beside him. Brother Denyo, do you think Master Tai will want us? Well, Shaju, you're the only son in your family. Even if the master agrees, your mother definitely won't. Why? I can eat and drink well. Why won't mother agree? It's hard to explain to you. If you don't believe me, go back and ask your mother. Shaju was puzzled, and the others stopped talking about it. When I came in the morning, I saw Uncle Fu and the others carrying strange things that looked like fish traps. These fish must have been caught using fish traps. I saw it too. I didn't expect that cage to be so powerful. It could catch so many fish. If I had a fish trap at home, wouldn't I be able to eat fish every day? Denyo's expression changed, and he immediately said seriously, You can say these things here, but once you leave the Iron Mansion, I hope you'll keep them to yourselves. Don't tell anyone about our fish traps. Everyone's expression changed, and then they nodded. Don't worry, Denyo. Master Tai is kind enough to make us work and give us such good food. We won't tell anyone about this. Yes, We're not ungrateful people. Dani unod din satisfaction. After eating pork cracklings for lunch, these people went on a crazy work spree in the afternoon, all shirtless and working like madmen. Tai Dafu visited once during his time there and was very satisfied with the scene. Sure enough, we need to feed them well so they have the energy to work. Otherwise, if they're hungry, they probably won't even be able to swing a hoe. Evening arrived quickly, and Tai Dafu appeared on time once again. Little Grass, pay your wages. Little Grass immediately came running over excitedly, and she was always particularly excited when it was time to get her wages. The Little Grass cleared its throat. Ahem, everyone, don't rush. One at a time, everyone get to share. As he spoke, he counted out 8 coins from his purse. Thank you, Little Grass Girl. Next, the person who received the money stepped aside and started counting it over and over again. Although it was only 8 coins, I still wouldn't feel at ease unless I counted them more than 10 times. Tai Dafu couldn't help but shake his head as he watched. I really envy those cows and horses. They only need to work, and they're overjoyed when they get their wages. Unlike me, who has to worry about such a large family. After speaking, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if he were thinking about something important. After distributing the money, Tai Dafu continued. The same as usual tomorrow. Everyone was overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Iron. Just as everyone was about to leave, Shaju hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward. Master Tai, I want to enter the Tai residence and follow you. Chapter 58 Poor cracklings shock everyone too. Everyone was startled and turned to look at Shaju. They hadn't expected that Shaju would actually speak. Fearing that Shaju might displease Master Tai and prevent them from working later, they immediately said anxiously, Silly Zhu, don't talk nonsense, let's go back. Shaju ignored the man and continued to look at Tai Dafu. Master Tai, I sincerely want to enter the Tai family mansion. The others panicked and rushed forward to pull Shaju away. Master Tai, Shaju isn't thinking straight. He's talking nonsense. Please don't take it personally. Tai Dafu immediately became interested, waved his hand, and signaled to let go of Shaju. The man gritted his teeth, released Shaju, but was extremely worried. May God protect the Iron Man from getting angry. They were genuinely afraid that Tai Dafu would get angry and stop them from working, and that they might never encounter such a good job in their lives. Tai Dafu looked at Shaju with great interest. Why did you stay at the Iron Mansion? Brother Dinyo said that if we stay at the Iron Mansion, we can eat white rice and meat every day. I want to eat white rice and meat. Tai Dafu smiled. You're quite honest. At this moment, Tai Dafu was quickly considering the feasibility of this matter. This silly pillar looks simple-minded, but people like that are more loyal. He's not cunning. If trained properly, he could become a good subordinate. Tai Dafu thought about it more and more, and it seemed feasible. Since you have this intention, I, your master, cannot let you down. Go back and discuss it with your family. If they agree, I will take you into the Iron Mansion. However, to enter my Iron Mansion, you must sign a contract of servitude. Go back and explain this to your family. Shaju immediately nodded excitedly. Okay, I'll tell Mom when I get back. When Sha Chong saw that Shaju was about to live a good life, he immediately became anxious. Master, I, Sha Chong, also want to enter the Iron Mansion. Tai Dafu thought for a moment and then nodded. Sure, you and Shaju should go back and explain things to your families first. As long as your families are willing, I have no problem with that. Sha Chong was overjoyed. Great, I can finally eat white rice at the Iron Mansion. Tai Dafu shook his head as he read this. He knew in his heart that this matter was not so simple. After all, in ancient times, selling oneself into slavery was considered shameful, and ordinary families would not do such a thing. Soon everyone left the Iron Mansion and walked out the gate, where they found a large crowd of onlookers. Seeing Sha Zhu and the others come out, they immediately surrounded them again. This time everyone was smarter and knew they wouldn't get anything from others, so they went straight to Sha Zhu and Sha Chong. Sha Zhu, what did you guys have for lunch today? It smells delicious. Yes, tell us about it. Upon hearing this, Sha Zhu immediately forgot his original intention to go home quickly and began to tell the story vividly. We had plain white rice and fish for lunch today as well. Everyone immediately showed expressions of envy. I didn't expect Mr. Tai to be so generous, actually letting you eat like this. Now it seems that Master Tai was the best landlord. Yes, if it were any other landlord, they'd be lucky to get any leftovers. You think that's all? Let me tell you, this time we not only got to eat fish, but also pork cracklings. Add it to your dish, one bite, and the aroma will make you dizzy with delight. Hiss! Everyone around gasped in shock. My God, it's pork cracklings. No wonder there was a meaty aroma in the air at noon. Goodness gracious, you guys are even eating pork scraps now. Taidafu is really going too far? Yes, that's too extravagant. Oomph. I told you long ago, Master Tai is the best landlord in the world. I didn't believe it before, but now I really do. I believe it too. If a landlord can feed his workers so well, who else could be a good landlord but him? At this moment, Tai Dafu's image among the villagers was greatly reversed. Shaju, stop talking and go back quickly. Your mother is waiting for you. Hearing his companion's reminder, Shaju finally came to his senses. Yes, I need to hurry back and make my mother happy. He immediately ran home, and everyone else left as well. The villagers were extremely envious as they watched Shaju and the others walk away. Sigh, I never thought that someone like Shaju could have such good fortune. Heaven really has no eyes. If you ask me, he and Sha Chong are just lucky. That's right, it must be because Master Tai couldn't find anyone, so it fell to these two. Yes, the next time the Iron Manor recruits, we just need to get the news in advance. Then I'll definitely get a job at the Iron Manor, and I'll be able to eat that fragrant white rice. Mentioning white rice, and recalling the fish and pork cracklings that Shaju had mentioned, everyone kept swallowing their saliva. The crowd began to disperse, sharing the news they had just received with their families and neighbors. Shaju's family. Daya was still guarding the door, and when she saw her older brother, she immediately shouted, "Mother, my eldest brother is back." Silly Pillar's mother and Arya immediately went outside. Even Widow Chin, who was urinating, heard this and took a deep breath, forcefully cutting off the flow of water and holding back the rest. She then pulled up her pants and ran outside. As soon as Shaju entered the courtyard, Widow Chin followed him in. "Hey, Zhuzi's back. Tell Sister Chin what you ate today." Upon hearing this, Shaju immediately began to excitedly recount his story. Silly Zhu's mother and Arya and the others also came to the courtyard. Seeing her son like this, Silly Zhu's mother did not stop him. On the contrary, he felt a sense of pride. This was his son. When they heard that they had eaten white rice and fish today, just like yesterday, the girls were extremely envious. "Brother, Master Tai is so good to you." "That's right. Master Tai is the best master in the world. He didn't just feed us these things. There was something else too. Can you guess what it is? Could it be pig offal? Like pig liver?" In ancient times, these things were basically not eaten by anyone, and they had a strange smell. It is the ideal meat food for many poor people to satisfy their cravings. Shaju shook his head. "No, none of them are right." "What is that?" Let me tell you, it's pork cracklings." The girls gasped in shock. Arya is young and at the age where she loves to eat. She only remembered that she seemed to have eaten pork cracklings when she was a child, and they were incredibly delicious. "Brother, is this the pork cracklings left after frying up fatty pork?" "That's right. My God, you actually ate pork cracklings." Widow Chin kept swallowing her saliva. "Zhuzi, how could Master Tai bear to give you such good food?" "It must be because we're capable. We've been working incredibly hard." Arya couldn't help but ask again. "Brother, what does pork crackling taste like? Can you tell me? I seem to have forgotten what it tastes like." Chapter 59. Want to eat braised pork? Hearing Arya's words, Shaju's mother felt a pang of sadness and couldn't help but rub Arya's head. Then, stealing his resolve, he gritted his teeth. "Arya, tomorrow, I'll go buy a tail of fatty meat and render some pork cracklings for you to eat." Arya jumped up excitedly. "Mom, really? You really want to buy fatty meat?" At this moment, Daya, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but scold. "Arya, stop fooling around." Hearing Daya's reprimand, Arya regained her composure. "Mom, forget it. Our family has worked so hard to earn some money. Let's save it for my eldest brother's wedding." This sentence struck a chord with silly Pillar Girl, who was eager to be domineering for once. But thinking of the situation at home, he could only sigh and hug Arya in his arms. "Oh, my Arya is so sensible. I promise you, when the new year comes, I will definitely cut off an ounce or two of fatty meat, so that you can all have a taste of meat." Widow Chin had no interest in watching their family's tender moments and looked directly at Shaju. "Silly Zhu, are you going tomorrow?" "Go. Master Tai has already said that we should go there the next day." Hearing that they were allowed to go, Shaju's mother, Daya, and the others were all very happy. Even Widow Chin looked on with envy. Congratulations. You're going to have another good meal. You ate pork cracklings today, and maybe you'll be able to eat meat tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shaju became excited. Sister Chin, will I really be able to eat meat? Widow Chin was somewhat embarrassed. Little did she know that she had just been talking nonsense. Well, maybe. By the way, Zhuzi, have you been paid your wages yet? It's settled. He then spread his hands, revealing 8 coins. Looking at the 8 coins, Widow Chin's face was filled with greed. I wish I could rush up right now and snatch the copper coins back. Silly Pillar's mother's expression changed, and she stepped forward to take the copper coin into her own hand. Zhuzi, you must be tired too. I'll have you get some water so you can take a good shower. After saying that, he turned to look at Widow Chin and smiled. I have something to do at home, so I won't keep you any longer. Widow Chin's smile froze for a moment. Then she smiled and said, in that case, I won't bother you any longer, Annie. After saying that, he glanced at her hand holding the money without leaving a trace before slowly leaving. Seeing that the person had left, Silly Pillar's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, I found my son still staring blankly at the doorway. She patted Shaju on the shoulder. Stop looking. They've already gone far away. Son, remember, never take money out in front of strangers, understand? Mother, I've got it. Good boy, that's my good son. After dinner, Shaju suddenly remembered Tai Dafu's words. Mother, I want to enter the Tai family mansion, but Master Tai says I have to sign a contract of servitude first. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Silly Pillar's mother jumped up and glared angrily at Silly Pillar. Impossible. You are the only male in our family. If you were to sell yourself into slavery, your mother, would have no face to see your father or the ancestors of our Tai family after I die. Daya, being sensible, also joined in the persuasion. Brother, you can't sign the indenture. If you do, you'll belong to someone else's family. The employer can beat and scold you at will, making you work endlessly without feeding you. No, Master Tai is a very kind person. Denyo has also joined the Tai family and eats white rice every day, and he can even eat meat. Mother, I want to go to the Iron Mansion to eat rice too. Silly Pillar's mother swung a large slingshot at him, hitting him hard in the face. Smack! Shaju covered his face, looking at his mother with a wronged expression. Daya and Arya also held their breath, not daring to say a word. Mom, why did you hit me? I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. What's so good about selling yourself? No woman would want you. Just look at Uncle Fu in his household. He had no children and no descendants his whole life. As long as I have a breath left, you won't be allowed into the Iron Manor. But, seeing that her older brother was about to say something, Dia, fearing he would be beaten, immediately interrupted him. Brother, Mother is doing this for your own good. You are the only male in our family, and you are meant to carry on the family line. You absolutely cannot become a servant in the Iron Manor. Don't mention it again. After saying that, he went to his mother's side and kept stroking her back to help her catch her breath. Mother, as you know, my eldest brother isn't very bright. He was just saying it casually, don't take it seriously, and don't get angry, it's not worth it. My good daughter, if this wretched child were even half as sensible as you, I could die in peace. The next day, everyone arrived early to work again. Uncle Fu found Tai Dafu. Sir, as per your request, it should be completed this morning. Tai Dafu was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. He thought the project would take at least 4 or 5 days, but it was completed in just 2.5 days. He wants to dig a pond that is about 10 meters long and 6 meters wide, and is an irregular oval shape. The pond is about 1 meter deep, and Tai Dafu originally wanted to dig it deeper. But after thinking about it, I gave up. It's too deep. What if I drown one day? Furthermore, 1 meter is more than enough for raising fish. Thinking that the project was completed today, according to custom, we should have a good meal. So he said to Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu, go buy 10 caddies of pork belly. Let's treat everyone to a good meal today. We'll make braised pork. Master, why don't we just give them fish instead? Let's skip the meat. Now that the work is finished, according to custom, we should have a good meal. Your master is not short of money, so do as I say. Yes, sir. Master has changed. He's become less stingy, but he's also become somewhat wasteful. I must give him some serious advice in the future. Lost in thought, Uncle Fu went to buy meat. After buying the meat, Uncle Fu was unsure if he could find Tai Dafu again. Sir, Is it really possible to cook all this meat at once? Of course we'll finish it all at once. They can eat so much, they'll definitely be able to finish it. Besides, you'll have to eat too. How about we just eat half? Uncle Fu, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll eat it all. Seeing that Tai Dafu was genuinely happy, Uncle Fu nodded helplessly. Sha Zhu and the others were quite nervous, as they realized they were about to finish. We've almost finished everything. Do you think Mr. Tai will still let us have lunch today? Probably not, since there's no work to do this afternoon. Sigh, I wish I could do this for the rest of my life. Daniel, could you please go and call Master Tai over? Tell him it's finished, and ask him to come and see if he's satisfied. Okay, you wait and see. Can you smell it? It smells so good. Chapter 60, The Shock of Braised Pork. 1. I can smell it too. It smells like meat. Little grass girl must be cooking meat. I wish I could have a bite. All right, wipe your drool. You've had heavenly food for 2 days already. It's time to be satisfied. Yes, the first 2 days were really better and better. I ate to my heart's content. Who isn't? I've been wondering if I'm dreaming these past few days. Just as everyone was chatting, Tai Dafu walked over and circled the pond. Well done. I am very satisfied. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're satisfied. Now that the work is done, shouldn't we head back? Tai Dafu thought for a moment and made a decision. Today is the day the project is completed, so we need to celebrate properly. I originally intended for you to stay for dinner, but after thinking about it, I realized you might prefer to take the food home. So I'm giving you 2 choices. Either stay here and eat, or go home and get your food. I will have Xiao Xiao prepare lunch for you today, according to your usual portion sizes. You can choose one. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Sir, are you telling the truth? You really want us to take the food back with us? Of course it's true. I'm very happy that it's finished, and naturally I want you all to be happy too. That's what makes it interesting. Everyone knelt down with a thud and kowtowed 3 times to Tai Dafu. They themselves are eating well here, while their family members are eating wild vegetables, so naturally they feel bad. Now, that Tai Dafu is actually letting them take their food back. It really touches their hearts. Thank you, Mr. Tai. You are truly a living bodhisattva. We kowtow to you. As they spoke, everyone kept kowtowing to Tai Dafu. All right, get up, everyone, and go back quickly. But let me make it clear first. The rice will be served according to your usual appetite, so please use the appropriate serving utensils. Everyone nodded and ran home as fast as they could. A large number of villagers had already gathered at the main gate of the Iron Mansion. They all have one thing in common. They're all holding a bowl. It was obvious that they were all enjoying the wild vegetable pancakes because of the aroma of meat. That damn Tai Dafu is probably cooking meat again. Oh, I wish I could have a bite. I really envy Sha Zhu and the others. Even if they can't eat meat, they can still drink some meat soup. Yes, I heard they eat white rice with meat broth every day. It tastes so good. Just then, the door opened, and everyone saw Sha Zhu and his friends running out like madmen, disappearing in a flash. Why are these guys running so fast? Who knows? But it's lunchtime now. They definitely haven't eaten. Hee hee, let them brag. They can't even afford white rice now, can they? I knew it. Tai Dafu couldn't be that kind-hearted as to feed them good food every day. That's called revealing one's true colors. Sha Zhu's family. Mom, what shall we eat? Dia, just make some wild vegetable porridge, and we'll have a meal like this. Dia nodded without saying much. After all, every family had gone through this. Just then, Sha Zhu burst into the kitchen. Upon seeing Sha Zhu, the group was all taken aback. Zhuzi, why are you back? Sha Zhu was out of breath and unable to speak. His eyes searched around, and after a while, they suddenly lit up. He picked up the only pot in the house and ran outside, leaving his mother and daughter staring at each other in disbelief. Silly Zhu's mother suddenly came to her senses, and when she thought that it was the only pot in the house, she was overcome with grief. What a disaster. Husband, come up here quickly and take a look. The pot that your great-grandfather passed down to you has been taken away by this unfilial son. This is our family's heirloom pot, and our only one. I've let down my ancestors. Wah. In ancient times, pots were an extremely important survival resource. The pot is usually passed down for 7 generations. The person leaves, but the pot remains. Seeing her mother sitting on the ground, Dia finally realized what was happening. Mother, you wait here. I'm going to catch up with my older brother. Similar incidents occurred at the other 7 families who returned. Dia ultimately failed to catch up with Sha Zhu, but she did see Shaju enter the Thai residence. She dare not go in and could only wait anxiously outside. The villagers who had been watching looked at each other in bewilderment as people went in carrying their tools. Dia, what's your brother doing bringing a pot into the Thai residence? Yeah, has he gone mad? This? I don't know either. The families of the other 7 also chased after them to the gate of the Thai residence. Because of Tai Dafu's intimidation, none of them dared to go in and could only wait anxiously. He kept talking. What a misfortune for our family. What a misfortune for our family. When this brat comes out, I'm going to break his legs. Wah, how did I end up with such a man? How am I supposed to cook without a pot? The villagers looked at the families with a mixture of sympathy and satisfaction. Inside the Iron Mansion, Tai Dafu was speechless when he saw the equipment these people had brought back. The items the group brought were a motley collection: pots, pans, buckets, and even a burlap sack. This made Tai Dafu's mouth twitch. Now that everyone's here, come and get your food. Chow chow. Serve them according to their portion size, not too much and not too little. Also, serve each person a bowl of braised pork. Yes, sir. Upon seeing the braised pork, Shaju and the others stared wide-eyed, their bodies trembling slightly. Master, is this braised pork really for us to eat? I am very satisfied with the work you have done. This is a reward. Thank you, Master Todd. Long live the Iron Lord. Uncle Fu's expression changed, and he immediately scolded. You don't want to live anymore, yet you dare to shout, "Long live the Emperor." Everyone was so frightened that they immediately shrank back. At this moment, the mouse stepped forward. Let me tell you, the master loves to hear about loyalty the most. Listen to my command. I will count to 3, and everyone will shout loyalty. 1, 2, 3. Loyalty. Tai Dafu felt a surge of comfort rushing to the top of his head. Good, comrades, you've worked hard. Tai Dafu was happy, so naturally he wasn't stingy. Little grass. Give each of them an extra spoonful of meat. Yes, sir. The crowd roared excitedly. Loyalty. Tai Dafu was incredibly comfortable. Is this what it feels like to be a leader? It's awesome. After you go back and have lunch, come back in the afternoon, and I'll settle your wages then. Thank you, sir. After getting their food, everyone walked out carefully, afraid of slipping and wasting the food. But given their nature, even if it really falls to the ground, they'll eat it, let alone rice, even the dirt covered in oil. The 8 people finally arrived at the gate of the Iron Mansion and opened it. The chattering crowd outside all turned to look. Chapter 61: The Shock of Braised Pork 2. When I saw the fluffy white rice and the tempting braised pork in their hands, the previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent. It was as if the whole world had stopped. Some people didn't even notice when their chopsticks fell to the ground. They all stared wide-eyed, their eyes fixed on the screen. Honey, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming. I actually saw braised pork. The young woman next to her pinched him hard with all her might. Ouch, that hurts. That was actually braised pork. In short, it's like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, instantly causing it to boil. My God, braised pork. It's actually braised pork. Everyone kept swallowing hard, their eyes gleaming with envy as they stared at the braised pork. Shaju and the others couldn't help but shudder under their gaze, as if they had encountered a pack of wolves. The group quickly clutched the food tightly to their chests. Silly Zhu, I haven't eaten meat for a year. Can I have a piece? Yeah, Shaju, we're all from the same village, so let us have a taste. Silly Zhu, you can't eat alone. Yes, let's share this much meat with everyone. That's right, divide the meat. The children kept pestering their parents. Mother, I want to eat meat. My dear son, I'll get you some meat to eat. Shaju, my son hasn't eaten meat in a long time. Give him a few pieces. We adults can't let our children go hungry. Grandma, I want meat. I want meat. He then rolled on the ground. My dear grandson, Grandma asked Shaju to give this to you. Silly Zhu, my dear grandson wants to eat meat. Quickly give him a few pieces. Dad, I want to eat meat. Smack. The child received a hard slap on the face. You want to eat meat? I want to eat meat too. The child's eyes cleared instantly, and he dared not cause any more trouble. At this moment, Dia also realized why her older brother had taken a pot. She squeezed right in and grabbed her older brother, trying to run away. The other companies also realized what was happening, and their previous anger had subsided. Instead, there was boundless joy. How could one possibly give away something that belonged to one's own family? Make way, everyone. This was given to our family by Master Tai. If you want some, just ask Master Tai for it. Exactly. They don't dare to go themselves. Do they really think we're easy to bully? No one would be foolish enough to give away something this good. Even Shaju didn't want to give any to anyone else. He hadn't eaten yet. The other villagers naturally dared not approach Taidafu, but they also didn't want to let go of the delicious food right in front of them. What you are doing is wrong. It is undermining the unity of our village. We're all from the same village. What's wrong with sharing? That's right. Everyone should help each other. Hee. What a great mutual help. My family ran out of food before. Why didn't you send any food over? Now my son has finally managed to get some food. And you all come here talking about mutual help? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Make way, everyone. When my husband brought this back, there wasn't even enough for our own family to eat. So there's no extra for you. Seeing that everyone was adamant, they had no choice but to settle for second best. Since they won't give us meat, at least we can have a bite of that white rice. Yes, I think there's so much rice, it must be several bowls. Sorry, there are many people in my family, and one bowl per person isn't enough. If you want some, go buy some yourself. My family doesn't have enough to eat either. Get out of the way, don't disturb my trip back to dinner. After saying this, the group started to walk away, and the villagers did not dare to openly rob them. They could only watch helplessly as the white rice and braised pork slipped away from them, their hearts bleeding. The children kept rolling around on the ground. I want to eat meat. I want to eat white rice. The women and elderly people kept coaxing the child. As for the children whose fathers were present, they received a severe beating. Goodness gracious, that's a huge bowl of braised pork and several bowls of white rice. Master Tai is too generous. I really regret not working for the Tai family. Everyone present regretted it. Many women, however, looked at their men. Master, next time the Iron Man recruits, no matter what method you use, you must get in. There was no other way. In their eyes, if their men could enter the Iron Mansion, they would surely be able to bring out plenty of white rice and braised pork in the future. The men nodded firmly, their eyes burning with fervor as they looked at the Iron Mansion. At this moment, being able to work in the Iron Mansion became the goal and pursuit of all the villagers. He was still pulling Shaju along as they ran, genuinely afraid someone would steal their belongings. At this moment, all she could think about was braised pork. Even after running for a long time, the aroma of braised pork gave her boundless energy. As soon as they arrived in the yard, Daya started yelling at the top of her lungs. Mother, I brought my eldest brother back. Come out quickly. This loud shout not only brought out Shaju's mother and Arya, but also Chin the widow. When he saw what Shaju was holding, he looked on incredulously. I rubbed my eyes hard before realizing I hadn't misread it. My God, it's just white rice and braised pork. Silly Ju's mother also looked at the rice and braised pork in her son's hands with disbelief. But she quickly realized what was happening and, like a cheetah, darted to Shaju's side and pulled him behind her. At the same time, he glared fiercely at Daya. Daya instantly realized that she had done something stupid. I was so stupid. I shouldn't have shouted. Now I've attracted Widow Chi now. Daya lowered her head guiltily, not daring to look at her mother. Arya's mouth watered uncontrollably as she looked at the braised pork. Mother meat? It's meat. Silly Pillar's mother glared at her fiercely. What are you shouting for, young lady? Your mother isn't blind. I can see. Arya wasn't scared at all after being scolded by her mother. Now all she can think about is braised pork. Even if her mother spanks her, she'd be willing to take the beating as long as she get a piece of pork. Silly Pillar's mother gave Daya a wink. Daya understood and quickly pulled Shaju into the house. Widow Chin tried to follow them in, but was stopped outside by Silly Ju's mother. Chin girl, it's almost lunchtime. I won't keep you any longer. You should go home and eat. Widow Chin was naturally reluctant to part with the white rice and braised pork, but her eyes lit up and she immediately had an idea. To be honest, Annie, my family has run out of food. I came here today to borrow some grain from you. Annie, don't worry. I'll definitely pay you back once my family has enough grain. The smile on Silly Pillar's face vanished instantly. It's not that I don't want to lend you the money. It's just that my family is also out of food. We're neighbors. You should know what's going on in my family. They ate wild vegetables every day, and they were all skin and bones. Auntie, didn't Juicy bring back so much rice and braised pork just now? My baby has never eaten locust flowers since she was born. Could I give her a few pieces to try? Chapter 62, The Shock of Braised Pork 3. Silly Pillar's mother sneered. I'm sorry, my daughter Arya has never had this before either. This little bit of meat isn't enough for my whole family. Auntie, we're all widows. we're in the same boat. Can't you give my family some? Cannot. I can't live like this anymore. Sob, sob, sob. In the past, when Widow Chin cried, Shaju's mother, being a widow herself, would naturally feel great sympathy. But at this moment, since it concerned her own family's braised pork, Silly Zhu's mother only felt that Widow Chin was very annoying and a bit pretentious. If you want to cry, go back to your own home. Don't cry in my yard, making it seem like I'm bullying you. Widow Chin wiped away her tears, her heart filled with resentment. Damn it, these widows are so heartless. Are they really going to give up that delicious meat and white rice? Suddenly, Widow Chin had a flash of inspiration. Auntie, I'm leaving now, but there's one more thing. I think Zhu Zi is of marriageable age, and I also have a cousin on my side of the family who is of marriageable age. Now that Zhu Zi can earn money to support the family, I think they're quite a good match. Upon hearing this, Silly Pillar's mother's eyes lit up immediately, and her attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Oh my, what a coincidence. Hey Chin, let me tell you, my son Juzi is really something now. Not only can he earn 8 coins a day, but look at how much white rice and a big bowl of braised pork he brings back. I'm not bragging, but in our Tiejia village, there aren't many men who can compare to my Juzi. Widow Chin felt a little disdainful upon hearing this. Not many yet, Tui, just this job of Shaju, I don't know how many days he can do it. Once the work at the Iron Mansion is over, he's nothing. Someone like him, one of my cousin? He's dreaming. But for now, we need to get the meat into our mouths first. Auntie is right. Zhu Zi is indeed very capable now. I'll talk to my cousin's family when I get back, and try to set them up. Silly Pillar's mother was overjoyed, but then she became a little worried. Hey, is your cousin smart? Although my son Juzi doesn't seem very bright, he can count and can count at 20. He can easily do addition and subtraction within 5. If he's not very smart, I don't want my son. Silly Zhu's mother was also afraid, terrified that her son would marry a fool. If her son, who wasn't very bright to begin with, were to give birth to an even more dim-witted grandson, her family's world would truly collapse. Widow Chin almost burst out laughing when she heard this. With your stupid son like that, he actually looks down on others. I really want to pee on him and wake him up. Widow Chin took a deep breath, her smile somewhat stiff. Don't worry, Annie. My cousin isn't stupid. She's much smarter than Juzi. She can count to 100. Silly Pillar's mother immediately frowned. Ah, only able to count to 100? That's stupid. Widow Chin. Widow Chin pinched her thigh hard, forcing herself to calm down. No, calm down. For the sake of braised pork, I'll endure it. Annie, I was just giving an example when I first arrived. Actually, she can count to thousands. Only then did Silly Pillar's mother smile again. That's good, that's good. By the way, is your cousin's but big? Bigger than mine. Hearing this, Silly Pillar's mother was even more satisfied. It's good that she's older. She can have a son. How much dowry is your cousin's family planning to ask for? You know my family situation. We can't afford too much of a bride price. I'll have to ask about the bride price when I get back, but my second uncle's family are all reasonable people. If we find a suitable son-in-law, and with my mediation, the bride price certainly won't be too high. Silly Pillar's mother was extremely satisfied. Then I'll have to trouble you. I promise I won't treat you unfairly after it's done. Where are you going back? I also want to go back as soon as possible, but my family has recently run out of food. I have absolutely no strength to walk. If I could eat some white rice and a few pieces of braised pork, I think I could regain my strength. That way, I can go back as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, he stared intently at her out of the corner of his eye. Silly Pillar's mother was now conflicted. Juzi might not have any work to do for a while, so this is a great opportunity. If I could find him a wife, even if I died, I could face my ancestors with a clear conscience. With that thought in mind, she made up her mind. Xiao Qin, wait here, I'll be right back. Widow Chin's lips curled up. She knew the fish had finally taken the bait. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Silly Zhu's mother went inside, took out a bowl, and put some rice in it. Looking at the bowl of braised pork, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva frantically. At that moment, she was reluctant to give it to Widow Chin, but thinking of her son's marriage, she could only suppress her heartache and pick up a few pieces. Daya and Aryu were stunned for a moment as they watched their mother walk out. Mom, where are you going? I'll go give that Chin woman a bowl. Upon hearing this, the two immediately became anxious. Mother, this is precious white rice and braised pork. How can you give it to a stranger? Yes, Mother, we haven't eaten yet. We are your own daughters. All right, Mother isn't stupid. She's just thinking that Sheen has a cousin. Give her a small favor and ask her to go back and put in a good word for your brother. Maybe you can help find a wife for your brother, and that would put your mother's mind at ease. But what if they're lying to you? Yeah, someone like you might not get the same approval. Daya's expression changed, and she immediately tugged at Arya. Sure enough, his mother's face looked very unpleasant. Arya, what do you mean? How can you talk about your older brother like that? Arya knew she had said the wrong thing and didn't dare look at her. Seeing this, Daya quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Mother, Arya didn't mean anything by it. She was just afraid you would be deceived. No matter what, I'll give it a try. After saying that, he walked out. Arya wanted to say something, but Dee stopped her. Sister, why are you pulling me? I think that Widow Sheen just wants to cheat us out of our rice and meat. All right, I'll listen to you on this matter. Don't say any more. Arya could only stomp her foot in frustration. Widow Sheen stared wide-eyed at Shaju's mother, who was carrying out a bowl of white rice and braised pork. When I saw that there were only a few pieces of braised pork inside, I felt somewhat dissatisfied. How can there only be a few pieces of meat? That's so stingy. Little Sheen, I'm entrusting my son's marriage to you. No problem, no problem. It would be even better if you could add a few more pieces of braised pork and rice, so I could have more energy to put in a good word for Juzi. That's all. I have a large family, and this amount of food is simply not enough for us. If you don't want it, then forget it. Widow Sheen panicked and snatched the broken bowl away. Andy, what are you saying? How could I possibly find fault with you? Leave the pillars matter to me. I'll definitely ask about it for you when I get back. I'll bring you the bowl later. After saying that, he turned and quickly left. Once home, he immediately closed the door. Just then, a little girl of 3 or 4 years old walked over. Mom, what's that in your hand? It smells so good. Chapter 63, The Shock of Braised Pork 4. Hua, come here quickly. Mom has some braised pork. Braised pork, what's that? It's something really delicious, really delicious. As she spoke, Widow Sheen picked up a piece of braised pork and gave it to Hua. Hua took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. Mom, this is delicious. You should eat some too. Widow Sheen stroked her daughter's head and said with heartache. Okay, mother will eat too. Seeing her daughter enjoying her meal, Widow Sheen felt incredibly satisfied. On Shaju's side, the whole family was looking at their mother. Mom, when are we eating? Silly Pillar's mother tapped Ya's head with her hand. You're such a glutton. You can't possibly finish all this rice at once. Let's eat half of it first and half of the meat too. We'll save the rest for tomorrow. No one objected to her decision. They all nodded in approval. Juzi, are you going to the Thai residence again this afternoon? Go ahead. Master Thai said he'll pay the wages this afternoon. In that case, you should eat more. As he spoke, he gave most of the rice to Shaju, while only giving a small portion to himself and his 2 daughters. Shaju looked at the braised pork in his bowl and swallowed hard. He glanced at his mother's and sister's bowls, then immediately got up. He shared some of the rice and meat from his bowl with them. Juzi, what are you doing? Mother, good things should be shared. Mom, just taste it. You earned this, so eat more. As he spoke, he tried to transfer the rice and meat from his bowl back into Shaju's bowl. Shaju simply grabbed the bowl and dodged, not giving her a chance. Mom, if you don't eat, I won't eat either. Silly Pillar's mother was taken aback, then wiped her eyes. Okay, Mom, eat. My Juzi is finally grown up and knows how to care for his mother. She took a small bite, and the rich aroma made her close her eyes. This is so delicious. I've lived most of my life and never eaten anything this good. This rich and blissful aroma reminded her of her lost youth. Shaju was drooling. Mom, is it delicious? It's delicious. This is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. She truly never imagined that she would be able to enjoy the blessings of her son in her old age. At that moment, she was filled with gratitude for Tai Dafu. Arya couldn't resist any longer and immediately picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth. One bite, and the rich aroma of meat explodes in your mouth. The sensation traveled from her taste buds to her brain, making her tremble slightly. He chewed slowly, and it took him a long time before reluctantly swallowing the braised pork in his mouth. Wow, this is so delicious. It's definitely the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. After saying that, he couldn't wait to pick up a piece and eat it. They chewed slowly and carefully, reluctant to swallow it. Shaju, on the other hand, was much more rude and just ate his rice in one gulp. Soon, Arya noticed something was wrong with Daya. She saw that Daya was only eating rice and was reluctant to eat meat. Sis, don't just eat rice. Try this meat. It's really delicious. Silly Pillar's mother glanced at her sensible daughter and naturally knew what she was thinking. Daya, there's still some meat left. Eat the rest of yours in your bowl. Don't be stingy. Seeing that her mother had said so, Daya carefully picked up a piece. Unlike Arya, she didn't down it in one gulp. Instead, he took a small bite of the braised pork and then closed his eyes. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. It smells so good, it really smells so good. The other families who brought back the braised pork were now enjoying the delicious food. Everyone wore happy smiles, especially those who brought back the meat, who became the biggest contributors to their families. Her status within the family skyrocketed. After eating, they immediately returned to the Iron Mansion, where they happened to meet on the way. Our pond has already been dug, so I'm afraid there won't be any work to do this afternoon. Yes, I only work for half a day, and I guess I can get 4 coins. 4 coins is already quite good. Don't forget that Master Tai allowed us to take the food back with us at noon. When the topic of food came up, everyone got excited. That braised pork today was absolutely the best I've ever had. That braised pork with fluffy white rice. The taste is so good that even Emperor might not be satisfied with it. If you didn't see how surprised and delighted my family was when I took it home. My family was also very surprised, and my wife even wanted to treat me to a nice meal that night. My wife said so too. This time I really made a name for myself. All thanks to Master Tai. Yes, working with Master Tai is really exciting. If Master Tai needs me, I'd be willing to work for him for the rest of my life. Sigh, after this, I wonder when Mr. Iron will start hiring again. God help me. I hope Mr. Iron will come to me again next time. The group chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at the gate of the Iron Mansion. At this time, there were some idle people sitting around chatting. The conversation revolved around the rice and braised pork that Sha Zhu and the others had taken from the Thai residence at noon. Upon seeing them return, they immediately surrounded them. Was the braised pork delicious at noon? Tell us about it. Yes, if they won't give us food, we can at least talk to them about it. There's no such thing as bad meat, but the braised pork at Thai Mansion is the best meat I've ever eaten in my life. One bite, and it's so delicious, I almost wanted to swallow my tongue. That's right, with a bowl of fluffy white rice. The taste is something even a god wouldn't trade. Everyone's mouths watered at the thought. Goodness gracious. If you're going to say that, then braised pork would taste delicious even if eaten with dirt. Absolutely. All right, that's enough. Let's hurry up and get into the Thai residence, so we don't keep Master Tai waiting. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately knocked on the gate of the Iron Mansion and went inside. Upon seeing Master Tai, everyone immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Master Tai. One of them said, cautiously, Mr. Iron, what are we doing this afternoon? Later, you will use ox carts to fetch several cartloads of river water for me and pour it into the pond I have dug. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this, then overjoyed. Having work meant getting paid, and they were extremely excited. Yes, sir, we will definitely fill it up for you. Daniel, you're in charge of driving the cattle and going with them. Yes, sir. With his golden touch, Tai Dafu could naturally add water to the tank. But he himself has drunk purified water, which is fine for people to drink, but not for raising fish. The reason we go to the trouble of getting the river water is because the water in the pond contains microorganisms that can help the fish grow better. Everyone worked with great enthusiasm, keeping busy until it was almost dark. At this point, the pond was about 1/5 full of water. Sir, shall we come again tomorrow? After thinking for a moment, Tai Dafu shook his head. No need. I'll settle the money with you today. The group was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, and they weren't as happy as usual when they received the money. After everyone left, Uncle Fu spoke. Master, tomorrow I will take the Nyo and him out to fetch water from the pond again. Okowo. After thinking for a moment, Tai Dafu connected the tap to the pond. To avoid flooding his house, he deliberately adjusted the water flow. We already have river water. Just mix it with water from our own tap, and there shouldn't be any problem. The next morning, Tai Dafu got up and went to the pond immediately. They discovered that the pond was already full, and Uncle Fu and the others were pointing at it. Upon seeing Tai Dafu approaching, he immediately bowed. Greetings, sir. You are welcome. Just as Tai Dafu was thinking about how to explain, he heard Uncle Fu say, Master, based on my many years of experience, this is very likely groundwater seeping up. I never expected that water would seep out even when we dug so shallowly. This old servant truly didn't anticipate it. I see. Uncle Fu is indeed very knowledgeable. Uncle Fu waved his hand, a little embarrassed by the praise. My limited knowledge is nowhere near that of you, sir. You are the one who is truly knowledgeable and experienced. Tai Da Fu turned off the tap, and then went to have breakfast. Just as we finished breakfast, Uncle Fu came running over in a panic. Sir, something has happened. People from the county government have arrived. Schapta 64 Tai Gudis. Tai Da Fu's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface. Don't panic, sir. Let me go and see what's going on. Oh, and call the Mao and Dinyo along. Yes, sir. Before long, the Mao and Dinyo came running over. Looking at the two of them, Tai Da Fu took a deep breath. People from the county government have arrived. The two men turned pale. Master, what has happened? It's not clear yet, but we should prepare for the worst. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to train an army for 1 day to use it. The time has come when we need you. Watch my signals later. If you two really come looking for trouble, you'll cover me as I head into the mountains, understand? The Mao immediately spoke up. Master, you've been so good to me, feeding me white rice and meat every day. My life belongs to you. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll fight them to the death. Tai Da Fu nodded in satisfaction and looked at Dinyo. Dinyo looked conflicted, but then his eyes hardened. Master, now that I, Dinyo, have sold myself to you, I am your man. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Very good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Don't be too nervous. This is just the worst-case scenario. It might not be as bad as it seems. There's no place for reason in this feudal dynasty. If you anger me, I'll become a bandit in the mountains. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario, and Tai Da Fu doesn't want to take that step. Being a bandit meant suffering more than being a landlord. He took a deep breath and waved. Follow me. Both Mao and Dinyo looked like they were bravely going to their deaths. Outside the Iron Mansion, a large crowd of people had gathered, but they dared not approach the Yamen runners. They could only discuss it quietly from short distance away. What do you think this official wants with Tai Da Fu? Has Tai Da Fu done something wrong? Holy crap, no way. If you ask me, it's quite possible. Is the Iron Manor doomed? He actually offended the officials. Now it seems no one can save him. The two constables at the gate couldn't help but frown. Where is he? Why hasn't he come out yet? What exactly is Tai Da Fu doing? Just as one of the constables was about to knock on the door again, the door was finally opened. Seeing that there were only two people, Tai Da Fu breathed a sigh of relief. There are only two people. They shouldn't be here to arrest me. That's good. Tai Da Fu smiled kindly and cupped his hands in greeting to the two constables. My two brothers have had a long journey. May I ask what brings you to my Tai residence? Because he was a landlord, Tai Da Fu didn't need to call someone a constable like ordinary people. The Yamen runners didn't find anything wrong with this. After all, he was a landlord. They wouldn't make things difficult for Tai Da Fu because of the way he was addressed. If they did, and the other landlords found out, they'd probably lose their jobs. Without the skin on their bodies, they are nothing. Those big landowners were not people a lowly Yamen runner could afford to offend. The two men also bowed to Tai Da Fu. Mr. Tai, you're too kind. We really have something to discuss with you. Tai Erga died of illness in prison, and we brought his body here as well. He pointed to the ox cart behind him as he spoke. Tai Da Fu was taken aback, then quickly walked to the ox cart. Lifting the straw mat revealed a corpse, which was none other than Tai Ergu. Looking at Tai Erga's corpse, Tai Da Fu felt extremely pleased. Tai Ergo, oh Tai Ergo, this is what happens when you oppose me. When dealing with enemies, one must eliminate them completely. Tai Da Fu showed no sympathy whatsoever. The thought of resolving one of his worries made Tai Da Fu smile even wider than an AK. However, he put on a compassionate expression and began his performance. Sigh. I originally thought that Ergo would reflect on his actions after he went in. Once he was released, he could start a new life, but unexpectedly he died of illness. What a cruel twist of fate. As she spoke, she wiped away non-existent tears. He returned to the two constables and quietly handed each of them a tael of silver. Under normal circumstances, the Yamen runners would at most send someone to notify them. In this situation, it's all right for Tai Da Fu to give a little less. But this time, the Yamen runners actually brought the corpse, which makes a big difference. If we don't show our appreciation, we'll be really rude. Besides, it's also very necessary to build good relationships with these Yamen runners. You never know when it might come in handy. The two constables were initially somewhat dissatisfied with Tai Dafu for making them wait so long. Now that they discovered that Tai Dafu had actually given them a tael of silver, that little bit of dissatisfaction had long since vanished. You have to understand that each of their yamen runners only gets 800 coins a month, and Tai Dafu is giving them more than that. How could they not be happy? After receiving Tai Dafu's money, the two men showed genuine smiles. Lord Tai is indeed a man of great righteousness. We admire him. Sigh. We're all from the same village, so naturally we hope Go can turn over a new leaf. What a pity, what a pity. Let's not talk about him anymore. You two brothers have worked hard. Why don't we go to the Tai residence for some tea? Having received the silver, the yamen runners naturally wouldn't bother Tai Dafu anymore. Thank you for your kindness, Master Tai, but we have matters to attend to at the yamen and must return. In that case, I won't disturb you two any longer. The two men bowed to Tai Dafu and drove off happily in their ox cart. As for Tai Erga's body, it was thrown heavily to the ground. As soon as they left, the two constables couldn't contain their excitement and started talking. Lei Tu was right. Tai Dafu actually paid the money. Yes, I didn't expect Tai Dafu to be so generous, giving each of us an ounce. I had heard before that Tai Dafu was called Iron Rooster, but now it seems that the rumors are not credible. It's much more satisfying to work for landlords and rich people. The rewards they give are higher than my monthly salary. Hee hee. Shall we have some fun at Yihong Pavilion tonight? Good. They brought the body here on Lei Heng's instructions. Since Lei Heng had talked to Tai Dafu last time, he felt that Tai Dafu was a man of importance, so he gave his subordinates some pointers and also did Tai Dafu a favor. On the other side, the villagers in front of Tai Dafu's house finally came to their senses. Seeing the gruesome corpses on the ground, they all turned pale with fright. Some people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, muttering to themselves. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Ergu is actually dead. Looking at Tai Ergu's corpse, a chill ran straight to the top of his head. He looked at Tai Dafu again, his eyes filled with fear. Tai Dafu glanced at the corpse on the ground, then looked at the many villagers. Gentlemen, although these two dogs did bad things in their lives and caused me considerable trauma, they're still a part of my life. But now that the person is dead, all grudges have vanished. We're all from the same village, so I can't ignore his funeral arrangements. I'll have someone collect his body later. It'll be a way of fulfilling our bond as fellow villagers. Lord Iron is truly righteous. Old Master Tai is indeed kind-hearted. Yes, Tai Ergu treated Master Tai so badly, and now Master Tai is even collecting his corpse. Mr. Tai, we're willing to help. No need, I will arrange for someone to do it. Everyone, you may leave. In short, no one dared to object, and they all left. Sir, where shall we bury him? Looking at Tai Erga's corpse, Tai Dafu sneered. Bury what? Don't you understand sky burial? Throw the body into the mountains to feed the wolves. Remember to throw it in a hidden spot, so the villagers don't find it. Oh, won't this be bad? Theodolphu glanced on you. What? Overflowing with sympathy. Putting aside the fact that he's my enemy, haven't you forgotten how he stole the only food that night, leaving his wife no way to survive? Denyo and Demao instantly recalled that night, when Tai Ergo not only beat their wives half to death, but also tried to steal their only food. Their last bit of sympathy vanished in an instant. Big Mao gritted his teeth and said, Sir, you're right. Such a scoundrel should be thrown into the mountains to feed the wolves. Denyo didn't nod in agreement either. That's right. When dealing with beasts, there's no need to follow too many rules. Wait until it gets dark before you make your move. Yes, sir. Chapter 65, The Turmoil over Ergo's death. After the villagers left, they gathered in twos and threes, talking about Ergo. Sure enough, in just a short while, the whole Tieja village knew about it. TSK, that Ergo died a truly miserable death. If you ask me, he deserved it. Who told him to offend Master Tai? Master Tai is really impressive. You didn't see it, but two constables came today and treated him with the utmost respect. Yes, they're usually very polite to the yamen runners, but I didn't expect them to be so polite to Master Tai. Nonsense. How can the village head compare to Master Tai? Master Tai is a landlord. Yes. Master Tai is indeed more powerful than the village head. The village head, who happened to be passing by, overheard these words, and his face turned ashen. What are you all babbling about? Seeing that it was the village head, the group felt a little guilty. He didn't say anything. Village head, ergo is dead. I know about that. Old Master Tai is kind and righteous, even taking care of Ergo's funeral arrangements. Village head, should we go and help him? What help is there? He already said he doesn't need any help. Since he's so capable, let him do it himself. And you lot, instead of spending your time spouting nonsense, think more about how to grow more food. After saying that, he ignored everyone and went straight home, no longer in the mood for strolling around. Watching the village head's departing figure, the group exchanged bewildered glances. What's wrong here? You look unhappy. What else could it be? He's probably envious that Master Tai is more powerful than him. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. On the other side, at Ergo's house, a large number of people had gathered. Ergo's wife, your husband is dead. Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. The body is probably still in the Iron Mansion. He died a horrible death. Hey girl, you can't blame anyone else for this. It's all because of Tai Ergo's petty theft. Exactly. This is definitely retribution. The people around them were chattering away, but our client, Ergo's wife, seemed to have lost her soul. He sat there motionless, his face still bearing the marks of being beaten by Tai Ergo. No one thought anything was wrong. They all assumed that her husband had died, which was why she was like this. At this moment, she was truly bewildered. Upon learning of Tai Ergo's death, she felt no sadness whatsoever. I just don't know what to do in the future. Being a widow is tough. Two widows saw Ergo's wife like this and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Girl, don't be too sad. Even if a man dies, we women still have to live our lives. Yes, my husband has been dead for several years, but I've gotten through it. Ergo's wife remained silent, staring blankly out the window. After staying for a while, everyone became hoarse from talking, and then they all left. After everyone left, Ergo's wife's eyes twitched. She went to the kitchen, looked at the empty grain jar, and made a decision. When the village head returned home, he slammed his fist on the table several times. There was no other way. He couldn't bear to smash the pots and pans. They were all money-related items. At this moment, his second son, Tai Song, ran in with a panicked expression. Dad, something terrible has happened. Ergo is dead. Don't make a fuss. I already know. Dad, Tai Dafu is too ruthless. Ergo is like this because of him. If he finds out we've targeted him before, will he kill us too? What's the panic? We haven't broken any laws. What are we afraid of him for? Dad, maybe we shouldn't go against him. The village headman recalled the conversation the villagers had had earlier, in which they said he was not as good as the landlord Tai Dafu, and he immediately became angry. Bullshit. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. With Tai Dafu around, our family will never have a chance to rise above our circumstances. Why is Tai Dafu the #1 household in our Tieja village? He's just a good-for-nothing who relies on his ancestors. What makes him think he can compare to us? Don't forget, your older brother is now a constable in the county government, and I'm still the village head. We have to fight him. Only when Tai Dafu falls can our family become the true overlords of Tieja village. Tai Song regained his confidence after being talked to by his father. Dad, you're right. Our family is no worse than Tai Dafu's, and we can definitely bring him down. Father, do you have any other options? No, Rus. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. It's not something that can be done overnight to bring down Tai Dafu. There will always be an opportunity later, and that will be Tai Dafu's death day. Once he dies, his land will be ours, and we'll become landlords. When the topic of Tai Dafu's land came up, both of them showed a greedy look on their faces. As evening approached, Demao and Nyo, following Tai Dafu's instructions, brought Tai Ergo's body to the mountain. Because it was evening, there were no villagers in the mountains. The villagers all leave the mountains before dusk, since they all know that the mountains are most dangerous at night. Denyo and Demao found a place overgrown with weeds and threw Tai Ergo's body down there. Brother Nyo, will wild animals really eat this if we leave it here? Don't worry, those beasts have noses that work much better than ours. They'll be able to smell it. Just then, a wolf howl rang out. Demao and Nyo's expressions changed. Wolves! It's wolves! Go, get out of here right now. The two were so frightened that they hurriedly left. Not long after they left, a lone wolf approached Tai Ergo, sniffed around, and began to eat. Demao and Nyo ran back to the Iron Mansion in a panic. Seeing that the two men were pale, Tai Dafu was startled. What's wrong? Has something unexpected happened? Master, we've encountered wolves. What? How many wolves are there? Are any injured? Well, we only heard the sound. We didn't see how many there were. Where's the body? The body has been dumped in a weedy area, and it's likely that the wolves have already found it. Tai Dafu smiled upon hearing this. This is a good thing, but it is indeed dangerous in the mountains. Uncle Fu and the others nodded in deep agreement. Master, not to mention wolves, even tigers have appeared in these mountains. It was naturally extremely dangerous, but Dinyo and his group went to the outer perimeter. Logically, wolves shouldn't be present. This is a serious matter. Should we warn the villagers? Taidafu thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, spread the word tomorrow. Whether they listen or not is up to them. Yes, sir. At night, just as Taidafu was preparing to go to sleep, Fu Bo's voice came from outside the door. Sir, someone is looking for you. Who is it? Can a person get some sleep at this hour? Yes, it's Ergo's wife. Chapter 66, The New Widow Arrives. What's this woman doing here so late at night? Is she here to avenge Tai Ergo? Go tell her that it's bad for my reputation to be alone with a man and a woman late at night. Yes, sir. After a while, Uncle Fu's voice rang out again. Sir, she said that if you do not see her, she will kneel there until you do. Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu frowned and then opened the door. Go and bring the person here. Uncle Fu soon led in a woman. Upon seeing Tai Dafu, the woman immediately knelt down on the ground with a thud. What's going on? Get up and get to the point. The woman didn't speak. She just knelt down. Speak up. You're not thinking of avenging Tai Ergo, are you? Upon hearing this, the woman quickly shook her head and said somewhat timidly, No, it's not. Then what are you doing here? I'm here to keep my promise. Tai Dafu stared at the woman on the ground, completely bewildered. What agreement? I didn't know anything about it. The woman bit her lip. The night you saved me, Tai Ergo threatened you with a knife and even gave me to you as collateral. Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu looked at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, is that true? Uncle Fu nodded. Sir, you've forgotten, but you did say that back then. Tai Dafu gave a bitter smile. Go back now. This agreement is null and void. Now that Tai Ergo is dead, no one will bother you. At least you have some hope for the future. The woman stopped speaking and remained motionless with her head down. Don't take what was said in that situation seriously. Besides, Tai Ergo is dead. You can remarry, or at worst go back to your parents' home. A married daughter is like water spilled from a cup. There's no reason for her to go back. At home, we've run out of food. Tai Dafu rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Uncle Fu, get her a bag of grain. Take the grain and leave. This is a one-time offer. If you come again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I don't want food. Then what do you want, Silver? Tai Dafu was getting angry. He made up his mind that if this woman didn't know what was good for her and dared to ask for money, he would teach her a lesson. The woman mustered her courage, raised her head, and looked at Tai Dafu. Since Ergo gave me to you, I am your person, and I want to stay in the Tai family. Tai Dafu. Seeing the woman's resolute expression, Tai Dafu sighed. Why bother? Take the grain and go back. No. Tai Dafu's face darkened instantly. It's not so easy to get into my iron mansion. You have to sign a contract of servitude. I'll sign. You better think this through. Once you sign the indenture, you'll be a slave of my iron manor. You might end up eating leftovers every day, and if I'm in a bad mood, I might even beat you up. If that's really the case, then it's my fate. Uncle Fu, who was standing next to him, also spoke up. Sir, why don't we keep her? She can still help Xiao Xiao. Tai Dafu glared at Uncle Fu, then stared at the woman without saying a word. This time, the woman did not avoid eye contact, stubbornly staring at Tai Dafu. Tai Dafu saw in her eyes a determination to succeed or die trying. Fine, since that's the case, then you may stay. Let me make this clear first. To enter my iron mansion, you must sign a contract of servitude. You have one night to consider it. Once you sign the contract tomorrow, you won't have a chance to back out. I have no regrets. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach started growling. The woman, who had been so stubborn, blushed instantly and lowered her head. You can't blame her. She hasn't eaten all day. Uncle Fu, get her some food, and then let her spend the night with Xiao Xiao. Yes, sir. The woman followed Uncle Fu into the kitchen, and Xiao Xiao got up at that moment. Uncle Fu, let me do it. Good. It was late at night, so I didn't cook any special dishes, just some plain rice porridge. Although it's porridge, it's very thick. Looking at the thick porridge on the table, the woman swallowed hard, her stomach growling even louder. Uncle Fu glanced at her and said to the little grass, "Chow Chow, she's a new servant in our Thai family. She'll sign a contract of servitude tomorrow, so let her spend the night with you for now." "Okay, Uncle Ifu. In that case, I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, he left. Xiao Chow looked at the woman and pushed the bowl in front of her. "Sister, eat up." The woman looked up at the grass and whispered something. "Thanks." He then picked up the bowl and started eating. As the sweet rice porridge entered her stomach, the woman felt herself come back to life. As I was eating, tears started flowing uncontrollably. In all her life, whether at her parents' home or after marrying Tai Ergu, she had never eaten such a good meal. The little grass got a little anxious when it saw this. "Sister, why are you crying?" "No, it's nothing. If you feel like eating, there's more in the pot if you're not full." The woman nodded emphatically. They then quickly started eating. "Sis, slow down, it's hot." The woman ended up drinking 4 large bowls, and Xiao Chow looked at her with pity. It's been so long since she's eaten. If I hadn't met the master, I'm afraid I'd be in the same state as her. At that moment, Xiao Chow felt incredibly fortunate to have met Tai Dafu. The woman finally stopped after licking the bowl clean. Only then did I realize that I had actually eaten 4 bowls, and I felt a little panicked. Miss Grass, could you please not tell Master Tai that I ate 4 bowls of rice?" "Why? I'm afraid that if Master Tai finds out, he won't want me anymore." The little grass smiled. "Sister, don't worry, my brother and Brother Dinyo can eat much more than you." The master never looked down on them. On the contrary, he said that as long as they could eat, they could work, and they could eat whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't waste food. The woman stared at Xiao Chow in disbelief. She had never heard of such a master before. Really? Of course it's true. You'll know if I'm telling the truth once you stay at the Iron Mansion for a few days. It's getting late. Let's go get some rest." The woman nodded and followed Xiao Chow into the room. Looking at the room, which was so much better than her own home, the woman was extremely envious. She never expected that Xiao Chow, a servant, would have such a nice room. Seeing that she was still standing there blankly, Xiao Chow immediately called out to her. "Sister, come and go to sleep." The woman came to her senses and shook her head frantically. I'm dirty." "You sleep on the bed? I'll sleep on the floor." "How could I let you sleep on the floor?" The woman absolutely refused to go to bed. So in the end, Xiao Chow had no choice but to make a makeshift bed for her on the floor. As for the little grass, it was sleeping in the bed. Perhaps because a woman had finally come to the Iron Mansion, Xiao Chow seemed particularly excited. He started telling the woman about the Tai family, mainly praising Tai Dafu. "Sister, let me tell you, you made the right choice by joining the Iron Manor. The master is the best master in the world, and he treats us servants very well. Not only do they live well, but they also dress well and eat even better. They can eat white rice almost every meal, and there's meat too." The little grass kept chattering away, while the woman listened quietly. Thinking back to the white rice porridge she had just eaten, a glimmer of light appeared in the woman's eyes. A ray of light filled with longing for a bright future. The next day, Tai Dafu looked at the woman and found that she was in much better condition than yesterday. Could it be that my Iron Manor really raises people like this? Seeing Tai Dafu staring straight at her, the woman's face flushed red. Why is old man Iron staring at me like that? Does he have some ulterior motive? At this moment, the woman clearly panicked and didn't know what to do. Uncle Fu's eyes darted back and forth between the two of them, seemingly lost in thought. The scene became eerily quiet for a moment. Tai Dafu finally came to his senses and quickly coughed. "Ahem, have you thought this through?" Before the woman could speak, Dinyo rushed over in a panic. "Master, something's happened. Our poop's been stolen. Demao and the others have been detained." Chapter 67, Renting a Little Brother. Tai Dafu was startled. "Tell me quickly, what happened?" "Someone came to our Thai residence just now and said that those night-blooming jasmine plants belong to them. Demao has been detained at the city gate. We need you to come over." "Where is the messenger?" "He didn't enter the Iron Mansion. He left after delivering the message at the gate." "Do you know this person?" "I don't know him." Tai Dafu kept pacing back and forth, and Uncle Fu came over at that moment. Dinyo recounted what had just happened to him, and Uncle Fu was shocked after hearing it. "Sir, you can't go. It's too dangerous. Let this old servant go. I'm an old man with nothing to fear." Tai Dafu glanced at Ergo's wife and decided to send her away first. Lu, right? Go find Xiao Xiao first. We'll talk about the indenture later. Yes, sir. Lu bowed and then left, but a hint of worry appeared between her brows. I hope the old man is all right. Why is my life so miserable? At that moment, she felt like a jinx. After everyone left, Tai Dafu looked at Uncle Fu and shook his head. You can't go. It's obvious they want to see me. If you can't see him, you'll probably be detained even if you go there. Well, sir, shall we report this to the authorities? Tai Dafu was somewhat tempted, but then shook his head. He knew that some things couldn't be resolved simply by reporting to the authorities. Moreover, he doesn't even know who the other party is, so to rashly report to the authorities would only make him appear incompetent. Secondly, it could directly escalate the conflict and create a deadly feud with the other party. At this moment, Tai Dafu suddenly remembered a news story he had seen in his previous life. Two triad gangs were fighting, and it turned out that 99% of their underlings were rented, hired on a daily wage basis. I could do that too. Having more people gives you a stronger presence, makes the other side less likely to underestimate you, and also ensures your safety. Tai Dafu thought about it more and more and felt that this was a good idea. Denyo, go to the village now and find some able-bodied young men. I need someone to come with me to the county town. They don't need to do anything. Just follow behind me and don't say anything out of line. I'll pay you 8 coins. No, 10 coins. Remember, don't talk nonsense or no one will come. Master, will this work? Whether it will work or not, we'll only know after we try. Go now and bring your brother along. That way we can recruit people faster. Remember, the more the better, as long as they are able-bodied young men. Uncle Fu also spoke up. Master, I'll go with Denyo too. Okay, one will start from the east end of the village, and the other will start from the west end. Yes, sir. Watching Uncle Fu and Denyo's departing figures, Tai Dafu muttered to himself. They're even stealing shit, so they probably don't have much power. However, I'm still very weak, and I hope this time I can scare them away. Denyo's house. Seeing Denyo return, looking very anxious, Tai Mu and Ernyo were startled. Denyo, what brings you back? Mother, I need to speak with Ernyo. What's up? Our ironworks is hiring 10 coins a day. What? The two were shocked upon hearing this, but then overjoyed. This is fantastic news. How many people are you hiring? What will they be doing? The more people, the better. They don't have to do anything. They just need to accompany the master to the county town. Upon hearing this, Tai Mu frowned and looked at Denyo with a puzzled expression. That's all. Yes, that's all. Is Master Tai a fool? He only gives 10 coins for a single trip. Mother. Iron Mother realized she had said something wrong and quickly smiled apologetically. Look at my mouth. I'm just talking nonsense. However, Mother still felt it was unrealistic. The Iron Lord was giving too much. Tell your mother the truth. Is there something else going on here? Denyo shook his head. Mom, there's nothing else. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. We still need to go to other houses. Ernyo, you come with me to look for people. All right, brother. Taimu wanted to say something more, but Ernyo couldn't stand it anymore. Mother, my elder brother said he's fine, so he's fine. That old ironworker is incredibly generous when he works, and he eats exceptionally well. This is a windfall. We can't miss it. Oh well, never mind, you can go now. Ernyo looked at Denyo with excitement. Brother, do you provide lunch? No meals provided, but 10 coins will be given. Oh, no meals included. Ernyo was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but there was nothing he could do. The food at the Tai family's residence was just so good. Iron Mother couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him on the head. All right, stop being so dramatic. 10 coins a day, even in the county town, people would fight tooth and nail for a job like that. Ernyo rubbed his head sheepishly. Hee, I was just asking. Ernyo, let's go. The master is waiting. We can't keep him waiting any longer. All right, brother, which one should we go to first? Denyo had already made up his mind on the way here. Let's split up and call people. Let's start by calling the people who went to the Iron Mansion to dig the pond last time. After telling them about this, I asked them to help find more people, as this would be the fastest way to recruit enough. Good. The two immediately split up and acted separately. Denyo arrived at Shaju's house. When Shaju's mother saw Denyo coming, she was taken aback, but then greeted him with a smile. Denyo, thank you for what you did last time. Auntie, you don't need to be so polite with me. Is Shaju home? Our master is hiring again, paying 10 coins a day, but not including meals. Silly Pillar's mother was overjoyed upon hearing this. Yes, he's home. Danielle, is it true that you give him 10 coins a day? Of course it's true. Zhu, come out quickly. Your brother Danielle is here. Upon hearing this, Shaju immediately ran out of the room. Brother Danielle, what brings you here? Our Iron Bureau hires people to do work, paying them 10 coins a day. Upon hearing this, Shaju's mouth watered. Great, I can eat delicious food again. Meals aren't included. Oh, no meals included. Shaju looked disappointed, and his mother gave him a loving slap in return. 10 coins a day? You can't even dream of such a good job, and you still want meals included? Hee, it's all because the food at the Thai family's residence is so delicious. Auntie, our master is still waiting. Let Shaju go to the Thai residence now. Okay, Danielle, I don't know what to say, so I'll have Shaju kowtow to you. Silly Zhu, quickly kowtow to your brother Niel. Daniel immediately, grabit Shaju. Auntie, you're being too polite. If anyone should be thanked, it should be our master. It was he who suggested finding someone in the village. Yes, Mr. Tai is a good man. Good people are rewarded. The Bodhisattva will bless him to live a long and healthy life. Shaju, go to the Thai residence now. I need to find other people. Okay, Brother Nyo. Just as the Nyo stepped out the door, Widow Chin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She immediately gave the Nyo a flirty wink. Chapter 68, Rushing to the Front. Brother Daniel, are you recruiting for Master Tai again? Daniel nodded. Is there something you need? I'm very busy right now. Well, how about I'm very capable. I'm sorry. The master said he only wants able-bodied young men. Brother Daniel, to tell you the truth, my family has run out of food. Please help me out and put in a good word for me with Master Tai. Okay? That way, I only need half the wages. Well, I'm just a servant. The master won't listen to me. Seeing his reaction, Widow Chin immediately used her trump card. He stepped forward and grabbed Danyo's arm. Brother Danyo, please help me out, okay? Danyo felt goosebumps all over his body and was so frightened that he yanked Chin Widow's arm away. I really can't help you. You should find someone else. After saying that, he took off running as if a dog was chasing him. Only Widow Chin was left stamping her feet in disbelief. He has absolutely no sense of romance. No wonder he can't find a wife. But at this moment, Shaju also came out, and his eyes lit up when he saw Widow Chin. Sister Chin, did you come see me? Who the hell is looking for? Yes, it's you. She changed her mind halfway through her sentence, her eyes darting around. Shaju, I'm asking you. Did Nyo come to ask you for work? Yes. Sister Chin, could you please stop calling me silly Ju? I'm not silly. Widow Chin pursed her lips upon hearing this. Your original name was Shaju. But when my mother was alive, why did you call me Juzi? Cough, what you're called isn't important. Shaju, now you're capable enough to work at the Iron Mansion. You know my family situation. I'm a widow raising a daughter alone, and life is very difficult. Our family has been without food for many days. If you were to bring back food from the Iron Mansion, could you not go home yet, but come to Sister Chin's first? I'll secretly give her some. Sister Chin will thank you in return. As she spoke, she stepped forward, grabbed Shaju's arm, and shook it. Shaju chuckled foolishly as he was shaken. Sister Chin, Danyo just said that Master Tai isn't providing meals this time. Upon hearing this, Widow Chin immediately released Shaju and quickly created distance between them. You should have said so earlier. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Shaju somewhat confused about what had happened. However, he kept his eyes fixed on Widow Chin's large buttocks until they were out of sight, and then he headed towards the Iron Mansion with satisfaction. Dahijia, Ernie, what brings you here? Uncle, is Day home? Here I am. After saying that, he shouted loudly at the house. Day, Ernie is here to see you. Come out quickly. Upon hearing this, Day immediately ran out and laughed. Ernie, what do you want from me? Well, my older brother just came over and said that Master Tai is looking to recruit some young men, paying them 10 coins a day. That's why he thought of you, Day. Upon hearing this, the Day family immediately surrounded him. Ernie, Master Tai really gave 10 coins. Uncle, it's true. Ernie, thank you for thinking of my Day. Ernie, what are we doing this time? My older brother told me that he was going to the county town with Master Tai. Oh, maybe it's to help move things. I have plenty of strength. Shall we have white rice for lunch too? His wife went to help Taidafu make clothes last time, and when she came back, she talked about the food at the Tai family mansion. Adding to the previous braised pork incident, Now, even a fool knows that the Tai family eats well. He had been craving the food at the Iron Manor for a long time. In his words, he would be so happy to be able to eat a meal at the Iron Manor that he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Ernie shook his head. This time, I'll only give you 10 coins, no meals included. Hearing this, Day was a little disappointed, but the thought of receiving 10 coins made him excited again. After all, he can't just earn that much money whenever he wants. Okay, when are we going? Let's go now, but this time the Iron Master is recruiting more people. All able-bodied men in the village are welcome. You can also call some of your close friends and have them go to the Iron Mansion immediately. Day's eyes suddenly lit up in a frightening way. Is it really possible? Of course, but remember, only able-bodied young men are eligible. No problem. I'll go get someone right now. Okay, I'll go to the next one too. And so, people from all over the village were visiting each other. Gradually, the whole village knew that Tai Dafu was hiring, and it caused quite a stir. Everyone, including the elderly and women, gathered at the Iron Palace. These people did not enter the Iron Mansion, but waited outside. Inside the Iron Mansion, Denyo and Uncle Fu had already returned. Sir, most of the able-bodied men in the village have arrived, and are all at the door. All right, Uncle Fu, you go and watch the house. Denyo, come with me. Master, let me come along. If anything happens, this old servant will risk my old bones to protect your safety. Don't worry, Uncle Fu, there won't be any problems with so many people. The family is equally important, and you, as the housekeeper, must personally oversee things. Uncle Fu could only nod helplessly. Denyo, you absolutely must protect the master. If he loses even a single hair, I won't let you off the hook. Don't worry, Uncle Fu, I will protect the master and will never let him get hurt in the slightest. Uncle Fu then nodded. The little grass also learned what had happened and was now wiping away tears. Sir, why don't you just leave my brother alone? Tai Dafu was somewhat disdainful upon hearing this, but at the same time, he was also somewhat moved. This little girl is promising. She's already siding with me. She's worth nurturing. No matter what, Demao is my man, so I can't just sit idly by. Besides, you have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. This is disrespecting me. We must avenge this, and Demao will surely return safely. But there's no but about it. Don't you have any faith in the master? No, master is the most powerful master in the world. This servant believes that master can definitely do it. That's right. Stop crying, stay home, and wait for my triumphant return. Yes, little grass is waiting at home for master to come back. Tai Dafu patted her head, then left the Tai residence with Denyo. The door opened, and everyone's eyes turned to Tai Dafu. Greetings, Master Tai. Everyone, please don't be so polite. I'm sure you already know the general idea, but I'll just briefly explain it to you. This task is very simple. You don't need to do anything. All you need to do is follow me to the county town, and don't say anything out of line. Just stand quietly behind me. Afterwards, each person will receive 10 coins. The crowd erupted in excitement once again upon hearing this. Old Iron is so generous. Working with the Iron Man is great. Lord Iron is the best landlord. The women also started to speak up. Mr. Tai, may I go? Yes, Mr. Iron. We could do the work too. Tai Dafu shook his head. Women don't want it. The older men then spoke up as well. Mr. Tai, if you don't want women, surely we could be together? Chapter 69 Standoff. All right, I only want able-bodied men. I've said my piece. Those who are willing to go, stand over here. Tai Dafu was looking for people to scare them, so naturally he wouldn't want women or older men. Soon, the able-bodied young man in the crowd stood to one side as Tai Dafu had instructed. Tai Dafu counted them. There were exactly 50 people. Mr. Tai, my son went to the county town and hasn't come back yet. Could you wait for him? Yes, my son is not here today either. It's okay if you're not here. We can talk about it another time. Come with me now to the county town. Remember, don't say anything out of line. Just follow me obediently. Yes, Master Tai. Then Denyo drove the ox cart with Tai Dafu, while the others followed behind. The ox cart didn't move very fast, and everyone was able to keep up. It's a pity it's an ox cart. A horse-drawn carriage would have been even more impressive. I'll have to get a horse-drawn carriage sometime. Tai Dafu made up his mind to get a horse-drawn carriage in the future, so he could show off. There's no way around it. When you're out in the world, your status and image are determined by yourself. As long as you put on a good show, you're bound to reap the rewards. Watching Tai Dafu's departing figure, many women whose husbands were not home couldn't help but scratch their heads and beat their chests. What a pity my man isn't here. Alas, my son is also gone. Heaven is truly blind. Those who went with men were all beaming with joy. 10 coins a day. The Iron Magistrate is really generous. Yes, I realized long ago that Master Tai was no ordinary person. It's a blessing from heaven that our village has a landlord like Master Tai. Look at the landlords in other villages. None of them are as magnanimous as Master Tai. It would have been even better if Mr. Iron had done this earlier. It's not too late now. I just hope that the iron worker can recruit workers more often. Monsong, why did you go with them? My dad's a village head. I'm not going to work for Tai Dafu. After saying that, he left with a proud look on his face. Many older people couldn't help but shake their heads. That's 10 coins, kid. He said it himself. His father is the village head. He doesn't care about this little bit of money. It's better if they don't go. One less person means we'll have more opportunities in the future. That makes sense. Not far from the entrance to the county town. At this moment, Demao and his 2 companions were surrounded by 7 or 8 people, led by a bearded man with a thick chest hair. Boss, this ox cart is pretty good. Let's take it away later. Just taking the ox cart is too easy for them. If you ask me, we should give them a good beating. Yes, they even dared to steal our night-scented herbs. They're really courting death. Brothers, be smart from now on. This time, we're going to take a piece of their flesh. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded greedily. Boss, it's been so long. Why haven't they arrived yet? The hairy-chested man turned his gaze toward the messenger. Did you deliver the letter, kid? Boss, I swear I delivered it. As for why he didn't come, could it be that he was afraid and dare not come? I didn't expect him to be such a coward. Wait a little longer, and if he doesn't come by noon, we'll take the ox cart away. Then give those 3 guys a good beating. Yes, boss. Just as these people were getting impatient, they suddenly saw a group of people approaching from a distance. Boss, a group of people has arrived, at least 50. Oh no, boss, they're coming for us. Now, his underlings were all in a panic. Even the hairy-chested man was startled and quickly rebuked. Stand still, all of you, don't be cowards. As the distance between the 2 sides closed, Demao and his 2 companions immediately became excited. Master, master! Seeing that Demao and the other 2 were all right, Tai Dafu breathed a sigh of relief. Tai Dafu stopped a few meters away from those people. May I ask how this brother is addressed? I am Tian Air, and you are their master, Tai Dafu? Upon hearing Tian Air's name, the crowd behind Tai Dafu visibly stirred, indicating that many people recognized Tian Air. Oh no, have we been exposed? Thinking of this, Tai Dafu quickly shouted loudly. That's right, 10 coins. I am a master. I don't know how my servant has offended you. Tai Dafu's words were indeed a double entendre, and sure enough, after hearing about the 10 coins, the agitation in the crowd subsided, and everyone stood still obediently. Tian Air couldn't help but frown, then let out a cold laugh. What 10 coins? Do you know that all the night soil in this county belongs to us brothers? I really don't know, but when it comes to night soil, it's their freedom to give it to whomever they want. So, you're trying to steal our night soil and cut off our livelihood. Remember, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. It's not that serious. To be honest, I'm a landlord from Taijiakan. The family owns a small plot of land. Planting some night-blooming jasmine is just fertile soil. Don't worry, I don't need a very large quantity. We only need the ones from that street. The ones from other places will still be yours. Hearing this, Tian Air's expression softened considerably. At this moment, Tian Air kept thinking about how to solve this problem. His original plan was to extort a large sum of money from Tai Dafu. But I didn't expect them to bring so many people. They were clearly not to be trifled with. But if he doesn't do something, how will he survive in the night-scented broth industry? Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. That street is where we collect night soil. Why should we give it to you? And you've already taken so much night soil. You must compensate us. Compensation? What kind of compensation do you want? In that case, leave us the ox cart, pay us 10 taels of silver, and we'll call it even. Tai Dafu smiled. You have the nerve to ask. I can tell you right now, not a single coin. Tai Dafu, you've gone too far. It should be me who says this. That's going too far. You actually charge 10 taels of silver for a little night soil? That's worse than bandits. Trying to extort me? No way. I, Tai Da Fu, am not someone to be trifled with. You. At this point, Tian Air found himself in a difficult situation. I definitely wouldn't dare to hit him, since there are more of them. All right, well done, Tai Da Fu. I'll remember you. Let's go. He turned and left without hesitation, and his underlings breathed a sigh of relief and followed him away quickly. Demao ran up to Tai Da Fu, his face beaming with excitement. Sir, you were so brave just now. Thank you for saving us. All right, let's go back now. Yes, sir. Tai Da Fu watched Tian Air and the others' retreating figures and sighed inwardly. This feud seems to have taken hold. Knowing your enemy is half the battle. I need to find an opportunity to thoroughly investigate Tian Air's capabilities. On the way back, the villagers were still somewhat dazed. They didn't expect that Tai Da Fu actually wanted them to boost their morale. Tai Da Fu recalled the previous riot and knew that some of the villagers might know Tian Air, so he immediately said, "Does anyone here know this Tian Air?" Chapter 70 what? Meals included? I know, sir. Tian Air is just a small-time gang leader in the county town, with 7 or 8 men under his command. Does anyone know anything about this person's background? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Tai Da Fu was somewhat disappointed, but then he thought that these people were just ordinary villagers and it was normal for them not to know, so he didn't ask any further questions. When he heard that the other party only had 7 or 8 underlings, Tai Da Fu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that all those people around today are Tian Air's henchmen. Fortunately, they're just small-time thugs. However, having only 2 guards, Dinyo and Demao, is still too few. I must gather 4 as soon as possible. Then Tai Da Fu glanced at the crowd behind him. This time, all the men who came out with him were young men from the village. If he needs to recruit bodyguards, he'll definitely look for them from here. If we are to recruit guards from among these people, we must first exclude those we are not familiar with. The 8 men who dug the pond were quite good. They worked very hard and were honest people. However, no one would be willing to sell themselves into slavery. Looking around, only Sha Zhu and Sha Chong seemed to have a chance. In his opinion, the 2 of them were not very bright and would definitely be a burden at home. There is still a good chance of getting them into the Iron Mansion. With this in mind, Tai Da Fu made a plan. Finally, the group returned to Tiejia village. Someone spotted them and immediately started yelling. Old Master Tai has brought everyone back. Hearing the commotion, all the villagers ran out. They're back, they're all back. It stinks. Did they haul a cartload of night soil? Do you think Master Tai would take these people to collect night soil? That's quite possible, but night-scented sap isn't worth much, and hiring so many people would cost an astronomical amount per day. Yes, I checked, and Master Tai recruited a total of 50 people this time. That's 500 coins. Goodness, half a tael of silver a day. This Master Tai is really rich. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Are you trying to ruin your life? Why do you care so much? We only get paid when he hires people. Isn't that great? Yes, that makes sense. I don't think he went to collect night soil. I'll have to ask him what he was doing later. Many people think that unless Tai Da Fu is crazy, he would never do something like collecting night soil. They were very curious about what they were going to do, so they waited for everyone to leave before asking. More and more people came to watch the spectacle, especially the families who were involved in the operation. Almost all of them came. Tai Da Fu told Demao and the others to get Yi Xiong away first, but he dared not let Yi Xiong enter the Tai residence. Soon, the group arrived at the gate of the Iron Mansion. Tai Da Fu stopped. By the time he had made the round trip, it was already lunchtime. Looking at those people, Tai Da Fu frantically started calculating in his mind. My roots are in Taijiakin, and now we have Tian Air as an external enemy. These are all young and strong men. We must give them some incentives. That way, they will be more likely to help in similar situations in the future, driven by self-interest. I'll make them understand that only by following me can they live a life of luxury and become my beasts of burden. Tai Da Fu cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone has worked hard today. As agreed, I will give each of you 10 coins later. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with excitement as they were offered 10 coins. Master Tai, only half a day has passed. Are you really going to give us 10 coins? That's right, I keep my word. I said I'd give it to you, and I will. Everyone was excited. Thank you, Mr. Iron. My goodness, 10 coins for just half a day? This job is too good. Yeah, I got 10 coins for doing nothing. This is the easiest job I've ever done. Even the villagers who weren't involved were shocked by Tai Dafu's extravagant spending. Wow, 10 coins for half a day. Tai Dafu is really generous. As expected of a landlord, so domineering. I wonder what they did in the city. This made everyone even more curious. Seeing the excited expressions on everyone's faces, Tai Dafu's lips curled up slightly. He waved his hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down. It's lunchtime now, and normally meals aren't provided. But we're all from the same village, and I can't mistreat you all. Also, you did a great job this time. I'm very satisfied. Therefore, I have decided to have the servants steam a large pot of rice later. Everyone can take a bowl of rice home. Those with family members with them can go home now to get their dishes. These words caused the scene to boil over once again. Mr. Tai, are you telling the truth? Mr. Iron, is it pure white rice? That's right, it's pure white rice, the kind without any water. Oh, that's great. We can have white rice again. Thank you, Mr. Iron. What are you standing there for, you old hag? Hurry up and go home and get your bowl. The woman snapped out of her daze and ran home like a mad woman. The other family members also realized what was happening and ran home as fast as they could. Those who couldn't get white rice became even more frustrated. White rice, my white rice. Heavens above, why can't I be 30 years younger? Oh, damn God, why did my man have to die so young? Damn it, I shouldn't have forced my son to go out and find work today. At this moment, joy and sorrow unfold simultaneously. Tai Dafu was pleased with this outcome. Humans need comparisons. Otherwise, how can they experience the benefits of their work? Tai Dafu did not allow so many people to enter the Tai mansion, but instead made them wait outside. Upon seeing Tai Dafu return, Uncle Fu immediately came to greet him. He circled around Tai Dafu, his eyes full of concern. Sir, are you all right? Don't worry, your old man is perfectly fine. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to the little grass, wiping away tears. Little grass, Big Mao is back safely too. I told him to take the night-fragrant herbs back to the field first, and he should be back at the mansion soon. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao knelt down with a thud. Thank you, sir. I will be your servant in my next life. Okay, but you'd better be a good servant for the rest of your life. I just promised that every villager who came with me would get a bowl of rice. Go and steam the rice now. Yes, sir. Ergo's wife, Lu, also went along. Tai Dafu glanced at her, but didn't say anything. At this moment, everyone finally had a chance to ask questions at the entrance of the Iron Mansion. Sons, what did Master Tai take you to the county town for? Why are you back so soon? Yes. Can you tell us about it? Chapter 71, Afraid of Retaliation? We're going to give Lord Iron a boost. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. To bolster morale? What's the meaning? Let me tell you, today was so exciting. Today, Mr. Iron took us. He then recounted how Tai Dafu had led them to confront Tian Air and brought back to Mao and the others. Those around were stunned and exclaimed in surprise. My God, I know Tian Air. I heard he's a big gang leader in the county, with 7 or 8 men under his command. He's really ruthless. It's fortunate that a fight didn't break out. Otherwise, you would have been in danger, since Master Tai actually took you there. Dangerous my ass. There are only 7 or 8 of them, but we have dozens. Exactly. If they dare to lay a hand on me, I'll beat the shit out of them. People love to brag, but when it comes to actually doing something, it's probably a completely different story. Some people who weren't involved were instantly delighted. You underestimate Xiania. No matter what, he's a gangster. I'm afraid this won't be so easy. They might retaliate against you. Exactly. Those people aren't easy to deal with. They're probably already thinking about how to get revenge. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those who had gone with them and their families changed. Oh no, what are we going to do? Oh no, I knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would never have let my son go. Panic ensued, and everyone was in a state of shock. After Tai Dafu finished cooking, he asked Nio and the others to put buckets of rice at the door. Seeing Tai Dafu come out, these people seemed to have found an outlet for their emotions. Master Tai, Tian Air is a notorious thug in the county. What if those people retaliate against our family? Yes, my son went with you. You can't just ignore this. That's right. You caused all of this, and you owe us an explanation. Yes, we must get an explanation. Tai Dafu had anticipated this, so he wasn't flustered at all. He'd love to get more people on his side. What's done is done. There's no point in saying anything more. Besides, the other party is just a small group of thugs, only 7 or 8 people. Our village is a large village with hundreds of people. How could we possibly be bullied by a mere Tian heir? Besides, I didn't ask you to fight. You just followed behind and got 10 coins for nothing. Such a good thing is hard to find even with a lantern. Of course, if any of you are afraid of being implicated, you can refuse the money, and you can also refuse this fragrant rice. He winked at Xiao Qiao, who immediately lifted the wooden bucket, revealing a plate of white rice. The aroma of rice immediately filled the entire entrance. It was lunchtime, and everyone was hungry. Looking at the white rice, everyone's stomachs were rumbling like thunder. His eyes were glowing green, and he was drooling on the ground. Just then, Uncle Fu also took out a pile of copper coins. This completely unsettled everyone. So many copper coins. Sha Zhu was the first to rush out. Master Tai, I'm not afraid of Tian air. I just want to eat white rice. Tai Dafu smiled. As expected, simple-minded people are fearless. This fool Zhu is a talent. It would be a waste if he didn't sell himself into my iron manor. Okay, Sha Zhu, go get the rice and collect your wages while you're at it. What? Sha Zhu nodded happily. Dia looked at her older brother, then at Tai Dafu, but ultimately said nothing. Sha Zhu quickly ate a large bowl of rice and received 10 coins as wages. Now, those people could no longer sit still. I'm not afraid. Once there's a first, there's a second. Once there's a second, there's a third. In the end, everyone who followed Tai Dafu received money and rice. All right, everyone, you can all leave now. With that, Tai Dafu led his men back to the Tai residence. Those who got nothing felt extremely resentful. I'm telling you, Dia, your brother is stupid. How come you're making the same mistake? That's right, Tian Air is a thug. If you take the money and rice, they'll retaliate. Hearing them say that, Dia panicked again. Then, what should we do? One of them rolled his eyes and immediately laughed. I have a good idea. Why don't you give me the money and the white rice? I'm an old man. I'm not afraid of their retaliation. Give it to me, I'm not afraid. I spoke first, so it should be mine. Sha Zhu was furious. Get out of here. This money and rice were given to me by Master Tai. I'm not giving them to anyone else. Dia isn't stupid. The little girl was just frightened. At this point, they finally realized that these people were trying to swindle their family's money and rice. My older brother said he won't give us the money and the food. Aren't you foolish? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Don't worry. So many people have received them anyway. Let him retaliate against them all if he dares. Well, upon hearing this, everyone was immediately speechless. Those who received money and white rice readily helped out. Daiyo is right. If they dare to come to Tiejia village, we'll beat them to death. Yes, there are more of us. What are we afraid of? The group immediately felt more confident and happily took their copper coins and white rice home. The village head's house. Father, it's wonderful news. It's incredibly wonderful news. Tai Dafu is dead. No, that's hardly a happy occasion. Father, Tai Dafu has messed with the wrong person this time. Just now, Tai Montsung immediately recounted everything he had seen at the gate of the Tai residence. After hearing his son's words, the village head smiled. Indeed, this is a joyous occasion. Dad, do you think Tian Air will retaliate against Tai Dafu? It's hard to say, but the two have already formed a grudge. Even if they don't retaliate now, they will if they have the chance later. Oh, won't that mean we'll have to wait a long time? You're still too young. I've told you before that you can't be impetuous. Some things take time. Only those who laugh last are the true winners. Father, your son can't reach your level. What do you suggest we do now? Let's wait a few days and see if Tian Air has any reaction. Let's take the initiative to go there and use him to bring down Tai Dafu. Father, why don't we go now? Notarus, it's better to avoid trouble. If Tian Air takes action directly, we won't have to bear any risks or make any sacrifices. If he doesn't take action, we'll go find him and cooperate with him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tai Montsung looked at him with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Father, you are despicable. Chapter 72, The Liu Family Incident. The village head slapped his son hard across the head. Can't you speak properly? Your father is just being shrewd and calculating. Yes, you are very shrewd. Inside the Iron Mansion. After lunch, Tai Dafu found a shady spot and lay down on a deck chair to escape the heat. It's getting hotter and hotter, dog. With June fast approaching, Tai Dafu doesn't even dare to think about how he'll survive in July and August. At this moment, Uncle Fu walked over. Sir, the tenants have arrived. Bring the person over here. Before long, the group arrived in front of Tai Dafu. Greetings, Master Tai. No need for formalities. What brings you here? The group exchanged glances before cautiously saying, Mr. Tai, we don't want to go collect night soil anymore. Everyone was so frightened by what happened today that they wouldn't dare to go over even if they had 1,000 lives. Tai Dafu thought for a moment and then nodded. Okay, then we won't pull it for now. The situation is special now, and Tai Dafu is also afraid of Tian Air's retaliation. The damage to the ox cart is minor. It would be a bigger problem if the big dog or the big ox had its leg broken by the other side. He would suffer a huge loss then. He would not only lose a guard, but also gain a burden. He couldn't afford to lose the guards he had finally managed to get. Moreover, we haven't even managed to gather 4 guards yet, so we can't afford to lose anymore. The group breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Tai Dafu's words. They were genuinely afraid that Tai Dafu would disagree and threaten them by preventing them from leasing the land. They won't know what to do then. Thank you very much, Mr. Tai. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back now. Everyone quickly bowed and took their leave. Damn it. It seems my grand plan to dig manure will have to be put on hold for now. Damn Tian Air, just you wait. Once I become a landlord with tens of thousands of acres of land, even the excrement in the entire county will belong to me, and no one can take it away. When Lu, who was holding a cup of tea, heard Tai Dafu's grand ambitions, her eyes were filled with admiration. She didn't hear Tai Dafu's earlier statement, to become a large landowner with tens of thousands of acres of land. But he heard the shit that belonged to the entire county. These words still deeply shocked her, this woman. Master has grand ambitions. He actually wants to own all the poop in the county. Sir, please have some tea. Put down, Lu. What have you thought about it? Master, I am willing to sign a contract of servitude and stay in the Iron Mansion. I've already offended Tian Air in the county town. He's a gang leader with 7 or 8 men, and he might retaliate against me anytime soon. Do you still want to stay? Lu nodded firmly. I'm willing to stay. Tai Dafu did not immediately agree, his gaze fixed on her eyes, trying to see if she was lying. This time, Lu did not avoid him. She met his gaze with unwavering determination. After a long while, Tai Dafu smiled. Welcome to the Iron Mansion family. Lu fell to her knees with a thud. Thank you, sir. I will definitely do my job well from now on. Get up, go and call Uncle Fu here. Yes, sir. A short while later, Lu came over with Uncle Fu. Sir, you wanted to see me. From now on, Lu will be a servant in our household, but before that, she still needs to sign a contract of servitude. I plan to send you to the county government office. Don't worry, that guy's surname Tian doesn't know you, so nothing should happen to him. Yes, sir, this old servant will go right away. Tai Dafu nodded. In the afternoon, Uncle Fu returned safely with Lu Shi, and Tai Dafu breathed a sigh of relief. He gathered everyone together. From now on, Lu will be a servant of our Tai family, and will truly be one of our own. Let's all live in peace and work together for the Iron Manor and for me, the Master. Little Lu, prepare a good meal tonight as a welcome to our Tai family for having one more person. Ms. Lu was deeply moved upon hearing this. Thank you, sir. Also, we'll temporarily stop the night sachet business, but our fishing plan is about to begin. From now on, we'll set up the cages every night and try to catch as many eels and other fish as possible. This matter will be handled by Demao and Denyo. Rest assured, sir, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Very good. That concludes today's meeting. Let's repeat the slogan one last time. 1, 2, 3. The crowd roared at the top of their lungs. Loyalty. A word of loyalty made Tai Dafu feel incredibly comfortable. All right, let's call it a day. As evening approached, Tai Dafu decided to go with Demao and Denyo to set up the cages. I've already taught you how to set up the cage, and today it is up to you two to decide how to set it up. Let me see what you've learned. The two seemed a little nervous upon hearing this, but they still nodded. Yes, sir. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the reed marsh. Tai Dainyu and Demao started looking for a spot and quickly found one surrounded by aquatic plants with an open space in the middle. Sir, we decided to put one here. Tai Dafu smiled. The location was well chosen. Upon hearing Tai Dafu's affirmation, smiles appeared on the faces of the 2 men. The 2 of them were clearly more confident after that, and they chose good locations. But when it came to the last cage, Tai Dafu shook his head. We've fished here 3 times already, Haven't you noticed that the catch is getting smaller and smaller? This means that most of the eels and other fish in the area have been caught. It's time to move to another location. Remember, you shouldn't go to the same spot more than 3 times, unless you catch a lot of fish each time. When you retrieve the cages later, remember to note which areas have the most fish and which have the least. In areas with few attempts, try one more time. If it doesn't work, give up. This place has already experienced several rain showers. It will take at least a month before it rains again. Yes, sir, we have noted it down. That evening, Lou was also assigned a room. Lying in bed, she felt like she was dreaming. The 2 days at the Iron Mansion truly broadened her horizons. She realized there were such wonderful places in the world. They can eat their fill and don't have to do particularly strenuous work. That night, she slept exceptionally well and was filled with hope for the future. The next day, early in the morning, Denyo and Mao, as Tai Dafu had told them the day before, recorded the catch at each location. By the time Tai Dafu got up, the two had already put the fish they caught into the large vat. Tai Dafu looked at the fish and eels in the tank and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Put all these crucian carp into the pond. Keep the 2 biggest eels for me to eat. Put the rest in 2. Yes, sir. A few days later, news of Lu's entry into the Iron Mansion reached the village. This caused an uproar in the village. Have you heard? Ergo's wife has now entered the Tai family mansion. Ergo just died, and Tai Dafu is already taking someone else's wife. What a beast. Yes, we thought Tai Dafu had changed for the better, but who would have thought he was still a beast? No, we can't let Tai Dafu continue like this. Let's go find a village head. Good. Immediately, many people came to the village head's residence and told him about the matter. The village head's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is a golden opportunity. Tai Dafu, let's see how you'll have the face to stay in Tai family village this time. He feigned anger and said, What? I never expected Tai Dafu to be this kind of person. Come on, everyone, follow me to the Iron Mansion and demand an explanation from him. Chapter 73, Demanding an Explanation. Yes, we need to get an explanation from him. Then a large group of people headed towards the Iron Mansion. Iron Mansion. Master, something terrible has happened. The village head has led a group of people and blocked the entrance to the Tai residence. Tai Dafu frowned upon hearing this. Don't panic, take me to see this. Upon opening the gate, they indeed saw the villagers. What are you trying to do? Tai Dafu scanned the crowd, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. The village head sneered inwardly, his face darkening as he said, Tai Dafu, I heard you brought Ergo's wife into the Tai family mansion. Do you know that forcibly abducting women is a serious crime in our Great Xia dynasty? Our Tiejia village has always been kind to everyone, and its residents are law-abiding citizens. We never expected that someone like you would cause such harm. Aren't you ruining our village's reputation? What girl would dare marry into our village in the future? Do you want to just watch everyone stay single forever? Those whose sons were not yet married immediately became anxious upon hearing this. The village head is right, Tai Dafu. How could you do such a thing? Yes, if other villages find out, how will my son ever get married? Tai Dafu's face darkened. Have you finished speaking? The village head looked at him with a pained expression. Tai Dafu, are you confused? Such a terrible thing cannot happen in our village. As the village head, I cannot stand by and watch you go astray. Come with me to the county government office to turn yourself in. I believe the county magistrate will handle this matter impartially. Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. That fat, pig-like magistrate upholding justice? He'd rather believe that dogs won't eat shit. Which of your eyes saw me forcibly abduct a woman? Is Ergo's wife in your house? That's right, in my residence. Since you're in your residence, what excuses do you have left? Alas, the world is going to the dogs. The world is going to the dogs. I never expected that right after Ergo died, Tai Dafu would actually take Ergo's wife by force. That's true. Ergo's wife is quite pretty. I wonder if Tai Dafu succeeded. It's a pity for this new widow. What man can resist when he sees a woman? I'm afraid the two of them have already slept together. The thought that Tai Dafu had already tasted the life of a new widow made many men extremely envious, wishing they could take her place. All right, all of you shut up. How dare you people tarnish my reputation? To tell you the truth, it was Lu who came to me herself. Impossible. Erga's death is related to you. So why would she, as Erga's wife, come looking for you on her own initiative? That's right, you must have forced me to do it. Uncle Fu, go and call Lu here. Soon Lu was summoned over. Upon seeing so many villagers, Lu's face turned pale, and she immediately lowered her head. When people saw Lu's condition, they assumed it was all due to Tai Dafu's actions. Tai Dafu, what else do you have to say? Tai Dafu ignored the village head and instead looked at Lu. Lu, did I ever force you to stay in the Tai family mansion? No, no. The village head's heart skipped a beat. Mrs. Lu, we're all here. Don't be afraid. Tell the truth, did Tai Dafu force you? Lu finally raised her head and shook her head at the village head. Village head, Master Tai is a good man. He didn't force me. It was only because my family ran out of food and couldn't survive that I came to the Tai residence. Old Master Tai is truly a good person. Please don't misunderstand. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise, as they had not expected this outcome. The village headman frowned. Mrs. Lu, what you said is absolutely true. Remember, you only have this one chance. If you miss it, we won't take care of you anymore. I'm telling the truth. The master is really good to me. He gives me white rice to eat, so I don't have to go hungry anymore. Once these words were spoken, everyone believed them. I never expected that Lu would choose to enter the Iron Mansion just for a bite to eat. I wonder if this Lu is a maid or a concubine. Is there a difference? I'll have to warm the bed anyway. Widow Wong looked at Lu Shur with jealousy practically overflowing from her eyes. Damn it, they're all widows. What right does she have to enter the Iron Mansion and eat such fragrant white rice? She immediately stood up and pointed at Lu, cursing loudly. You slut. Ergo has only been dead for a short time, and you're already having an affair with his enemy. How could you do this to Ergo? Upon hearing this, Lu's face turned pale, and she swayed as if about to collapse. Tai Dafu looked at Widow Wong with disgust in his eyes. He remembered going to the riverbank before, and it was this woman and Ergo who were trying to extort money from him. Widow Wong did not stop and continued to attack. Shameless woman, if a man dies, you should die with him. Bah, a woman like you, so unchaste, should be drowned in a pig cage. Smack! Widow Wong stumbled and almost fell. She covered her face and glared angrily at Tai Dafu. You dare hit me. I'm going to beat you up. You piece of trash who spews filth. I'll fight you to the death. Just as she was about to make a move, Denyo and Demao stood in front of Tai Dafu. Get her under control. Denyo and Demao immediately obeyed, and Tai Dafu walked up to her and raised his hand to hit her with a big slap. Clap, clap, clap. I'll teach you to use such a foul mouth. I'll teach you to spew filth. The crisp sound of the slap reached everyone's ears, and as they looked at the furious Tai Dafu, they all subconsciously touched their own faces. He kept swallowing, looking at Tai Dafu with fear. Tai Dafu got tired and stopped. At this point, Widow Wong had changed. She had gone from looking like a human to looking like a pig's head. His whole face was swollen, and his mouth was crooked. Are you still going to curse me or not? No, I'll never do it again. Please don't hit me, wah. That's right. A good woman admits her mistakes and corrects them. Let her go. As soon as Denyo and Demao let go, Widow Wong plopped down on the ground. Wah, this is bullying. I don't want to live anymore. Village head, you have to stand up for me. The village head's face was extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Tai Dafu to actually hit someone in front of him. This shows a complete disregard for him, the village head. Tai Dafu, why did you hit me? Who told her to spew such filth? But you can't hit people. After all, we're all from the same village. Just because we're from the same village, I'm doing this on behalf of her parents, to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, if she were to offend someone she shouldn't one day, she might even lose her life. Of course, I love doing good deeds, so no need for thanks, I appreciate it. Everyone, they simply couldn't imagine how thick-skinned one must be to say such shameless things. The village head was so angry that he trembled. Tai Dafu, aren't you afraid she'll report you to the authorities? Assaulting someone is punishable by a beating. The village headman said this on purpose, just to get on Widow Wong's nerves. Sure enough, Widow Wong's eyes lit up when she heard this. I'm going to report this to the authorities. I'm going to report this to the authorities. Tai Dafu, you beat me so badly. If you don't have 5 tails, no, 10 tails of silver, you'll be going to the county office to get a beating. Chapter 74, The Widow Wong, Who Courted Death. You're going to report her to the authorities? Everyone heard that, right? She's actually going to report her to the authorities. Ha ha ha. Everyone stared at Tai Dafu speechlessly, unable to understand why he had gone mad. What's wrong with Tai Dafu? People are about to report him to the authorities, and he's still smiling so happily. I guess he was so scared he laughed. Huh, wasn't she supposed to be scared of tears? Can a person be scared into laughing? They're landlords, so it's normal that they're different from us ordinary people. That makes sense. When Widow Wong saw Tai Dafu actually smiling, she felt a chill in her heart for some reason. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your stupidity. How dare you, an ordinary citizen, go to the government to sue me, a landlord? I don't know who gave you the courage. If you're so bold, go now and see which side the county magistrate is on. Go ahead, I won't stop you. At this moment, Tai Dafu had already reached Widow Wong's side and whispered. Ergu said he's lonely down there, and he's waiting for you. Widow Wong felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Tai Dafu. It's you. What do you mean I don't understand what you're saying. Aren't you going to the Yamen to sue me? Go ahead. I'm bored anyway. I'll accompany you. Widow Wong shook her head frantically. I'm not suing anymore. I'm not suing. We can't just leave her alone. Denyo de Mao, come and help her out. Although Denyo and Mao didn't understand, they still came over. Widow Wong's eyes were filled with fear. Let me go, I won't report it. Wah, village head, help me. As he spoke, a pool of yellow liquid appeared on the ground. Demao and Denyo were so frightened that they immediately released her. The village head was speechless at the sight of Widow Wong, but he still needed her at this time, so he could only try to comfort her. Don't be afraid. You are the victim, you are in the right, and the magistrate will stand up for you. But by this time, Widow Wong was terrified, her mind filled with the image of Tai Ergu's death, and she couldn't hear anything else. No, I won't sue. Wah. Tai Dafu smiled, a very kind smile. Hey, village head, even they themselves don't want to sue. Why are you saying so much? Are you trying to frame me? The village head's face stiffened, and he forced a smile. How could that be? Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as best. The kind of person I am, you might not remember someone being good to me for long, but if someone offends me, I'll remember it for a lifetime. The village head dared not say anything more upon hearing this, and the others dared not say anything either. Tai Dafu gave Widow Wong a disdainful look. I'm Widow Wong. Your urine is so yellow and smells so strong. It's obvious you're suffering from internal heat. Remember to drink more water when you get home. Upon hearing this, Widow Wong nodded, then got up and tried to run away. Stop! Widow Wong stopped abruptly, turned around, and knelt down with a thud. Mr. Tai, please let me go. I promise I'll never curse again. Humph. Remember what you said today. The people of the Iron Manor are not to be bullied by just anyone. Think carefully before you try to bully them, and see if you have the ability. As he spoke, his gaze swept around the room, and everyone lowered their heads. Even the village head subconsciously avoided eye contact. After realizing what had happened, he clenched his fists. Damn it, I actually got scared by Tai Dafu. At this moment, Lu was already in tears, her hands tightly covering her mouth. No one has ever protected her like this before in her entire life. At that moment, she finally understood what a real man was. Widow Wong nodded frantically when she heard Tai Dafu's words. Old Master Tai is right. Can I leave now? Get up. You're making it seem like I'm bullying you. I'm a good person. Widow Wong was overjoyed, but just as she turned to leave, Tai Dafu called her back. Etc. Widow Wong felt like she was about to collapse, and she looked at Tai Dafu with tears in her eyes. Mr. Iron, what exactly do you want me to do? You should be polite. I hit you today for your own good. What? Aren't you going to say thank you? Those around. Widow Wong was also taken aback. She hadn't expected Tai Dafu to say such a thing. She simply couldn't imagine how Tai Dafu could say such shameless things. But at this moment, all she wanted was to get away from Tai Dafu, that devil. Thank you. Tai Dafu smiled with satisfaction. That's right. Harmony brings wealth. Now get lost. Widow Wong felt as if she had been granted a pardon and ran out with all her might, afraid that Tai Dafu would call her back again. Gentlemen, is there anything else? Everyone shook their heads frantically, no longer daring to cause trouble. Mr. Tai, please don't misunderstand. We just came to take a look. I told you long ago. How could someone as good as Master Tai possibly abduct a woman? That's right. If I find out who spread these rumors, I'll beat the crap out of him and vent my anger from Master Tai. This Lu woman couldn't survive, and Master Tai took her in. He's truly kind-hearted. Yes, Mr. Tai is a truly philanthropist. With each compliment, the village head's fists tightened, and his face turned increasingly grim. Tai Dafu smiled. Indeed, the eyes of the people are discerning. In fact, I am not as good as you all say. Besides what you've mentioned, I have dozens of other strengths. There are so many advantages, it's impossible to list them all in a short time. I have other matters to attend to, so we'll continue another day. Everyone, watching Tai Dafu's retreating figure, the village head gritted his teeth. Damn Tai Dafu, don't be so smug. I'll see who has the last laugh. Just as Tai Dafu was about to enter the Tai residence, he seemed to remember something. Suddenly turning around to look at the village head, she met his resentful gaze. The village head was startled when Tai Dafu suddenly looked at him. He quickly concealed his resentful gaze and revealed his usual kind and gentle demeanor. That old man looked at me strangely just now. Could it be because I didn't give him face? Humph, two tigers cannot share one mountain. I'll have to bring him down when I get the chance. If we put someone more obedient in charge, then in this Tai family village, there can only be one voice. The voice of me, Tai Dafu. Village head, do you hate me? Li Zheng's expression froze, and he quickly shook his head. What are you saying, Dafu? We're from the same village. How could I hate you? I came here because I heard from the villagers that the Lu family was in your Tai family. As the village head of Tai Jiakin, it was only natural for me to come and take a look. Now that I see Lu is doing well, I'm relieved. Really? I knew the village head couldn't be a villain. Villains never end well. Those would all lead to broken families, devastating deaths, and even the loss of loved ones. The village head revealed an ugly and unnatural smile. Dafu is right, I also hate petty people. Tai Dafu nodded in satisfaction. The village head is like me. The village head's face stiffened, and he was furious. He wasn't stupid. He naturally understood that Tai Dafu was cursing him, referring to him as his father. That damn Tai Dafu, he's gone too far. Chapter 75, Wolf Trouble. He was filled with rage, but he dared not shout it out. He could only swallow it down, as turning against them would do him no good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after Tai Dafu went inside. Phew, they're finally gone. Oh my god, that really scared me to death. Master Tai's aura is too strong, just like those noblemen in the county town. Yeah, I feel like I don't even dare to speak loudly in front of him. Widow Wang must have been badly beaten just now. Her face is swollen up really badly. She deserves it all. Who told her to insult Lu? This Lu is really lucky to have entered the Iron Mansion. Who can argue with that? What good fortune does he have? Who knows? One day Tai Dafu might get tired of playing around and kick him out. That's right. I've heard that many wealthy families do this. Once the maids and concubines have been used up, they kick them out of the mansion and recruit new ones. Probably not. I think Mr. Tai is a pretty nice guy. Believe it or not, you'll find out in time. Have you noticed that Lord Tai's aura is much more terrifying than our village heads? Keep your voice down. Don't let the village head hear you. What's there to be afraid of? The village head has already left. Oh, it really is. I think I understand now. The village head is a head shorter than Tai Dafu. It's not just one. I think it's several. Tai Dafu just unleashed his fury, and he didn't dare utter a word. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected, the person you absolutely cannot offend in the village is still Tai Dafu. Wrong. It's the entire Iron Manor that cannot be offended. Don't forget about Widow Wang's matter and what Tai Dafu just said. From now on, anyone who dares to bully the people of the Iron family is going against them. We can't afford to offend them. We really can't afford to offend them. Everyone regarded the people of the Iron Mansion as beings that could not be offended. Inside the Iron Mansion, Lu knelt down on the ground with a thud. What are you doing? Get up, little grass. Help her up. Sir, thank you. You are the first person in the world to protect me like this. All right, get up. Now that you're in the Iron Mansion, you're mine. As the saying goes, even if you beat a dog, you still want it. What I mean is, bullying you is disrespecting this master. Of course, this lord will stand up for you. Thank you so much, sir. You're so kind to us. Everyone looked at Tai Dafu with gratitude. Don't rush to express your gratitude. It's time to say something. Our Iron Mansion will only get better and better in the future, and your status will rise accordingly. Anyone who dares to act recklessly outside the Iron Manor and tarnish its reputation will be ruthless. Your contracts of indenture are all in my hands. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Don't worry, sir. We would never do anything to tarnish the reputation of the Iron family. If that were the case, we would take matters into our own hands without your intervention. Tai Dafu was also taking precautions in advance, in case a troublesome servant from the Tai family offended someone he shouldn't have. What if it implicates me, the master? His life is very valuable. I can't let the servants be dragged down with him. Don't be afraid, everyone. I treat my people very well. As long as you do your jobs well, I won't treat you unfairly. Yes, sir. For the next few days, Tai Dafu made Nyo and Mao go down into the cage every day. As more and more fish appeared in the pond, the water surface began to ripple more frequently. Tai Dafu didn't put the eels weighing over a pound into the fish pond. Instead, he kept them in a tank for easy consumption. At this moment, Uncle Fu walked over. Sir, the village head has arrived. Tai Dafu frowned upon hearing this. What's he doing here? Did he say what he wanted to say? He didn't say that. He just said he wanted to see you. All right, bring the person over here. Before long, the village head followed Uncle Fu to Tai Dafu's side. Looking at the leisurely Tai Dafu, the village head's eyes flashed with jealousy. That damn Tai Dafu. He really knows how to enjoy life. What wind blew our village head here? The village head looked at Tai Dafu with a serious expression. Tai Dafu, just now, someone in our village was bitten by a wolf. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu and the others gasped in shock. This, who's got a death wish, daring to venture into the deep mountains? It's not deep in the mountains, it's just on the outskirts of the mountains. Why would a wolf run to the outer perimeter out of the world? That's hard to say. I'm here to inform you. As a member of Taijiakan, I must do things for Taijiakan when it matters. Bunli was planning to have everyone go into the mountains together to drive the wolves back into the deep mountains. Otherwise, the village might not even be able to find wild vegetables, and if they can't find wild vegetables, people could really die. Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu quickly began to think. I certainly can't go there myself in something so dangerous. If we don't offer something in return, it would be unreasonable. After all, these villagers might still be useful to us, so it's necessary to win them over. Okay, when do you plan to make your move? Let's go to that open space in the center of the village and discuss our strategy together. In that case, let's go. The village head was taken aback. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He was afraid that others wouldn't be able to persuade Tai Dafu, so he came in person. So, Tai Dafu, along with the Nyo and the Mao, followed the village head to the open space in the center of the village. By this time, the area had been surrounded by villagers, all discussing the wolf. Upon seeing Tai Dafu, everyone quickly greeted him. Greetings, Mr. Iron. Tai Dafu nodded calmly, without saying a word. His behavior was perfectly normal to everyone. That's how a landlord should act. Tai Dafu naturally knew that he needed to maintain his authority and not get too close to these villagers. Village head, there are wolves around the village. What should we do? Yes, if there are wolves around, we can't go digging for wild vegetables. How can we live like this? My family relies on wild vegetables to survive. If we can't even dig for wild vegetables, it's going to kill us. God, why are you doing this to us? Some people were even wiping away tears, and a sense of sorrow filled the entire crowd. The village head cleared his throat and said loudly, I know everyone's difficulties. As the saying goes, those who live near mountains live off the mountains, and those who live near water live off the water. This mountain is our lifeline, so we have to go in. But now that there's a wolf, there are only two ways to get in. Kill it. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began to discuss it amongst themselves. Village head, you're not kidding, are you? That's a wolf. Yes, we might be a match for wolves, especially in the mountains. Wolves are so cunning, we can't possibly kill them. Village head, what is the second method? All eyes turned to the village head once again. The second method is for us to organize a group of young and strong people to go up the mountain together. With so many people, the wolves won't dare attack us. We could just drive them into the deep mountains. This idea seems good. Village head, are you sure the wolves won't attack us? With so many of us going together, the wolves definitely won't dare to attack. The scene immediately became lively, with everyone starting to discuss it. In the end, everyone agreed to the plan, since they couldn't even dig up wild vegetables if they didn't drive the wolves away. Since everyone agrees, then every household must contribute someone. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Tai Dafu. Dafu, you're also part of the village. Why don't you come along this time? Chapter 76, Silly Chong Bitten by a Wolf. All eyes turned to Tai Dafu, who smiled. I won't go. Upon hearing this, the village head immediately put on a stern face and said, "We're all from the same village. Everyone's going. If you don't go, what will everyone think of you? Look at it however you want. Why should I care about what others think when I do things? You." The village head was furious and turned to look at the villagers. "Shouldn't you and Tai Dafu come into the mountains together?" "Should?" Everyone turned to look at the speaker and discovered that it was Tai Song, the second son of the village head. No one else spoke, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. "Say something." However, no villager spoke up, and the village head's old face turned bright red. "Useless. All of you are useless. You don't even dare to speak." At that moment, he really wanted to give each of the villagers a large bib. Tai Dafu laughed, a very happy laugh. He was very satisfied with this result. A landlord should be all-powerful in the village and tyrannize everyone. I said, "Village head, it seems that no one has any objection to whether I go or not. Ultimately, we're all from the same village, so naturally I should contribute to our Tiejia village. Although I won't go, I'll send Inyo and Demao along. They are the representatives of my Iron Manor. The fact that two of them are representing me demonstrates my determination to live and die with everyone." As soon as Tai Dafu finished speaking, villagers immediately echoed his words. "Well said. Lord Iron is truly righteous. Two people have emerged at once. This is the only one of its kind in our village." As expected of Master Tai, he's truly a generous and open-minded person. "Well done, Mr. Iron." These words of praise felt like slaps to the face of the village head. He never expected things to turn out this way. It was all according to his plan. It would be best to get Tai Dafu into the mountains. Who knows, something might happen to him and he might die. Even if he doesn't go, he will still get a bad reputation and lose the support of the people. As a result, not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but Tai Dafu also gained popular support, which made him want to vomit blood. Quiet down. Since that's the case, let's depart at Chunshur, 7 to 9 a.m. tomorrow. Everyone disperse. After saying that, the village head turned and left. He couldn't stay any longer. Looking at the village head's retreating figure, Tai Dafu smiled disdainfully. "You little punk, you're still too green to mess with me." Just as he was about to return to the Iron Mansion, he overheard the conversation of two villagers. "That kid, Sha Chong, is probably ruined. Tai, he's already mentally challenged. If he becomes paralyzed, he really won't be able to live." Tai Dafu immediately stopped and came to the two people who were talking. "What did you guys say about Sha Chong just now?" "Master Tai, Sha Chong was bitten by a wolf. His thigh was covered in blood. He looked terrible." Upon hearing this, Tai Dafu immediately changed direction and headed towards Sha Chong's house. As a prominent figure in Taijikan village, Tai Dafu's actions were certainly observed by many villagers. Seeing that he didn't seem to be returning to the Iron Mansion, they all became curious. "Where is Master Tai going? That doesn't seem to be the way back to the Tai residence. What did Master Tai just say to you two? Old Master Tai is asking us what's wrong with our Sha Chong. I remember that Sha Chong's house is in that direction. So, Master Tai went to Sha Chong's house. I think it's very likely. What's old Master Tai doing at Sha Chong's house? Who knows? Let's go take a look." The villagers who had originally planned to go back immediately followed. As soon as Tai Dafu arrived at Sha Chong's door, he heard crying coming from inside the house. "My poor son. Wah." There were still many villagers in the courtyard, discussing the matter animatedly. "His injuries are so severe. I'm afraid Sha Chong is beyond saving. It's better to be dead. Living would be foolish anyway. Keep your voice down, or if Silly Chong's mother hears you, she'll fight you to the death." Tai Dafu frowned and roared. "Get out of the way." The shout startled everyone, and they quickly made way for him. Tai Dafu ignored everyone and went straight into the house. As soon as I entered the house, I smelled a bloody odor. Inside the room, Sha Chong's parents, as well as his younger brother and sister, were all crying. Tai Dafu frowned as he looked at Sha Chong lying on the bed with his eyes closed. "Stop crying. Why don't you take him to the clinic?" The cry in the room stopped abruptly. When Sha Chong's mother saw Tai Dafu, she was stunned for a moment, and then she knelt down in front of Tai Dafu with a thud. "Mr. Tai, please save my son, Sha Chong. Why didn't you take him to the clinic?" "Master Tai, my family has no money. Please save my son. I'm willing to be your slave to repay you." Sha Chong's father and his two children also knelt in front of Tai Dafu. The villagers at the door were whispering among themselves. Do you think Tai Dafu will save Sha Chong? His injuries are so severe, it must cost a lot of money. Is he willing to spend that much? Everyone thought about it and agreed. After all, providing meals and spending so much money are not the same thing. Tai Dafu came to Sha Chong's side and frowned deeply when he saw the bloody leg. This silly guy needs to be taken to the clinic immediately, or he might really be crippled. Moreover, unlike in my previous life, I might not even be alive now. If you want me to save him, that's fine, but if he survives and his leg is healthy, he must sell himself into my iron mansion. If the leg is left with a disability, then let's drop the matter, shall we? After a moment of stunned silence, Iron Mother nodded frantically. I promise you. Tai Dafu then looked at Sha Chong's father. Sha Chong's father hesitated. After all, selling his son wouldn't sound good to others. Seeing that he didn't speak, Silly Chong's mother became anxious. Husband, your son is about to die. What are you still thinking about? Upon hearing this, Sha Chong's father immediately sighed. Okay, we agree to it. Okay, that's great. Let all the villagers be witnesses. After speaking, he looked behind him. Demao, you run fast. Go back now and bring the ox cart here. Yes, sir. Demao ran outside as fast as he could. The ox cart finally arrived, and the crowd lifted Sha Chong onto it. After thinking about it for a while, Tai Dafu decided to go there in person. Sha Chong's parents naturally followed behind. After the others left, the villagers started talking about it again. I knew Tai Dafu was being so kind. He just wanted Sha Chong to sell himself. That's incredibly heartless. However, many people have a different opinion this time. What nonsense are you spouting? With someone like Sha Chong, it's already a miracle that Master Tai was able to save him. Exactly. If it were you, would you be willing to spend money to save him? The rest of the sentence was left unsaid, but it was clear that they were unwilling. I hope Sha Chong is safe and sound. This time, most of the villagers sided with Tai Dafu. After a long journey, the ox cart finally arrived at the county clinic. Chapter 77, Creating Friends Out of Thin Air. Silly Chong's mother shouted excitedly. Doctor, help me. Looking at Sha Chong's bloodied and mangled legs, Dr. Huang's expression turned serious. What's going on? Doctor, my son has been bitten by a wolf. Those around gasped in shock. Good heavens, it's a wolf. That's so scary. Upon hearing this, Dr. Huang immediately began treatment. Tai Dafu watched from the sidelines without intervening. After all, he wasn't a doctor. The doctor cleaned and bandaged Sha Chong's wound and prescribed a lot of medicine. After finishing all this, the doctor let out a long sigh of relief. The injured were brought in too late, so I suggest you find a place to stay nearby. Observe him carefully for 2 days. If he wakes up and his fever is not high, then there's nothing to worry about. If it's a high fever, then that's troublesome. Tai Dafu understood. High fever must mean high fever. Upon hearing this, Sha Chong's mother immediately looked at Tai Dafu, since they had no money. Tai Dafu pondered for a moment and looked at the doctor. Doctor, do you have any accommodation for the injured? Don't worry, I'll pay for it. The doctor shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't let you stay here overnight. Then I'll find an inn tonight. I wonder if it would be possible to have a doctor come to diagnose me tomorrow. There was nothing special about it. I just didn't want to keep moving the injured person around, fearing it would worsen his injuries. Upon hearing this, the doctor glanced at Tai Dafu in surprise, not expecting that Tai Dafu would have such insight. Of course, many wealthy families have us come to their homes to treat them. However, there will be an additional house call fee. Please understand. I understand, of course I understand. I wonder how much it will cost today. After a moment's thought, the doctor gave an answer. 2 taels of silver. Silly Chong's mother exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't expected it to be so expensive. That much silver is more than you could raise even if you sold her. Tai Dafu readily handed over the silver. This is the consultation fee. Thank you, doctor. The patient is weak, so it is best to feed him meat porridge. We should also pay attention to whether he has a high fever at night, and he must not be left unattended. Okay, we've got it. At this moment, Tai Dafu suddenly remembered something. Doctor, may I have a word with you in private? The doctor nodded and led him away from the crowd. Tai Dafu looked around at the people and spoke again. May I ask you for another chance? Doctor, this time, they took Tai Dafu directly to a small, separate room. Can you tell me now? Well, I have a friend. He experiences frequent urination, urgency, and incomplete emptying of the bladder. He also frequently gets up at night to urinate, and sometimes his urine drips onto his shoes. Is this condition treatable? After she finished speaking, she looked at him nervously, as if afraid of hearing the word cannot. The doctor gave him a deep look. Whether it can be cured or not can only be determined after taking his pulse. You can have your friend come over, and I'll take his pulse. This. Tai Dafu gritted his teeth. Doctor, my friend might not have time, so why don't you take a look at me first? What do you feel unwell? This. Go ahead and tell me. Doctors have the heart of parents. I won't tell anyone else about your condition. Besides, without knowing your specific situation, how can I provide appropriate treatment? To be honest, doctor, my condition is similar to that of my friend. The doctor looked enlightened. Give me your hand. Tai Dafu obediently stretched out his hand, and the doctor began to take his pulse. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. The doctor remained silent, and seeing the doctor's tightly furrowed brows, Tai Dafu panicked. As the old saying goes, it's not the doctor's laughter that's scary, it's the doctor's silence. Doctor, am I all right? Upon hearing this, the doctor released Tai Dafu's wrist. Empty. Very empty. Extremely empty. Doctor, you must save me. I'm only 40 years old. I'm still young. I don't want to be an incompetent husband. Cough, cough. Don't worry. You're currently suffering from spleen deficiency, kidney deficiency, and liver fire, and stagnation. As the saying goes, to nourish the kidneys, you must first nourish the liver. You need to extinguish liver fire first. Then, regulate the spleen and stomach, and ideally the kidneys. Doctor, just tell me directly, how long will it take to cure my illness? Well, it depends on the specific situation. Your situation is a bit complicated. However, I think it should be fine after a year or two of treatment. Here's what I'll do. I'll prescribe a formula for you, and you can try it first. Come back in 15 days, and I'll give you a new diagnosis. Tai Dafu hesitated whether to watch it or not. In his memory, the original owner seemed to have consulted many doctors. However, she still couldn't get pregnant, despite taking so many medications and various folk remedies. Tai Dafu strongly suspects that his current condition is caused by eating indiscriminately. Okay, let's start with a 15-day trial period. He decided to try it for 15 days first, and if it didn't work, he would stop. He'll wait until he has a chance to see the imperial physician, and he won't believe that even the imperial physician can't save him. After getting medicine, Tai Dafu finally left satisfied. Sha Chang's parents looked at Tai Dafu, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. Let's go. Let's find an inn to stay for the night. How about we go back to the village? Tai Dafu shook his head directly. There's no need. Besides, even a fool like Chang can't withstand that kind of ordeal. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. And so, Tai Dafu found an inn and booked 2 rooms. I'll have the waiter bring some food later. You all stay here tonight and take good care of Sha Chang. Sha Chang's parents were deeply moved. Thank you, Mr. Iron. They didn't want to go back either, fearing that something might happen to their son that night, and they wouldn't be able to see him one last time. Tai Dafu naturally wouldn't stay to take care of Sha Chang, but he also decided to stay here. After all, he will be in charge tomorrow, and if anything unexpected happens, he will be the one to handle it. Demao, Denyo, the 2 of you are the ones I'm most worried about right now. We're going into the mountains tomorrow. Remember, no matter what happens, the 2 of you must not separate. Make sure to stay close to the main group. Otherwise, you'll encounter any danger. Master, we understand. Be careful and upright. If he asks you to scout ahead or do anything else, just refuse. That cunning old man is no good. I'm afraid he'll target you. Denyo hesitated and said, Sir, the village head doesn't seem to be that kind of person. Hee, Denyo, you're still too young. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Our Thai family's influence has long surpassed that of the village head. Do you think he feels good about that? All right, just do as I say. If there's nothing else, that's good. If the village head is in charge of you, you should absolutely refuse to do it. He pushed me onto him, then told me to come find him. Yes, sir. Tai Dafu, still not entirely at ease, gave them a few more instructions before letting them leave. Tai Dafu was a little bored in his room, so he decided to go out and take a look. Walking on the street and looking at the small vendors selling their wares, Tai Dafu felt a sense of peace. That seems reasonable even in ancient times. As he walked, he came to a super lively place. Grandpa, come and have some fun. Chapter 78, Being Targeted. Tai Dafu felt a surge of heat in his heart, but when he looked down at his crotch, he immediately calmed down. He glanced at the girl with disdain. I am a gentleman. How could I be a womanizer? I am the man you can't have. After saying that, he left arrogantly, leaving the woman bewildered in the wind. Chunlong, what are you doing? Why are you spacing out? It's nothing. I just ran into an idiot. After what just happened, Tai Dafu lost interest in continuing his shopping. However, he didn't notice that two people in the distance were pointing and whispering at him. Hey, look, isn't that the landlord who's trying to steal our night's soil? It really does look like it. What do you mean looks like? I think it's probably him. Let's go back and tell the boss about this. Oh, not going to the brothel. Go away. Is a woman more important or a night soiling? Women are important. Ouch. Why did you hit me? I'll beat you to death, you idiot. You need money to play with women. Where does the money come from? You still need night soil. Without night soil, would you have the money to play with women? The mistress scratched her head innocently. That seems to make sense. Let's hurry back and tell the boss. Go tell the boss that I'll follow him and see where he settles down. Good. Tai Dafu went straight back to the inn where he was staying. The man keeping watch glanced at the inn and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a little beggar appeared in his field of vision, instantly giving him an idea. Little beggar, come here. Sir, you wanted to see me? Go do something for me. Do you understand? Don't worry, sir. I'll go right now. Go ahead, and I'll give you a steamed bun after you've done it. Upon hearing the word steamed bun, the little beggar swallowed hard and then quickly left. Following the man's invitation, the little beggar found Tian Air and immediately told him what had happened. Good, brothers, the chance for revenge has come. Revenge. The little beggar swallowed hard and said cautiously. The person who called me over said he would give me a steamed bun. Get out. You think you're worthy of eating our steamed buns? Get out of here while I'm in a good mood, or don't blame me for being impolite. You broke your promise. You said you'd give me a steamed bun. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately laughed. Ha, brothers, did you hear that? A stinking beggar actually kept his word with us thugs. It's hilarious. After laughing, he kicked the little beggar to the ground. You bastard, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat you to death. The little beggar struggled to his feet, glared at the group with hatred, and limped away. Brother, that little beggar is looking at us strangely. Should we teach him a lesson? He's just a little beggar. What trouble can he cause? Does he even dare to retaliate against us men? Everyone thought it made sense, so they stopped dwelling on the matter. Big brother, shall we go over now? Of course we'll go, but the county town isn't the place to make a move. That person is from Taijikan village. He will definitely go back. Let's find a secluded spot on the road and make our move. The boss is brilliant. Tai Dafu, who was in the room, was unaware that he was being watched. He was lying in bed, his mind still replaying what had happened at the Ehong Pavilion. Master, I'm only temporarily out of commission. I'll definitely dominate the battlefield in the future. Yes, that's right. Tai Dafu didn't know how he fell asleep. After waking up, he immediately went to Sha Chong's room. How's Sha Chong doing? Upon hearing this, Silly Chong's mother smiled. Yes, Master Tai, my son doesn't have a fever. He woke up briefly last night, but has fallen asleep again now. Tai Dafu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's good. Tai Dafu then looked at Sha Zhu's father. Come with me to get something to eat, and bring some back for Sha Chong and the others while you're at it. Thank you, Mr. Tai. Tai Dafu arrived at a place selling porridge and sat down. There happened to be a steamed bun vendor right next door, and Tai Dafu couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. They actually understand the importance of cooperation and mutual benefit. He bought meat buns and porridge. Eat. With difficulty, Sha Chong's father looked away from the steamed bun. Mr. Tai, please eat. I'll just have some porridge. Didn't you see I bought a lot? Eat up, it's fine. It's just a meal. Dr. Tai really doesn't care. Seeing Tai Dafu say this, Sha Chong's father picked up a meat bun and carefully brought it to his mouth. At this time, the meat buns don't require any fancy technology or rudimentary techniques. They're just genuinely delicious. One bite, and the meat was tender and juicy, the aroma of which exploded in your mouth, almost making Daddy, Silly Chong, cry. So this is a meat bun. It's so delicious. I've never eaten anything so good in my life. He had never eaten it in his entire life, nor could he bear to. Tai Dafu ate 4 meat buns in one go before finally stopping. completely satisfied. As for Sha Chang's father, he only ate 2 and refused to eat anymore. Tai Dafu didn't insist, and the 2 of them packed a bowl of porridge before heading back. As soon as he entered the inn, he saw the waiter walking straight towards him. "Who let you in?" Tai Dafu's face instantly darkened. Just as he was about to speak, the waiter continued. "You little beggar, get out of here." Tai Dafu then realized that the message wasn't directed at him. He turned around and saw a little beggar. Just as Tai Dafu was about to return to his room, the little beggar suddenly shouted, "Sir, please don't go. I have something important to tell you." Tai Dafu turned around and looked at the little beggar. "Are you calling me?" "Yes, sir." Tai Dafu looked him over carefully, his curiosity growing. "You just said you had something to tell me." The little beggar nodded emphatically. Tai Dafu turned his gaze to Xiao Er. "Let him come over." The waiter was somewhat embarrassed. "This? Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't run around." The waiter nodded and made way for him. "Speak, what is it?" The little beggar's eyes were drawn to the meat buns, and he kept swallowing his saliva. Tai Dafu naturally saw all of this. "If the information you provide is useful to me, I'll give you 2 meat buns." The little beggar's eyes were frighteningly bright. "Are you trustworthy?" Tai Dafu was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "Of course. I'm a man of my word." Seeing that Tai Dafu didn't seem to be lying, the little beggar immediately spoke up. "Sir, there are people watching you at the door. They seem to want to harm you." Tai Dafu's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he looked at the little beggar. "Are you telling the truth?" "It's absolutely true, sir. They started watching you yesterday, and I saw them still watching you this morning." "Do you know those people?" The little beggar shook his head. "Can you describe it to me?" The little beggar immediately described in detail how he had hit Tian Er. That man had thick chest hair. Tai Dafu immediately thought of Tian Er. "I never expected that Tian Er would find out. This is troublesome." Chapter 79 Buying Weapons 1. Tai Dafu looked at the little beggar in front of him. The little beggar's face turned pale instantly, and his voice trembled as he said, "If you wouldn't be breaking your promise either, would you?" "What do you mean by that? And why did you tell me this?" "I only listened to the truth, and you only have one chance." Upon hearing this, the little beggar hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. "He promised to give me a steam bun." After hearing his words, Tai Dafu revealed a playful expression. "Kid, I didn't realize you were so vengeful. You're using me as a pawn, but I always keep my word." As she spoke, she took out 3 steamed buns and handed them to him. "There's one more. The extra one is a reward for you." The little beggar is overjoyed. "Thank you, sir. You are a man of your word." Tai Dafu smiled and waved his hand. "All right, you can go now." The little beggar nodded, picked up the bun, and quickly left. After thinking for a moment, Tai Dafu decided to go out and head to the clinic. This time, however, he made a point of observing his surroundings out of the corner of his eye and, sure enough, discovered the person who was following him. "Very well, you like to follow me, right? I'll let you follow me as much as you want." Tai Dafu found the doctor from yesterday and had him come into the inn with him. For convenience, Tai Dafu found an inn that was very close to the clinic. The 2 arrived at their destination shortly afterward. The doctor took Sha Chang's pulse, and Sha Chang woke up at that moment. Luckily, his life is no longer in danger. Now he just needs to recover well. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Sha Chang's parents quickly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, doctor." Tai Dafu paid the consultation fee and specially escorted him to the door. "Dr. Huang, how's his leg? Will he become a cripple?" "Probably not, since no bones were broken, just a few pieces of meat were missing." Hearing this, Tai Dafu breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks for your hard work." Watching the doctor's departing figure, Tai Dafu thought for a moment and borrowed paper and pen from the shopkeeper. He then began writing, and a moment later went into the room where Sha Chang was. As soon as Tai Dafu went inside, Sha Chang's parents knelt down. "Mr. Tai, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my son would probably be gone." "All right, get up. We're all from the same village. Besides, I think Sha Chang is a very honest and talented kid, which is why I took a liking to him." When the elderly couple heard Tai Dafu say that his son was a talented person, they assumed that Tai Dafu was just trying to find a reason to save the person. They knew that saving their son, plus the medicine they would need in the future, would cost a lot of money. That much money is enough to buy a normal person as a servant. Moreover, Tai Dafu had previously said that if the patient couldn't be saved, they wouldn't have to repay the money. "Mr. Tai, you are a great philanthropist, The Bodhisattva will protect you. I'm a very particular person, and we had an agreement before. I'll pay for it, and once Sha Chong recovers, we'll go to the Iron Mansion. This is a contract. Please put your fingerprints on it as well. I don't mean to distrust you. It's just my way of doing things. Even though Sha Chong's father couldn't read, he had complete faith in Tai Dafu. He immediately pressed his handprint down. Tai Dafu put it away with satisfaction, waiting for Sha Chong to recover so that he could become his bodyguard. At this moment, Sha Chong spoke up. Father, mother, may I enter the Iron Manor? Silly Chong's mother nodded with tears in her eyes. Son, don't blame your parents. If it weren't for Master Tai, you would probably be dead. Your parents had no choice. In the next life, they'll be your slaves. Silly Chong's father also wiped his eyes. Sha Chong looked at his parents with a puzzled expression. Father, mother, why are you crying? Isn't it a good thing that we're moving into the Iron Mansion? My son can finally eat delicious white rice. Mr. Iron, can I eat white rice every day like Brother Denyo? Of course. We'll make sure you're well fed at the Iron Mansion. Great. I can eat white rice every day now. Seeing their son's genuine joy, the elderly couple felt much less guilty. Perhaps it would be good for my son to join the Iron Manor. Denyo and the others should be here this afternoon, then we'll go back to the village. Yes, Master Tai. You don't need to worry about Sha Chong. As long as he's obedient, I won't mistreat him. And although you've been taking care of Sha Chong, I'll cover all the money for his medicine and his meals during his recovery. Tai Dafu provided meals so that Sha Chong could recover sooner. Otherwise, if I drink wild vegetable porridge every day, when will I ever get better? Upon hearing Tai Dafu's words, the elderly couple knelt down and kowtowed to him 3 times. After helping the man up, Tai Dafu left their room. Silly Chong's mother gently stroked her son's head. Son, Master Tai is a truly good man. You must behave well once you enter the Tai family. You must remember, you must obey Master Tai's words, even if it means disobeying your parents. Mother, I understand. Time flew by, and it was afternoon. Denyo and Demao drove the ox cart to the inn. Tai Dafu called the 2 men into the house. How was your trip into the mountains? Did you encounter any wolves? The 2 shook their heads. We didn't even see a wolf. Wolves are cunning. It's normal that we didn't encounter any with so many of us together. By the way, did the village head give you any trouble? Demao said excitedly. Master, you are truly amazing. The place is exactly as you described. Let the 2 of us go and scout ahead. So how did you do it? Did you scout ahead? Of course not. You didn't see it. His face turned black. He was furious. Tai Dafu sneered. I knew that bastard was up to no good. Denyo, now you know what kind of person he is, right? Danyu nodded. Master, I really didn't expect the village head to be such a person. You are so wise, Master. Foresaw his conspiracy in advance. Denyo was incredibly impressed with Tai Dafu at this moment. If only Tai Dafu hadn't said so beforehand. He will definitely go and scout ahead, just in case he really encounters wolves. They would be in danger then. Thinking of this, all goodwill towards the village head disappeared. I am a successor to socialism, and I have seen all kinds of people in the workplace. A mere village head, his cunning schemes couldn't possibly escape my notice. Sir, what does successor to socialism mean? They are very, very capable people who can be in charge of the household. Oh dear, you wouldn't understand, even if I explained. Let's not go back yet. You 2 come with me for a bit. Master, where are we going? Blacksmith shop. Our kitchen knife and pot are still in good condition. I understand. The master wants to buy 2 more hoes. Why buy hoes? I'm planning to buy you 2 weapons this time. Hiss. Master, you're gonna buy us weapons. Yes, a good weapon can increase your combat power several times over. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want? Chapter 80 Buying Weapons 2. The mouse spoke first. Sir, I want a long spear, the most impressive one. Indeed, the longer the better. After confirming that Demao was right, Tai Dafu turned his attention to Denyo. Denyo, what about you? Denyo thought for a moment and said cautiously. Sir, I want a knife. Okay, let's go. Little did they know, Tian Air and his group had already assembled. He was hiding in the shadows, secretly waiting for his chance. Boss, they're out. I'm not blind, so follow them. But be damn careful. We'll make our move once we're out of the city. Yes, boss. Soon, the group arrived at the blacksmith shop. Boss, they went into the blacksmith shop. Are they going to buy weapons? So what if you buy weapons? Don't forget, we brothers aren't pushovers either. That's right, There are only two of them. With so many brothers like us, are we afraid of them? But just in case, Xiao-san, you should also go and fetch our two big swords. Good. As soon as I entered the blacksmith shop, someone came to greet me. Sir, what kind of weapon are you looking to buy? I'd like to buy 2 knives and a spear. Do you have any recommendations, shopkeeper? You've come to the right place. My knife is the best in our county. What do you think of it? Tai Dafu took the knife, weighed it in his hand, and then handed it to Denyo. Denyo, you give it a try. Denyo didn't stand on ceremony and took it, then played with it for a few moments. How about it? Denyo nodded decidedly. Shopkeeper, how much is this knife? 5 taels of silver. So expensive? Sir, you can't talk so much. Putting aside our craftsmanship, these few pounds of iron alone are worth a lot. 5 taels of silver is already a very reasonable price. Bring me a long spear. All right, please wait a moment, sir. He quickly grabbed a long spear and looked directly at Demao. Demao, why don't you give it a try? Demao was very excited. When he saw Tai Dafu wanted to buy 2 broadswords, he thought he wasn't going to get a gun. Demao picked up the spear and brandished it for a moment, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Sir, this gun is too light. Shopkeeper, please bring me another heavier one. The shopkeeper nodded, and without saying a word, had someone bring him an even heavier one. Demao took it and played with it a few more times, but still shook his head. It's still a bit too light. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's gaze towards Demao changed somewhat. Young man, you're quite strong. Would you like to come to my blacksmith shop and swing a sledgehammer with me to learn how to forge iron? Tai Dafu was immediately displeased. Hey shopkeeper, that's not fair of you. You're poaching people right in front of me. Are you pretending I don't exist? The shopkeeper then realized he had misspoke and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, but seeing this young man's strength, I was just a little tempted to show him some talent. Demao quickly spoke up as well. Master, don't worry, I'll follow you my whole life. I don't want to spend my days working around the furnace. The shopkeeper then ordered someone to bring over a long spear. This is the heaviest gun in our shop. It is 9 feet long, weighs 20 jin, and the spearhead is made from a single piece of fine iron. Demao couldn't wait to take it and start playing with it. An ordinary person could pick it up, but not wield it skillfully. However, he wielded the 20-pound gun with incredible agility. How about it? Sir, this gun is excellent. Seeing that Demao was satisfied, Tai Dafu asked about the price. Shopkeeper, how much is this gun? This gun costs 40 taels of silver. Are you trying to rip me off? It's just a gun. Why is it so expensive? You can't say that. This gun is our store's prized possession. Don't give me that treasure of the store nonsense, Demao. Put the gun down. Demao reluctantly put the gun down. Shopkeeper, bring me another bow and arrow to take a look. He quickly brought out a bow and arrow, but this time Tai Dafu didn't let the two of them try it. Instead, he tried it himself. Shopkeeper, give me a straight answer. How much silver do you want for the 2 knives, the gun, and the bow and arrows? The shopkeeper thought for a moment and then spoke. A knife costs 5 taels, a spear costs 40 taels, and a bow and arrow costs 15 taels. The total comes to 65 taels of silver. You give me 63 taels, how about that? No, shopkeeper, that's not fair. I've already bought so much stuff. Besides, there will definitely be more demand for this in the future. Would you still want me to patronize your business, then? Since you put it that way, then it'll be 61 taels. In the end, Tai Dafu paid 60 taels of silver to have it packaged, and the other party also gave him 20 arrows. Damn it, I didn't expect weapons to be so expensive. It cost so much silver all at once. But Tai Dafu knew he had to buy these things, otherwise he wouldn't feel safe. By the way, shopkeeper, do you have any armor? The shopkeeper's face changed drastically, and he said in a terrified tone, Sir, please don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly have such a thing? Possessing armor is a capital offense punishable by beheading. Tai Dafu then remembered that the Great Xia dynasty was very strict about armor. These swords and such are generally available for purchase if you want them. But no one dared to build armor unless they wanted a rebel. Don't be nervous, shopkeeper, I was just joking. Now that we've bought the items, we'll be leaving. The shopkeeper personally escorted Tai Dafu and his party to the door and thoughtfully placed their belongings on the ox cart. Afterwards, Tai Dafu and his group returned to the inn. He looked at Demao and Inyo with a serious expression. You two take Sha Chong back. I won't go back with you for now. Sir, do you have anything else to attend to? Perhaps one of us could stay and accompany you. No need. Just remember to safely return our weapons to the Iron Mansion. If anyone causes trouble, don't hesitate to intervene. Yes, sir. After putting Sha Chong on the ox cart, Tai Dafu did not go with him. Now it depends on what the other party chooses. He checked out of the room and walked alone towards the bustling parts of the city. Boss, what do we do now? Is there weaponry on that ox cart? Shall we go and rob it? Everyone's eyes lit up, considering that they only had 2 knives. I just saw with my own eyes that Tai Dafu got a lot of good stuff from the blacksmith shop. To be honest, Tian Air was also very tempted, but he still shook his head. No, let's take down Tai Dafu instead. Oh, why? Boss, those weapons are worth a lot of silver. Fool, we're going to steal weapons, but the other side isn't pushovers either. If a real fight breaks out, even if we win, we might still get injured. But Tai Dafu was different. He was all alone. If we tie him up, not only will the weapons be ours, but all the silver in his house will be ours. As he spoke, Tian Air licked his lips. Originally, he only wanted to teach Tai Dafu a lesson and avenge Yi Xiang. But now he has changed his mind and wants to kidnap Tai Dafu and get all of Tai Dafu's money.